After finishing the call, Chen Feng felt much more at ease. The two martial emperor-level experts left behind by Chief Pan at the Chen family were extraordinarily powerful, and the big shot from the Vermilion Bird domain was also a martial emperor. Now that they were on their way, no matter how strong Yi Fan was, wouldn't he be forced to kneel and beg for mercy? Sure, Yi Fan might be formidable in Tianan province, but let's not forget this was Guang City. A mighty dragon is no match for a local serpent. Moreover, once the Vermilion Bird military intervened, the situation would take on a whole new meaning. It would represent the authority of the Vermilion Bird domain. If Yi Fan dared to resist, he'd be opposing the empire itself, challenging the military. That would give the high-ranking officials of the Vermilion Bird domain every justification to eliminate him at all costs. Defying the Vermilion Bird military would leave Yi Fan in a passive position, both within the martial world and the official hierarchy of Great Xia, wouldn't it? With these thoughts in mind, Chen Feng instantly felt his confidence surge. Struggling to stand up from the ground, he sneered, "Yi Fan, you brought this on yourself. Ha, are you really the stupid? Or are you still not fully recovered from your brain damage? You actually gave me the chance to call for backup? Listen up. Kneel right now and beg for mercy. Take this dagger and stab yourself 3 times. If you do it well enough to amuse me, I might let them leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, With the backing of the two martial emperors from Prince Jin's faction and the Vermilion Bird military's higher-ups, Chen Feng now looked at Yi Fan with nothing but contempt. A worthless piece of trash like him actually dared to act tough in front of me? Pah! The memory of Yi Fan's earlier brutality made Chen Feng seethe with rage. He spat on the ground and barked, "Get on your knees and lick this clean. Otherwise, I'll make sure everyone here dies with you." He pointed at Qi Yuan, Qi Jiao, Guoli, Wang Fugue, and the others. Huh? Now that Chen Feng had finished his call, was he losing his mind? Threatening young Master Yi? Yu Chong and Guoli could only shake their heads helplessly. They knew all too well what Yi Fan was capable of. From his rise in Yun City till now, in their memory, those who had threatened Yi Fan, well, the grass on their graves was already 2 meters tall. Who gave Chen Feng the courage? Sister Liang? Clang. As Chen Feng spat, he also threw a dagger onto the ground. Yi Fan tilted his head, staring at Chen Feng like he was an idiot. He couldn't help but wonder, were all the Chens this brain dead? The young master of the 4 great holy lands, Chen Tang, had been just as stupid. And now this Chen Feng still hadn't grasped the reality of the situation? While Yi Fan was still pondering how to knock some sense into this moron, Wang Fugue had already snatched the dagger off the ground and stabbed Chen Feng 3 times in quick succession. Thud! 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 The crisp yet muffled sound of flesh being pierced echoed at the hotel entrance. Before Chen Feng could even process what was happening, 3 bloody holes had already appeared on his chest. Damn it! What kind of trash dares to threaten my big bro? Kneel, lick up your own spit, bark like a dog, and crawl inside, or else I won't be as patient next time. I'll beat the shit out of you, literally. After stabbing Chen Feng, Wang Fugue kicked him to the ground. Ah! FCK! You're dead. My stomach. Ow! Chen Feng stared at the bleeding wounds on his chest, nearly losing his mind. Are you insane? Didn't you hear my backup is coming? When they get here, you're all dead. He was still trying to threaten Wang Fugue. But Wang Fugue, the thick-skulled brute, wasn't having any of it. So what? They can't teleport here, can they? Humph. Before they arrive, I'll have killed you 800 times over. Last warning, kneel, lick it clean, and crawl inside. Otherwise, I'll pick your bones clean one by one. Try me if you don't believe it. Wang Fugue glared at Chen Feng with a murderous glint in his eyes, twirling the dagger skillfully in his hand. The sheer killing intent and that bone-chilling stare instantly extinguished Chen Feng's bravado. What the hell is wrong with these people? Everyone around Yi Fan was this violent? This unreasonable? Qi Ming had at least held back, only beating him up. But this Wang Fugue was actually willing to kill. A wise man knows when to yield. Better kneel first. Swallowing his humiliation, Chen Feng dropped to his knees, licked up his own spit, and began crawling toward the hotel entrance like an obedient dog. Woof, woof. He even barked as he crawled. Wang Fugue turned to Qi Ming and instructed, "Steward Qi, make sure he does it right. If his posture's off, use your blade to correct him. Losing an arm or a leg is fine, just ensure the movements are precise." Chen Feng shuddered mid-crawl. "Are you all demons? Just you wait. Once my people arrive, I'll make you pay 100 times over. Dad, hurry up and send them. And War King Wu, this time you'd better come through. Bring more experts, surround this place completely. Beneath the supreme commander of the Vermilion Bird Domain were the 4 war kings, each wielding immense power and authority, capable of mobilizing 100,000 troops. Among them, Wu Shihao, the Southern War King, was one of the perpetrators behind the assassination of Yi Fan's third brother, even appearing in the 5 Poisons Child's incriminating video. At a luxurious club in Guang City, Wu Shihao was enjoying a cigar and a massage when he received Qin Feng's distress call. Frowning, he muttered to himself, Yi Fan is still causing trouble in Guang City. Didn't Chief Pan already take action? How's he still alive? After a brief hesitation, Wu Shihao dialed Pan Shi's number and relayed the situation. On the other end, Pan Shi sounded surprised. Yi Fan isn't dead yet? That shouldn't be possible. The soul-locking wood has already invaded his body. Even if he has some tricks, there's no way he could resist the corrosion of dark energy. I have an important meeting soon, but here's what you do. Immediately take a team and surround the Guang City Grand Hotel. Bring heavy weaponry and assess the situation. Trust me, I'm not lying. Yi Fan is already critically wounded. Even if he's alive, he's barely hanging on. Since you're representing the Vermilion Bird Domain with the military's backing, he wouldn't dare openly defy official authority. If you kill Yi Fan today, His Highness will reward you handsomely. That top position in the Vermilion Bird Domain will be yours. Pan Shi's promises lit a fire in Wu Shihao's heart. Understood. After hanging up, Wu Shihao immediately barked orders to his subordinates, mobilize 3,000 troops and 80 armored vehicles. Surround the Guang City Grand Hotel. Anyone who resists is to be executed on sight. I want that place leveled. Humph. If Chief Pan says Yi Fan is a tiger with its fangs pulled, then today I'll finish him off while he's weak. But Wu Shihao didn't realize that Qin Feng and Pan Shi had jointly dug him a massive pit. By deploying such a large force without proper authorization, Wu Shihao was only digging himself deeper into it. Guangxing Grand Hotel, private room 308 on the 3rd floor. Yi Fan, Guoli, Wang Fugue, Qi Jiao, and the others took their seats one after another. As for Qin Feng, he was being watched by the Qi family's bodyguards, crawling in circles and barking like a dog in the lobby, while someone live-streamed the humiliating spectacle. The Qin family's reputation was about to be utterly destroyed. Young Master Yi, the Qi family owes you everything this time. If not for your intervention, my father would have. Qi Yuan stood up and bowed deeply to Yi Fan. Young Master, please accept my gratitude. Qi Debong also rose and bowed respectfully. Young Master, my life was once saved by your mother, and now you've saved me again. The Qi family could never repay this debt, even if we died 10,000 times. The Qi family, one of the 4 great clans overseeing the Tiankue base, had grown weaker over time. Yet, because they held one of the keys to activating the base, they became a target for countless schemers. The Jin Prince had his eyes on them. Pan Shi had dispatched 2 martial emperors to monitor Qi Yuan. The ancient martial alliance had poisoned Qi Debong to force Qi Yuan into submission. And who knew how many other factions lurked in the shadows, waiting to strike. Please rise, Patriarch Qi, Elder Qi. You've worked hard all these years protecting my mother's legacy. Yi Fan helped them up, sincerity in his voice. Before, I was too weak and unaware of the Tiankue base's existence. I failed to protect the Qi family and the Song family. As he spoke, Yi Fan glanced around the room and realized Song Yang was missing. Huh? Where's the Song family head? He asked Guoli curiously. Hadn't Song Yang entered with them earlier? Oh, Patriarch Song received a few urgent calls and had to step out. He said not to wait for him for dinner, Guoli replied. Yi Fan nodded and continued. Now that I'm in Guangxing to take over the Tiankue base, the Qi family is under my protection from this moment onward. Anyone who dares to move against them is my enemy. Thank you, young master. Qi Yuan bowed again, then took out an ancient-looking box and presented it to Yi Fan. Young master, this is one of the 4 keys to activating the Tiankue base. Due to disagreements among the 4 families, the base hasn't been operational for 3 years. Many orders for runic weapons remain unfulfilled. Once the base restarts, those factions will surely come demanding their goods. Frowning, Yi Fan opened the box. But instead of a key, he found a compass? This is the key. He picked up the palm-sized bronze compass, its surface engraved with intricate, mysterious patterns. Though small, it consisted of 12 concentric rings that rotated smoothly. As he held it, an ancient aura seeped into his body. When he channeled martial energy into it, faint streams of light flickered across the rings, and they shifted on their own. Yes, this is the key left behind by your mother. All 4 must be inserted simultaneously for the base to activate, Qi Yuan explained. Yifan examined the key for a long time, even using his demon eye, but found nothing unusual. Yet, the ancient aura and the glowing patterns suggested hidden secrets beyond his current understanding. Just what kind of place is the Tiankue base? His curiosity about his mother's legacy grew stronger. To be honest, even the 4 families don't fully understand the Tiankue base. Though vast, many areas are sealed by ancient restrictions. Our role is limited to transporting materials for runic weapons and delivering finished products. Qi Yuan's explanation only deepened Yifan's confusion. The Tiankue base seemed like a black box. Despite overseeing it, the 4 families were little more than couriers, clueless about its inner workings. It seems I'll have to enter the base myself to uncover its secrets. With Qi Yuan handing over the compass key, Song Yang would likely follow suit. That left Liang Antong and the Chen family. How can I make them surrender their keys willingly? As the dishes were served and the group began eating, one of Qi Yuan's bodyguards rushed in, panicked. They're here. The Chun family's martial emperors have stormed the building. Yifan extended his senses to the first floor and smirked. Took them long enough. The Chun family's efficiency is lacking. He waved at Guoli and Qi Yuan. Let's go greet them. Might as well settle this now. Earlier, using his crimson silk overlord body, Yifan had subdued 4 of Panshur's martial emperors, numbers 1 to 4, and planted them as spies. If he could capture the Chun family's 2 martial emperors, he'd have 6 under his control, half of Panshur's elite force. With this advantage, even if a battle erupted during the Tiankue base takeover, Yifan wouldn't have to worry about the high-level combatants. Guangqing Grand Hotel, first floor lobby. The moment the Chun family's 2 martial emperors arrived, Qi Yuan's bodyguards were swiftly defeated. A Chun family captain helped Chun Feng up from the floor. Young Master Chun, what happened to you? Chun Feng, riddled with stab wounds and barely alive after crawling like a dog, looked like a corpse clinging to its last breath. You're finally here. Kill them all, he roared, spitting blood from the strain. Just then, Yifan and Yu Chang stepped out of the elevator. Spotting them, Chun Feng staggered to his feet and pointed a trembling finger at Yifan. Him, that's the one. Chop him into mincemeat. I'll skin him alive and feast on his flesh. Yifan, it's my turn now. See these 2 martial emperors? You're finished. With Panshur's soul-locking wood inside you, you're already at your limit. Aren't you? You made me lick my own spit. Age. First, cut out his tongue. Chun Feng's rage boiled over as he screamed at his martial emperor escorts. Yifan's lips twitched. Cut out my tongue? That's a bit harsh, isn't it, young Master Chun? Scared now? Too late. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy, I'll make sure you suffer. Slice by slice, until there's nothing left of you. Will everything be all right, Brother Fan? At this point, Qi Jiao had already witnessed Yifan's extraordinary abilities, and her eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at him. However, with 2 martial emperor-level experts now standing before them, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Yet Wang Fugue, Guoli, and the others remained completely unfazed. They knew that Yifan possessed a mysterious method to make even martial emperor-level experts willingly submit as his slaves. Even if 4 more showed up, young Master Yi wouldn't bat an eye. No problem. Those 2 martial emperors don't seem too bright. Who knows? They might even turn around and beat up Chun Feng themselves. Right? As he spoke, Yifan playfully winked at Qi Jiao, leaving her utterly bewildered. Those 2 martial emperors attacking Chun Feng? But they were clearly the experts Chun Feng brought here to protect him. How could they possibly turn on him? Chun Feng, standing opposite them, heard Yifan's words clearly and burst into mocking laughter. Yifan, are you out of your damn mind? Them attacking me? Did you get your head smashed by a door or something? Chun Feng knew these two martial emperors had been assigned to him by Pan Shi. Even if they refused to protect him, they would never dare lay a finger on him. Why don't you test that theory? Yifan smirked, his dismissive attitude infuriating Chun Feng even further. Seeing the two martial emperor experts still hesitating, Chun Feng barked impatiently. What the hell are you two waiting for? For them to have a damn baby first. Huh? Though the two martial emperors' minds had been dulled by the parasitic insect eggs, that didn't mean Chun Feng could insult them so casually. Who the hell are you yelling at, you little shit? If you're so tough, why don't you fight him yourself? One of the hot-tempered martial emperors snapped back. The other martial emperor, however, wore a grave expression. Young Master Chun, something's off about this Yifan. We suddenly feel afraid, like we shouldn't attack him. Maybe we should retreat while we still can. The reason for their fear was simple. Yifan's red silk overlord physique was the king of their parasitic insect eggs, exerting a natural bloodline suppression over the ordinary eggs within them. Retreat? Are you two cowards or turtles? Don't you see how badly I've been beaten? This isn't just my face being dragged through the mud. It's Chief Pan's. Hell, it's even an insult to Prince Jin's honor. You two useless pieces of... Because his father and Pan Shi were close friends. So close that Pan Shi even stayed at the Chen family residence when visiting Guangxing. Chun Feng had begun to see himself as half a master. In his eyes, these two martial emperors were nothing more than dogs. Chun Feng, who the hell do you think you are? We call you young Master Chun out of courtesy. But if we felt like it, we could call you a little bastard to your face and you'd have to take it. So shut your damn mouth. The hot-headed martial emperor was beyond irritated and even rolled up his sleeves, ready to slap Chun Feng. These two martial emperors had once been Prince Jin's personal guards, and their usual arrogance stemmed from their master's influence. Their true strength was only at the martial venerable level, but after consuming special elixirs the day before, they had temporarily ascended to the martial emperor realm, making them even more domineering. Instead of attacking Yifan, Chun Feng's reinforcements had started arguing with him instead. The absurdity of the scene gave Qi Yuan and the others a headache. Even Chun Feng's own bodyguard captain, the head of the Chun family's security team, couldn't help but whisper a warning. Young master, maybe we should tone it down a little? Without those two experts, we might not make it out of here alive. Though Yifan hadn't moved, the bodyguard captain could sense the ancient, oppressive aura radiating from him, an aura that demanded submission. Moreover, Qi Yuan was also a martial emperor, and the stern-faced middle-aged man standing behind Yifan, gripping a battle saber, exuded an even more unfathomable power. In terms of martial emperor-level combatants, excluding Yifan, both sides were evenly matched at 2v2. Was their young master truly this oblivious, or was he just too used to being untouchable? So what if I say a few more words? They wouldn't dare leave me behind. If I die here, how will they explain it to Chief Pan? The bodyguard captain was speechless. Brother, you overestimate your own importance. To Prince Jin and Chief Pan, people like us are nothing but ants. The only reason Chief Pan favors the Chen family is because of the Tiankue base behind them, not because of any personal friendship. Even a mere bodyguard understood this, yet Chun Feng remained deluded. You two idiots, what the hell are you still standing around for? Attack! Chun Feng grew even more aggressive, even raising his foot as if to kick the two martial emperors. Yifan's lips twitched. Seeing that the situation had escalated enough, he flashed forward, appearing right in front of the two martial emperors. He patted their shoulders and said, "If you want to beat him up, go ahead. Just don't kill him." As his hands touched their shoulders, threads of his red silk overlord physique slithered into their bodies, forcibly intertwining with the parasitic eggs inside them. In an instant, the two martial emperors were bound by a submission contract, becoming Yifan's fifth and sixth slaves, while also paying a hefty rent in energy. Yifan, are you out of your damn mind? You think they'll listen to you and attack me? Are you their father or something? Ignoring his bodyguard's warning, Chun Feng continued to provoke them, even sticking out his face tauntingly. Come on, hit me right here. I dare you. Whoever doesn't do it is a coward. This guy's done for. Guo Li and Yu Chong exchanged glances, too exasperated to even watch. Who the hell asks to get beaten like that? Well, might as well oblige him. Bam! 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 Without hesitation, the two enslaved martial emperors lunged forward, smashing their fists into Chun Feng's face. You bastard! We've had enough of your crap. You asked for it. Here you go. After knocking him to the ground with 2 punches, they proceeded to kick him relentlessly. His nose shattered, teeth flew out, and the already gaping wounds on his body tore wider, blood gushing out like a flood. You sons of bitches! How dare you hit me? OW! Bang! 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 The more Chin Feng cursed, the harder they hit him. By the time he was barely breathing, his bodyguards rushed forward to intervene. Sirs, please. Piss off. The 2 martial emperors swung their blades, instantly reducing the bodyguard captain to mincemeat. Their master only said not to kill Chin Feng. Everyone else was fair game. The poor bodyguard captain died in confusion, wondering how a simple attempt at mediation had cost him his life. As chaos erupted in the hall, 2 kilometers away from the Guangxing Grand Hotel, a massive force of armed soldiers in camouflage advanced under the cover of armored vehicles. 15 special ops teams had already surrounded the hotel. Hundreds of artillery barrels locked onto the building's entrance, awaiting Wu Shihao's order to fire. Wu Shihao stood atop a military vehicle, his cold gaze fixed ahead. Beside him, his adjutant glanced at the surrounding office buildings and asked, War King, should we evacuate the people in those buildings? If a fight breaks out, these skyscrapers might be reduced to rubble. The Grand Hotel of Guangxing was located in the city center, surrounded by a bustling CBD district. The nearby buildings housed high-tech firms and financial companies. Tens of thousands of people worked there. Worse yet, there was a women and children's hospital nearby where countless babies were born each year. Leveling the area would be downright inhumane. Wu Shihao snorted. Are you brain dead? What have I taught you? Those worthless scum aren't worth evacuating. A few dead lives mean nothing. Pass my order, tighten the encirclement, and prepare to bombard at any moment. A ruthless glint flashed in Wu Shihao's eyes as he sneered inwardly. So what if he fans strong? I'll rain hundreds of bombs on him, backed by 3,000 elite soldiers. Even if he tries to flee, he won't get far. Damn it. For this operation, Wu Shihao had gone all out. Without approval from the Vermilion Bird Commander, he had mobilized 3,000 troops. If he failed to kill Yi Fan, the consequences would be dire. But if he succeeded, the Prince of Jin's faction would intervene, and even the Vermilion Bird's leadership would be reshuffled. Wu Shihao would have nothing to fear then. It's all or nothing. Inside the Grand Hotel's lobby, Chin Feng was being brutally beaten by 2 enslaved martial emperors. Already on the verge of death, he now hung by a thread. The cruelest part? The 2 martial emperors kept infusing him with life force whenever he neared death, forcing him to endure the torture. Chin Feng couldn't even die, he was trapped in endless agony. Thud! Thud! The martial emperors kicked him relentlessly. Chin Feng had long gone numb. What the hell did I do to deserve this? What kind of black magic does Yi Fan wield? These 2 martial emperors were supposed to be mine. And where the hell is War King Wu Shihao? With the military here, even Yi Fan wouldn't dare act recklessly. Just as despair consumed him, a loudspeaker blared outside. Attention inside. You are surrounded. Yi Fan, surrender immediately, you have 30 seconds. Failure to comply will result in immediate bombardment. The roar of engines and the clanking of tank treads followed. Chin Feng's eyes lit up. Ha! War King Wu is here. Yi Fan, stop this. The Vermilion Bird's military is here, you're finished now. Yi Fan might have dared attack Pan Shi's men, but the Vermilion Bird's forces represented imperial authority. Defying them would be treason. Even if Yi Fan knew Wu Shihao had killed his 3rd brother, he wouldn't risk open rebellion. The 2 martial emperors paused, glancing at Yi Fan for instructions. Frowning, Yi Fan extended his senses and his expression darkened. Wu Shihao has surrounded the hotel with an army and artillery. What is he planning? Bring him. Let's go out, Yi Fan ordered coldly, striding toward the exit. Guoli, Wang Fugue, and Qi Jiao followed. Notably absent was Song Yang. Did he foresee this? Yi Fan wondered. The man had arranged for Ice Demon to rescue him earlier, he wouldn't just abandon him now. But there was no time to dwell on it. Wu Shihao had mobilized 3,000 troops without authorization, threatening to flatten the hotel. Direct confrontation would be tricky. Is the Prince of Jin's faction declaring outright war? As a Vermilion Bird War King, Wu Shihao answered only to Commander Hou Tianji, whom Yi Fan couldn't reach. Stepping outside, Yi Fan's breath caught. Before him, the square had been cleared. Rows of military vehicles fanned out, their cannons trained on the hotel entrance and now on him. Atop one vehicle, Wu Shihao smirked down at him. Yi Fan, you never should have come to Guangqing. Today, this becomes your grave. 2 choices, kill yourself and I spare the rest. Refuse and they all die with you. No negotiation. Pure dominance. Don't think I won't fire. Wu Shihao raised a hand. Boom. A tank shell struck the hotel's side, blasting a gaping hole. Dozens inside were obliterated. Qin Feng paled. War King Wu. It's me, Qin Feng. Get me out of here. Wu Shihao barely glanced at him. After your death, the prince will honor you richly. Your sacrifice won't be in vain. Qin Feng froze. What? I'm not dead yet, oh. Bang. 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 Sniper rounds tore through Qin Feng's chest, leaving gaping wounds. Staggering, he clutched his bleeding torso. War King, why? Wu Shihao ignored him, turning to Yi Fan with a vicious grin. Qin Feng, a Vermilion Bird operative, was murdered by rebel Yi Fan during an arrest attempt. Yi Fan resisted, forcing us to open fire. Understood. Yes, SIR, roared the soldiers. Ruthless. Wu Shihao had turned Qin Feng's death into justification. Fire. Yi Fan barely had time to activate his absolute domain barrier before the bombardment began. Stop! Just as Wu Shihao was about to swing his arm down, Guali suddenly roared, interrupting Wu Shihao's command. Have you all forgotten? My elder brother is the deputy commander of the Black Tortoise region, the future successor of the Imperial Martial Division, and the future heir of the Heavenly Dragon Army. He is an imperial official. Even if my brother hesitates to act against you, do you dare to kill him outright? Guali's sharp rebuke instantly stirred unrest among the 3,000 soldiers present. Though most of them were Wu Shihao's loyalists, some following him for promotions and wealth, while others were unaware of the mission's true purpose. Hearing that Yi Fan held a higher rank than Wu Shihao as the deputy commander of the Black Tortoise region gave them pause. In the Great Xia Empire, killing such a high-ranking official was punishable by execution and familial extermination. Some began to waver. Qi Yuan and Qi Debong couldn't help but glance at Guali. This seemingly unremarkable follower of Yi Fan had struck a critical nerve at the right moment, shaking the enemy's morale with a single sentence. Impressive. If Wu Shihao was using his imperial authority to pressure Yi Fan, then they would return the favor in kind. Yi Fan's status was far more formidable than Wu Shihao's, especially his identity as the future successor of the Imperial Martial Division, a title that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. The Imperial Martial Division stood above all other institutions in Great Xia, wielding absolute power over life and death. Even the royal family feared it. Chen Yao, the king of the night, had once ruled an era, his name alone enough to terrify anyone. Clatter. Some of the 3,000 soldiers couldn't hold back any longer, dropping their weapons in fear. Wu Shihao glared coldly at Guali. Before Yi Fan's identity was revealed, he could have acted first and reported later. But now that it was out in the open, there was no turning back. If they proceeded, everyone present, including the 3,000 soldiers who had besieged the hotel, would have to be silenced. From the moment Wu Shihao had mobilized these troops without authorization, he had already burned his bridges. So what if he's an imperial official? I've killed them before. Just a month ago, in Guang City, I personally executed Yi Lingyu, a 3-star general of the Vermilion Bird region. What difference does one more make? Killing you now will just reunite you with him. With the pretense shattered, Wu Shihao no longer held back. Hearing the unrest among his ranks, he barked, "Listen well. If we kill Yi Fan today, Prince Jin of Shangjing will support me as the supreme commander of the Vermilion Bird region. Every one of you will be promoted 3 ranks. I swear it. But remember, you've already taken part in this operation. Even if you back out now, you won't escape punishment. Think carefully." Wu Shihao was adept at manipulation, mixing temptation with threats. His words quickly silenced the wavering soldiers. Attack. Leave no survivors. No more delays. A sense of foreboding gnawed at Wu Shihao. 3,000 elite soldiers, yet they still couldn't kill Yi Fan? The longer this dragged on, the greater the risk of unforeseen complications. Guoli frowned as he surveyed the scene. A row of martial experts in front of Wu Shihao, backed by armored vehicles with cannons trained on them. Yi Fan's status was indeed formidable, but Wu Shihao was dead set on killing him. Consequences be damned. Brother, maybe you should break through on your own? Guoli said gravely. At the peak of the martial emperor realm, 9th tier, Yi Fan could escape if he abandoned the others. His teleportation and shadow clone techniques made it possible. Escape? Not without a fight. Yi Fan snorted. With a thought, 3,000 crimson threads shot out in all directions, piercing into the armored vehicles. Before the gunners could fire, the threads seized control of their movements. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't press the triggers. The scene turned surreal. Despite Wu Shihao's order to fire, 10 seconds passed without a single shot. What's going on? Are you deaf? Wu Shihao roared at his subordinates. Commander, it's not us. Our hands, they're being controlled. A panicked report came from the vehicle beneath him. 2 martial emperors beside Wu Shihao noticed the crimson threads in the air. Commander, those are ancient crimson thread spirits. Quick, use talismans. Their faces paled as they hurled yellow talismans infused with ancient power at the threads. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's forehead beaded with sweat. Controlling hundreds of vehicles strained his mental energy to the limit, and the golden light within him dimmed rapidly. A glance at Guoli and Old Wang was all it took. They understood immediately. Minister Yu charge. Wang Fugue, Guoli, and Yu Chong drew their blades and lunged forward. Boom! Boom! Their martial energy reduced several armored vehicles to scrap. Qi Jiao, seeing their advance, joined in, smashing 2 more vehicles with her fists. Damn it! Wu Shihao, standing atop his vehicle, nearly exploded in rage. This was supposed to be a swift, long-range assault, yet now it had devolved into a chaotic melee. The longer it dragged on, the worse it got. Do something, he bellowed. The crimson talismans finally made contact with the threads. Yi Fan felt the threads recoil in terror, retreating instantly. In a flash, he lost control of 10 vehicles. Fall back now, Yi Fan shouted, urging Qi Yuan, Qi Debong, and the remaining Qi family guards to scatter. The freed gunners immediately pressed their triggers, but just as the shells were about to fire, a shadow streaked past, blades flashing. Slash, slash, slash. In less than a second, the barrels of all 10 vehicles were severed. The shells, now unable to launch, dropped right in front of the cannons. Shit! Bail out! The crews scrambled to escape, but it was too late. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions engulfed the vehicles in flames, rendering them useless. Wu Shihao gaped in disbelief. You idiots! I told you to bomb Yi Fan, not yourselves. From the smoke emerged a figure in black, carrying a wheelchair. Seated on it was a stern-faced middle-aged man, Chun Yao, the current chief of the Imperial Martial Division. After setting the wheelchair down beside Yi Fan, Chun Yao raised a hand, his gaze sweeping the battlefield like a blade. I am Chun Yao. Cease this madness at once. Or, feel free to test me. His voice was calm, yet the sheer pressure it carried seemed to freeze the air itself. Many of Wu Shihao's soldiers instinctively retreated. The king of the night had arrived. Wu Shihao's face darkened. With Chun Yao here, killing Yi Fan would be far harder than he'd thought. Dinshin, what brings you here? Wu Shihao knew Chun Yao had come to protect Yi Fan, but he still mustered the courage to speak up. I'm here with the Vermilion Bird Army on official business. Isn't it inappropriate for you to interfere like this, Dinshin? As he spoke, Wu Shihao discreetly issued several commands to the artillerymen at his feet. Fire! Fire, damn it! What the hell are you waiting for? But inside the tank, the artilleryman was frozen in terror, his hands trembling uncontrollably. War King, it's not that I won't fire. It's my hands, they won't obey me. Firing at Yi Fan was one thing, they could still force themselves to do it. After all, they hadn't witnessed much of Yi Fan's true power and dismissed him as just some reckless young man. But aiming their cannons at Qinyao, the legendary ruler of an era, the man who had once crossed 1,000 miles to slay the Emperor of Europa amidst an army of 10,000? None of the artillerymen dared. It was an unshakable aura of dominance. Even if Qinyao stood there, offering his neck, they wouldn't have the courage to strike. War King Wu, what a coincidence. I'm also here on official business with the Imperial Peacekeepers. Qinyao still hoped to defuse the situation peacefully. Stand your men down. Though certain high-ranking figures in the Vermilion Bird domain were implicated in the massacre of the Yi family, Qinyao believed it was best for Yi Fan to handle the matter privately. But Wu Shihao had already crossed the point of no return. Even if it meant defying the Imperial Peacekeepers, he had no choice but to resist. Dean Qin, this isn't official business, this is you slaughtering Imperial officials. Do you truly hold no regard for the Empire? Are you siding with the rebel Yi Fan? Knowing he stood no chance against Qinyao in any other way, Wu Shihao resorted to leveraging his status as a threat. This case is mine to handle today. Men, with me, arrest the suspect. Wu Shihao didn't dare order his men to fire at Qinyao, but he had numbers on his side. 3,000 elite soldiers moving in unison were a formidable force. Forward! At his command, the 3,000 soldiers advanced, ready to clash head-on with Yi Fan. Whoosh! Whoosh! From the hotel's rooftop and the surrounding buildings, countless peacekeepers descended on zip lines, swiftly gathering around Qinyao and Yi Fan. In moments, their numbers swelled to over 1,000, standing firm against Wu Shihao's forces. War King Wu, you're mistaken. Qinyao smirked coldly. The Imperial Peacekeepers oversee all officials and protect the Great Xia. Killing Imperial officials is not our duty, protecting them is. So today, I'm not here to execute an Imperial official. I'm here because War King Wu is in danger and the Peacekeepers are stepping in to safeguard him. Consider it a public service. Ha! Dean Qin, you've got quite the sense of humor. Wu Shihao sneered. I, Wu Shihao, am a martial emperor myself, backed by 3,000 elite soldiers. What danger could I possibly be in? Why would I need your protection? He knew Qinyao was just fabricating a pretext for action, just as he had done. Glancing around, Wu Shihao saw no signs of aggression from Yi Fan or Qinyao forces. What danger? Woof! 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 Just then, from behind the crowd, a fierce bark echoed, followed by a familiar voice shouting in pursuit. Ah! Wang Kai, stop! Don't bite War King Wu. He's one of the 4 war kings of the Vermilion Bird domain. You mustn't, quick, protect the War King. Everyone turned to see Song Yang, head of the Song family, chasing after a large yellow wolfhound, yelling at the top of his lungs. Yi Fan's pupils constricted at the sight of Song Yang. Where was he during the battle against the 2 martial emperors? And why does he show up now of all times just when Wu Shihao needs protection from a dog? The excuse was absurd, but Qinyao merely smirked and turned to the masked youth beside him. Shadow, go protect War King Wu. Under my watch, he must not come to harm. Understood. In a flash, Shadow lunged toward Wu Shihao. What the? Wu Shihao's face twisted in frustration as he saw the tail-wagging wolfhound charging at him. Could they make this any more ridiculous? A martial emperor needing protection from a dog? What kind of sick joke is this? I don't need protection, damn it. Wu Shihao tried to retreat the moment Shadow moved, but the assassin was faster. Before he could react, Shadow's blade was already pressed against his lower back. War King Wu, from this moment on, your safety is my responsibility. Protection? This was outright kidnapping, in broad daylight. Have they no shame? Despite his martial emperor strength, Wu Shihao was completely immobilized under Shadow's suppression. Like a helpless chick, he was dragged back to Yi Fan's side, where 2 peacekeepers immediately restrained him. There. War King Wu is now safe. You may all return to your barracks. Qinyao announced calmly. Let it be clear, the Imperial Peacekeepers are not attacking Imperial officials. We are protecting them. The 3,000 soldiers were speechless. Protecting a martial emperor from a dog? This was beyond absurd. But with Wu Shihao now in Qinyao's custody, they dared not act recklessly, no matter how furious they were. Do not retreat. Anyone who withdraws, I'll kill them myself. Knowing his fate was sealed, Wu Shihao refused to back down. With 3,000 loyal soldiers at his command, he still had a chance to turn the tide or at least drag everyone down with him. All units, heed my order. We are here under the Vermilion Bird Domain's Commander Ho Tianji's directive to arrest the suspect. No matter what happens, do not falter. Open fire at me if necessary. Spare no cost. Now, if he was going to die, he'd take Yi Fan with him. And if they both perished, the Prince of Jin would surely reward his men and family for his sacrifice. Wu Shihao's soldiers, brainwashed by his rhetoric, prepared to act. But before they could, a gray-robed elder stormed through the crowd. Outrageous! When did I ever issue orders to arrest you, Fan? His voice boomed with authority. Wu Shiha acted without authorization, mobilizing troops in an act of rebellion. All of you, drop your weapons and return to camp at once. Those who leave within 10 seconds will be spared. Those who remain will be executed without mercy. The speaker was none other than Hou Tianji, Supreme Commander of the Vermilion Bird Domain. It's over. Completely over. The highest commander of the Vermilion Bird Domain, Hou Tianji, had actually arrived. Wu Shiha knew his chances were now utterly ruined. Though the Prince of Jin had planted, bribed, and cultivated numerous powerful figures and key members within the Vermilion Bird Domain, Hou Tianji, its supreme leader, remained the sole exception. Despite exhausting every method, the Prince of Jin had failed to sway or recruit him. To make matters worse, Hou Tianji's prestige in the Vermilion Bird Domain was unmatched. Wu Shiha had groomed many loyal subordinates willing to follow him, but if they were to defy Hou Tianji's orders, they wouldn't hesitate to turn on Wu Shiha and cut him down themselves. The Vermilion Bird Domain had been carved out from nothing by Hou Tianji and his 18 braves, blade by blade, gun by gun. Its million-strong army had been built painstakingly under his leadership. Thus, Hou Tianji's status in the Vermilion Bird Domain was as unshakable as Yi Chongfeng's in the Heavenly Dragon Domain or Chen Yao's in the Imperial Martial Bureau. Whoosh! At Hou Tianji's command, the 3,000 soldiers Wu Shiha had brought with him retreated like a receding tide, vanishing in an instant. Some of the armored vehicle operators, fearing their vehicles were too slow, even hoisted them onto their shoulders and scrambled away, desperate to escape Hou Tianji's sight. At that moment, they wished their parents had given them 2 extra legs. Earlier, when Guoli had exposed Yi Fan's identity, the soldiers had already hesitated. Attacking a high-ranking official of Great Xia was no small matter. Then, when Chen Yao appeared, their unease grew. The Imperial Martial Bureau's King of the Dark Night was a figure none dared to provoke. And now, with Hou Tianji's arrival, they fled without hesitation. They understood clearly, Wu Shihao's operation had been solely for the Prince of Jin's scheme, and it had failed spectacularly. Now, it was every man for himself. Elder Hou, your words carry far more weight than mine. Chen Yao turned his wheelchair toward Hou Tianji with a smile. I told them twice to withdraw, yet they refused. But with just one command from you, they all retreated. Hou Tianji gave a bitter chuckle and bowed respectfully. Director Chen, you flatter me. Had you not alerted me in time, today's chaos would have spiraled out of control. I wouldn't have known how to face Elder Yi afterward. Turning to Yi Fan, Hou Tianji bowed again. Young Master Yi, my apologies for the fright you endured. This old man offers his sincerest regrets. Glaring at Wu Shiha, Hou Tianji shuddered at the thought of what could have happened. Had Wu Shiha succeeded, had the artillery barrage reduced Yi Fan to dust, what would have become of the Yi family? After the near extinction of the Yi lineage, Yi Fan was its last surviving heir. Decades ago, Hou Tianji had been a student of Yi Chongfeng before venturing into the Vermilion Bird Domain. If tragedy had struck today, Hou Tianji could never have faced his mentor again. Elder Hou, please rise. This wasn't your fault, it was Wu Shihao's reckless doing. Yi Fan's icy gaze locked onto Wu Shiha. From the 5 Venoms Child's video, Yi Fan had recognized Wu Shihao's face. And now, Wu Shiha had confessed outright. Another of Third Brother's killers would soon fall. Wu Shiha met Yi Fan's piercing stare and knew his fate was sealed. Unauthorized mobilization of troops was already a capital offense. Attacking Yi Fan and drawing the Imperial Martial Bureau's intervention? Hou Tianji, Yi Fan, and Chen Yao would never let him live. Even the Prince of Jin and Chief Pan Shi would likely silence him to cover their tracks. But even in death, Wu Shiha refused to die by Yi Fan's hand. Elder Hou, I've served under you for years. Please, don't hand me over to the Imperial Martial Bureau. Take me back to the Vermilion Bird Camp. I'll take my own life if I must. Wu Shiha pleaded like a deflated balloon. He knew that falling into Yi Fan's grasp would mean a fate worse than death. A quick end was preferable. As a Vermilion Bird Domain officer, protocol dictated that Hou Tianji should handle his punishment. Yi Fan glanced at Hou Tianji, curious about his stance. Like his grandfather Yi Chongfeng, Hou Tianji was one of Great Xia's most revered elder generals. Yi Fan held deep respect for such figures and wished to avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. Chen Yao, tilting his head, also watched Hou Tianji with a faint smile. Hou Tianji's face twitched before he replied with a chuckle, at my age, my eyes and ears aren't what they used to be. I see nothing. I hear nothing. Young Master Yi, whoever you take or whatever you do today, I know nothing of it. Wu Shihao's heart sank. Ho Tianji's message was clear. He would feign ignorance, leaving Yi Fan free to deal with Wu Shihao as he pleased. Any rational person would make the same choice. Wu Shihao was a confirmed killer of Yi Fan's brother. The Yi family, now backed by the imperial court and restored as the Grand Preceptor's house, was rising anew. Who would side with a failed conspirator against them? Moreover, Ho Tianji, despite his enduring prestige, was aging. Managing the Vermilion Bird domain grew increasingly difficult, especially with Wu Shihao and other warlords aligning with rival factions. Letting Yi Fan eliminate Wu Shihao would only benefit Ho Tianji. Why object? My thanks, Elder Ho. Yi Fan bowed before nodding to Yu Chine. Take him away. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion had its own facilities in Guang City. Wu Shihao, as his brother's killer, would face justice, but executing him in an Imperial Martial Bureau base would raise unnecessary complications. Young Master Yi, no need for formalities. Though, I do have a small favor to ask. Ho Tianji rubbed his temples. The Global Martial Assembly begins soon at the Vermilion Bird Domain's headquarters. Elite warriors from across the world will compete for national glory. While framed as a friendly exchange, foreign powers will undoubtedly target Great Xia's rising talents. Our younger generation lacks enough standout fighters. Your wife, Yu Linglong, is one of the few exceptions. The rest fall short. I'd like you to represent Great Xia in the tournament. Yu Linglong would be there? Go, young Master Yi, Qin Yao urged quietly, then added via mental transmission, use the assembly to investigate further. Another high-ranking figure in the Vermilion Bird domain was involved in your family's massacre. Unmask them. Another conspirator in the Vermilion Bird domain? Then this tournament was unavoidable. And with Yu Linglong participating. While rankings meant little to Yi Fan, clearing the field for her to claim victory would be a worthy gesture. I accept, Yi Fan agreed. Once tonight's affairs concluded, he'd contact Yu Linglong. After their last encounter in Pinglai Gorge, her strength had improved, but not enough. This time, he'd ensure she was fully prepared for the assembly. My gratitude, young Master Yi. Ho Tianji bowed again. As for the Qin family, need my assistance? He glanced at Qin Feng's corpse and the two enslaved martial emperors. The Vermilion Bird domain can handle any fallout. Yi Fan smirked. No need. Let their escorts withdraw. He issued a mental command to the 5th and 6th martial emperor slaves. Report the truth. Everyone had witnessed Qin Feng's death by Wu Shihao's sniper. Patriarch Qi, Patriarch Song. Tonight, Pan Shi will surely summon you to surrender the keys and seize the Tiankue base. My advice? Submit. Hand over the keys willingly. As he spoke, Yi Fan returned the compass key Qi Yuan had given him earlier. Huh? Young Master Yi, what? Qi Yuan, Song Yang, and the others were baffled. After all their struggles, was Yi Fan giving up? Surrendering? Handing over the keys without a fight? Young Master Yi, the Tiankue base was originally passed down to you by the young lady. Now you already have 2 of the keys, how could you suddenly concede and plan to hand it over to Prince Jin? Qi Yuan was frantic. Behind the Tiankue base lies the vast network of ancient martial arts families. If Prince Jin gains control of these connections, your future will be extremely difficult. Song Yang also wore a worried expression. Young Master Yi, perhaps you should reconsider? Yi Fan let out a long sigh. You've seen what happened today. The Tiankue base involves too many people. The 4 noble families mean well, but if this base brings disaster upon them, I'd never forgive myself. As for the Tiankue base, I won't just let it go. Rest assured, it won't fall into Prince Jin's hands. I'll find another way to reclaim it. For now, follow my orders, don't ask questions, don't interfere. Activating the Tiankue base required all 4 keys from the noble families. Currently, Yi Fan only had access to the keys held by Song Yang and Qi Yuan. The Qin family's key was undoubtedly already in Pan Shi's possession, while the slippery Liang Antong's key remained uncertain. In other words, no matter how hard Yi Fan tried, he could only gather 3 keys at most. So, Yi Fan decided to let Pan Shi collect all 4 keys first, then he would swoop in and take the prize. Pan Shi's arrogance stemmed from the 10 martial emperor experts he had brought. But now, thanks to the red silk overlord physique, Yi Fan had already enslaved 6 of them. If he could subdue the remaining 4 before tonight, Pan Shi would be left with nothing. Every trump card Pan Shi thought he had would actually belong to Yi Fan. Everything Pan Shi was doing would only serve as a stepping stone for Yi Fan. Remember, even if you agree to hand over the keys to Pan Shi, demand exorbitant benefits, cash, elixirs, medicinal herbs, anything. The more, the better, and they must be delivered immediately. Understood. Since he was setting a trap for Pan Shi, he might as well make it as deep as possible. Ah! Yi Fan's series of bewildering moves made the simple-minded Qi Yuan's brain nearly overheat. What exactly is young master Yi planning? Meanwhile, Qin Yu smiled approvingly, his eyes filled with admiration. The young master has grown again. This time, Prince Jean is going to suffer heavy losses in the southern Vermilion Bird region. My trip here wasn't in vain. Ho Tianji tilted his head, pondering Yi Fan's words. After a moment, he seemed to grasp the plan and silently gave Yi Fan a thumbs up. The prodigy of the Yi family truly lives up to his reputation. Inviting Yi Fan to participate in the Vermilion Bird region's military exercises had been the wisest decision. Like a disruptive catfish entering a pond, Yi Fan's presence would inevitably stir up the region's stagnant waters. Perhaps with his help, the internal corruption could be purged, allowing the Vermilion Bird region's leadership to finally become transparent. That would give the emperor much-needed support. Just as Qi Yuan was about to ask more questions, Song Yang, who had already guessed Yi Fan's intentions, grabbed his shoulder and said, "Brother Qi, let's just follow the young master's orders. His brilliance is beyond our comprehension. Trust him, we won't lose out." The moment Song Yang finished speaking, Yi Fan's sharp gaze locked onto him. After scrutinizing both Qinyo and Song Yang, he finally spoke. "Master Song, care to explain?" During dinner, Song Yang had conveniently disappeared. Then, when Yi Fan was in danger, Qinyao and the Martial Suppression Bureau had arrived just in time. At the critical moment, Song Yang had even unleashed a wolfhound to attack Wu Shihao, giving Qinyao the perfect excuse to act. If this was all a coincidence, Yi Fan would wash his hair upside down. "This... Young master, please forgive me." Song Yang glanced at Qinyao as he spoke. Qinyao nodded. "Confess. Don't let this create a rift between you and the young master." At this point, Yi Fan understood Song Yang was undoubtedly a member of the Martial Suppression Bureau. This family head is quite the actor. Subordinate Song Yang, deputy captain of the 7th Squad of the Martial Suppression Bureau, greets the young master. Song Yang bowed respectfully, addressing Yi Fan with 2 titles. The implication was clear. Song Yang was both the head of one of the 4 noble families and a core member of the Martial Suppression Bureau, likely planted there by Qinyao as a trusted agent. Yi Fan didn't know whether to be angry or amused. He didn't exactly hate Song Yang, but he really wanted to punch him. From the moment Pan Shi had plotted against him at the banquet, Song Yang had been following Qinyao orders, secretly protecting Yi Fan while pretending to be weak and in need of his protection. Seeing Yi Fan raise his fist, Song Yang swiftly dodged behind Qinyao's wheelchair. Qinyao smiled. "Enough, young master. Blame me, this was all my arrangement. I was worried you might face difficulties taking over the Tiankue base, so I had Song Yang assist you in secret. He joined the Martial Suppression Bureau 20 years ago, a hidden asset here. From now on, he's under your command. He'll be a valuable ally, so use him with confidence." Qinyao held the number 3 jade pendant left by Yi Fan's mother, making him completely trustworthy. If Qinyao held Song Yang in such high regard, the man must have exceptional skills. The Yi Fan already had allies like Guili, Wang Fugue, Yamada Keiko, and Lu Wuyang. Building the vast Fan alliance required more hands. "Young master, please give me a chance to redeem myself. From now on, I'll serve you with unwavering loyalty, even at the cost of my life." Song Yang seized the opportunity to plead, bowing again and even sticking his head out as if inviting a knock. What a character. Yi Fan chuckled and rapped Song Yang's head with his knuckles. "We'll see how you perform." With the Zhenfeng incident resolved and Wu Shihao captured by the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, matters here were settled for now. Yi Fan glanced at the gathered crowd and said calmly, "Disperse. I have business to attend to." Wu Shihao was one of the murderers of his 3rd brother. Moreover, Qinyao had mentioned a big fish hidden within the Vermilion Bird region. Interrogating Wu Shihao might reveal more about the region's underbelly. After parting ways with the others, Yi Fan, accompanied by Guili, Wang Fugue, Song Yang, and the rest, headed straight for the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion's base. "Every last one of those who killed my brothers will pay in blood." Guang City, an opulent private clubroom. Pan Shi was deep in conversation with several blonde, blue-eyed foreigners when his assistant hurried in. "Director, urgent news, our operatives have run into trouble." The assistant glanced warily at the foreigners. Frowning, Pan Shi excused himself and stepped outside. "What happened?" Director, the martial emperor experts we sent to monitor Qi Yuan and Song Yang were all beaten back by Yi Fan. Worse, the Chen family's 2 martial emperors also fled after clashing with him. Chen Feng was shot dead by Wu Shihao on the spot, and Wu Shihao himself was captured alive by Yi Fan and Chen Yao's men. Damn it! Chen Yao is in Guang City already? That idiot Wu Shihao had 3,000 men, how is he still captured? This is bad. Send envoys to the 4 noble families immediately, call an emergency meeting. Offer them whatever they want, especially the Song and Qi families. Promise them anything as long as they cooperate with Prince Jin. Good. But Chief Steward, after the supplies from the Gu cult were seized by Yi Fan last time, our resources have been stretched thin. What if the Song and Qi families demand exorbitant terms? We won't have enough to meet their demands, what should we do? Pan Shi frowned. Then we'll use the supplies from the secret base in the southwest. The Tiankue base must be secured at all costs. I'll report to His Highness. You mobilize the resources from the base immediately, but be careful not to expose its location. In his plot to seize imperial power, Prince Jin had not only infiltrated the upper echelons of the Vermilion Bird domain but had also secretly hollowed out several mountains near Guangqing, constructing a massive base capable of housing at least 100,000 people. Stockpiled within were tens of thousands of troops and supplies reserved for emergencies. You useless fools. You couldn't even keep watch over a few ordinary family heads. What good are you? Pan Shi glared at the martial emperor experts behind his assistant, the ones Yi Fan had driven back, his anger boiling over. Hadn't the Blazing Sun envoy claimed these martial emperors were formidable? That they feared neither death nor pain, fighting until only one arm remained? Yet at the slightest move from Yi Fan, they had all fled back. Were they really such cowards? Forget it. Take them to the Tiankue base to make preparations. Damn it, that bastard Yi Fan won't let this go, we must take control of the base before he does. Pan Shi barked at the 6 martial emperor slaves before him, the very ones Yi Fan had subdued with his crimson silk overlord body. Hadn't the Blazing Sun envoy assured him that the soul locking wood, once embedded in the body, would ensure Yi Fan's death? Those ancient dark curses were supposed to corrode and devour a person's life force. Yet, after all this time, Yi Fan was still alive and kicking. And who was that damned person who had rescued him? Pan Shi had sent numerous agents to investigate, but in Guangqing it felt as though an invisible force was obstructing him at every turn. He had tried contacting the Blazing Sun envoy for answers, but for some reason the envoy was completely unreachable. Lost in his frustration, Pan Shi failed to notice the faint golden glimmer in the eyes of slave number 3. Meanwhile, on the other side of Guangqing, Yi Fan's crimson silk overlord body stirred, allowing him to see and hear everything through slave number 3's senses. A secret base in the southwest? The revelation sent a jolt of shock through Yi Fan. What exactly is Prince Jin planning? It seemed the prince wasn't just targeting the Yi family, he was aiming for the imperial throne itself. Humph. This was too big for Yi Fan to handle alone. After a brief hesitation, he dialed Chen Yao's number. Director Chen, I have critical intel to report. Prince Jin has established a secret base in the southwest. He's planning something major. Shouldn't the Martial Suppression Bureau take action? On the other end, Chen Yao chuckled approvingly. Young Master Yi, your intelligence-gathering skills have improved remarkably. One of my missions in Guangqing is precisely about this. But Prince Jin is extremely cautious. We only know the base exists, not its location. Even if we pinpoint it, the Martial Suppression Bureau alone wouldn't be enough. We'd need the Vermilion Bird domain's forces. But as I mentioned before, there's still a major player lurking in the domain. Before moving against Prince Jin's base, we must neutralize that threat first. Also, regarding the base, there's someone else you should inform, someone crucial. Chen Yao's tone carried a hint of amusement. Who? Yi Fan was puzzled. Investigating Prince Jin's base was the Bureau's responsibility, who else needed to know? Imperial Consort Ji Ningxuan, Chen Yu said with a light laugh. For one, she shares a close relationship with you and would certainly offer support. Gaining her backing means gaining the power of the Chancellor's faction. Secondly, as the Imperial Consort, she'd report this to Emperor Ji Yuchen, ensuring the Imperial Court mobilizes its forces. With that, you'd achieve maximum impact with minimal effort. Chen Yao's words brought clarity and a twinge of irritation. What does he mean by close relationship? Ji Ningxuan was the Emperor's betrothed. Though Yi Fan had saved her that night, even sucking the poison from her chest, and she had kissed him afterward, he knew boundaries had to be maintained. She was the future Empress after all. If anything improper happened between them, the Imperial Court would hunt him down without mercy. Cuckolding the Emperor? That's a death wish. What Yi Fan didn't know was that despite his restraint, Ji Ningxuan had secretly taken private photos of him, thinking of him daily. Their emotions were quietly evolving. And neither he nor Qinyao knew the greatest secret of all. Emperor Ji Yuchen was actually a woman. Fearing exposure after marriage, the emperor had even devised a plan to borrow seed and was deliberately creating opportunities for Ji Ningxuan and Yi Fan to interact, ensuring she wouldn't resist the plan later. Understood, Yi Fan replied. Director Qin, if you want the exact location, have someone tail Pan Shi's assistant. I believe we'll have answers by today. From slave number 3's surveillance, Yi Fan knew the assistant would personally retrieve supplies from the base. Tracking him would reveal its whereabouts. After hanging up, Yi Fan immediately called Ji Ningxuan, briefing her on the situation. As Qinyao had predicted, the news shocked her into action. She rushed to the emperor's study and relayed the report with grave urgency. What? Prince Jin built a 100,000-strong base near Guangqing? What is my uncle planning? Emperor Ji Yuchen shot up from her seat, her voice trembling. A base of that scale, if filled with martial warriors, could shake the entire Great Xia Empire. If those forces suddenly appeared in the capital, the imperial family would be annihilated. And if Prince Jin had one such base in the southwest, who knew how many others existed? The emperor paced the room, deep in thought, before finally declaring, Ningxuan, given your closeness to Yi Fan, I need you to go to Guangqing. You'll act with my full authority, empowering him to command the Vermilion Bird Domain's million-strong army. We must crush them before they react completely. Ha! Ji Ningxuan's heart skipped a beat. Your Majesty, Yi Fan and I. Being sent to Yi Fan again made her pulse race, a mix of nervousness and anticipation. She was torn. Last time, she had vowed that their night of passion was the final lapse. Yet here the emperor was, pushing her toward him again. Doesn't she fear losing her consort for good? Ji Ningxuan wasn't sure she could resist. I know. There's nothing between you and Yi Fan, you're completely innocent. I trust you completely. Ji Yuchen hastily interrupted Ji Ningxuan, gripping her wrist. Ningxuan, we've been childhood friends. Right now, I don't trust anyone else around me, only you. Go with confidence. Ji Yuchen smirked slyly at Ji Ningxuan while inwardly thinking, I'd actually prefer if there were something between you and Yi Fan. Otherwise, my grand plan won't work later. Under Ji Yuchen's intense gaze, Ji Ningxuan felt a chill run down her spine. Has the emperor noticed something? But that day, I only kissed Yi Fan. Could there still be traces left behind? Or did those private photos I took of him get exposed? I even told him to delete them after viewing. Take this token. Act according to the situation when the time comes. Elder Hoa, the Vermilion Bird Domain is one of ours. Consult him if anything arises. Ji Yuchen patted Ji Ningxuan's shoulder. Leave immediately. There's no time to waste. Guang City, Tianji Pavilion Base. Locked in the underground chamber, Wu Shihao had been tortured beyond recognition. The Tianji Pavilion members knew Wu Shihao was their leader's sworn enemy, so they showed no mercy. His teeth had been pulled out and he had endured every imaginable torment, tiger bench, burning torture, nothing was spared. You just wait. Once I get out, I'll make you pay. Wu Shihao, now toothless, slurred his words, but he still defiantly cursed his captors. The Tianji Pavilion members sneered. They knew full well that young Master Yi never showed mercy to those who harmed his brothers. Wu Shihao had no chance of leaving alive. Just as they prepared to resume the torture, footsteps echoed from the doorway. Yi Fan, Yu Chang, and Guoli strode in. Leader. Minister Yu. The Tianji Pavilion members bowed respectfully. Yi Fan dismissed them with a wave and turned his gaze to Wu Shihao. Thud. Before the guards could even exit, Wu Shihao dropped to his knees, kowtowing frantically. Young Master Yi, spare me. I was wrong. Please, don't kill me. The Tianji Pavilion members exchanged disgusted glances. Weren't you just bragging a second ago? The moment young Master Yi shows up, you turn into a sniveling coward? But Wu Shihao had seen Yi Fan's ruthlessness firsthand. He couldn't afford to act tough. A gut feeling told him that Pan Shi's plan to seize the Tiankue base in Guang City would fail spectacularly. Worse, Pan Shi had also intended to mobilize the Jinwang base's forces to dominate the Vermilion Bird Domain. Now, it seemed all would collapse. Seeing Qinyao behind Yi Fan and realizing Ho Tianji had abandoned him, Wu Shihao made his choice, survival first. Yi Fan remained silent, his cold stare unrelenting. Desperate, Wu Shihao blurted, Young Master Yi, I have loyalists in the Vermilion Bird Domain, captains, lieutenants, all sworn to Jinwang's cause. I'll name them all. They'll never trouble you again. He rattled off a list of names as Guoli swiftly recorded them. Is that all? Nothing missing? Yi Fan's tone sent a jolt of terror through Wu Shihao's heart. And no, that's everything. Yi Fan nodded. Wang Fugue projected a video onto the wall, a live feed from the Vermilion Bird Domain's headquarters. Rows of soldiers knelt under Ho Tianji's watch, every single name Wu Shihao had just confessed. Elder Ho, I've sent you the list. Verify it. Wu Shihao's jaw dropped. They were already captured. Ho Tianji had clearly acted in advance. His confession was meaningless. Perfect match. Thank you, young Master Yi. Ho Tianji had long sought to purge internal factions. Wu Shihao's downfall was the perfect opportunity. The call ended. Yi Fan turned back. Seems this information won't save you. Wu Shihao trembled. I also know the core members who ambushed your third brother. There's Lao Emo disguised as Shen Nanfei, the Chao family head, the Han family. Yi Fan cut him off, playing a video from Wu Du Tongzi. You mean these people? The footage clearly showed every attacker who had surrounded Yiling Yu. Wu Shihao felt like he'd been played for a fool. How the hell did Yi Fan get this intel? He had known the killers' identities before coming to Guang City. This entire time, he'd been toying with them. I know more. Jinwang has a secret base in the southwest, near. Yi Fan connected another call, this time to Chen Yao. Director, any updates on the tracking? Located 50 kilometers west of Guang City, near the Nine Arch Bridge. The video showed Zhenwu division agents tailing Pan Shi's aide into a factory. Wu Shihao's last hope shattered. Even Jinwang's base top secret intel is exposed? Pan Shi and his men were doomed. Wu Shihao, Yi Fan's voice was ice. The moment you joined the plot to kill my brother, you signed your death warrant. He placed a photo on the table. Apologize to him. Third young Master Yi. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Wu Shihao kowtowed desperately. After a pause, Yi Fan leaned in. Now, my question, what do you know about the Immortal Palace map fragment on my brother's body? His grandfather had warned him the 7 fragments left by their mother were crucial. They had to be recovered. I don't know. None of us have any leads. Wu Shihao stammered. So Yi Fan knows about the map too? But despite scouring every trace of Yiling Yu's life for a month, Jinwang's faction had found nothing. You're useless then. Thunk. Wang Fugue's dagger plunged into Wu Shihao's chest. Ah! Ugh! Wu Shihao, already pushed to the brink of mental collapse from the earlier torture, nearly lost it completely when Wang Fugue suddenly slashed him with a knife. Then let's change the question, who is backing Prince Jin? Yi Fan's piercing gaze locked onto Wu Shihao as he posed the new question. Prince Jin, a royal prince, had gained the support of so many powerful martial artists in such a short time. There had to be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. A celestial being, perhaps? I don't know. Squelch. Before Wu Shihao could even finish his sentence, Guili beside him stabbed him with a knife. Useless. You don't even know that. Yi Fan had initially planned to press Wu Shihao further, but it was now clear that the man was nothing more than a brute, a clueless fool who knew nothing of importance. Losing patience, Yi Fan activated the 7 stars soul-extinguishing hand and combed through Wu Shihao's mind. The search yielded little of value. The only useful piece of information was that, during the upcoming military drill, Prince Jin had conspired with foreign martial artists to secretly eliminate the elite warriors of Great Xia, aiming to cripple the younger generation of martial talent. And his beloved wife, the war goddess of Great Xia, was on that list. The conspirators included martial experts from Europa, the Black Garment Society of the Eastern Islands, and the Miaojiang sect. There was also a vague rumor deep within the Miaojiang Mountains traces of demonic entities had surfaced. Someone was attempting to break their seals prematurely and unleash them upon the world. The world was growing more unstable by the day. Suppressing these demonic forces had been his mother's unfinished mission and one of the core duties of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Once matters in Guang City were settled, he would pay a visit to the Goose sect and personally escort those twin saintesses back. He wondered just how much Yamada Keiko had corrupted them by now. Daya and Xiaya were too pure, like blank sheets of paper. If they weren't taught the harsh realities of the world, they'd suffer greatly in the future. Sigh. Confirming there was no further useful information, Yi Fan summoned the flame of ember in his palm and reduced Wu Shihao to ashes with a single blaze. He exhaled deeply. Another one of third brother's killers had been dealt with. So far, he had eliminated old Mo, the Han and Chao family heads, and now Wu Shihao. Only the big fish in the Vermilion Bird Domain and a few key figures in the Goose sect remained. Almost there. Once all of Prince Jin's allies were severed, the prince would be nothing more than a toothless tiger. Brothers. I'll make him kneel before your graves in repentance. Ding. Just as Yu Fan and Guoli stepped out of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's base, a message from Song Yang arrived. Young Master Yi, Pan Shi has begun his recruitment plan. We're negotiating terms. We'll pledge allegiance, but our conditions are 1,000 third-grade elixirs, 100 supreme martial arts manuals, and 10 billion in cash each for the Song and Qi families. Reasonable, no? Yi Fan's face twitched at the demands. 10 billion per family? They've got some nerve. Not to mention the elixirs and manuals. Were they trying to empty Prince Jin's entire treasury? No doubt this was Song Yang's doing. We're waiting for the goods to arrive. Once they do, we'll enter the Tiankue base. Here's the exact location. Attached was a pin to a villa just outside the Tiankue base. Patriarch Song, Patriarch Qi. Surely you're satisfied with these terms now? Shall we proceed with the handover of the base's key? Pan Shi suppressed his fury as he glared at Song Yang and Qi Yuan, his patience hanging by a thread. The audacity. He had merely asked them to state their conditions and they demanded 20 billion in cash plus mountains of elixirs and manuals. If Pan Shi hadn't sent his assistant to raid the base's reserves, meeting their outrageous demands would have been impossible. Damn it. 2,000 third-grade elixirs and 200 supreme manuals, nearly the entire stockpile of the Southwest base. And the 20 billion? That drained a third of Prince Jin's operational funds. When the prince in the capital learned of Pan Shi's plan, he had outright refused at first. With resources stretched so thin, the prince's other schemes would face financial ruin. Your Highness, once we secure the Tiankue base's key and take full control, do you really think the Song and Qi families will still exist? Everything will be returned, down to the last coin. Pan Shi's scheme was ruthless. On the surface, he would fulfill every demand, cash, elixirs, manuals, all handed over. But the moment the key changed hands, he would slaughter both families and reclaim every scrap. Chief Steward Pan, pledging allegiance to Prince Jin is a tremendous risk for us. Forgive our caution, but we must see tangible proof before surrendering the key. Qi Yuan, the more stoic of the two, remained mostly silent. It was Song Yang who did the talking. Stubborn to the bitter end. Pan Shi was seething. Patriarch Song, do you distrust His Highness or me? Our promises will be honored. Frankly, Chief Steward, we trust neither you nor the prince. So the key can wait. Song Yang's blunt retort nearly made Pan Shi snap. But without the key, he had no choice but to grit his teeth. Transfer the funds. Now. Ding. Ding. 2 notification chimes rang out. Song Yang deliberately held up his phone to Liang Antong, patriarch of the Liang family. Patriarch Liang, be a dear and count the zeros for me. Is that 10 billion? He nudged Qi Yuan, who followed suit, showing his screen to the Chen family's patriarch. Brother Chen, verify this for me too. 10 billion, right? The prince is too generous. Thud. Thud. Liang Antong and old Chen glimpsed the strings of zeros on the screens, each digit a stab to their pride. This was deliberate. These two were flaunting their windfall, rubbing salt in the wound. While the Song and Qi families reaped obscene rewards, the Liang and Chen clans got nothing. Old Chen's face darkened further. Not only had he received no benefits, but his son, killed by Wu Shihao's sniper during the clash with Yi Fan, was gone. His lineage was cut off. The injustice boiled his blood. Enough. Chen Hong slammed the table and stood. This is bullshit. Chief Steward Pan, I'm done playing this game. His rage peaked. He was ready to flip the table and walk out. Chen Hong, who the hell do you think you are? Do you even have the right to say you're out? Humph. Sit the fuck down. Already seething with rage, Pan Shi wasted no time. He grabbed the ashtray from the table and smashed it hard against Chen Hong's head. Bam. A gash split open on Chen Hong's skull, blood streaming down his face. Chief Pan, you. Chen Hong had only stood up to voice his dissatisfaction. He never expected Pan Shi to lose his temper so violently and attack him outright. Damn it. You know exactly how much you've gained from His Highness over the years and all the dirty work you've done for him. You think you can just walk away now? Impossible. Pan Shi glared coldly at Chen Hong. The only way you're leaving this ship is in a coffin. I know your son died, but that was an accident. So what if you lost one son? Once His Highness's plan succeeds, you can have as many sons as you want. Pan Shi was well aware that Wu Shihao had ordered a sniper to kill Chen Hong's only son. But in his eyes, it was trivial as long as it didn't interfere with the prince's grand scheme, nothing else mattered. Though Chen Hong was filled with resentment, he knew there was no turning back after boarding Prince Jin's ship. And now they were at the final step. Once Prince Jean took control of the Tiankue base and reactivated it, all its resources and connections would fall into his hands. Prince Jin's grand ambition might actually succeed. If that happened, the great Xia dynasty would be reshaped and Prince Jean would rise as its supreme ruler. Qin Hong would surely reap even greater rewards then. After all these years of serving Prince Jean, committing countless atrocities, staining his hands with blood, what other choice did he have? Pan Shi didn't even need to say more. Qin Hong had already talked himself into submission. Anyone else have objections? Pan Shi's sharp gaze swept over the room before settling on Song Yang and Qi Yuan. The elixirs and cultivation manuals you demanded will arrive at your designated warehouse in 5 minutes. Then we'll head to the Tiankue base in 5 minutes, Song Yang replied calmly. Back at the Grand Hotel in Guangqing, Song Yang hadn't fully grasped Yi Fan's plan. He had suspicions but no confirmation. Now he understood everything. Yi Fan was deliberately baiting them, letting him and Qi Yuan defect to Pan Shi, thereby luring Qin Hong and Liang Entong into handing over their base keys. This way, Yi Fan avoided the difficulty of collecting all the keys himself. Once all the keys were gathered, Yi Fan would make his move. That was why Song Yang kept sending Yi Fan their location and updates. Pan Shi was so furious he could have devoured Song Yang alive. This bastard won't budge a single second without getting what he wants? As Pan Shi glared, he noticed Song Yang's hand moving under the table. Was he sending another message? A surge of alarm shot through Pan Shi. We've reached a consensus. In 5 minutes, we'll activate the Tiankue base. For security, hand over all your phones, mine included. Activate the signal jammer. In 5 minutes, Master Song, you can confirm with your men via the estate's landline. A sense of foreboding gnawed at Pan Shi. Wu Shihao had nearly obliterated Yi Fan with the Vermilion Bird Corps, but then Qinyao and Ho Tianji arrived at the last moment. Wu Shihao had fallen into Yi Fan's hands. His fate was obvious. Just as Pan Shi was on the verge of despair, Song Yang and Qi Yuan suddenly defected to his side. Though they claimed Yi Fan was on the brink of death and they were securing their family's futures, Pan Shi couldn't shake his unease. Nothing had gone smoothly so far. Every scheme, whether the banquet trap, the surveillance on Song Yang and Qi Yuan, or Wu Shihao's bombing attempt, had failed miserably. Yet now things were moving too smoothly. Song Yang and Qi Yuan had come willingly despite their outrageous demands. Pan Shi couldn't help but suspect a trap. First, he'd cut off all communication. No matter what, securing the Tiankue base was the priority. With 10 martial emperor-level experts guarding him, Pan Shi felt slightly reassured. Even if Yi Fan wasn't dead, even if he somehow tracked them down, even if his strength hadn't waned, could he really take on 10 martial emperors at once? Besides, Pan Shi had already summoned additional elite forces from Prince Jin's secret base. Nothing could go wrong. Nothing. Once the Tiankue base was under control, he'd finally avenged the humiliation of his severed ear. Shanjing, Prince Jin's residence. Prince Jin paced restlessly, clutching a teacup long gone cold. His brow furrowed as he muttered, "Old Mo's cover is blown, the Han and Chao families are unreachable. Please, let nothing go wrong in Guangqing." Guangqing was one of Prince Jin's most crucial strongholds. If anything happened there, the repercussions would be catastrophic. The Tiankue base and his secret facility were his most prized assets. Losing either would be like losing an arm. Your Highness, we've confirmed the intel. Reliable sources from the Vermilion Bird Domain report that Wu Shihao's ambush on Yi Fan failed. 3,000 elite troops were captured and all his core forces were wiped out. The Han and Chao families in Guangqing were slaughtered by Yi Fan. And the messenger hesitated. Yi Fan isn't injured. Witnesses saw him heading in one direction. Straight toward the Tiankue base. Clatter. The teacup slipped from Prince Jin's grip, shattering on the floor. His face paled. Wu Shihao was captured? Even Qinyao of the Imperial Enforcement Bureau showed up? Damn it. Why didn't Pan Shi report this? Prince Jin roared. It's a trap. Of course it is. The Song and Qi families resisted for years. Why would they suddenly surrender? And those outrageous demands. They took everything I had in the southwest. Quick. Contact Pan Shi immediately. We have to stop him. That idiot can't outsmart Yi Fan. Even if he gathers all 4 keys, he's just handing them to Yi Fan on a platter. Hurry. Prince Jin snatched the phone from his subordinate, frantically dialing Pan Shi's number. If he didn't reach Pan Shi in time, his entire southwest operation would collapse. Beep. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. He redialed again and again, but the result was the same. Desperate, Prince Jin tried calling Pan Shi's inner circle. Same response. That cursed automated voice was like a death knell. Prince Jin's legs gave way and he slumped to the floor. It's over. Another futile sacrifice? Yi Fan, are you heaven sent just to ruin me? How could Prince Jin know that this time, it truly wasn't Yi Fan's fault? It was entirely because of that idiot Pan Shi, his incompetent ally, who foolishly blocked all phone signals, causing him to miss Prince Jin's warning by sheer bad luck. While Pan Shi failed to see through Yi Fan's scheme, Prince Jin had already grasped it. Yi Fan's plan was simple. Use Pan Shi to gather all the keys, then swoop in at the critical moment to claim the prize. The problem was, even though Prince Jin had uncovered Yi Fan's scheme, he couldn't warn Pan Shi. By now, Pan Shi was already leading his men toward the base. The feeling was like watching someone walk blindly toward a cliff, screaming warnings at them, only to realize they were deaf. No amount of shouting would help. Quick! Contact any families in Guangxing we can still reach. Have them warn Pan Shi immediately. Hurry, move! Prince Jin hadn't been this frantic even when his son, Zhao Wuyo, fell into Yi Fan's hands. But Pan Shi absolutely could not be allowed to end up in Yi Fan's grasp. Pan Shi knew too many of Prince Jin's secrets. The hidden base in the southwest, everyone involved in the Yi family massacre, even the immortals backing Prince Jin. If Pan Shi were captured, Prince Jin might as well be standing naked before Yi Fan, with all his secrets exposed. Guangxing, outskirts of the Tiankue base. Pan Shi, having blocked all phone signals, paused at the base's entrance. He was about to enter. Should he call Prince Jin first? But then he remembered the promises made by the Blazing Sun envoy. After a moment's hesitation, he dismissed the thought. Why bother? If he succeeded in seizing the Tiankue base and gained full control, the power behind it would make him Prince Jin's equal, no, his superior. Why should he keep obeying like a dog? After years of servitude, Pan Shi was done being anyone's lackey. Today, you've chosen wisely by siding with me. Once the Tiankue base is reactivated, your rewards will be beyond measure. As he led the group inside, Pan Shi continued brainwashing Song Yang and Qi Yuan. But it was pointless. Qi Yuan and Song Yang were only following Yi Fan's orders. Liang Antong was a slippery old fox who wouldn't be swayed. As for Chun Hong, he was Prince Jin's man, no persuasion needed. But after his son's death and the humiliation of being struck by Pan Shi's ashtray, Chun Hong seethed with hatred. He was already plotting how to kill Pan Shi. His son's blood? That debt was now on Pan Shi's head. You four, guard the entrance. No one enters without my orders. Pan Shi barked at the 4 enslaved martial emperors. With 4 martial emperors stationed at the gate, even if trouble came, they could hold the line. Little did Pan Shi know, 6 of the 10 martial emperors he'd gathered were already Yi Fan's slaves. The Tiankue base was vast. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, but its layout followed an intricate formation. At its heart stood a massive central structure housing a runic device, the core of the base, where all materials and runic weapons were produced. The keys were meant to activate this very device. As Pan Shi followed Chen Hong and the others inside, he finally laid eyes on the legendary runic instrument. Even from a distance, he could feel its ancient aura and the immense energy pulsing within. So this is the heart of the Tiankue base? This machine creates those miraculous runic weapons? Incredible! The device itself was modest, about the size of a small house, oval-shaped, its surface engraved with cryptic, archaic patterns that shimmered with primordial energy. Pan Shi ran his hands over the ancient machine, muttering in awe. They say controlling the Tiankue base means commanding half the ancient martial world. How can a single device hold such power? After studying it for a while, he still couldn't decipher its secrets. Hand over the keys, Pan Shi demanded, extending his hand to Qi Yuan and Song Yang. The process of taking control was simple. Align the 4 families' compass keys with the runic device, then reauthorize the personnel. At least that was what Chen Hong had described, based on what the young miss had told him before her departure. In truth, while the 4 families nominally governed the base, they had only ever produced basic runic weapons, never fully activated it. The young miss had warned them, do not attempt authorization carelessly. A single misstep could trigger the base's self-defense mechanisms and annihilate the intruders. Chun Hong had shared all this with Pan Shi, but after the humiliation he'd suffered, he saw no reason to remind him now. Song Yang reluctantly produced his key, his eyes darting toward the entrance. Pan Shi was about to claim the base. Where was Yi Fan? Had he misjudged? Had Yi Fan truly given up? That couldn't be. Despite their reluctance, Qi Yuan and Song Yang handed over their keys. Ha ha ha! Pan Shi crowed, clutching all 4 keys at last. Damn it all! With the Tiankue base under his control, he'd command half the ancient martial world. Prince Jin, Yi Fan? All his enemies would kneel or die. Kill them? Pan Shi ordered coldly as he strode toward the runic device, his face twisted with malice. The command sent shockwaves through the room. The moment he had the keys, he turned on them. Even for Pan Shi, this was treachery at lightning speed. Song Yang and Qi Yuan had expected betrayal, but Chun Hong was stunned. Chief Pan, you're killing me too? Did I stutter? All of you. Once the base is mine, you're just dead weight. Pan Shi smirked, already drunk on visions of absolute power. No more bowing to Prince Jin. No more playing the loyal dog. But Chief Pan, we both serve Prince Jin. We're allies. How can you? Allies? Pan Shi sneered. In Prince Jin's eyes, I'm a dog and you're less than that. An ant. Who cares if you die? He kicked one of the martial artists beside him. Quit gawking. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Pan Shi left 4 martial emperor-level experts guarding the entrance, leaving 6 inside. Among the 4 family heads present, only Song Yang had reached the martial emperor realm. With 6 martial emperors against them, wiping them out would be effortless. After berating his subordinates, Pan Shi gripped the compass key in his hand and strode toward the runic device, intending to insert it into the keyhole and complete the takeover of the Tiankue base. In the hall, Chun Hong froze in place upon hearing Pan Shi's confirmation. So all these years of unwavering loyalty to Prince Jin, all the dirty deeds I've done for him, in his eyes, I'm worth less than a dog? But what shocked Chun Hong even more was Pan Shi's implication that he intended to betray Prince Jin. Is everyone here going to be silenced? Damn it. If I survive this, I swear I'll make Pan Shi pay. It's all because of him that my son died. Of the 6 martial emperors present, number 5 and number 6 had already been subdued by Yi Fan using the Crimson Silk Overlord physique, turning them into his slaves. Before the operation, Yi Fan had given them explicit orders, protect Qi Yuan and Song Yang at all costs. Thus, when Pan Shi issued the command to attack, the other 4 martial emperors immediately moved, each lunging toward one of the family heads. However, number 5 and number 6 deliberately lagged half a step behind. As 2 of the martial emperors closed in on Song Yang and Qi Yuan, the 2 slaves stealthily followed. Before the attackers could even draw their blades, number 5 and number 6 struck from behind. Thud! Thud! Their swords pierced through the dantians of the 2 martial emperors, shattering the insect eggs embedded within their bodies. Ah! Ah! Caught completely off guard, the 2 martial emperors instantly lost their combat strength, collapsing to the ground in violent convulsions. Without hesitation, number 5 and number 6 turned and charged toward Pan Shi, intent on killing him. Director Pan, watch out. The remaining 2 martial emperors who had been targeting Chun Hong and Liang Antong abandoned their prey and rushed to shield Pan Shi. The situation had reversed in an instant. Of Pan Shi's 6 martial emperors, 2 had betrayed him and killed 2 others, leaving him with only 2 loyal fighters. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan and Song Yang now had 4 martial emperors on their side, number 5, number 6, and the 2 who had switched allegiance. What the hell? You idiots, have you lost your minds? Pan Shi roared, his pupils dilating in shock as he stared at the fallen martial emperors. He frantically pulled out a pulsating, heart-like organ from his robes, the mother egg given to him by the Scorching Sun envoy before the mission. According to the envoy, controlling this mother egg would allow him to dominate the 10 martial emperors. That was why Pan Shi had been so confident in their loyalty. He squeezed the mother egg hard, intending to punish the traitors. Ah! Ack! The 2 martial emperors shielding him screamed, vomiting blood as they collapsed, writhing in agony. The Scorching Sun envoy was right, the mother egg does control them. But when Pan Shi looked up at number 5 and number 6, his blood ran cold. They were completely unaffected. Instead, they raised their gleaming blades and slashed toward him without hesitation. What the? Why aren't you obeying the mother egg? I'm your master. Stop. Stop. Panshur scrambled backward, squeezing the mother egg again in desperation. Thump. Thump. The two fallen martial emperors convulsed violently, their bodies contorting into grotesque, spider-like shapes. Yet number 5 and number 6 remained unshaken, their attacks relentless. Panshur himself had been enhanced by the scorching sun envoy's eggs, reaching the 4th and 5th tiers of the martial emperor realm, so he wasn't afraid of facing them in combat. But what terrified him was the loss of control. Why aren't they responding? Not only are they disobeying me, they're slaughtering their own allies. If all the martial emperors have broken free, and if that damn Yi-Fan shows up now, I'm screwed. A chilling realization struck him. Song Yang and Qi Yuan surrendered too easily. They handed over the compass key without resistance. This reeks of a trap. Could Yi-Fan have planned this all along? Did he set me up? Their master is me now. A familiar voice echoed from the hall's entrance. Panshur's heart stopped. Standing there, alive and well, was Yi-Fan, the man who was supposed to be dead. Behind him, a crowd surged in. Yu Chong, Guoli, Wang Fugue, Qi Jiao, and the bodyguards of the Qi and Song families. Panshur's mind reeled. God damn it. Of all the worst-case scenarios, this is the one that happens. How the hell is Yi-Fan still alive? The soul-locking Wood's ancient dark curse should have devoured him. How did he escape? But what truly shattered Panshur's hope was the sight of number 1 through number 4 martial emperors standing obediently behind Yi-Fan, their heads bowed in submission. No. No. Did Yi-Fan take control of all of them? Yi-Fan, how are you here? Panshur croaked. One look at the crowd confirmed it. This was a meticulously planned ambush. Song Yang and Qi Yuan's surrender had been a ruse, all leading to this moment. Panshur squeezed the mother egg again, nearly crushing it, but only the 2 writhing martial emperors reacted. The others, number 1 through number 6, remained unresponsive. Damn you, Yi-Fan. You played me again. I'm here to take your life, Yi-Fan said coldly. He barked an order, number 1 through number 6, kill him. The 6 martial emperor slaves lunged forward. Panshur's remaining underlings rushed to form a defensive wall, but the odds were against him. Gritting his teeth, Panshur sneered. Yi-Fan, killing me won't be so easy. At the banquet, Panshur had already died once at Yi-Fan's hands, only to be revived by the insect tendrils. But now he had another ace. The 4 compass keys had already been inserted into the runic device, and golden energy rippled across its surface. All Panshur needed to do was press his palm onto the handprint at the center, completing the authentication. Once he did, the Tiankue base's legacy, resources, and power would be his, and his strength would multiply exponentially. This was the true secret of inheriting the Tiankue base, and Panshur alone knew it. Without hesitation, he slammed his palm down. Quick! Stop him. Don't let him complete the authentication. Before Yi-Fan's group could react, Chun Hong was the first to panic as she watched Panshur's movements. If that bastard succeeds in claiming the Tiankue base, we're all dead. Clearly, Chun Hong also knew the secret of Tiankue base. Back in the day, when the 4 great families followed Yi-Fan's mother, Chun Hong had been the most talented and powerful among them. Unfortunately, after Yi-Fan's mother disappeared, Chun Hong gradually strayed from the right path. But now, Panshur had betrayed Prince Jin and indirectly caused the death of Chun Hong's son, Chen Feng. Chun Hong blamed everything on Panshur. If I can't have it, neither will you, you bastard. Yi-Fan's eyes locked onto the shimmering golden light radiating from the runic device. The moment the 6 enslaved martial emperors moved, Yi-Fan acted as well. Activating his spatial flash ability, his figure vanished from sight as he lunged toward Panshur. Panshur was only a 5th-rank martial emperor, while Yi-Fan had already reached the 9th rank. Coupled with his numerous hidden cards, dealing with Panshur should have been effortless. This was precisely why Yi-Fan had dared to let Song Yang and Qi Yuan feign defection and execute this undercover plan. Plucking the fruit at the last moment, in Yi-Fan's calculations, there should have been no pressure at all. But then, an unexpected twist occurred. Just as Yi-Fan was about to reach Panshur, a surge of golden energy erupted from the runic device, forming a golden barrier that blocked his spatial flash and repelled him with overwhelming force. At the same time, a crescent-shaped energy blade shot toward Yi-Fan, all activated by the runic device itself. What the? BZZZT. Faced with the terrifying spatial tear, Yi Fan didn't dare hesitate. He immediately reactivated spatial flash and retreated, narrowly avoiding the golden blade. When he looked back at the runic device, his eyes widened in shock. A self-defense mechanism? And it could even nullify his spatial flash, rendering his most overpowered movement skill useless. But after a few seconds of rapid thought, Yi Fan understood. Back in Huadu, Zhou Mingyi had used divine fragments to suppress the strength and abilities of countless warriors. If that was possible, then the Tiankue base having similar capabilities wasn't surprising. However, this delay cost him dearly. Yi Fan could only watch helplessly as Pan Shi pressed his palm onto the authentication mark. A surge of ancient golden energy erupted from the runic device, resonating with the 4 compass keys. The room was instantly bathed in blinding golden light. The entire hall seemed to shift into a mystical dimension. Time froze, thoughts stilled, and the air itself solidified. Everyone's movements locked in place as 9 golden streams of energy poured into Pan Shi's body. His eyes snapped open, and sensing the immense power now coursing through him, he burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! Finally, the legacy of Tiankue base is mine. Pan Shi clenched his fists, his aura skyrocketing beyond martial saint level. Who dares challenge me now? Whoosh! With a single punch, he struck the ground. Boom! Crack! Zap! The air itself shattered as countless arcs of lightning erupted, writhing like serpents through the hall. The sheer voltage turned everything, wood, ceramic, steel, into ash in an instant. Die! Without hesitation, Pan Shi unleashed dozens of lightning bolts toward Yi Fan, Qi Yuan, Song Yang, Guoli, Wang Fugue, Yu Chong, and the others. The thickest bolt, as wide as an arm, locked onto Yi Fan with martial saint level force, while the rest carried peak martial venerable level power. A single attack, yet this devastating. Was the Tiankue base's legacy really this terrifying? Yi Fan's expression darkened. Had he miscalculated? Damn it! This inheritance was meant for him, left behind by his mother. If he lost it now, the consequences would be catastrophic. Yama's severance. As the lightning closed in, Yi Fan, the strongest present, refused to sit idle. He unleashed the strongest technique he had learned from the Dragon Seal Ring, Yama's severance, hoping its profound energy could block the incoming assault. Boom! The attack tore through the air with a deafening wail. Crash! Every window, every light bulb in the hall shattered into dust under the clash of energies. Young Master Yi is invincible. With the young lord here, we're safe. Brother Fan, I'll bear your children. Song Yang, Yu Chong, and Qi Jiao breathed sighs of relief. 9th rank martial emperor at his peak, no joke. Even if Pan Shi had obtained the Tiankue base's legacy, as long as Yi Fan blocked this strike, their combined forces could still subdue him. But their relief was short-lived, because Yi Fan's ultimate attack tore a massive hole through the wall, yet the lightning bolts remained unaffected. They phased straight through his energy waves, continuing toward their targets unhindered. Physical attacks? Useless. Yi Fan's pupils contracted. Yu Chong, Qi Yuan, and Song Yang were equally stunned. By the time they realized the danger, it was too late. Arg! Ah! MOM! In less than a second, screams filled the hall. Those below control realm were vaporized instantly. Martial masters were reduced to charred husks. Even martial venerables, though surviving, were left with charred flesh and singed hair, barely clinging to life. Yu Chong, the strongest among them, had a gaping wound torn across his chest, gasping for air as he collapsed. And these were just the lesser bolts. The main attack, the arm-thick lightning dragon, was aimed squarely at Yi Fan. Despite shifting positions 18 times, Yi Fan couldn't evade it. With a final, desperate glance, he watched as the lightning serpent coiled around him, the air sizzling violently. Then, everything went dark. At this moment, the trapped Yi Fan unleashed every last trump card he had. Phantom Clone. He tried to escape using his illusory double, but the electric arcs still locked onto him relentlessly. Paper Puppet Substitution. He attempted to deceive the arcs, Yet it was still useless. Ha ha ha. Yifan, none of your tricks will work. Just die already. Pan Shi, witnessing the overwhelming power at his disposal, burst into maniacal laughter. Come on. Weren't you all so eager to oppose me? Well, damn it. I'll send every last one of you to meet King Yama. You should feel honored. You'll be the stepping stones on my path to domination. Pan Shi finally relaxed. Truthfully, he hadn't expected the inherited power of the Tiankue base to be this formidable. A single surge of these electric arcs could wipe out a crowd of martial venerates and severely injure a group of martial emperors. With this kind of power in his hands, even if the old monsters from the 4 great holy lands came after him, he wouldn't fear them in the slightest. Ice seal, teleportation, absolute domain. Yifan had exhausted every possible method, yet none worked. His last hope now lay in the sacred flame within his body and the divine fragment. These were supreme forces capable of suppressing evil. Surely they could withstand the electric arc's assault? But to Yifan's despair, the sacred flame, which would normally flicker autonomously in his dantian to neutralize external threats, be it poison or dark energy, remained utterly still this time. Damn it! Big bro, don't fail me now. If I die, you lose your sanctuary too. Get moving! No matter how desperately Yifan willed it, the sacred flame remained unshaken, as steady as ever. If even the sacred flame couldn't resist the electric arcs, then today Yifan would truly be reduced to ashes. The divine fragment within him showed no signs of resistance either. The 9 dragon marks on his chest, containing the yang veins of the 9 dragons, flickered faintly before falling silent again. Damn it! Have you all just given up? No way. Big bros, I don't want to die yet. Yifan was beyond frustrated. His original plan had been to manipulate Pan Shi into gathering the 4 great families, allowing him to collect all the keys to the Tiankue base effortlessly. Then he could leisurely reap the rewards. With 6 martial emperors as his slaves, dealing with Pan Shi should have been a breeze. But who could have predicted things would turn out like this? The Tiankue base had an inheritance recognition system. Once taken over, it granted its inheritor immense power. This was completely beyond Yifan's expectations. No, this can't be happening. If I die, what'll happen to my 7 sisters-in-law? And all my beloved women? Will the Yi family's vengeance just fade into nothingness? No, I have to find a way. Pan Shi's power came entirely from that rune device. Stupid thing. You picked the wrong master. I'm the true inheritor. What the hell are you doing giving the inheritance to Pan Shi? With that thought, Yifan slammed his fist into the ground, unleashing a surge of soul force toward the rune device. Brother Yi. No. Big bro. Young master. In the hall, Qi Jiao, Guoli, Songyang, and the others, all lying battered on the ground, let out desperate cries. They struggled to save Yifan, but their own strength had been drained by the electric shocks. How could they possibly help him now? All they could do was watch helplessly as Yifan was engulfed by the devastating arcs. Go on, scream. The louder you cry, the more excited I get. Ha ha ha. Pan Shi was ecstatic. Weren't you all singing Yifan's praises? So what if he was amazing? Now he's dying by my hand. Even the ancient dark curse of the scorching sun envoy couldn't kill him, but I refuse to believe he'll survive being reduced to ashes. In Pan Shi's mind, Yifan was already dead, which was why he carelessly let slip his secret alliance with the scorching sun envoy. Though he spoke without thinking, someone was listening. Chan Hong, paralyzed on the ground from the shocks, twitched at the mention of the scorching sun envoy. So that's it. This bastard Pan Shi betrayed his highness to collude with those freaks. Neither human nor ghost. Damn it. As long as I have breath left in me, I'll make sure this traitor pays. Pan Shi had been the prince's most trusted right-hand man, standing above all others. Yet he still chose betrayal. Meanwhile, the others watched as Yifan, still ensnared by the arcs, struck the ground again, sending another wave of energy toward the rune device. Yu Chong and the rest were dumbfounded. Has the pavilion master lost his mind from the beating? Why is he attacking randomly now? Young master, how am I supposed to explain this to the dean and the young lady? Brother Yi, weren't you obsessed with my body? I already agreed, you have to live. All of Yi Fan's friends and brothers cried out in despair. But in this situation, everyone knew the truth. Unless a miracle happened, the overwhelming power of the arcs would leave nothing of Yi Fan behind. What a tragedy! A peerless genius, surviving the massacre of the Yi family, only to fall just as the clan was rising again. From this day forth, the Yi family would cease to exist in this world. Time seemed to freeze. The hall fell into an eerie silence. A calm before the storm, foreshadowing the cataclysmic explosion to come. The fall of a legend. A slaughter so devastating even the heavens would weep. The crowd shut their eyes in resignation. Yet, unnoticed by all, the soul force from Yi Fan's punch had already surged into the rune device, seeping into the handprint Pan Shi had pressed earlier. Hum! A faint vibration echoed as the device trembled violently, as if boiling from within. 9 streams of light transformed into vivid golden dragons, streaking toward Yi Fan's position. The air itself seemed to resonate with joyous dragon roars. A piece of the rune device's bronze casing cracked away, revealing 4 radiant golden characters. Divine Gate reawakens. Boom! Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, followed by blinding golden light as debris scattered everywhere. The thickest arc of lightning struck beside the runic device, blasting a massive crater into the ground. The entire hall trembled violently. Dust and rubble swirled through the air, plunging the chamber into chaos. Had the Tiankue base's core structure not been specially reinforced, the entire building would have collapsed under the force of the blast. The shockwave sent Qi Jiao, Qi Yuan, and the others flying backward like ragdolls, slamming them into the walls before they crumpled to the floor. A suffocating despair settled over the room. Everyone's faces darkened with hopelessness. The 4 great families, the Tianji Pavilion, Wangfugue, Guoli, so many had followed Yi Fan, relying on him as their pillar. With his death, it felt as though their purpose had been ripped away. Outside the hall, the moonlight shone eerily bright and the trees rustled softly in the breeze as if mourning the fall of a hero. Thud! From the settling dust, a charred, barely human figure suddenly flew out and landed at Chen Hong's feet. Goddamn it! What the hell just happened? I was attacking you, Fan. Why did those damn lightning arcs turn on me? Ack, my leg! The figure writhed on the ground, clutching his shattered leg and howling in agony. Director Pan? Chen Hong blinked in disbelief at the familiar face. What was going on? Hadn't Pan Shi just unleashed the most powerful lightning strike against Yi Fan? With that kind of force, Yi Fan should have been obliterated. So why was Pan Shi the one lying here in ruins? And what about Yi Fan? Heart-pounding, Chen Hong turned toward the center of the hall. As the dust cleared, he saw Yi Fan standing perfectly unharmed, eyes closed as if deep in thought. The ground around him was untouched. Surrounding Yi Fan were 9 golden dragon-shaped rays of light, forming a protective dome that had shielded him completely. The explosion had originated from where Pan Shi had been standing. So, at the last moment, Pan Shi's attack had been redirected? Had those 9 dragon-shaped lights not only protected Yi Fan but also turned the attack back on Pan Shi? Chen Hong's mind reeled, then realization struck. Of course, the young miss had once mentioned that the Tiankue base had an autonomous defensive mechanism. The true inheritor had to be Yi Fan. Anyone else attempting to claim it would face the base's backlash. Pan Shi had deceived the system by inserting the 4 compass keys and pressing his palm for verification, briefly gaining control of the base's power. But when he tried to kill Yi Fan, the base detected Yi Fan's aura, recognizing him as the rightful heir. At the critical moment, the 9 golden dragons had intervened, shielding Yi Fan and turning Pan Shi's own attack against him. Karma. This was pure, divine retribution. Watching Pan Shi struggle to rise from the ground, Chen Hong felt a surge of vindictive satisfaction. His expression hardened as he made a decision. Damn traitor. You betrayed Prince Jean? Then none of us are leaving here alive today. My power, where's my power? The lightning, where is it? Pan Shi flailed weakly, unable to summon even a trace of his martial energy. The overwhelming lightning force he had wielded moments ago had vanished completely. Even the parasitic insect eggs fused with his meridians, which should have healed his injuries, had been annihilated by the backlash. Without them, Pan Shi had lost his lifeline. Terror gripped him as he stared at Yi Fan, now opening his eyes in the center of the hall. How? How did he redirect that attack? Chen Hong, quit gawking and help me up. I haven't lost, I can't lose. Pan Shi roared, refusing to accept defeat even now. He had been so close to victory. Why had fate betrayed him? Chen Hong's face twitched. He bent down, picked up a fallen combat blade, and dragged it toward Pan Shi, sparks flying from its tip. Chen Hong, what the hell are you doing? Pan Shi's voice cracked with fear. Was this bastard actually daring to kill him? But then it hit him, he was powerless. His energy was gone, his body broken, his regenerative parasites dead. He was utterly defenseless. Killing you. Chen Hong didn't hesitate. With a furious roar, he lunged forward and plunged the blade into Pan Shi's chest. Stab. 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 I'm cleaning up Prince Jin's trash and avenging my dead son. Die, you backstabbing dog. All of Chen Hong's pent-up hatred erupted as he twisted the blade, shredding Pan Shi's organs beyond repair. He knew he wouldn't survive this. Whether Pan Shi or Yi Fan won, the Chen family was doomed. But before death claimed him, he would make sure Pan Shi went first. Stop! Yi Fan's voice thundered across the hall as he snapped out of his daze. In a flash, he teleported toward them. The 9 golden dragons had not only shielded him but also flooded his mind with critical information, secrets about Prince Jin's hidden forces, secrets even Wu Shihao hadn't known. Pan Shi still had value. His knowledge of Prince Jin's southwestern bases was essential for dismantling them quietly. Brother Yi, you're alive. Boss, am I dreaming? Pavilion Master. On the other side, Qi Jiao, Wang Fugue, Yu Chang, and the others who had resigned themselves to despair jolted upright at the sound of Yi Fan's voice. Their eyes widened in shock and elation. They had originally thought that Yi Fan was surely doomed this time. Yet, in the end, those violent arcs of lightning failed to strike him? With the protection of 9 dragons, the lightning rebounded and blasted Pan Shi to pieces instead? Was this fate? Was this the aura of a monstrous genius? I'm fine. Yi Fan waved to Guili and the others, then swiftly flashed to Pan Shi and Chen Hong. He was counting on Chen Hong to provide information about Jin Wang's deployments across Great Xia and the origins of the mastermind behind Jin Wang. He could only hope Pan Shi would cling to life a little longer. Seeing Yi Fan approach, Chen Hong smiled calmly. Young Master Yi, there's no need for you to act. I'll end it myself. Pulling the battle blade from Pan Shi's chest, Chen Hong looked at Yi Fan with composure. From your mother's side, I should address you as young master. But it seems we were never destined to stand together. The path I chose is mine to bear. Without hesitation, Chen Hong plunged the blade into her own heart. Her body collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently a few times before her life force rapidly dissipated. In her final moments, Chen Hong had been clear about her allegiance, choosing to end her own life to spare herself further suffering. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. If only she had realized this sooner. Gurgle, gurgle. On the other side, Pan Shi's body twitched violently, blood bubbling from his chest and mouth. Saved me. Even now, Pan Shi refused to accept his fate, reaching out desperately toward Yi Fan in a plea for help. Realizing Pan Shi was on the verge of death, Yi Fan wasted no time. He seized Pan Shi's head and activated the 7 stars soul-extinguishing hand. Speak. Where are Jin Wang's remaining bases in Great Xia? Who are the key figures? Jin Wang has 3 more bases, one in the northwest, one in the northeast, and another in Shangjing. The core figures are Wen Jiang and Yu Yao. Yi Fan had countless questions, but Pan Shi was fading fast. He could only ask the most critical ones. Who is the immortal behind Jin Wang? The immortal. I've never met him. I've only seen 2 of his mortal disciples. The immortal is in seclusion. He'll likely come to Shangjing soon. But Jin Wang is also working with another figure, the Blazing Sun Envoy. The insect eggs we carried were provided by him. The envoy has a subordinate named Zhou Ming. Pan Shi's explanation came in broken fragments before his head lolled to the side, his breath ceasing entirely. Though Yi Fan didn't obtain concrete details about the immortal behind Jin Wang, Pan Shi had still provided crucial leads. It turned out the soul-locking wood was indeed linked to the sinister force behind the evil spirits. They had not only recruited Zhou Ming but also swayed Pan Shi, Jin Wang's most trusted aide, to their side. The malevolent forces the Divine Gate faced were truly terrifying. The insect eggs they used could control martial experts and mass-produce powerful warriors, making them nearly impossible to guard against. The worst part was that these martial experts had no idea what they were consuming. They believed the so-called pills would enhance their strength, unaware that they were actually ingesting insect eggs. Once inside, the eggs would multiply wildly, merging with their meridians. While their martial prowess did increase, they had unwittingly sold their souls, becoming eternal slaves to the envoys. Moreover, according to the subconscious signals from the mindless crimson silk overlord body within Yifan, these insect eggs were connected to a higher-level host, similar to the crimson silk overlord body itself. At regular intervals, the host would collect rent from these martial experts, forcibly siphoning off a portion of their cultivated martial energy and vital essence. If these envoys were allowed to expand unchecked, the consequences would be catastrophic. The Divine Gate's revival, its mission to eradicate evil spirits and vanquish demons, would first require dealing with these envoys and the superfamilies they supported. But one thing puzzled Yifan. According to Pan Shi, these envoys were at least at the martial saint level. Why hadn't they attacked him directly? That was a mystery for another time. With a thought, Yifan summoned the Ember Flame, reducing Pan Shi, Chun Hong, and the other corpses on the scene to ashes. Sorry for worrying you all, Yifan said as he approached Song Yang, Qi Yuan, and the others. The life force from the divine fragment within him surged forth, rapidly healing their injuries. The lightning hadn't struck Yifan because the 9 golden dragons from the rune altar had shielded him. At the same time, he had flawlessly absorbed all the inheritances within the altar. Now that his bone structure had ascended to spirit bone, his capacity for martial energy had expanded. In that brief moment, Yifan had broken through to the first rank of martial saint, reaching new heights in his control of energy and comprehension of spatial power. He could clearly sense that the inheritance had granted him an abundance of advanced martial techniques. But for now, he needed to reassure his allies before delving deeper into his newfound knowledge. Young Master Yi, thank heavens you're unharmed. Qi Yuan exhaled in relief, his eyes glistening with tears. Song Yang also smiled in relief, his heart finally settling. At least he could give a proper account to Din Shin now. Yu Chong, Guoli, Wang Fugue, Qi Jiao, and the others crowded around Yifan, expressing their concern. Only one person stood apart, his expression somber. Liang Yitong of the Liang family, one of the 4 great clans. This old fox had dodged Pan Shi's recruitment by feigning absence on a business trip. When Song Yang approached him on Yifan's behalf, Liang Yitong had again played coy. Tonight, he had assumed Pan Shi would emerge victorious, only for the tables to turn once more. The result? Liang Yitong had burned bridges with both sides, leaving himself isolated. Young Master Yi. Liang Yitong bowed deeply, his face a mask of awkwardness. He had witnessed Yufan's takeover of the Tiankue base firsthand. Only now did he realize that before the young lady had departed, she had tampered with the base's systems. Anyone else attempting to seize control would meet a grim fate. And yet, Liang Yitong had tried to play both sides. His lips trembled as he struggled to find words. Yifan regarded him coolly. Patriarch Liang. Leave. Out of respect for your past service to my mother, we are even from this moment onward. Though Liang Yitong had been duplicitous, he had never acted against Yifan. I understand. Liang Yitong bowed again, his entire demeanor aging decades in an instant. Shoulders slumped, he trudged toward the exit. He knew the Liang family had squandered its chance to soar. From now on, the rise of the Tiankue base would have nothing to do with him. What Liang Yitong didn't know was that the Tiankue base was far more than just a facility for crafting runic weapons. It was the core headquarters of the Divine Gate itself. Yifan had only learned this after receiving the rune altar's inheritance. All of you, step outside. I still have matters to attend to here, Yifan ordered Guoli and the others before striding back to the rune altar. On the side of the altar, above the words Divine Gate Reawakening, a compartment slid open, revealing a thick ledger. As Yifan flipped it open, a line of text caught his eye. Preliminary Reawakening, Distribution of Divine Gate Affiliated Forces. S-Rank Affiliations, Nangong Family. A-Rank Affiliations, Shangjingzhu Family. B-Rank Martial Forces. Activation passcodes are: when support is required, input the corresponding passcode and reinforcements of the designated rank will arrive promptly. Yifan skimmed the contents. The S-rank forces consisted of over a dozen superfamilies from the ancient martial world. The A-rank families were influential clans spread across Great Xia's capital and major provinces, wielding immense economic and social power. Families like Shangjingzhu clan, which rivaled the Tangzheng family, were merely A-rank. Meanwhile, prominent families like Hua City's Ren clan and Guang City's Shen clan were relegated to D-rank. Now, Yifan finally understood why controlling the Tiankue base meant commanding half the ancient martial world. With such a terrifying network of power, one could practically stride unopposed across Great Xia. But if his mother had possessed such formidable forces at her disposal, why hadn't she allowed him to take over sooner? At the very end of the thick booklet, there was a handwritten letter. It was from Yi Fan's mother, addressed to him. My son, if you're reading this register, it means your strength has likely reached the martial saint realm, the minimum requirement to activate the legacy of the Tiankue base. If you haven't reached this level, taking over Tiankue base and inheriting the divine gate would only bring you disaster. Of course, the divine gate has only been partially restored, about 1/3 of its power. For now, its unsealed strength is limited to the Great Xia region. Once you break through to the peak of the martial saint realm and ascend to the next major tier, you'll unlock the divine gate's advanced permissions. At that point, you'll gain command over all the divine gate's forces deployed worldwide. But be warned, the dangers you'll face will also grow far more terrifying. As for the divine gate's ultimate authority, we'll discuss that later. Sai, I don't know whether being my son is a blessing or a curse for you. But since this is the path you've chosen, you must see it through. I'll be waiting for you in the distant beyond. Love, Mom. The letter was packed with revelations. Even with all the information Yi Fan had gathered so far, much of its content remained unclear to him. But one thing was certain, the Tiankue base was the core headquarters of the Divine Gate. The so-called rune device wasn't just a tool for forging rune soldiers, it also stored the Divine Gate's most classified secrets. Through it, Yi Fan could inherit numerous legacies and command half the martial world. The moment Yi Fan activated the rune device, the Divine Gate officially began its revival. However, the Divine Gate's restoration was divided into 3 tiers. Given Yi Fan's current strength, he could only unlock the basic permissions, granting him authority over the Divine Gate's subordinate factions within the Great Xia region. With the Divine Gate's revival, Yi Fan could now inherit all its affiliated families and forces within Great Xia, a power far surpassing even the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. But with it came immense risks. Internally, after so many years, some within the Divine Gate, like Qin Hong, had betrayed their allegiance and would stop at nothing to eliminate its newly returned heir. Externally, the Divine Gate's ancient enemies and the forces backed by malevolent entities would undoubtedly target Yi Fan the moment they sensed its resurgence. Some of these entities had even fused with high-ranking figures in powerful organizations, blending seamlessly into human society. Hidden so deeply, they were nearly impossible to detect, yet posed a lethal threat at any moment. His mother's advice was clear: until he was fully prepared, Yi Fan should avoid contacting the Divine Gate's members to prevent prematurely exposing himself. Heaven's Wrath Lightning. This was the name of the electric arc attack Yi Fan had just inherited, one of the legacies from the Tiankue base. Its power was immense, capable of unleashing dozens of surging arcs, with the strongest strike rivaling a full-force blow from a martial saint. What made it truly fearsome was that ordinary physical defenses were useless against it, only a barrier of potent spiritual energy could block the arcs. Aqua Dominion Art. This was the second legacy Yi Fan obtained from the rune device. Through its profound principles and energy circulation methods, he could precisely manipulate water, shaping it into blades or swords to kill without a trace. Glancing at the shattered water dispenser nearby, Yi Fan focused his will. A surge of energy lifted the spilled water into the air, morphing it into the form of a sword. Boom! With a flick of his wrist, the water blade shot toward the wall, piercing straight through the reinforced material. Incredible! With this Aqua Dominion art, I could eliminate targets without leaving a shred of evidence. You're still missing a weapon. Turning to the last page of the booklet, Yi Fan found another note on the back. I've prepared one for you in the compartment's hidden slot. Shadow Blade. Following his mother's instructions, Yi Fan opened the concealed compartment. Inside lay an S-shaped double-edged throwing dagger. Its silver surface was engraved with intricate golden runes, exuding an ancient, intimidating aura. This shadow blade was passed down to me by my master. It bears 3,000 divine inscriptions, amplifying your combat power up to 10-fold based on your strength. Its edge is thinner than gauze, forged from a rare material. With the rune's power, it can pierce through anything in this world. Master its control techniques. This is a weapon many would kill to possess. Guard it well. As Yi Fan gripped the shadow blade, its cool touch brought him a strange calm. The runes seemed to resonate with his spiritual energy, as if recognizing him. Channeling the dagger's control technique from his inherited memories, Yi Fan sent it flying. The shadow blade sliced through a pillar in the hall like paper before returning to his hand. Crash! The severed pillar collapsed to the ground. Unbelievable sharpness. Heaven's Wrath Lightning. Aqua Dominion Art. Shadow Blade. With these 3 legacies from the Tiankue base, Yi Fan's confidence surged. The other inheritances could wait, he had enough to wield for now. Tucking away the register, Yi Fan was about to leave when a fallen phone on the ground rang. Pan Shi's dropped earlier. Before entering the base, Pan Shi's subordinates had activated a signal jammer, cutting off all communication. But now, with his men dead and the device destroyed, the connection was restored. Picking up the phone, Yi Fan saw the caller ID, Prince Jin of Shangjing. A bold plan formed in his mind. Prince Jin and that big fish in the vermilion bird domain have no idea whether Pan Shi is alive or dead. The same goes for the people at Prince Jin's southwestern base. Why not swap the cat for the prince? By impersonating Pan Shi, Yi Fan could infiltrate Prince Jin's stronghold, eliminate key figures, gather intel, and then coordinate with the Imperial Guard Division and the Vermilion Bird Domain to wipe out the entire base in one strike. Little did he know Prince Jin's own decisions were about to make his plan even smoother. Shangjing, Prince Jin's residence. After yet another failed call, Prince Jin's subordinate sighed. Your Highness, there's still no response from Chief Pan. I fear the worst. But the southwestern base's operations were entirely under his management. What do we do now? Prince Jin rubbed his temples. With his own duties keeping him occupied, Pan Shi had handled all personnel appointments and recruitment for the base. If he replaced Pan Shi recklessly, chaos could erupt. Worse, if word spread that his most trusted aide had been killed by Yi Fan, it would devastate morale among his allies. Contact the Vermilion Bird Domain's hidden ace. Have him send someone to impersonate Pan Shi and take over the southwestern base immediately. The passphrase is Tiger Gate Flying Armor. For now, this is the only way to maintain order. Yes. One of Prince Jin's subordinates responded swiftly before hurrying off to relay a secret message to the hidden power behind the Vermilion Bird Dominion. Unbeknownst to Prince Jin, however, the subordinate switched to a different SIM card immediately after delivering the message and sent out another transmission. Prince Jin believes Pan Shi is dead, so he is arranging an imposter to take over the Southwest secret base. The code phrase is Tiger Gate Flying Armor. Ding! In the core building of the Tiankue base in Guang City, Song Yang's phone vibrated with a notification. Tiger Gate Flying Armor? Someone's been watching too many movies. Putting his phone away, Song Yang frowned. It seemed Prince Jin's control over the Southwest secret base wasn't as absolute as it appeared. His gaze shifted toward the main hall where young Master Yi had successfully taken over the Tiankue base. Though the process had been intense, the outcome was favorable. But how will young Master Yi handle Prince Jin's secret base? Just then, a figure stepped out of the hall, his face clearly illuminated by the floodlights. Holy! Pan Shi? Everyone, be on guard. Shi Yuan, recognizing the young man's face, immediately tensed up and gestured for his bodyguards to prepare their weapons. Except for the unfamiliar clothing, the youth looked identical to Pan Shi as if he were a carbon copy. But of course, it wasn't Pan Shi at all. It was Yi Fan who had now inherited all of Tiankue base's legacy. While newcomers like Qi Yuan and Qi Jiao grew alarmed, Guoli, Yu Chang, and even the dim-witted Wang Fugue remained completely unfazed. They sensed no unfamiliarity in Yi Fan's aura, it was still unmistakably his. Besides, disguises and deception were nothing new for Yi Fan. Well, Yi Fan spread his arms with a smirk. Any flaws in the likeness? He spoke in his natural voice, prompting Qi Yuan to blink in realization. Wait, young Master Yi? Why are you dressed as Pan Shi? For convenience, Yi Fan replied casually. Song Yang stepped forward, extending his phone. Young Master Yi, the Martial Suppression Bureau just intercepted a secret message. Prince Jin believes Pan Shi is dead and is deploying an imposter from the Vermilion Bird Dominion to stabilize the Southwest secret base. Considering your current plan, it seems fate is playing into our hands. After reading the message, Yi Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. Perfect. Then let's make this a grand spectacle. He recalled the allusion to the movie Tiger Gate Flying Armor. His scheme? Pretend to be Pan Shi, storm the secret base, eliminate key figures, and then watch chaos unfold when Vermilion Bird's imposter arrives. Prince Jin's forces would be torn apart by infighting. And while they were busy destroying themselves, Yi Fan could use the fake Pan Shi to expose the hidden mastermind in the Vermilion Bird Dominion, a brilliant 2-for-1 maneuver. What about the Tiankue base? Song Yang glanced toward the hall. Despite emerging from it, they had all felt the violent surges of martial energy resonating from inside moments prior. Oh, the base is fully operational now. We can produce unlimited enchanted weapons without restrictions. Previously, unlocking the base's device with the 4 great family's compass keys had merely activated a limited, truncated version of its functions. Good. Some of the Marshall families were threatening to wipe us out if delays continued. From now on, only 2 families will oversee production here, Yi Fan declared. He then turned to Yu Chang. Director Yu, this facility is critical. We need at least 300 elite guards stationed here. As for Marshal Masters, his eyes drifted toward the 6 obedient Emperor-level fighters standing nearby. After using them in the upcoming assault on Prince Jin's base, Yi Fan planned to station them permanently at the Tiankue base for security. Understood. Song Yang and Qi Yuan replied in unison. Just then, a guard urgently approached. Report. A young lady from Shangjing is at the gates, demanding to see young Master Yi immediately. She says he treated her chest back in Huadu. A Shangjing girl? Qi Jiao's face instantly darkened. Since when did young Master Yi get involved with someone from the capital? Then it clicked, it was Ji Ningxuan, the imperial consort-to-be. The same girl who'd crossed paths with him in Huadu, leading to a fateful encounter and the dozens of scandalous photos she'd sent afterward. Why would she come to Guang City? Even more baffling, why was the emperor, knowing full well her designated status as his future consort, repeatedly sending her into Yi Fan's orbit? Did His Majesty truly believe Yi Fan's self-control was limitless? Given Yi Fan's simmering resentment toward the imperial family, he might just give the oblivious monarch an extra reason to wear green. Got it. Quickly adjusting his facial disguise, Yi Fan strode toward the exit. Handle things here, no need to follow me. With a casual wave, he signaled the 6 Emperor-level fighters to accompany him. Outside the Tiankue base gates, a stretched Lincoln idled by the roadside. Inside, Ji Ningxuan fidgeted impatiently, her gaze locked onto the entrance. Though barely days had passed since their last meeting, Yi Fan's image clung stubbornly to her mind, his presence haunting her thoughts like an obsession. What is wrong with me? She'd sworn their intimate night in Huadu was a one-time mistake, a fleeting lapse in judgment never to be repeated. That was supposed to be the end of it. Yet the moment Yi Fan strode through those gates, her body moved on its own. Before she knew it, she'd flung open the car door and dashed straight into his arms. Yi Fan, you awful thief, you stole something from me. A future imperial consort behaving so shamelessly in public. Her entourage, imperial bodyguards Qin and Zhao, along with Prime Minister's mansion captain Gao Fei, could only avert their eyes awkwardly. Ahem. Elder Qin, Elder Zhao, did you see anything just now? Gao Fei coughed meaningfully. Zhao instantly caught on. Not a thing. Right, Elder Qin? Whoa, look at the moon tonight. Qin sighed inwardly. For the dignity of the imperial family, he had to play along. My eyesight's been terrible lately. But the truth lingered unspoken, the air reeked of freshly cut grass. The emperor's future bride entangled in another man's arms. Such outrageous scenes shouldn't be witnessed without paying first. But they didn't dare to look. Inside the gate, Wang Fugue, Qi Yuan, and the others were all peering out curiously. Especially Song Yang, who was enthusiastically explaining to the honest Qi Yuan, see that? The one in the young master's arms is the future imperial consort, Ji Ningxuan. Isn't our young master amazing? He even dares to steal the emperor's woman. Qi Yuan blinked a few times and calmly replied, but from what I see, it doesn't look like the young master stole her. It seems the imperial consort came willingly. Our young master must be so charming that she threw herself into his arms. Song Yang shot Qi Yuan an approving glance. Hey, old Qi. You catch on quick. At the base entrance, Yi Fan felt Ji Ningxuan's delicate body in his arms and smirked. How am I a thief? What did I steal from you? Ji Ningxuan pouted. You know very well, you stole my heart. She had been trying to suppress her emotions, but the moment she saw Yi Fan, it was as if a floodgate had opened. The most tender words spilled out uncontrollably. With such a beauty in his arms, Yi Fan naturally wrapped an arm around her slender waist, then let his hand slide lower, gauging certain proportions. You've grown a bit since last time. If anyone else, man or woman, had dared to touch Ji Ningxuan so boldly, she would have drawn her blade in fury. But under Yi Fan's touch, her heart trembled violently, her body melting like a docile kitten, her eyes fluttering shut. The warmth radiating from Yi Fan's palm enveloped her like a spring breeze, and her martial energy surged once again. The last time they met, her strength had leaped from martial master to martial emperor. If they went further this time, would she break through yet another realm? Not here. Too many people. Though she was lost in the moment, Ji Ningxuan noticed that Qin Lao, Gao Fei, and the others had already turned away. With so many watching, it wouldn't be proper. If Yi Fan wanted to take liberties, they should at least find somewhere private, like a hotel? Ugh! Ji Ningxuan, what are you thinking? You're the future imperial consort. Your wedding is next month. How can you even consider this? What she didn't know was that the emperor she was set to marry, Ji Yuchen, wasn't a man at all, but a woman who had been disguised for over 20 years. From sending Ji Ningxuan to Huadu to recruit Yi Fan, to this mission in Guangqing to dismantle Prince Jin's secret base, everything had been orchestrated by Ji Yuchen. Ji Ningxuan tried to wriggle free, but Yi Fan swept her up into his arms. Fine. Then we'll go to the car. A wicked grin played on his lips. A beauty delivered to his doorstep? Yi Fan had no qualms about giving Ji Yuchen a little gift. Even if he got Ji Ningxuan pregnant, the emperor, knowing the truth, would have to swallow the humiliation for the sake of the royal family's dignity. Humph. The royal family allowed Prince Jin to massacre the Yi clan. Consider this your karma. As Yi Fan carried Ji Ningxuan toward the car, Qin Lao and Zhao Lao exchanged resigned glances. The imperial consort is reckless, but this young Master Yi is downright audacious. Does he really think we won't dare speak up? Well, the truth was he was right. Damn it. Not only was Yi Fan terrifyingly powerful, but the royal family was also relying on the Taisher mansion and by extension Yi Fan to counterbalance Prince Jin. And behind Yi Fan stood the legendary Dark Knight sovereign, Qin Yao, a figure who had dominated an entire era. Qin Lao, Zhao Lao, where are you going? Gao Fei was still processing the scene when the two martial emperor bodyguards suddenly vanished, reappearing inside the lead car and leaving him standing alone. Captain Gao, you drive for the imperial consort. We're too old for excitement. Qin Lao's weary voice floated back, his mind already conjuring images of what might unfold in the car. Too old for this. Gao Fei finally caught on. Those two old foxes. Resigned, he opened the door and took the driver's seat. Thankfully, the luxury Lincoln had a partition between the front and back. Miss, where to? Gao Fei stared rigidly ahead, not daring to glance back for fear of seeing something he shouldn't. Before Ji Ningxuan could answer, Yi Fan handed over his phone with a navigation pin. Prince Jin's secret base. Here's the location. Gao Fei and Ji Ningxuan both froze. Just hours ago, Yi Fan had reported Prince Jin's hidden base in the southwest, and now he already had the exact coordinates? Gao Fei stole a glance at Yi Fan through the rearview mirror. In that moment, the aura around the young man gave him a strange thought. Maybe young Master Yi is the best match for Miss after all. You've been stuck at Martial Master for a while. Take this. Yi Fan tossed Gao Fei a small porcelain vial. Break through to Martial Emperor when you get the chance. Then protect Ningxuan properly. A rich, medicinal fragrance wafted from the vial. Gao Fei inhaled deeply, his face lighting up. Blood spirit pill? A pill that aids in breaking through to Martial Emperor. Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you. If not for the confines of the car, Gao Fei would have dropped to his knees in gratitude. Blood spirit pills were the rarest elixirs for advancing to Martial Emperor. In all of Great Xia, only 2 masters could refine them, and with scarce ingredients, barely a dozen were produced daily. Every aristocratic family fought tooth and nail for them. Even if a family obtained one, it would go to a core disciple. For a mere bodyguard captain like Gao Fei, such a treasure was unimaginable. Yet Yi Fan had just handed it to him without a second thought. I've met my benefactor. From now on, he'd serve young Master Yi, no, his future brother-in-law, with unwavering loyalty. Young master, miss, don't mind me. I'm deaf and blind, just here to drive. With that, Gao Fei yanked the partition shut and started the car, following the navigation toward Prince Jin's base. In the back seat, Ji Ningxuan watched Yi Fan's actions, her cheeks flushing. A bribe? To keep Gao Fei quiet? Just what does this scoundrel plan to do in here? She glanced around the spacious back seat. There was plenty of room, but if Yi Fan really tried something, should she resist or let him? Yi Fan watched Gao Fei's actions and couldn't help but smirk. This security captain was quite sensible. When Yi Fan lowered his head again, Ji Ningxuan in his arms was already blushing intensely. She squirmed slightly in his embrace. Brother Fan, I missed you. At this moment, Ji Ningxuan could no longer suppress her emotions. Wrapping her arms around Yi Fan's neck, she pressed her red lips eagerly against his. Though they had only been apart for a few days, to Ji Ningxuan it felt like an eternity had passed. She wished she could melt entirely into Yi Fan's embrace. Faced with such tenderness, refusing would make Yi Fan look utterly heartless, wouldn't it? Moreover, back in Huadu's eastern suburbs, when confronting the Netherblood worms, this silly girl had been reckless enough to rush down to save him. That moment of emotion was something Yi Fan had deeply cherished. Inside the car, soft moans soon filled the air. The confined space seemed to heat up instantly by several degrees. Clothes were disheveled and hints of skin peeked through. The rich and varied landscapes of the land, from rolling hills to rushing rivers, beckoned Yi Fan to explore their mysteries without pause. As the car advanced, the road grew uneven, jostling them slightly. Gao Fei, driving up front, was utterly miserable, his toes practically curling with discomfort. Regret washed over him. Damn it, he never should have gotten into this car. The two old men back there couldn't handle the excitement due to their age. But Gao Fei, being young and vigorous, was even more affected. This young Master Yi was truly fearless. He was boldly doing what countless others wouldn't dare. As Yi Fan left with Ji Ningxuan in the car, numerous spies hidden outside the Tiankue base quickly relayed the news to their respective superiors. One of the first to receive the report was Prince Jin of Shangjing. Your Highness, Chief Pan entered the base but never came out. Just now, Yi Fan left with the imperial consort. Upon hearing his subordinate's message, Prince Jin was overcome with despair. Understood. Though he had anticipated this outcome, confirming Pan Shi's death still pained him deeply. After all, Pan Shi was his right-hand man. His loss was not just emotionally devastating, it would also hinder many ongoing plans. How are things arranged in the Vermilion Bird domain? Where's the imposter Pan Shi? How soon can he arrive? Also, get the base leaders up to speed. The imperial family must already suspect something, otherwise Ji Ningxuan wouldn't have shown up. Only allow entry if the correct code word is given. Prince Jin snapped irritably at his subordinates. The Southwest base was a decades-long project, built with immense resources. If anything went wrong now, all of Prince Jin's grand schemes would crumble. The hidden leader in the Vermilion Bird domain has confirmed preparations are nearly complete. The journey from the Vermilion Bird domain to the secret base will take about an hour. Prince Jin nodded. Make sure he stays concealed. Wu Shihao has already been exposed, he absolutely cannot meet the same fate. If the secret base were compromised and the Vermilion Bird domain's hidden forces were also discovered, Prince Jin would lose control over the entire Vermilion Bird domain. Once all his power was stripped away, he'd have no choice but to submit to the Blazing Sun Envoy, becoming nothing more than their vassal. The Blazing Sun Envoy wielded terrifying methods, but Prince Jin had a vague sense that their ambitions might surpass even his own. Meanwhile, the Blazing Sun Envoy in Shangjing had also learned of Pan Shi's demise. Pan Shi is definitely dead. But according to intelligence, those 6 Emperor-level warriors survived and seemed to have pledged loyalty to Yi Fan. Hearing this report, the Blazing Sun Envoy sighed in frustration. Well, since Yi Fan is that person's descendant, it's no surprise he survived the Soul-Locking Wood's dark curse and discovered the secret within those warriors' bodies. But once those parasitic eggs are exposed, their element of surprise is lost. Damn that Yi Fan. Still weakened from the backlash of the Soul-Locking Wood's destruction, the Blazing Sun Envoy muttered, how do we deal with this man? Master Envoy, should we contact the immortal behind Prince Jin? His power might be the only way to counter Yi Fan. The Blazing Sun Envoy sighed. No, not yet. I'll report our situation to higher-ups first and await their instructions. Meanwhile, there are rumors of dark forces emerging again near the Miaojiang's Gu sect. This time, I must go personally, I must get there before Yi Fan. Within the minor martial alliance, the Qiu and Miao families had gathered angrily to condemn Yi Fan. How outrageous! That bastard Yi Fan killed Chief Qiu and even assassinated our Miao family elder. Does he think he can disrespect the minor martial alliance with impunity? Exactly. Does he really believe the Nangong family's backing gives him free rein? Dream on. We demand justice for this. Humph. The Yi family's resurgence has already offended many. Alliance leader, you must act. Qiu Zhong's death cannot go unanswered. As the crowd turned to the square-jawed man at the head of the table, Qiu Quan, leader of the Qiu family, a subordinate rushed in with news. Report. News from Guanqing, Yi Fan has taken over the 4 major families and seized the Tiankue base. Pan Shi is dead. The room fell even deeper into frustration. Pan Shi, Prince Jin's right-hand man, had led 10 Emperor-level warriors, yet all had fallen to Yi Fan. Just how formidable was this man? Humph. While Yi Fan may have taken the Tiankue base, consolidating control won't be easy. Patriarch Miao, didn't the Miao family place orders with the base years ago? Now's the time to demand delivery. If they can't fulfill their obligations, we'll demand the Tiankue base as collateral. Pure business, utterly reasonable, no? Xiao Quan's words lit up the room. Brilliant. Why didn't I think of that? Force them to fulfill the contracts. If they can't, we take the base. Exactly. The base has owed us shipments for years. Catching up in a short time is impossible. The alliance leader is truly wise. Sooner or later, the Tiankue base will be ours. Amid the praise, Xiao Quan stroked his beard smugly. For safety's sake, gather more forces. If Yi Fan refuses, we'll just seize it by force. The benefits of capturing the Tiankue base far surpass your wildest imagination. His eyes gleamed coldly. The Tiankue base's legacy and hidden connections, once acquired, could provide the minor martial alliance with enough leverage to challenge even the main martial alliance. But Qiuquan didn't know one thing: the Tiankue base had always been the inheritance Yi Fan's mother left for him. Having fully assimilated its knowledge, Yi Fan now commanded all its S and A-class resources at will. Inside Ji Ningxuan's Lincoln, as the passion between them intensified, Ji Ningxuan's denim skirt and chiffon blouse had long been discarded. Her fair skin shimmered temptingly beneath the car's dim light. At the height of their emotions, morality and caution were flung aside. Ji Ningxuan hooked her arms around Yi Fan's neck and leaned back into the seat, closing her eyes, ready. Let the storm rage harder. Life was too short to hold back. To hell with identities like Imperial Consort or Jade Lake Saintess. All Ji Ningxuan wanted now was zero distance between her and Yi Fan. Everything fell into place naturally. At this moment, Yi Fan didn't want to care about anything else. There were only beautiful moments and romantic scenes to enjoy. But just as Yi Fan was about to take the final step, the car suddenly screeched to a halt, nearly throwing both him and Ji Ningxuan out of their seats. Yi Fan furrowed his brow. What's going on? Why did Gao Fei suddenly stop? The mood had been perfect, but now that it was interrupted, Ji Ningxuan would likely be too shy to continue. If they had to restart, things wouldn't go as smoothly. Young Master Yi, miss. There's a man in a wheelchair blocking the road ahead. Gao Fei spoke solemnly from the front, feeling somewhat helpless. Miss, young Master Yi, don't blame me, I really didn't want to interrupt you. It's just that Dean Chen is sitting right in the middle of the road in his wheelchair. I had no choice but to stop. Ah! Ji Ningxuan looked down at her disheveled clothes, barely covering herself, and felt so embarrassed she wished she could vanish into the ground. How could I let myself get like this? This is so mortifying. Did I really lose control again? She could still pass off that night as an accident, a one-time indulgence. But today, she had almost stripped completely, and apart from the final step, she had practically given herself to Yi Fan. What was happening to her? The old man in the wheelchair could only be Dean Chen from the Zhenwu division. Turn around. Ji Ningxuan clutched her clothes to cover herself and pouted at Yi Fan. Yi Fan's lips twitched. No need to hide, I've already seen everything. And I've got a pretty good idea of the size too. As he spoke, he even gestured vaguely in the air, making his teasing intent unmistakable. You're so bad. It's all your fault. Ji Ningxuan lightly pounded Yi Fan's chest, though she couldn't bring herself to hit him too hard, afraid of hurting him. The moment her hand touched his chest, her heart trembled again. Sigh. This scoundrel, always bullying me. But the truth is, I let him. With Chen Yu here, Ji Ningxuan knew she had to quickly straighten her clothes. Yet, she couldn't help feeling a pang of regret. They had done everything, kissing, embracing, all but the final step. She had nearly become Yi Fan's woman. What a shame. But she couldn't decide whether this outcome was good or bad. Perhaps it was fate. Maybe she and Yi Fan were never meant to go beyond this point. After all, she was destined to be the future imperial consort. No matter how prodigious Yi Fan was, he could never replace the emperor. Running away with Yi Fan? Ji Ningxuan had considered it, but she knew Yi Fan carried too many responsibilities: the blood feud of the Yi family, the duty to protect his 7 sisters-in-law, and the divine sex mission to safeguard the world. Even if she could abandon everything and disappear into the mundane world, could Yi Fan? The answer was clearly no. This was an impossible dilemma. Maybe this is for the best. Yi Fan watched the shifting emotions on Ji Ningxuan's face. Though he couldn't read her thoughts, after going through life and death situations together, she had already found a place in his heart. Don't worry. I'll find a way, Yi Fan said without elaborating, but Ji Ningxuan understood instantly. He was determined to carve a path for their love. But was that even possible under these circumstances? Unless the Yi family rebelled and overthrew the royal family? But was that realistic? A man's fury for his beloved? If it came to that, the very existence of the Yi family's army would betray its original purpose. Okay, Ji Ningxuan replied softly, not wanting to dampen his spirits. Let's get out. We shouldn't keep Dean Chen waiting too long. As they stepped out of the car, Chen Yao sat in his wheelchair, smiling at them. No need to rush. Another half-hour would have been fine. I've arranged for obstacles to delay the fake Pan Shi's convoy from the Vermilion Bird domain. What should have been an hour's journey will now take an extra half-hour. Yi Fan nearly choked. Another half-hour? Does he think I only last half an hour? Meanwhile, Ji Ningxuan's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Back in the eastern suburbs of Huadu, Qinyao had already witnessed their intimacy. Now in Guangqing, he'd caught them in the act again. Dinshin, Ji Ningxuan greeted with a slight bow. She was grateful Qinyao was on Yifan's side, otherwise she'd never be able to explain herself. Yifan clasped his hands in respect. From Qinyao arrangements, it was clear he had guessed Yifan's plan. Dean, you didn't wait here just to tell me that, did you? Of course not. Qinyao pulled 2 sheets of paper from his sleeve and handed them to Yifan. Time was tight, and the Zhenwu Division's intelligence is limited. Plus, Prince Jin's secret base is heavily guarded. This is all we could gather. By the way, much of this intel came from your maid, Han Yue. That girl is quite capable. Han Yue? The fierce beauty, granddaughter of Han Wuji? Yifan had given her 20 billion to build an intelligence network, and it seemed she was already delivering results. Unfolding the papers, the first page listed key figures in Prince Jin's base. First in command, Guan Qiran. Second in command, Duan Chang. Third in command, Su Ping. The following pages contained rough sketches of the base's layout, hastily drawn but marking critical checkpoints. Based on your intel, we used satellite imaging and insider information from engineers to map the mountain's internal structure. Prince Jin is ruthless. He hollowed out an entire mountain, building 20 cylindrical towers inside, interconnected yet independent. There's even an airstrip in there. It's terrifying. Yifan studied the map, deeply moved. Dinshin has really gone above and beyond for me. Also, taking Miss G's car would be too obvious. I've prepared an identical convoy, 3 black Hummers with matching plates and identifiers. Switch to those. Qinyao clapped, and from the roadside woods, 3 black Hummers emerged, bearing vermilion bird domain plates. Thank you, Dean. Yifan sighed in admiration. Qinyao thoroughness was impressive. With identical vehicles, his disguise, and Song Yang's secret signals, the leaders of Prince Jin's base would have no choice but to believe him. No need for thanks. Do what you must, I'll handle the fallout. Shadow and I will wait at the base's exit. If you're not out in an hour, we'll storm in. Qinyao gaze at Yifan was filled with paternal warmth. He had carried guilt for failing to protect the Yi family during their tragedy. Now, no matter what Yifan did, Qinyao would support him, offering solutions for difficulties and standing guard against dangers. Brother Yi, you're planning to storm Prince Jin's base alone? I'm coming with you. Now Ji Ningxuan understood Yifan intended to single-handedly take on Prince Jin's stronghold. Was this for me? Because the emperor had tasked her with handling the base and Yifan worried for her safety, he was charging in to eliminate the threat himself. So touched. How could she ever repay him? Without Yifan saying a word, Ji Ningxuan had already convinced herself, her eyes glistening with emotion. Conclusion confirmed. Imperial consort Ji Ningxuan is undeniably a hopeless romantic. This? Yifan frowned, hesitating. Although Ji Ningxuan had now reached the rank of martial emperor, he still wasn't entirely at ease. After all, if something dangerous happened, Yifan could easily abandon the 6 martial emperor slaves and flee alone. But if Ji Ningxuan were harmed, there was no way he could ignore her. Just as Yifan was about to refuse, Qinyao tugged at his sleeve. Bring Miss Ji along. Qinyao gave him a meaningful wink and whispered, haven't you noticed? The emperor seems to be deliberately giving you and Miss Ji time alone. I suspect there's a deeper intention behind it, something related to a major royal secret from the past. Even though the late emperor publicly dismissed it, I still sense something unresolved. A royal secret? Yifan's brows furrowed. What kind of secret would justify sending his imperial consort to me? Does the emperor have some peculiar preferences? Underscore some kind of cuckold? Underscore. Qinyao shook his head. I can't say for certain yet. Once the Imperial Investigation Bureau gathers more evidence, I'll update you. But trust me, spending more time with Miss Ji won't be a bad thing. Fine, Yifan agreed. Qinyao possessed the 3rd jade pendant fragment given by his mother, proof of absolute loyalty. If he said it was safe to bring Ji Ningxuan, then there was no harm in it. Still, Ningxuan will need to alter your appearance. As the imperial consort, her face was widely recognized and certainly known to Jin Wang's inner circle. Yifan swiftly pinched and molded Ji Ningxuan's face, reshaping it into a completely different visage. Ah! Why you didn't make me hideous, did you? Ji Ningxuan panicked, worried about looking unappealing in front of Yifan. She hastily turned on her phone's camera to check her reflection. Without a concrete reference, Yifan had improvised, drawing from one of the more memorable faces from his subconscious. The result was uncannily reminiscent of a certain beloved actress, one frequently seen in educational films, often in scenarios involving taking out the trash or being dragged away by neighbors. Her cheeks were softly rounded, her large eyes both innocent and subtly alluring. Huh? This face seems familiar. Like I've studied it somewhere. Ji Ningxuan mused, staring at her transformed reflection. Though she was the holy maiden of Yuqi and the prime minister's daughter, once the picture of propriety, her recent lessons with a certain flight attendant friend had opened a door in her mind, one that could never be closed again. After a moment of thought, it struck her the educational videos her friend had shared, wasn't one of them about a girl taking out the trash? She looked exactly like that now. So. Brother Fan studies those too. Recalling those illuminating scenes, Ji Ningxuan's cheeks flushed crimson. No wonder he likes this look. Good thing I've done my research. As Yi Fan was about to board the vehicle, Qinyao suddenly stopped him and pulled out a pair of transparent gloves and contact lenses. Almost forgot. These are for bypassing Jin Wang's retinal and fingerprint scans. They'll let you pass through the base's security. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jin Wang's secret southwestern base, 50 kilometers west of Guangqing, disguised as an unremarkable cement factory, the compound showed no outward signs of suspicion. The true entrance lay within a massive production workshop. At the gate, Guan Qiuran, the base's overseer, watched the workers bustling outside, his frown deepening. Tell the nearby village to heighten patrols tonight. No suspicious individuals are to approach, he ordered his second-in-command, Duan Chang. As the direct supervisor of Jin Wang's operations, Guan Qiuran managed the training and deployment of 60,000 soldiers. A foreboding sense of unease gnawed at him like the calm before a storm. Commander, is something wrong? Duan Chang frowned. Chief Pan Shi is personally overseeing things here tonight. Between him and the experts stationed at the Vermilion Bird territory, even that idiot Heir shouldn't survive, right? Guan Qiuran shook his head. I can't pinpoint it, but His Highness just issued an encrypted order. Effective immediately, all personnel must use passcodes for entry, and Pan Shi now holds full command authority. Almost as if His Highness suspects us of treachery. But we've always been loyal. Duan Chang protested. Why would he doubt us? Exactly my confusion. It feels like he's hiding something. Regardless, we must remain vigilant. This base is His Highness' legacy. Nothing can go wrong. Understood. Just then, 3 Hummers rolled past the village checkpoints and into the factory grounds. Commander, Chief Pan has arrived, a subordinate reported. Guan Qiuran checked his watch, suspicion flaring. So early? A full half-hour ahead of schedule. Something felt off. Any anomalies with the convoy? Negative, sir. License plates, IDs, and facial recognition all match. The Martial Emperor escorts from Chief Pan's last visit are also present. Guan Qiuran relaxed slightly but remained cautious. Prep for deception checks, he decided. Let's greet our esteemed Chief Pan, he said grimly. The 2 leaders leaped down from the entrance and strode to the lead vehicle. Guan Qiuran opened the door with exaggerated deference. Guan Qiuran pays his respects to Chief Pan. Yi Fan, in disguise, responded coolly, You've been briefed, yes? From this moment I command all operations. No unauthorized actions. Acknowledged, Guan Qiuran and Duan Chang replied in unison. Then lead the way. His Highness demands a full inspection, no security gaps can remain. As Yi Fan stepped forward, Guan Qiuran deliberately lagged behind. Chief Pan, a question, do you recall the details of this morning's meeting? Yi Fan instantly recognized the trap. Pan Shi had died too quickly. While Yi Fan had extracted some intel via soul-searching, the morning's discussions remained unknown. Smack! Without hesitation, Yi Fan spun and slapped Guan Qiuran hard across the face. You incompetent fool! You dare ask me about a meeting you attended? What use are you? Ji Ningxuan gaped at the sheer audacity. This man's shamelessness knows no bounds. But then again, if he weren't this bold, would he have dared to tease her so brazenly? You what the hell? Guan Qiuran staggered, clutching his stinging cheek. Chief Pan, I insist on an answer, he growled, hand tightening on his sword hilt. Smack! Insist your mother. I answer to no one. Another slap sent Guan Qiuran reeling, his face now symmetrically swollen. Gah! Fury boiled in Guan Qiuran's veins, his blade halfway drawn. Clang! The entrance to the base was the most heavily fortified area of the entire compound. Guan Qiuran had stationed at least 6 Martial Emperor-level experts here, along with numerous laser weapons. As Guan Qiuran made a move to draw his blade, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Around the base gates, over 100 elite fighters and laser turrets locked onto Yi Fan, Ji Ningxuan, and their group. A suffocating wave of murderous intent filled the air so thick it seemed to churn the atmosphere into chaotic vortices. Yi Fan frowned, mentally reviewing every detail of his performance. Had he slipped up somewhere? But everything had gone smoothly, the facial recognition, the license plate scan, all flawless. Was Guan Churan's intuition just that sharp? If a battle erupted at the gates, Yi Fan wouldn't even make it inside the base. His shadow blade, enhanced with 3,000 runes, would be useless here. Worse, it would alert the entire base. Even with his first-rank martial saint strength, the Heaven's Wrath Thunder technique, and other godly martial skills, facing 60,000 martial experts at once would exhaust him to death. Just as the standoff reached its peak, a line of text appeared on Yi Fan's retinal display. Meeting agenda: seizing the Tiankue base, eliminating Yi Fan, and assisting the boss in taking control of the Vermilion Bird domain. Signed, Han Yue. The retinal projection was part of the Tianji Pavilion's intelligence network integrated with Han You's spy system. Using nano-imaging technology, it transmitted real-time visuals to a data center, analyzed the situation, and fed Yi Fan critical intel. Yi Fan smirked. So, that voluptuous beauty Han Yue isn't just all looks and no brains. In less than a month, she'd built an intelligence network powerful enough to bail him out at a crucial moment. Guan Churan's blade was already an inch out of its sheath when Yi Fan spoke coolly. Given the urgency tonight and in recognition of your loyalty, I'll answer you this once. His voice turned icy. The three topics were how to seize the Tiankue base, how to kill Yi Fan, and how to assist the boss in taking control of the Vermilion Bird domain. Do I need to repeat the action plan in detail? Ha! Hearing this, Guan Churan's grip on his blade loosened slightly and he exhaled in relief. Had he been overthinking it? That morning's meeting had been held in a top-secret conference room attended only by the base's 4 leaders and Chief Pan himself. None of the leaders had left the base all day, only Pan Sure should have known the details. No need. My apologies, Chief Pan. His Highness's orders demand utmost caution tonight. Guan Churan pressed further. What is tonight's passphrase? Tiger Gate Source. Yi Fan's reply was frigid. Any more questions? None. Forgive my insolence, Chief Pan. Please proceed. Though still uneasy, Guan Churan had no grounds for suspicion. The passphrase, facial recognition, and classified intel all matched. Slap. To his shock, Yi Fan struck him across the face, drawing blood. You're done questioning me, but I have a problem with you. Yi Fan's voice dripped with menace. I promoted you to leader of this base and now you dare disrespect me? Suspect me. Thud. 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 The force sent Guan Churan stumbling back, his face burning. Yet he didn't dare react. My apologies, Chief. I was wrong. Humiliated, Guan Churan forced himself back into position, not even adjusting his stance, as if offering his other cheek for another strike. Slap. Yi Fan obliged, backhanding him so hard his face contorted. Second-in-command Duan Chong couldn't take it anymore. Chief panned. He tried to intervene, but Guan Churan shot him a warning glance. Stay quiet. If you provoke him further, I'll be the one paying for it. What? You want a piece of this too? Yi Fan's glare was glacial. This guy's clearly Guan Churan's lackey. When the time comes, he dies first. And no, of course not. Though seething, Duan Chong didn't dare utter another word. Move. Take me inside. Yi Fan strode forward without another glance. As they walked, Duan Chong exchanged a look with Guan Churan, who whispered, stay away from me later. Watch Chief Pan closely. Despite everything checking out, Guan Churan's instincts screamed that something was off. He needed Duan Chang at a distance. If things went south, at least one of them might survive. Beside Yi Fan, Ji Ningxuan finally relaxed. This man is a demon. Charging alone into a base guarded by 60,000 of Prince Jin's men? And under pressure, he bluffed his way through flawlessly. Guan Churan and his men won't even see death coming. As the elevator descended into the base's depths, Guan Churan began the tour. Chief Pan, this is Combat Division 1, 100 floors total, with armories, training grounds, barracks. Yi Fan memorized the layout, cross-referencing it with Director Chen's map. But his real focus was on how to eliminate Guan Churan without raising alarms. Leader Guan, I'm tired. Find me a room to rest. Ah? Of course. Guan Churan frowned but complied. At a corner suite, he opened the door. This is our finest guest room, Chief Pan. Before he could finish, Yi Fan yanked him inside. Get in here. Guan Churan had no idea he'd just chosen his own grave. Ha! Guan Qiuran hadn't even processed what was happening before his body was suddenly yanked into the room. Every hair on his body stood on end, his entire being screaming in alarm. Something's wrong, there's definitely something wrong. Acting purely on instinct, Guan Qiuran channeled all his martial energy ready to bolt for the door. As the strongest leader of the base, Guan Qiuran's martial prowess had already reached the 6th tier of the martial emperor realm, surpassing even Pan Shi by a significant margin. This was precisely why Guan Qiuran had been so domineering in front of Pan Shi. This luxurious room, originally meant for hosting VIPs, had no surveillance and impeccable soundproofing. If the man before him decided to kill him here, the entire base would remain none the wiser. By Guan Qiuran's estimation, even if he couldn't defeat an 8th-tier martial emperor, he should at least be able to escape enough to break out of this room and sound the alarm. He couldn't let the entire base suffer losses. Absolute domain. At that moment, Yi Fan held nothing back. Instantly activating his absolute domain, he enveloped the entire room in an eerie aura, suppressing the area. Guan Qiuran's strength plummeted from the martial emperor realm to the grandmaster level. His movements slowed by dozens of times. But what terrified Guan Qiuran even more was the sight of Yi Fan's palm. 3,000 crimson threads of the overlord physique shot forth, piercing into his body and merging with his meridians, sealing off all his martial energy. Now Guan Qiuran's body was as tightly bound as a zongzi, completely immobilized. You're really not Chief Pan? Who the hell are you? Guan Qiuran glared at Yi Fan with hatred. His intuition had been right all along. At the base entrance, I should have just used the laser weapons to take this bastard out. As he cursed inwardly, a horrifying realization struck him. You're Yi Fan? Holy she. The moment he pieced it together, Guan Qiuran's eyes filled with terror. So the real Pan Shi must already be dead at Yi Fan's hands. Prince Jin must already know this. But then why did he say Pan Shi would be arriving from the Vermilion Bird domain? Obviously, Prince Jin didn't trust the 4 leaders of the base. He was worried about rebellion, so he wanted the big shots from the Vermilion Bird domain to take control. But who could have guessed Yi Fan would intercept and take his place? Humph. You're sharp, but too bad you backed the wrong man. Since you're about to die, I'll make it clear, I am Yi Fan. With a faint smile, Yi Fan rubbed his face, reverting to his true appearance. And this, he gestured beside him, is Imperial Consort Ji Ningxuan. When Yi Fan and Ji Ningxuan revealed their real faces, Guan Qiuran was utterly dumbstruck. Imperial Consort? Ji Ningxuan? His voice trembled. How? How are you two here together? Working as a team? I see now. The Imperial family's been suspecting Prince Jin all along. He's finished. Guan Qiuran was sharp, he connected everything in an instant. The Imperial family's support for the Yi family's establishment of the Grand Preceptor's Manor, the joint operation between the Imperial Consort and Yi Fan. It all pointed to one conclusion: the Imperial family had fully allied with the Yi family. Even though Prince Jin had wiped out the Yi family's 10 prodigies, Yi Fan's rise alone was enough to turn the tables. You can wait for Prince Jin on the road to the underworld. Yi Fan's palm ignited with the flames of primordial fire, instantly engulfing Guan Qiuran. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Guan Qiuran was reduced to nothingness. The toughest opponent in Prince Jin's base had finally been dealt with. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room of Base Zone 1, second-in-command Duan Chang, who had parted ways with Guan Qiuran earlier, was closely monitoring the feeds, tracking Guan Qiuran and Yi Fan's movements in real time. What's going on? Why hasn't there been any movement from the boss and Chief Pan after all this time in the room? Third-in-command Su Ping and fourth-in-command Feng Yi exchanged puzzled glances. Second boss, aren't you overreacting? The boss has only been in there for less than 2 minutes. Is that really all this time? Maybe they're discussing something important. No. Absolutely not. Duan Chang's voice was urgent. The boss said Chief Pan seemed off today. Quick, we need to check on them. You two, man the artillery positions. If anything seems wrong, open fire immediately. With that, Duan Chang stormed out of the surveillance room, rushing toward the room where Yi Fan and Guan Qiuran were. Just as Yi Fan stepped out of the room, he collided head-on with the hurrying Duan Chang. Where's the boss? Duan Chang, a 4th-tier martial emperor, extended his senses into the room but detected no signs of life. He's already met the King of Hell. You're next. A faint smile curled on Yi Fan's lips as he activated his phantom mirage body. A shadowy afterimage shot through Duan Chang's body, instantly weakening his strength by 30%. Before Duan Chang could react, a shadow blade pierced through his chest. A fourth-tier martial emperor stood no chance. Duan Chang lost all combat ability in an instant. Fire! Fire the artillery! He's not Chief Pan. With his last ounce of strength, Duan Chang roared into his comms. At the other end of the circular corridor, Su Ping and Feng Yi, manning 3 massive artillery cannons, didn't hesitate. They opened fire on Yi Fan's position. Whoosh boom! Simultaneously, the entire base erupted into blaring alarms. So we've been exposed after all. Pulling Ji Ningxuan aside to dodge the incoming barrage, Yi Fan barked orders to the 6 martial emperor slaves beside him. Stick to the plan, blow up the armory, then retreat. Yes, sir. The moment Yi Fan and Ji Ningxuan dodged, several artillery shells detonated where they'd stood, blasting a massive hole through 3 floors of the building. With their cover blown, Yi Fan saw no reason to hold back. Shadow blades activate. Chanting the incantation from his mother's manual, Yi Fan unleashed the full power of the Shadow Blade's runes. A storm of martial energy swirled around the blade like a tornado, forming a vortex in the hollow center of the circular corridor before hurtling towards Su Ping and Feng Ye's position. Boom! 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 A series of explosions reduced the 5-story building where the 2 commanders stood to rubble. The tornado-like energy, now resembling a roaring dragon, rampaged through the entire structure, piercing through 100 floors in seconds, from the ground up and back down again. The Shadow Blade's edge, enhanced by its runes, sliced through the reinforced building as if it were tofu. Thousands of support pillars were severed in an instant. The entire structure trembled violently before collapsing in a storm of dust and debris. At the same time, the armory on the first floor detonated in a chain reaction of explosions. Within mere seconds, Base Zone 1 was on the verge of total destruction. Move. Next zone. Wrapping an arm around Ji Ningxuan, Yi Fan dashed toward Zone 2 before the ruins could bury them. Then Zone 3. Zone 4. With the terrifying might of the Shadow Blade, none of the zones lasted more than 30 seconds before exploding and collapsing. Boom. Crash. Prince Jin's decades-long labor of love, his secret base, was reduced to ruins in minutes under the onslaught of Yi Fan's Shadow Blade. From the outside, the massive mountain housing the base suddenly caved in at its midsection, forming a gaping crater that expanded rapidly. Meanwhile, several miles away, 3 Humvees sped toward the base. In the middle vehicle, a middle-aged man who bore a striking resemblance to Pan Shi urged the driver impatiently. Faster! Go faster! With that much commotion at the base, something must have gone wrong. This man, Feng Mo, was a 10,000-man commander from the Vermilion Bird Domain. The opportunity to impersonate Pan Shi had thrilled him beyond words. Prince Jin's secret base could house 60,000 soldiers. If he successfully took control as Pan Shi, his status would skyrocket, perhaps even rivaling the big shots of the Vermilion Bird Domain. The future looks so bright. Feng Mo was terrified of arriving too late and missing his chance to stir up trouble. Little did he know he was rushing straight to his doom. Yi Fan's plan was simple: eliminate Jin Wang's allies one by one, cutting off all his support. As Feng Mo led his convoy through the first checkpoint outside the village, the automated gate system recognized them and swung open. The guards stationed at the entrance were stunned. What's going on? Didn't Chief Pen just head to the base? Why is there another convoy? Watching Feng Mo's vehicle speed toward the base, the guards at the first checkpoint hurriedly called to report the situation. But inside the secret base, chaos reigned. Yi Fan had unleashed the Shadow Blade, wreaking havoc across zones 1 through 20. The sprawling underground facility, carved deep into the mountains, was collapsing at a visible rate. Jin Wang's stronghold was being utterly destroyed. Standing at the exit of Zone 20, Yi Fan gazed at the billowing dust, the crumbling ruins, and the relentless explosions. He couldn't help but sigh. Jin Wang's ambitions were truly immense. Beside him, Ji Ningxuan had followed him inside, expecting to lend a hand. Instead, she found herself with nothing to do, not even a chance to cheer him on. And just like that, Jin Wang's base was reduced to rubble. Was the Shadow Blade really this terrifying? Her eyes flicked to the silver blade in Yi Fan's hand. Ancient runes pulsed along its surface, their patterns resonating with some profound, hidden law. Let's go! Yi Fan called out, darting toward the exit. The entire mountain facility was collapsing. Most of Jin Wang's ruthless followers were already dead or doomed. The only remaining escape routes were the exits, and they had to move fast. But after just 2 steps, Yi Fan staggered, nearly falling. Brother Yi, what's wrong? Ji Ningxuan's heart clenched as she steadied him. Yi Fan rubbed his temples. Nothing serious. I just overexerted myself wielding the Shadow Blade. My body's drained. We need to get out of here. While channeling the blade's power, he hadn't noticed the toll it took. Now, his limbs felt like lead. The Shadow Blade's might was undeniably monstrous, but its backlash was just as brutal. A bitter smile crossed his lips. If I'm not careful, I could end up so weakened that even an ordinary person could kill me. This time, at least, Ji Ningxuan was with him. All right. She pulled him into her arms, a complete reversal of their situation back in Huadu. Back then, she had been the injured one, cradled in his embrace. Now, the roles were flipped. Despite his exhaustion, Yi Fan couldn't help but notice the genuine smile on Ji Ningxuan's lips. Was she happy to be needed? The thought warmed him. As she carried him toward the exit, Ji Ningxuan suddenly leaned down and kissed him. Huh? For a moment, Yi Fan was stunned, then he understood. Thanks to the ember flame within him, physical intimacy with a woman could generate a revitalizing energy, restoring his depleted strength. With that realization, he didn't hesitate. If such a gift was offered, refusing would be a crime. As they raced through the tunnels, they encountered a few surviving base personnel. Confused and disoriented, the men mistook them for Chief Pan's group and even offered to guide them out. Within seconds, Ji Ningxuan and Yi Fan burst through the main gate. At the same time, 3rd Commander Su Ping, bloodied and battered, staggered out from another exit. Damn it all, he roared. All surviving forces, lock down every exit. If you see Chief Pan or anyone with him, kill them on sight. No mercy, every intruder must die today. What? The 1,000 or so survivors who had escaped the base were dumbfounded. 3rd Commander, Chief Pan is Jin Wang's most trusted man. Why would we kill him? One of the squad leaders asked in confusion. That's no Chief Pan, we've been deceived. Su Ping snarled, his wrist mangled from the explosions. That bastard is an imposter. He killed the 1st and 2nd commanders, and the 4th commander's fate is unknown. Look around, our base is in ruins because of him. Anyone who enters, no matter who they claim to be, is to be executed. Su Ping's eyes burned with fury. As Jin Wang's loyalists, they were willing to die in battle, but not like this. Not in such humiliation. Just then, 3 Humvees rolled into the warehouse outside the base, stopping right before the main gate. Fang Yimou, disguised as Pan Shi, stepped out. Su Ping's radio crackled with a report from the 1st checkpoint. 3rd Commander, we've detected another Chief Pan entering the base. Understood. Su Ping's gaze turned icy as he glared at the vehicles below. Bring up the artillery, he ordered. Target them immediately. Damn it. They're trying this again? Was one round of deception not enough? Unaware of the devastation inside, Fang Yimou stared up at the grand base entrance, already envisioning his glorious future. 3rd Commander, open the gate. I'm Pan Shi, Jin Wang sent me to take command, he shouted. What happened here? Why are you covered in blood? Has there been an incident? Su Ping nearly lost his mind. To him, this was just another imposter mocking them after reducing their base to rubble. Fire, he bellowed. Wait. 3rd Commander, what are you doing? We're on the same side. Fang Yimou cried in panic. I'm Pan Shi. Don't you recognize me? Desperate, he added, Jin Wang even gave a new passphrase for tonight's operation, Tiger Gate swords and armor. See? It matches. Armor your ancestors. Su Ping spat. The last imposter had tricked them with a passphrase too. Enough was enough. Open fire. Boom. Boom. Without hesitation, the remaining artillery on the base walls unleashed hell upon Fang Yimou and his men. What the? They've gone mad. The base has revolted. Fang Yimou, a martial emperor himself, barely dodged the barrage. All units charge. Crush these traitors. With that, he led his elite forces in a frenzied assault on the base walls, clashing with Su Ping's forces in a brutal melee. And so, another farce of mutual slaughter began. Amidst the chaos. In the midst of the chaos, at the side of the base, Yi Fan had already recovered. Standing with Ji Ningxuan, Chun Yao, and the others, he watched the self-destructive carnage at the base's entrance. The group couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Young Master Yi, you've grown even more mature, Chun Yao remarked, his face filled with pride as he looked at Yi Fan. This trip to Guangxing had been nothing short of extraordinary. Taking over the Tiankue base, eliminating Pan Shi, and then using Pan Shi's identity to dismantle the Jin King's secret stronghold. Every move had been executed flawlessly, yet the impact was nothing short of earth-shattering. On one hand, they had severed another major limb of the Jin King, weakening his forces further. On the other, Yi Fan's actions had inadvertently aided the imperial family. Just days ago, the court had announced the appointment of the Grand Preceptor's estate. With this monumental achievement, Yi Fan had effectively silenced many of the dissenters in the imperial court. offering a clear response to Ji Yuchen. As for the third benefit, Chun Yao glanced at Ji Ningxuan beside Yi Fan. The imperial consort's gaze was practically dripping with affection for him. After surviving such a life-and-death ordeal together, the bond between her and Yi Fan would only grow stronger. And let's not forget, Ji Ningxuan wasn't just any imperial consort. She was the daughter of the Prime Minister's estate and the Holy Maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land, one of the 4 great sacred grounds. With these 2 identities combined, even if Yi Fan were to openly defy the imperial family in the future, she would never stand against him. Dean Chun, I owe much of this success to your guidance. Without the intelligence and preparations you provided, this operation would never have gone so smoothly, Yi Fan said sincerely. It was true, while Yi Fan had conceived the idea of using Pan Shi's identity to infiltrate the Gene King's base, Chun Yao had meticulously prepared everything, from the coded signals to the retinal scans. Without these, even with his martial saint-level strength, Yi Fan could have fought his way in, but achieving such devastating results against 60,000 trained warriors, rather than a mere 600, would have been impossible. It was my duty, Chun Yao replied with a smile before turning his attention back to the base entrance. The elite fighters Fang Mo had brought from the Vermilion Bird domain were no pushovers. Locked in brutal combat with the remnants of third boss Su Ping's forces, both sides were falling in droves. Fang Mo and Su Ping themselves were now severely wounded and out of the fight. The outcome was all but decided. Boom! Boom! As the battle raged on, the skies above the cement factory darkened with the arrival of over 100 armed helicopters. Thousands of martial experts descended under the command of Ho Tianji, the Vermilion Bird domain's overseer. By the authority of the Vermilion Bird domain, surrender now, and you will be spared, Ho Tianji bellowed, his face grim as he glared at Su Ping and his men. The fact that such a massive threat had existed right under his nose, less than 50 kilometers from the Vermilion Bird domain's headquarters, sent chills down his spine. Had the Gene King's 60,000-strong force, aided by internal collaborators, launched a surprise attack, they could have seized control of the entire domain's million-strong army. The consequences would have been catastrophic. Young Master Yi, old man, I can't thank you enough. If I were 60 years younger, and a woman, I'd offer myself to you in gratitude, Ho Tianji joked, bowing deeply. On his way here, he'd received reports that Yi Fan had already decimated 80% of the base's forces. With the mountain's collapse, fewer than 1 in 10 had survived, a manageable number for Ho Tianji to clean up. Moreover, Yi Fan had already eliminated Wu Shihao, one of the Vermilion Bird domain's 4 war kings, further consolidating Ho Tianji's control. Overseer Ho, let's not go that far. I'm not into men, Yi Fan replied with a shudder, eyeing the burly old man. Ho Tianji laughed heartily, then glanced at Ji Ningxuan. It's getting late. Leave the rest to us, you should get some rest, young Master Yi. Yi Fan nodded. Agreed. Today had been exhausting. From rushing to Guangqing, handling the Shen family's troubles, dealing with the Chao and Han families, taking over the Tiankue base, resolving the Qi family's affairs, and confronting Chen Feng and Wu Shihao, he was spent. Ding! Just as he was about to leave, his phone buzzed with a message from Shen Mange. Hubby, my promise from earlier still stands. I've already showered and I'm waiting for you. The text ended with a cute, blushing emoji. Even through the screen, Yi Fan could picture her shy yet eager expression. Before he could reply, Ji Ningxuan leaned against him, her cheeks flushed. Yi Fan, where are we staying tonight? Nearby, bodyguards Gao Fei, Old Qin and Old Zhao, who had been about to approach, froze mid-step, then awkwardly turned around. Damn, the imperial consort's completely fallen for him. Is she really suggesting they get a room together? Now Yi Fan faced a dilemma. Shun Mange, the internationally renowned pure-hearted goddess, his third sister-in-law, was inviting him over with open arms. Meanwhile, Ji Ningxuan, the holy maiden of Yaoqi, daughter of the prime minister's estate and future imperial consort, was also offering herself, her figure nothing short of perfection. How was he supposed to choose? Well, Yi Fan pondered for a moment, considering whether to drop Ji Ningxuan off at a hotel first before heading to the Shun residence. What happened at the hotel would be her business. After all, he couldn't let either girl down. But before he could speak, Ji Ningxuan's phone rang. It was Emperor Ji Yuchen himself. Ningxuan, I've already heard about Guangxing. Thank Yifan for me. Single-handedly eliminating such a massive threat is no small feat when he comes to the capital. I'll have a grand surprise waiting for him. The Emperor's voice brimmed with joy, though the nature of this surprise remained a mystery. Also, tonight, I need you to meet with some of Guangxing's dignitaries on my behalf. There are matters to discuss. The address is... Ji Ningxuan's face fell at the Emperor's orders. With the Jin King's base dealt with, she'd hoped to finally finish what she and Yifan had started in the car earlier. But now, with this new assignment, she wouldn't even get a moment alone with him. Still, she couldn't refuse the Emperor's command. Understood. Hanging up, she sighed, her expression full of longing. Yifan, it seems I have other duties tonight. I guess we'll have to. She trailed off, but the meaning was clear. In the car, they'd already shed their clothes, bearing everything to each other. In her heart, she already belonged to Yifan. But without that final step, the mark wasn't complete. The regret lingered. But at least have dinner with me? I want barbecue. Trying to maintain decorum in front of the others, she resisted the urge to cling to Yifan's arm. Instead, she nudged him lightly with her elbow. Deal. Yifan departs and the battle at the base nears its end. Whether they were Fang Mo's men or Su Ping's, under the overwhelming force of Ho Tianji's troops, they either surrendered or were killed on the spot. Seeing the situation was hopeless, third-in-command Su Ping retreated into the ruined base while calling Prince Jin of Shangjing. Your Highness, forgive me. The southwest base, it's completely destroyed. Yifan disguised himself as Pan Shi. Your Highness, in my next life, I will serve you again. Su Ping was a loyalist to the end. After reporting the situation, he immediately took his own life. At Prince Jin's residence in Shangjing, the prince froze upon hearing Su Ping's report, then collapsed weakly to the ground. How could this happen? How is Yifan so terrifying alone? How did he destroy the entire base? What kind of weapon did he use? Could it be that he's also obtained the Immortals' techniques and weapons? No. It must be the runic weapons from the Tiankue base. Damn it. Even the Tiankue base was taken by Yifan. My southwest base, decades of effort, gone? That bastard. Prince Jin was furious, his heart aching as if it would explode. The southwest base was completely annihilated, his most capable subordinate Pan Shi was dead, and one of the 4 war kings of the Vermilion Bird domain had already been eliminated. Though the other hidden forces in the Vermilion Bird domain remained undiscovered for now, as long as Yifan stayed in Guangxing, Prince Jin couldn't rest easy. He even began to regret it. If he had known that provoking the Yi family would bring such trouble, he would never have acted against them. But if he hadn't moved against the Yi family, how could he have fully controlled the imperial family and the great Xia dynasty, fulfilling the mission given by that mysterious master behind him? The Yi family might not have pledged loyalty to the imperial family, but they would undoubtedly fight for great Xia. After calming himself slightly, Prince Jin dialed an encrypted number. Mr. Wei, now the Vermilion Bird domain can only rely on you. The base is completely destroyed. Warn your men to keep a low profile, especially since the global military exercise is about to take place here. Yifan has already confirmed his participation. You must be extremely careful. In just one day since Yifan arrived in Guangxing, Prince Jin had lost Lao Mo, the Shin family's ancestor, Wu Shihao, Pan Shi, and other key subordinates. His entire secret southwest base was gone. Now, Prince Jin could only hope Yifan would leave Guangxing soon and stop wreaking havoc here. Otherwise, his remaining forces and plans in the Vermilion Bird domain would be completely uprooted, rendering all his years of scheming, killing Yi Lingyu, and eliminating rivals utterly meaningless. Understood, Your Highness. I've already issued the orders. Everyone will remain silent and avoid any contact during this period. Hearing the response from the Vermilion Bird domain's leader, Prince Jin felt slightly reassured. After hanging up, he dialed another encrypted number. Immortal One, how much longer until you emerge from seclusion? If you don't come out soon, we won't be able to hold on. Still, need half a month. The stuttering voice of the so-called Immortal only irritated Prince Jin further. In his mind, he pictured a sharp-faced, monkey-like figure with a tiny braid. Even the Blazing Sun envoy was unreliable. Weren't they supposed to have provided 10 martial emperor-level experts? Yet they were useless against Pan Shi. Is Yifan even human? Guangqing, Barbecue Street. Jiningshuan clung playfully to Yifan's arm. I want candied hawthorns. And grilled sausages. Hee hee. And these fried chicken strips too. Walking through the crowd, they looked like a young couple. Jiningshuan, dressed in denim shorts and a chiffon blouse, occasionally fed Yifan a bite, their happiness radiating into the sky. She knew this time was fleeting. The big shots at the White Cloud Hotel were already waiting for her, and several female officials in Guangqing needed to discuss matters with her late into the night. As they strolled, neither mentioned their impending separation. From the bustling streets, they gradually wandered into the quieter back alleys near the bar district where drunk brawls were common, so foot traffic was sparse. Passing a street vendor, they noticed a bespectacled, scholarly old man with a chain around his neck, tied to a barbecue rack like a dog, kneeling on all fours, his eyes filled with fury. Old fool! How dare you oppose young Master Yang? Now you've learned your lesson, huh? Here, have a drink. A yellow-haired youth poured beer over the old man's head while laughing. Let me go. The old man struggled to rise, but another youth kicked him back down. Let you go? Sure, kneel and eat everything in that trash can and young Master Yang might forgive you. Boom. The group burst into laughter. Young Master Yang? Yifan frowned, recalling a name from a list. In the video provided by the Five Poisons Child, aside from Lao Mo, the Chow and Han families, Vermilion Bird higher-ups, and members of the Goose sect, the last openly involved family was the Yang family. He hadn't had time to deal with them yet. Was this a coincidence? As one of the youths grabbed the old man's head, trying to shove it into the trash, Yifan acted. He seized the yellow-haired youth's neck and hurled him over 10 meters away, knocking him unconscious. Old sir, let me help you up. Yifan lifted the old man and shattered the chain with a pulse of energy. Jiningshuan, ever attentive, grabbed tissues from a nearby table to wipe the old man's face. The remaining youths, 7 or 8 of them, jumped to their feet, glaring at Yifan. You looking for trouble, punk? You dare interfere with young Master Yang's business? Yifan coldly eyed the gold-spectacled youth in the center. So, you're young Master Yang? Which Yang family do you belong to? His blunt question drew mocking laughter. What an idiot! In Guangqing, there's only one Yang family that matters. Our young Master Yang is from the top martial arts family in the city. So, it really is the martial arts Yang family. From this young Master Yang's behavior, the Yangs were clearly no saints. But before taking action, Yifan wanted final confirmation. Take a good look. Do you recognize this man? He showed the video from the Five Poisons Child. The youth's face twitched. Humph. How do you have my father's video? Scared now? You see, my father personally killed the Yi family's 3rd young master, and he's still untouched. Kneel now, cut off one arm, and I'll spare your life. Oh, and your girl looks nice. Lend her to me for a couple of days as compensation. Young Master Yang smirked arrogantly. In Guangqing, he was used to getting his way. With his family's influence, he had done this many times before. Many of the girls he violated ended up jumping to their deaths, but the Yang's power ensured the cases were buried. But this time, he had picked the wrong people to mess with. Neither Yifan nor Jiningshuan was someone he could afford to provoke. Oh? Then you don't recognize me? Yifan's voice was icy. Already frustrated about his relationship with Jiningshuan, Yang's provocation was like walking into a firing squad. Who the hell cares who you are? Kneel now or I won't give you another chance. Yang raised his hand to slap Yifan. With a surge of martial energy, Yifan grabbed Yang's arm and crushed it. Listen well. I am Yifan, and I'm here to collect the debt for my 3rd brother's life. Huh? Who? Yifan. That demon Yifan. Yang Xiao exploded the moment he heard Yifan's voice. It's that jinx, Yifan. Yifan had only arrived in Guangqing that morning, yet he had already turned the city upside down. Both the Chow and Han families had been completely wiped out. Earlier, when Yang Xiao was heading out, his father had warned him to keep a low profile. He had been careful, deliberately choosing this remote spot to avoid trouble. Yet somehow he'd still run into Yifan. I was wrong. Young Master Yi, I was wrong, please spare me. Yang Xiao knew better than to test his luck. His legs gave out and he immediately dropped to his knees. He was well aware of Yifan's reputation. Whether in Yunqing or Huadu, the stories of his ruthlessness were legendary. Though Yang Xiao himself was a martial arts grandmaster, a godlike existence among ordinary people, he knew he was nothing in front of Yifan. Humph. Now tell me, do I have the right to interfere in your affairs? Yifan's icy glare sent chills down Yang Xiao's spine. Why yes. Absolutely. Young Master Yi, you have more authority than my father, no, even my grandfather. This was all my fault. I was blind, I was arrogant, whatever punishment you demand, I'll accept. Just spare my miserable life. Yang Xiao knew his place. Survival came first, no matter how humiliating. History had shown that those who defied Yu Fan, whether the grandsons of Elder Zhang or Elder Tang, ended up 6 feet under, their graves overgrown with weeds. Then go, put that dog chain around your neck and kneel to apologize to the old man. Yi Fan snapped, glancing at the elderly man nearby. Right away. Without hesitation, Yang Xiao crawled on all fours, fastened the broken dog chain around his neck, and began barking like a dog as he shuffled toward the old man. Woof! Woof woof! He was nothing if not obedient. Elder, I was wrong. I sincerely apologize. As he spoke, Yang Xiao grabbed a glass of liquor from the table and poured it over his own head. Earlier, we forced you to eat from the trash. That was unforgivable. I'll go eat it myself right now. The same arrogance he'd shown earlier had now crumbled into utter humiliation. His spinelessness was too much even for his own gang of delinquents. Yang Xiao, what the hell's wrong with you? It's just Yu Fan, that idiot from the Yi family. Even if he showed up, why cower like this? With all of us here, we can take him down. One of the crew cut Yus grabbed a liquor bottle and rallied the others. Brothers, let's do this. A worthless fool like him dares to strut around Guangqing? We'll send him straight to hell to join his brother. Yeah. The Yang family killed the Yi family's 3rd young master ages ago. What's one more? 6 or 7 of them closed in on Yi Fan, shouting threats. Yang Xiao nearly lost his mind watching his idiot friends dig their own graves. God damn it. Now of all times, you morons pick a fight. Do you even realize you're not worth a single finger of his? But it wasn't entirely their fault. Their families were too low tier to access the real information about Yi Fan. To them, he was still the idiot from 5 years ago. Stop. You'll get me killed. Not another step, I'll murder you myself. Yang Xiao roared, his face twisted in fury. These idiots are going to be the death of me. Once his gang froze, Yang Xiao turned back to the old man, groveling. The elder, finally recovering, glared coldly. Bullying others like this, you'll pay for it someday. After a pause, he added worriedly, Young Master Yi, maybe let this go? This is Guangqing, even a dragon can't overpower a local snake. Yi Fan smirked. Don't worry. If you're unharmed, you should leave. I still have unfinished business with the Yang family, but I'll be fine. The old man studied him for a moment, then nodded. Very well. I won't forget tonight's kindness. With a respectful fist and palm salute, he hailed a cab and vanished into the night. Ji Ningxuan frowned as she watched him leave. Brother Fan, that old man, he looked familiar. Almost like a big shot from the entertainment industry. Yi Fan acknowledged but didn't dwell on it. Yang Xiao remained motionless on the ground until Yi Fan's gaze fell on him again. Young Master Yi, what else do you require? Go kill your father. Yi Fan's eyes burned into him. This guy was too compliant. If he'd resisted even a little, Yi Fan might have been less wary. But those who surrendered this quickly were the most dangerous. The dogs that bite hardest never bark. They strike from the shadows. Ah! Understood. So if I kill my father, I get to live. After barely 2 seconds of hesitation, a glint flashed in Yang Xiao's eyes. Kill Dad, and I survive? Yi Fan's resolve hardened. This man could not be left alive. Correct. Only one of you walks away. Deal? Yang Xiao answered instantly. Then please accompany me to the Yang residence as a witness. I'll gladly present that old bastard's head. He deserved it, daring to kill the Yi family's 3rd young master? I've always despised him. His fury seemed genuine, as if he and his father shared some deep, personal vendetta. His gang stood frozen in disbelief. What kind of twisted game is Yang Xiao playing? Sacrificing his own father to save himself? Since when was he the selfish? And these, nuisances? Yang Xiao glanced at his friends, then at Yi Fan, awaiting instruction. Yi Fan's eye twitched. Seriously? Sure, they'd harassed the old man, but that wasn't a death-worthy offense. Was Yang Xiao really offering to execute his own crew now? I understand. Young Master Yi, wait here, I'll slaughter them right now. They knew my father murdered the Yi family's 3rd young master, yet stayed silent. They're all guilty. Before anyone could react, Yang Xiao snatched up a combat knife and lunged at his former brothers. Young Master Yang, have you lost your mind? What's your plan? The group of blonde-eyed youths were momentarily stunned, shouting warnings at Yang Xiao as if this was just an act. But the next instant, thud, Yang Xiao actually swung his combat knife and slashed it down onto the shoulder of one of the buzz-cut youths. Ah! Young Master Yang, are you serious? I'm your brother. Screw your brotherhood. Right now, all I care about is staying alive. Everyone stand the hell still. Don't move. Let me chop you all to death. With one arm already crippled, Yang Xiao didn't hesitate with the other. After hacking down one brother, he ruthlessly pulled his blade free and lunged at another. Stand still and let you kill us? You think we're idiots? The moment Yang Xiao's so-called brothers saw this, they didn't dare stay another second. They scattered like rats. He's lost it. Absolute madness. And we actually looked up to this guy. We misjudged him. Finally, it dawned on these blonde delinquents. They had considered Yang Xiao their brother, their leader. But in Yang Xiao's eyes, they were nothing less than dogs. Even. Just as Yang Xiao was about to chase after them for another strike, Yifan spoke coolly. Enough. Save your strength. Go home and kill your father instead. This guy's ruthless. Can't let him live. So far, Yifan had dismantled all the perpetrators behind the ambush on third brother. The Chao family, the Han family, the Five Poisons child, Lao Mo, Wu Shihao, all dealt with. The only ones left were the Yang family and that shadowy mastermind hidden within the Duche Yurjunwu, Vermilion Bird Domain's military. As for the 7 fragments of the Immortal Palace map left behind by his mother, the one third brother carried was still missing. He wondered if the Yang family might hold any clues. Got it. Yang Xiao's reply was disturbingly eager. Yifan could even detect excitement in his voice. Seriously? This guy was happy at the prospect of murdering his own father? Brother Yi. Ji Ningxuan stood beside him, reluctance etched across her face. Though she didn't want the night to end, the White Cloud Hotel had already called multiple times. As the future imperial consort, a representative of the royal family, she had duties to attend. Go handle your business, Yifan said soothingly, giving her hand a gentle squeeze. Don't worry, I'll find a way out for us. After spending so much time together, especially with their recent, intimate encounters, Ji Ningxuan had carved a place in Yifan's heart. He'd kissed her, touched her. At this point, letting another man have her? He'd die before allowing it. Maybe crash the wedding? Kidnap the imperial consort right under Ji Yuchen's nose? Now that sounded thrilling. And it wasn't impossible. With a million-strong heavenly dragon army behind him, the might of the Black Tortoise Domain, and the backing of the Tunwu Thu Imperial Martial Bureau. What could Ji Yuchen even do about it? Yang family estate. Yang Ming, the family patriarch, stood anxiously at the gates in the dead of night. With everything exploding in Guangxing today, Jin Wang's inner circle collapsing, Yifan turning the city upside down in a single day, Yang Ming was on edge. Hoping to ward off disaster, he'd invited a powerhouse to reinforce the manor's defenses. At least if I turtle up inside, that lunatic Yifan can't touch me. The expert he'd enlisted? None other than Mao Mountain's current supreme leader, Grandmaster Wang Bing. Unlike most esteemed elders, Wang Bing was eccentric. Tonight, he stepped out of a blue BMW clad in bright red sneakers, slurping the last of his bubble tea before crushing the cup. Despite the darkness, he wore sunglasses. Pfft. Try hard much? Grandmaster Wang, your presence honors our humble home. Yang Ming bowed deeply. Wang Bing adjusted his shades with 2 fingers, peering over the rims with owl-like eyes. Save the flattery. I'm just repaying your family's old donation to our temple. But Yang Ming, your aura's off. Demon infestation. Just as he moved closer, screech, a Hummer roared into the courtyard. Yang Xiao tumbled out, wailing, Father, save me, avenge me. Blood dripped from his mangled arm, his face ghostly pale. Yang Ming's blood ran cold. My son, weren't you out for barbecue? Who did this? He hugged his boy, channeling energy to stop the bleeding. Don't worry, you'll be. Thunk. Yang Ming's voice died mid-sentence. His pupils dilated as he stared down in disbelief. Yang Xiao's knife was buried to the hilt in his chest. Son, you? Sorry, Dad. Only one of us walks away today. With terrifying calm, Yang Xiao twisted the blade free, only to plunge it in again. Then, turning toward the Hummer, Young Master Yi satisfied? Want his head as a trophy? Yifan stepped out, his jaw tightening at the scene. Holy hell. This bastard actually did it. Stabbed his father. A brief flicker of unease passed through Yifan's heart, until he remembered the Yang family's crimes against his own. Killers will be killed in turn. The Yi family had bled for their nation. Yet the Yangs had butchered third brother. Now their own flesh and blood turned on them. This was justice. Yi Fan? Yang Ming's face drained of color upon seeing him. You came too fast. But what stabbed deeper was his son's betrayal. Idiot. Why panic? Even if Yi Fan came, we could have fought. Weakly, Yang Ming glanced at Wang Bing. With the Mao Mountain Grandmaster here, they might have stood a chance against Yi Fan, unlike the obliteration of the Chao and Han families. But his fool of a son couldn't even wait. Ha! Upon hearing his father's words, young Master Yang let out a startled cry, releasing the hilt of the knife in his hand before turning to look at Wang Bing beside him. Is this the one from Maoshan? Naturally, young Master Yang had heard of the legend of Maoshan's most powerful celestial master. However, his father had always claimed that the Maoshan celestial master owed the Yang family a favor. Since young Master Yang had never met the man, he wasn't entirely sure. If this really was that celestial master, then killing his own father would have been for nothing. Exactly. This is the strongest celestial master I told you about, Wang Bing, the Maoshan sect leader. As Yang Ming introduced Wang Bing, the latter waved at young Master Yang and greeted, Hey. Hey my ass. Young Master Yang was on the verge of losing his mind. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? I already killed my dad before you spoke up. Dad, are you okay? Finally snapping back to reality, young Master Yang hurriedly reached out to cover the wound on his father's chest. Celestial Master. It's this bastard Yi Fan, he forced me to kill my father. Please, take action and eliminate him immediately, leave not even a speck of him behind. Amidst his internal frenzy, young Master Yang suddenly felt as though he had regained his footing. With the Celestial Master here, I might actually survive. Yi Fan was strong, but according to the latest intel, he was only at the martial emperor level. Against the techniques of the Maoshan Grandmaster, he'd surely be outmatched. I'm fine, not dead yet. But son, don't be so impulsive next time. Though his face was pale, Yang Ming remained standing. Instead of collapsing, he reached down and yanked the blade out of his own chest. Young Master Yang was stunned to see his father's wound begin healing on its own. What the? His father was only at the peak of the martial venerable level, since when did he have such an overpowered ability to regenerate? Yi Fan, observing the scene, was equally puzzled. Had the Yang family head also been infected by those parasitic eggs? After all, Pan Shi had clearly been killed by Yi Fan once before, only to revive later, all thanks to those bizarre eggs inside his body. But when Yi Fan activated his demon eye to inspect Yang Ming's body, he found no trace of any abnormalities, no sign of those eggs whatsoever. What's going on? Meanwhile, the celestial master Wang Bing removed his sunglasses and assumed a combat stance, declaring to Yi Fan, let's fight. Whoosh. In the next instant, Wang Bing's figure blurred into an afterimage as he lunged at Yi Fan. Try my newly developed palm lightning technique. As he shouted, Wang Bing flicked his wrist, summoning countless arcs of electricity that surged toward Yi Fan like a storm of silver threads. Electric arcs? Yi Fan couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Coincidentally, he had recently inherited the heavenly punishment thunder technique at the Tiankue base. The arcs from Wang Bing's palm lightning technique were no thicker than a finger, whereas the ones Yi Fan could summon were as thick as a bucket or even larger. If I were to strike back, this old man would probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. Forget it. No need to crush his spirit. After all, he's technically my grand disciple. If I slapped him away in one move, he'd probably sulk for years. With that in mind, Yi Fan refrained from attacking directly. Instead, he willed the 9-dragon golden light within him to manifest, forming a protective barrier around his body. While the electric arcs wouldn't kill him, they'd still hurt like hell. Boom. Boom. The sheer force of the palm lightning technique was enough to rival a martial emperor's full power strike. The blast struck the spot where Yi Fan had been standing, instantly carving a massive crater into the ground outside the Yang family estate. As the dust settled, Yang Ming and his son peered into the pit, only to find no trace of Yi Fan, nor any sign of his life force. Holy shit! Did he just die like that? Dad, is Yi Fan dead? Young Master Yang exhaled in relief. Damn, wasn't Yi Fan supposed to be some unbeatable powerhouse? Humph. Turns out he was just a paper tiger obliterated in a single strike. That celestial master's lightning technique is insane. If only I could learn it. He should be dead? Yangming frowned, his tone uncertain. Though Yufan had seemingly vanished before his eyes, his right eyelid twitched violently, a foreboding sign that something terrible was about to happen. Huh? There's a body in there, it's still moving. He might not be dead yet. Quick, son, let's finish him off. Damn it, we actually killed Yufan. This'll be a monumental achievement for Prince Jin's faction. Spotting a twitching figure amidst the dust, Yangming urged his son forward. The two charged into the crater, brandishing their 3-meter-long blades ready to stab the figure on the ground. Die, Yufan. This is for breaking my arm and for humiliating me. Humph. Did you really think I was just picking on some random old man? You'll never know now, but I targeted him because I found out that before the Yi family's third young master died, he had tea with that old man. I wanted to see if the missing item on that bastard's body was connected to him. A fragment of the Immortal Palace map? Standing outside the crater with his hands behind his back, Yufan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing young Master Yang's words. So that's why? The reason young Master Yang harassed that old man at the barbecue stall was to trace the clues to the Immortal Palace map fragment? No wonder. Had Yang Xiao not revealed this, Yufan would never have guessed that a random old man he encountered on the street could be linked to the Immortal Palace map. Just as Yangming and his son were about to slash at the figure in the dust, the dazed celestial master suddenly snapped out of it. With a roar, he lunged forward and slapped both men away. Scram! Who the hell dares lay a finger on my ancestor? Ancestor, I didn't mean to. I actually killed my own ancestor. This is blasphemy. How can I live with myself? I swear I didn't do it on purpose. Little ancestor, I just wanted to test my strength. Wang Bing wailed hysterically as he frantically clawed at the dirt, trying to dig out the squirming figure beneath. Yang Ming and his son stared in bewilderment, their heads filled with question marks. Ancestor? The Maoshan Celestial Master is calling someone his ancestor? Yi Fan. What kind of nonsense is this? Yi Fan is so young, he could easily be the Celestial Master's grandson. How's he his ancestor? Celestial Master, you're not mistaken, are you? You're saying Yi Fan is your ancestor? Yang Ming asked cautiously, his face a picture of disbelief. You idiot. Young Master Yi has been my ancestor for 8 years, how could I be wrong? You two morons, stop gawking and help me dig. Damn it, it's your fault I attacked. If my ancestor is even slightly harmed, I'll skin you alive, grind your bones to dust, and brew you into wine. Wang Bing was utterly enraged. Grinding bones to dust and brewing them into wine? That's brutal. But if you couldn't even recognize your own ancestor, how is that our fault? Yes, sir. Yang Ming and his son replied dutifully, their faces mournful, but inwardly they were overjoyed. Ha! This is hilarious. Yi Fan never imagined he'd be killed by his own grand disciple, did he? What a way to betray one's master and ancestors. As the three of them dug through the dirt like frantic dogs, a calm voice suddenly rang out from outside the crater. Enough. Little worm, your pathetic skills are barely enough to tickle me. If you could actually kill me, how would I even qualify as your ancestor? Huh? Yi Fan's voice froze the 3 grimy figures in the pit. Yi Fan's voice? He's not dead. Who was that writhing body in the pit? Yang Ming and his son exchanged a glance before yanking the figure out of the pit, only to discover that it was actually a yellow dog convulsing from an electric shock. Holy shit! We've been tricked. Ah! Little ancestor, you're alive? Thank goodness. You scared me to death. Seeing Yi Fan alive outside the pit, Wang Bing joyously patted his chest, but then something else clicked in his mind. Wait a second, ancestor. My palm thunder is so powerful those martial emperor-level experts from the sect were fried to a crisp. How are you completely unharmed? Unless... As if realizing something horrifying, Wang Bing's expression cycled through a whirlwind of emotions, confusion, shock, and finally utter despair. 8 years ago, Wang Bing had stumbled upon Yi Fan by chance and discovered that he possessed ancient techniques left behind by the Maoshan patriarch. Yi Fan could even fully harness the Maoshan golden light mantra. From that moment, Wang Bing was convinced, despite his youth, Yi Fan was the true ancestor of Maoshan. They had fought back then, and Wang Bing lost. He had trained relentlessly for 8 years, hoping to hold his own against Yi Fan for at least a move or two, yet the result remained the same. That's right. I have it too, though mine seems significantly more refined. Yi Fan smirked as arcs of divine punishment lightning crackled around his wrist, each as thick as a bucket. The horrifying ZZ sound sent shivers down the spine. The surrounding air seemed to burn, the scent of scorched ozone thickening. Nearby plants instantly withered, turning to ashes. Damn. An arc of lightning that terrifying would reduce a person to nothing but dust, wouldn't it? Wang Bing glanced at his own palm and nearly lost his mind from frustration. Compared to Yi Fan's lightning, his own was nothing, like a toothpick facing a tiger's dick. Absolutely humiliating. Ancestor, stop bullying me like this. Are you kidding me? Did you cultivate on a damn rocket? Wang Bing slumped forward, arms hanging limply in front of him, then yelled toward a distant car, "Go buy me 10 bubble teas to calm my nerves. And grab some ghost peppers too, I need to vent some rage. This is too damn discouraging." If it weren't for his unshakable Dao heart, Wang Bing felt like he might just lose it entirely. Yi Fan, however, was long used to Wang Bing's antics and merely laughed before turning his attention to Yang Ming and his son, Yang Xiao. These two, truly cut from the same cloth, utterly ruthless. They weren't satisfied with just trying to kill him, they wanted to make sure he was dead twice? Yang Ming's right eyelid twitched like it was playing the guitar, the throbbing so erratic it physically hurt. Now he understood there was an old saying, left twitch for wealth, right twitch for disaster. And Yi Fan was definitely his catastrophe. You're not dead. What do you want? Yang Ming shuddered under Yi Fan's gaze. Before Yi Fan could speak, Yang Xiao beat him to it. Dad, how about you die again? Yi Fan's earlier offer still stands, only one of us gets to live. Sorry, Dad. Shunk. Under his father's stunned gaze, Yang Xiao plunged his knife into Yang Ming's chest, twice. You ungrateful brat. What the F? Yang Ming nearly lost his mind. Once wasn't enough? He had to stab him again. Sure, Yang Ming had regeneration abilities, but getting stabbed hurt like hell. And after 2 stabs, he could feel the secret within his body straining to break free. Bam! Yang Ming kicked his son away mid-stab and yanked the blade from his chest. Just then, he noticed the Heavenly Master, whom he had personally summoned, silently closing in on him, tilting his head with eerie curiosity. Heavenly Master. Why are you looking at me like that? If there's nothing else, I'll, take my leave. Yang Ming was already abandoning his son mentally. He had brought in the Heavenly Master himself, expecting to crush Yi Fan with ease, only to discover Yi Fan was the damn ancestor of Mao Shan. Talk about self-inflicted doom. If he didn't flee now, when would he? Trying to run? Humph. You called me here to exorcise evil, yet you seem like the demon here. With a wave of his hand, the Heavenly Master sent over a dozen talisman seals hurtling toward Yang Ming. Buzz. Buzz. Golden light erupted from the seals, vibrating the air as they struck Yang Ming like chains. Yang Ming had barely leaped out of the pit when the talismans wrapped around him. His body twisted unnaturally, and a dark shadow began peeling itself from his skin. A demonic entity? Yi Fan's pupils dilated as he sensed the aura emanating from Yang Ming. This presence, it was identical to the demons he had eradicated in the demolition district of Huadu. So, the intel had been right. After his mother's departure, these entities had grown bolder over the past 2 decades, infiltrating human hosts to coexist with them. This was far more insidious than parasitic larvae. At least with larvae, Yi Fan's demonic sight could detect them. But these demonic shadows, once fused with their hosts, were nearly impossible to identify without Mao Shan's methods. Humph. Without hesitation, Yi Fan activated his demon purging formation, sealing off the entire area. This technique, inherited from divine fragments, was uniquely effective against these entities. Kakik! Wang Bing, you old bastard! You ruined my plans, just you wait. The shadow within Yang Ming's body tore free from the talismans and shot outward like smoke, only to collide with the barrier Yi Fan's formation had erected mere feet away. Arg! The black mist seared instantly, dimming under the formation's purifying force. Damn you, Yi Fan! So it is true. The creature had received warnings Yi Fan could suppress them. All demonic entities would weaken in his presence. And now it was confirmed. With another wave, Yi Fan unleashed a dozen more layers of the formation, crushing downward. Sizzle! Sizzle! The sound of frying filled the air as the shadow convulsed, forcibly purified into nothingness. A stream of pure energy seeped into Yi Fan, along with fragmented memories. The holy envoys, an organization harboring escaped demons with branches across the nation. Zhou Ming. Yi Fan swiftly pieced together the puzzle. So, when Zhou Ming targeted Xian Yufei with soul manipulation, this sinister organization had already set their sights on him. These demons were even more terrifying than the Gene King's faction. Other fragmented memories surfaced, obscure techniques, chaotic intel, but Yi Fan pushed them aside for later. Right now, what mattered was Yang Xiao's intel on the Immortal Palace map fragments. Yang Xiao, shaking, knelt instantly when Yi Fan's gaze landed on him. Why Yi Xiao? What should I? He sounded close to tears. Why did his family ever provoke this demon? Smack. Before Yi Fan could speak, Wang Bing beside him suddenly swung his hand and slapped young Master Yang across the face. Bastard! How dare you drag my ancestor into this? This is your own mess. Think carefully before you answer. Wang Bing shot Yi Fan a look that was both ingratiating and frustrated. That purge evil formation Yi Fan had just unleashed had completely erased Yang Ming into nothingness. The sheer terrifying power of it, as expected of my ancestor, utterly beyond my reach. Young Master Yang glanced fearfully between the Heavenly Master and Yi Fan. These two were both monstrous beings, and he couldn't afford to offend either of them. Alright, I just remembered. Today I got word that the old man's name is Liemo. He's from the entertainment industry. According to my intel, Yi Lingyu had dinner with him 3 days before the incident. After we killed Yi Lingyu, we combed through his residence and investigated everyone he interacted with in his last 2 days, but we found no trace of the missing map fragment. So I suspect the disappearance of the Yi family's third young master's fragment is somehow tied to that old man. Young Master Yang's mind suddenly raced. This classified intel might just save his life. That map fragment was too crucial, which was why he hadn't even told his own father about it. Seeing Yi Fan's keen interest, he gambled on survival. Well, young Master Yi, does this satisfy you? Can you spare my wretched life? I swear on my honor. No, on 18 generations of my ancestors. If I ever dare harm the Yi family again, may I die a gruesome death. Young Master Yang desperately raised his hand in oath. Honor, you have none. And swearing on 18 generations of ancestors. Yours would probably flip their coffins in rage. A scheming snake like this couldn't be left alive. Humph. Yi Fan snorted coldly, activating the 7 stars solely racing hand to scour young Master Yang's mind. Finding nothing else useful, he turned away. Let's go. He signaled to Wang Bing and strode toward his Hummer. After a long day, it's time to unwind. After all, the superstar Shen Mange was waiting for him at home, freshly bathed. Ancestor, what about the Yang family? Wang Bing called after him. Yi Fan smirked. Scatter them to the wind. The Yangs had conspired in the assassination of Yi Fan's third brother and colluded with Prince Jin. Yi Fan never spared his enemies, not a single one. And he never gave them a chance to retaliate. Mercy to foes is cruelty to oneself. As Yi Fan left, young Master Yang blinked in confusion. Heavenly Master, what does scatter them mean? Did young Master Yi spare me? Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank. Bowing deeply, he hid a venomous grin. You can kill my father yourself, but I won't let this slide. Once I survive, I'll grow stronger and wipe out your entire family. Boom! Crackle! Before he could react, arcs of lightning rained from the sky, engulfing him. His last sight, a blinding storm of electricity, then nothing. The Yang estate vanished into the void. Wang Bing sighed. Old Master Yang, rest in peace. The grudge between you and Mount Mao is settled at last. No wonder I hadn't heard from you in so long. If even Yang Ming was corrupted, your death couldn't have been natural. Annihilating the Yangs avenges you. Dusting his hands, he kicked off the ground and vanished. My master said the ancestors' return heralds humanity's revival. A once-in-a-millennium era. This time, Mount Mao will beat Longhu Mountain to the prize. Back in his car, Wang Bing gulped down boba milk tea and barked at the driver. Move out! To the Miaojiang Mountains. We scout the path for the ancestor. Though the intel was still classified, he knew. Another evil force was breaching the seals deep in the mountains. Since Yi Fan had purged the Hua City infestation, he'd surely handle this one too. Shun family villa. When Yi Fan pushed open the door, Shen Mange sat cross-legged on the sofa, the TV playing unnoticed. Xiao Fan, you're back. Hearing his footsteps, she sprang up barefoot and flung herself into his arms, clinging like a koala. Yi Fan glanced down. Her sheer silk nightgown left little to the imagination. And to his shock, She wasn't wearing anything underneath. This girl, when the soul locking would nearly killed him earlier, she'd wept bitterly. Now, after just days together, her heart was clearly his. But despite her joy, he sensed exhaustion in her aura, as if her vitality had been drained. Was it from transferring that golden light from the immortal path guide when she kissed me? He held her close. How's prep for tomorrow's concert? Shin-mange nestled against him. Mostly fine, but those male celebs I mentioned, they keep pushing for duets to leech off my fame. Worse, they try to grope me accidentally during rehearsals. Disgusting. Yi-fan's eyes narrowed. My future wife, and they dare pull this? Before, when the Yi family was crippled, he'd been powerless. But now? Don't worry. I'll guard you myself tomorrow, wife. Shin-mange's face flushed scarlet. Who's your wife? You're terrible. Despite her protest, her heart swelled with sweetness. Is tonight finally the night? I'll wait for you in the bedroom. In the bedroom, Shin-mange leaned nervously against the headboard, her small mouth slightly open as she exhaled warm breaths. Still overwhelmed with tension, she even covered her head with the bedsheet. Although Shin-mange had mentally prepared herself to continue the Yi family's bloodline, and despite having already kissed and embraced Yi-fan back in Hwadu when it came down to the final moment, she was still unbearably nervous. After all, this was her first time, like a bride sitting in a wedding sedan for the first time. As Yi-fan's footsteps approached the bedroom door, Shin-mange let out a soft, involuntary whimper, Yi-fan, dressed in pajamas, entered the room and couldn't help but smile at the sight of her hiding under the covers. Mange, maybe we should call it off? It seems like you're not quite ready yet. He understood the contrast all too well. Back when his 7 sisters-in-law had announced their marriages, Yi-fan had still been in a foolish state. In that condition, though his sisters-in-law might have felt somewhat awkward, they could at least take comfort in the fact that Yi-fan didn't understand, making the situation less embarrassing. But now Yi-fan had awakened, more domineering and formidable than ever. Doing that with him now felt entirely different. What wouldn't have been embarrassing before suddenly became unbearably so. Yet, the vow had already been made at the Yi family funeral. They would all work together to continue the family line. No. Just as Yi-fan seemed about to leave, Shin-mange suddenly reached out from behind and wrapped her arms around him. Brother Fan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Without Yi-fan, her father would have remained impersonated for years and she would have been sacrificed to the Shin family's ancestor. Her fate would have been unspeakably tragic. Not to mention, the entire Yi family would have been destroyed. You're my wife. Why are you thanking me? Yi-fan turned around, pulling her into his embrace as he smirked down at her. Besides, earlier today, when I was ambushed by the soul-locking wood and nearly died, wasn't it you who saved me with the golden light from the immortal path guide? A life-saving debt is too great to repay. It seems the only way is to offer myself to you. The bedroom lights dimmed instantly and the moonlight outside was obscured by the trees. The chirping of insects and crickets abruptly ceased, as if they, too, were straining to listen to the unfolding scene. Inside the room, clothes flew haphazardly, filling the air with an intoxicating allure, accompanied by Shin-mange's shy murmurs. My clothes, how did they just disappear? What are you doing? Ah. The scene was too beautiful to describe. Just as things were about to reach their natural conclusion, Yi-fan suddenly sensed something wrong. Shin-mange's body in his arms turned ice-cold in an instant, and blood began trickling from the corners of her mouth, nose, and eyes. Ah, Mange. What's happening? Yi-fan, who had been on the verge of claiming his prize, was utterly shocked by her sudden state. I'm so cold. Brother Fan, I'm freezing. Shin-mange shivered violently in his arms, curling into a tight ball. The passionate atmosphere vanished without a trace. Yi-fan swiftly grabbed her wrist, checking her pulse while using his demon eye to scan her body. No poison. No injuries. Her health was perfectly fine, no signs of illness. So why was she suddenly like this? Then Yi-fan's gaze locked onto a faint golden glow coiled around the veins near her heart, voraciously devouring her life essence. So this was the reason he had sensed her weakness earlier in the living room? Yi-fan quickly deduced that the golden glow was related to the immortal path guide that Shin-nanfei had sealed within her. But why was it now rebelling against her? With a thought, Yi-fan summoned the blazing ember flame from within himself, channeling it through his fingertips into Shin-mange's body. The flame wrapped around her heart, searing the golden glow. Sizzle! Upon contact with the blazing ember, the golden glow immediately recoiled, detaching from her veins. It seemed to covet Yufan's body but hesitated, as if wary of something within him, and ultimately retreated deeper into Shinmange's system. Yifan sighed inwardly. Shinmange's body was too weak to withstand the immense power of the immortal path guide. If left unchecked, the backlash could even be fatal. It seemed consummating their marriage to transfer the immortal path guide to him was indeed urgent. But tonight was out of the question. With Shinmange's body weakened by the backlash, how could he bear to exert her further? Yifan activated special talismans from his dragon seal ring and ancient seals inherited from the Tiankue base, engraving several restraining patterns within Shinmange's body to suppress the golden glow. Only then did he relax. As the measures took effect, Shinmange's condition gradually stabilized. Holding her close, Yifan channeled streams of life energy into her body while soothing her. Mange, rest now. We'll continue once you've recovered. You're mine sooner or later anyway, right? Shinmange responded weakly, her voice laced with guilt. Brother Fan, I'm sorry. Am I useless? I don't know what's wrong with me, I just suddenly felt so exhausted. Don't worry. It's the backlash from the Shin family's immortal path guide. Sleep it off. By tomorrow you'll be perfectly fine. For his woman, Yifan spared no expense, directly infusing her with the pure energy from the divine fragment to replenish her depleted vitality. Soon, Shinmange drifted into a peaceful slumber. Gazing at the beauty in his arms, Yifan smiled faintly. Third sister-in-law, you're not getting away. Ding. Just as Yifan was about to sleep, a message from Song Yang came through. Master Yi, after the full activation of the rune device, efficiency has skyrocketed at least 100-fold. All our backlogged orders have been completed in just the last few hours. Yifan chuckled. The rune device, now fully unlocked by his bloodline, naturally operated at maximum capacity. With the Tiankue base back in action, its impact on the martial world was about to reach new heights. The next morning, as soon as Yifan opened his eyes, he received a frantic call from Qi Yuan. Young master, it's bad. The martial families, the Chiu and Miao clans, have suddenly arrived with orders demanding immediate delivery. They've surrounded the base. What do we do? Young master, our rune device can't possibly produce that much in time. According to the contract, if we fail to deliver, we'll have to forfeit the base. They're clearly doing this on purpose. Having gone home to rest the previous night, Qi Yuan was unaware of the rune device's true production speed and was now panicking. Yifan smirked coldly. Don't worry. I'll be right there. Now that the Tiankue base was back in his hands, it was time to set some rules. His mother had been missing for 20 years, but that didn't mean the base was anyone's to bully. Tiankue base had just reopened, and these family organizations came swarming in with their orders, clearly here to stir up trouble. This wasn't just about demanding deliveries, it ran much deeper. The reopening of Tiankue base symbolized the revival of the divine gate, a transfer of power. And Tiankue base itself was the very emblem of that succession. By taking over Tiankue base, Yifan had also inherited its vast network of powerful connections. Yet forces like the Jin Prince, the Chiu family, the Miao family, the Holy Envoy organization, and countless other factions had no intention of letting him solidify his position or fully control the base. Not all the vassal families under Tiankue base remained loyal. If the divine gate behind it were to reassert its dominance, it would be like shackling their necks. Demanding these orders was a form of coercion against Yifan. If he backed down, showed weakness, or failed to deliver, it would deal a fatal blow to Tiankue base's authority and credibility. At the same time, it would give restless families more leverage to loosen the metaphorical noose around their necks. That was why the Chiu and Miao families were in such a hurry to cause trouble. They wanted to smash Tiankue base's reputation to pieces. If the ancient martial alliance couldn't control Tiankue base, then they'd rather break the pot, let no one eat. But what they didn't know was that Yifan had already anticipated these orders. Last night, he had Song Yang gather materials and work overnight to complete every single enchanted weapon listed in the contracts. Today, he would simply sit back and watch their little performance. Outside the gates of Tiankue base, Qi Yuan, Qi Jiao, and their family guards, along with some from the Song family, stood in a tense standoff against over 100 representatives from various factions. Patriarch Qi. We're not here to fight, one of them shouted. We just heard Tiankue base has reopened and we're here to check on the orders you owe us. We want to see if our goods are ready. That's right. Is that too much to ask? Another added. You already took our deposits, if you can't deliver, you owe us an explanation. Look, we have contracts. Some waved their agreements in the air, each stamped with the seal of the Qin family, one of the 4 great clans. Qi Yuan could only sigh in frustration. Most of these orders hadn't been approved by the 4 great clans at all. They were signed unilaterally by Qin Hong, the former head of the Qin family who had fraudulently used the joint authority of the 4 clans and Tiankue base. That was why the base had such a backlog. The Qin family had taken the money, but the 4 great clans were left to fulfill the orders. And the contracts themselves were rigged. If Tiankue base failed to deliver, it would be forced to mortgage itself as collateral. This was clearly the Qin family's long-standing scheme to seize control of Tiankue base. But now that the entire Qin family had been wiped out, dealing with these contracts was a nightmare. Everyone, calm down. Qi Yuan called out. Young Master Yi will be here soon. He'll give you an answer. Though he was one of the 4 great clans' leaders, Qi Yuan had always worked behind the scenes, handling coordination and material procurement. He had no idea how to deal with such confrontations. Humph. From the crowd, Manhwarecap, the head of the Miao family and a leader of the ancient martial alliance, sneered and exchanged glances with the other faction heads. They were here for Yifan. If Tiankue base failed to deliver on time, their ultimate goal was to force shared governance, so they wouldn't just be vassals but half-owners of the base. And if Yifan gave in, their numbers would let them gradually take full control. Even if Yifan shows up, what can he do? Pull thousands of enchanted weapons out of thin air. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted again. Just as Qi Yuan was losing control of the situation, a Hummer pulled up nearby. Yifan stepped out and spoke coolly. What's all the noise about? A few weapons? You think Tiankue base would stiff you? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an overwhelming soul resonance that instantly silenced the crowd. So strong. His martial aura alone suppressed everyone present. His spiritual energy was just as domineering. At that moment, Yifan stood like a sword piercing the heavens. Majestic. Ruthless. His presence was so overwhelming that some couldn't even meet his gaze, feeling an urge to kneel in reverence. This was nothing like the foolish young master of the Yi family. The recent rumors were true. Yifan had been pretending all along, and now he had fully awakened. After a stunned pause, Manhwarecap was the first to recover. Young Master Yi, you make it sound so simple, he scoffed. A few weapons? We're talking about thousands across all our families. At Tiankue base's old production rate of 100 per year, it'd take a decade to fulfill these orders. How do you plan to deliver? Manhwarecap had gathered all the families tied to Tiankue base and done the math. There was no way the base could meet the demand. That's why we're here today. We want answers, he declared. If you can't deliver, we'll enforce the contracts. The ancient martial alliance has even brought notaries. Fail to comply, and Tiankue base becomes collateral. As his lackeys chimed in, Yifan cut them off coldly. Whether I can deliver is my problem. But before you demand your goods, did you bring the rest of the payment? Each enchanted weapon costs 1 billion. It'd be embarrassing if I handed them over and you couldn't pay. Yifan's unshakable confidence made even Qi Yuan nervous. Young Master Yi. Tiankue base can't possibly produce that much. What are you? Was this a bluff? Manhwarecap knew the base's limits all too well. That was why, 3 years ago, he and Qin Hong had flooded it with impossible orders. Their plan had been to use this backlog to force Qi Yuan and Song Yang into submission. But now their target was Yifan. Stop pretending, Yifan. Manhwarecap laughed. We all know Tiankue base's limits. If you don't have the goods, just admit it. He smirked and made a compromise. How about this? We'll back off on seizing the base. Instead, you share power, let our families form a governing council. We'll co-manage Tiankue base together. Fair, right? The fox had finally revealed its tail. Young Master Yi, this is the best solution for everyone, Manhwarecap pressed. If this escalates, Tiankue base's credibility will be ruined before it even gets back on its feet. Think carefully. We're giving you a chance. Using the base's future as leverage, Manhwarecap was smug. This was pure business strategy. Yifan couldn't just punch his way out of it. At this rate, their goal of shared control was within reach. Even the Gene Prince failed to seize Tiankue base, yet I'm about to outmaneuver Yifan. Manhwarecap was so proud of himself, he could have given himself 32 standing ovations. What if I can deliver all your orders in full today? Yifan swept his gaze across the assembled crowd, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Among the representatives of these families were several from C-tier clans, ones listed in his mother's records as potential allies. Yet here they were, joining Manhwarecap in this forced confrontation. Clearly, they could no longer be relied upon. However, Yifan noticed no representatives from B-tier, A-tier, or S-tier families in the crowd. Still, today's event served as a stark warning. Even though his mother had left behind a list of allies for the Tiankue base, 20 years had passed. Not every family on that list could still be trusted. Ha! If young Master Yi can deliver on time today, I, Manhwarecap, will eat what that dog just dropped, right here in front of everyone. Manhwarecap retorted without hesitation, pointing at a large yellow dog relieving itself near the base's entrance. The Tiankue base still had informants from the ancient martial arts minor alliance, albeit only peripheral members. When the base reopened yesterday, they had witnessed no unusual activity. No matter how capable Yi Fan was, he couldn't possibly be a miracle worker. There was no way he could produce so many rune weapons overnight. Eating dog droppings? It seems Patriarch Miao has rather unique tastes, Yi Fan sneered. But that's not enough. How about we raise the stakes? His piercing gaze locked onto Manhwarecap. If I deliver the rune weapons as promised, you'll pay 10 times the original price for every single one. On top of that, you'll issue a public apology across the entire Great Xia, admitting you slandered the Tiankue base's reputation. From then on, whenever you see me, you'll step aside or crawl out of my sight if you refuse. Of course, if you fail to pay the full amount within an hour, the order is void and your deposits are forfeited. Do you dare take that bet? Hiss. 10 times the price for rune weapons? Manhwarecap and the other representatives, both from ancient martial families and secular factions, couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. You, Yi Fan, have you lost your mind? This is outright robbery. The Tiankue base's rune weapons were already priced at an astronomical 1 billion each. But given their power, enhancing a warrior's strength by a full tier below the emperor level, e.g., a grandmaster wielding one could fight at the martial venerable level, and even boosting emperor-level fighters by a minor tier, the cost, while steep, was justifiable. But 10 times the price? That was outright extortion, far exceeding the weapon's actual value. Exactly. It is robbery. What else did you think I was doing? Yi Fan smirked, openly mocking them. What's wrong? Brave enough to stage a coup but too scared to bet with me? You. Manhwarecap and his allies faltered under Yi Fan's unyielding demeanor. Could he really have produced all those rune weapons overnight? Manhwarecap had seen the weapons before. Their power was undeniable, their intricate runes beyond even the most skilled inscription masters in Great Xia. Only the Tiankue base's rune engraver could produce them, and its output was strictly limited. There was no way Yi Fan could have fulfilled the orders so quickly. Fine, Yi Fan. But if you lose, what's your penalty? A wager requires stakes from both sides, Manhwarecap shot back coldly. Seizing the opportunity, he silently vowed to crush Yi Fan completely under the ancient martial arts minor alliance's scheme. Simple. If I lose, I'll surrender control of the Tiankue base and pay 10 times the total order value in compensation. Still not satisfied? I'll even cripple my own cultivation and submit to your mercy. You can kill me on the spot, and I won't lift a finger to resist. To ensure Manhwarecap couldn't back out, Yi Fan upped the ante, staking his very life. The declaration horrified Qi Yuan and Qi Jiao. Young Master Yi, no. Delayed deliveries are manageable, you can't gamble like this. Qi Jiao stomped her foot in distress. Brother Fan, if you die, I'll be widowed before I've even been your woman. I refuse. Huh? Yi Fan blinked. Widowed? They'd never even been involved. Where was this coming from? But now wasn't the time to dwell on it. These fools had come looking for trouble, they would pay the price. Since outright killing them wasn't an option in a commercial dispute, he'd settle for bleeding them dry and establishing the Tiankue base's new rules. Manhwarecap's eyes gleamed at Yi Fan's reckless wager. Is this idiot truly so eager to die? Eliminating Yi Fan would be a monumental victory for both the ancient martial families and Prince Jin. They'd probably set off fireworks in gratitude. Deal. Let's see you deliver, young Master Yi, Manhwarecap sneered. The martial alliance's elders are here to witness this. No backing out now? Yi Fan smiled faintly. No need to rush. The martial alliance's endorsement isn't enough. Let's have the Imperial Consort and the Imperial Guard Bureau bear witness too. We'll sign a formal contract to ensure enforcement. As he spoke, several vehicles pulled up beside the base. Jiningshuan and Qinyao stepped out, drawing gasps from the crowd. Greetings. I am Jiningshuan, Holy Maiden of the Jade Lake Sanctuary. Qinyu scanned the assembly with a stern gaze. I doubt any of you are pleased to see me. What? Qinyao of the Imperial Guard Bureau? Jiningshuan, the Imperial Consort and Holy Maiden of one of the 4 great sacred grounds? Her dual status carried immense weight. Yi Fan signaled Guo Li, who promptly distributed printed agreements. The ancient martial families erupted upon reading them. What's this? A 5-fold deposit up front? We already paid a 10% down payment. Yi Fan, you're breaking protocol. How can you assume you'll win the bet? The contracts stipulated that, to prevent reneging, the families had to post a 500% security deposit up front. This was a brutal twist. Some had planned to forfeit their deposits rather than pay tenfold if Yi Fan delivered. Now they were cornered. Protocol? That was the old way. From today onward, I set the rules, Yi Fan declared. If anyone objects or lacks the spine to sign, shut your mouths. Your orders will be fulfilled at my discretion. And if you'd rather fight, be my guest. That was dominance. Damn it. Beside Manhwarecap, Chiu Chao, the representative of the Chiu family, gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, that bastard. Sooner or later, our Chiu family will make sure he pays. The reason for his rage was clear. Chiu Yung, the man who had stirred trouble for the Chi family in Guangqing the day before, was not only Chiu Chao's brother but also the uncle of the Chiu family's patriarch, Chiu Quan. The Chiu family had hoped to seize control of the Tiankue base through the Chi family, but their plan had backfired. After Chiu Yung and his men entered the Chi family compound, they vanished without a trace. There was no direct evidence linking their disappearance to Yi Fan, but now that Yi Fan had taken control of Tiankue base, the truth was obvious. Chiu Yung had undoubtedly fallen into Yi Fan's hands, and this debt would be settled with Yi Fan's blood. The agreement presented today had left the representatives of the 100-odd families present uneasy. Some of the sharper minds among them sensed that Yi Fan had dug a massive pit, just waiting for them to jump in. Forget it, I'm not getting involved in this mess. I'm backing out too. Our family only ordered 5 rune weapons, it's not worth offending Yi Fan over such a small deal. Exactly. As murmurs spread through the crowd, nearly a third of the representatives began to waver, quietly separating from the group and moving to the other side. Manhwarecap's face twisted in fury. What are you all doing? Are you really so scared by a piece of paper from Yi Fan? It's just a 5-fold deposit. Once we expose his bluff and he fails to deliver the rune weapons, he'll owe us 10-fold compensation. What's there to fear? Get back here, all of you. Before coming, they had all agreed to stand united. Yet now, at the first sign of trouble, they were fleeing like frightened rabbits. Elder Miao, you make it sound so easy. A 5-fold deposit means 5 billion per weapon, 50 billion for 10. If you're so confident, why don't you pay our deposits for us? That's right. If you're willing to cover our deposits, we'll have no reservations. The cunning representatives had struck at the heart of the matter, putting Manhwarecap in a tight spot. Pay their deposits for them? Preposterous. The total deposits would amount to at least 2 trillion, far beyond the Miao family's means. And even if they could afford it, why would they hand over such a fortune to other families? What if Yi Fan actually had some trick up his sleeve and managed to produce the weapons? The Miao family would be ruined. Elder Miao, perhaps we should reconsider? My right eyelid's been twitching. I have a bad feeling Yi Fan came prepared today. This might be a trap. Chiu Chao whispered nervously beside Manhwarecap. But Manhwarecap was already in too deep. There was no turning back. He glanced at the base's entrance. Aside from the Chi family's guards, everything was calm. According to intelligence reports, the base had been quiet all night, with no suspicious movements. There was no way Yi Fan could have pulled it off. Don't be afraid. Yi Fan's just bluffing, trying to scare us off. If they won't sign, let them go, they'll be the ones missing out on a fortune. And once we force Yi Fan to surrender Tiankue base, it'll be a historic victory. Trust me, sign with confidence. United, our combined orders will crush Yi Fan completely. Under Manhwarecap's leadership, the remaining representatives swiftly signed the agreements and stamped their seals. Patriarch Chi Zhao helped collect the deposits. Chi Yuan and Chi Zhao still had no idea what Yi Fan was planning. With grim expressions, they assisted in gathering the payments. As the POS machines beeped, confirming transfers of billions, Chi Yuan's heart pounded. This money was a ticking time bomb. If Yi Fan lost the bet, not only would they have to return double the amount, but Yi Fan's life would also be forfeit. Even if he somehow survived, Tiankue base's reputation would be ruined. Decades of credibility in the martial world gone in an instant. Sigh. Meanwhile, Chen Yao, seated in his wheelchair, watched Yi Fan's actions with admiration. Yi Fan is far more formidable than the young miss was back then. She was too soft-hearted, otherwise we wouldn't be in this mess now. Ji Ningxuan gazed at Yi Fan's back, her eyes misty with emotion. This man has stolen my heart, but what am I to do now? Word had already come from Shangjing, urging her to return immediately to report on the situation in Guangqing and to begin preparations for her wedding next month. Time was running out. Only 3 weeks remained. All contracts were now signed. Yi Fan examined the stack of agreements in Wang Fugui's arms, then glanced at the account balance Qi Jiao presented. 2 trillion in deposits, equivalent to the entire Evergrande Group's debt. It was undeniable, these ancient martial families and super-elite clans of the secular world were staggeringly wealthy. But at their level, money was no longer the priority. What truly mattered were resources, elixirs, martial techniques, and weapons like the rune blades they coveted. Well then, Miao Rifeng sneered, the bet is sealed. Now it's time to deliver. Where are rune weapons? He exhaled deeply, as if he had just accomplished a monumental task. Hey, young Master Yi, don't tell me you're about to say, now witness a miracle. Miao Rifeng's lips curled mockingly. Miracles are rare in this world. Did you think you could fool us with an empty city stratagem like Zhuge Liang? You're not nearly that clever. Yi Fan, you've lost today. Tiankue base belongs to our ancient martial alliance. Don't think the Nangong family's protection will save you. Sooner or later, we'll deal with them too. Admit defeat. As I said, this is purely business. I won't take your life, just hand over the base and pay us what you owe. Seeing Yi Fan's impassive expression and the despair on Qi Yuan's face, the representatives who had sided with Miao Rifeng finally relaxed, breaking into triumphant smiles. Damn, was that all just a scare? Yi Fan's acting was convincing, I almost believed him. Ha! With hundreds of billions coming our way, let's hit the best spa in Guangxing tonight, my treat. Perfect. I've heard paradise on earth is exceptional. Just as the celebration began, Yi Fan spoke again. You're right about one thing. He raised a hand toward the base's entrance. Now witness the miracle. Your rune weapons have arrived. At his signal, Song Yang emerged at the head of a group of Song family guards, pushing a dozen carts laden with bundles of rune weapons. Even from a distance, the ancient energy radiating from them was unmistakable. Whoosh! Everyone's gaze followed Yi Fan's finger toward the interior of the gate. When they saw the dozen or so carts loaded with rune weapons, they were utterly stunned. There were at least 1,000 rune weapons in total. Based on the previous production efficiency of the Tiankue base, it would have taken at least 10 years to manufacture that many. How the hell had Yi Fan actually managed to produce so many rune weapons? A scam? No, a massive scam. So, all of Yi Fan's bets and maneuvers hadn't been a bluff? He actually had this much inventory all along, which was why he'd been so confident. Ha! While everyone else was still frozen in shock, Qi Yuan was the first to snap out of it. Patriarch Song, these, you all. When Qi Yuan had been collecting the deposits earlier, his heart had been in his throat. He'd already started planning how the Qi family would go bankrupt, how they would die. He couldn't understand it. His young master was usually so sharp, so why had he insisted on making that bet with Miao Rifeng? And with such high stakes? But now Qi Yuan finally realized the young master had planned everything from the start. Old Song, you really kept me in the dark. Qi Yuan grabbed one of the rune weapons and channeled his martial energy into it. Under the surge of Qi Yuan's energy, the runes instantly emitted a golden glow, amplifying his power twofold. The sheer intensity of the effect sent waves of astonishment through the crowd. Holy shit! I thought those were just regular weapons faked to trick us. But these rune weapons are the real deal. What the hell is going on? If these are genuine, we'll have to pay 10 times the price. But I've already handed over all my money as a deposit, how am I supposed to cover the rest? We've been screwed over by that bastard Miao Rifeng. That idiot wanted to die, but he had to drag us all down with him. Damn it, I'm so pissed. After the initial shock, the representatives of the hundreds of families erupted in fury, their gazes burning with hatred as they glared at Miao Rifeng. The larger families could still manage, though they'd already paid deposits in the hundreds of billions, they had the means to cover the remaining cost. But being forced to pay 10 times the original price? That was daylight robbery. No one was happy about it. This can't be real. Miao Rifeng's face twisted in disbelief as he stared at the rune weapons, his muscles twitching violently. Yi Fan, you're lying, aren't you? You think you can fool everyone with a pile of ordinary weapons? Don't kid yourself, there's no way you could have produced this many rune weapons overnight. Yi Fan shrugged, smirking coldly. Believe what you want. But the rune weapons are right here. Fakes can't pass for the real thing, feel free to inspect them yourselves. Miao Rifeng and his closest allies immediately rushed forward, snatching up the weapons and channeling their energy to test them. As dozens of martial experts activated the rune weapons, their power surged, elevating their strength by an entire realm. Grandmaster-level fighters now wielded the might of martial lords, while martial lords unleashed power rivaling that of martial emperors. No. Impossible. Manhwarecap, now frantic, grabbed one weapon after another, testing them in a frenzy. 1, 2, 3. After dozens of tests, the rune weapons lay scattered across the ground in disarray. But by then, Manhwarecap and his group had already inspected nearly every weapon on the carts, and without exception, every single one was genuine. Yi Fan, what kind of sorcery did you use? How the hell did the Tycoon base suddenly gain this kind of production capacity? Manhwarecap snarled, his eyes burning with hatred. This was a disaster. Paying 10 times the price would drain their ancient martial family's resources, leaving a gaping hole in their finances. And worse, Manhwarecap had rallied all these powerful families to his cause. Now that they'd suffered such massive losses, their resentment would be unbearable. They'd never let him off easy. Sorcery! Yi Fan chuckled. There's no sorcery here. You all just forgot one thing. The Tycoon base was originally entrusted to the 4 great families by my mother. But I am its true master. Yesterday, after I took control, I fully activated the base. Before that, it was only in standby mode, barely producing enough rune weapons to maintain the equipment. But now, its efficiency is 100 times greater. His calm explanation left the entire hall in stunned silence. After a long pause, Manhwarecap collapsed onto the ground, his eyes hollow. So, you set me up from the start? You knew I was doomed to lose. Exactly. Yi Fan's gaze turned icy. I gave you a chance to back out. But you were dead set on destroying me, so don't blame me for this. He gestured toward the other side of the room where the family representatives who had withdrawn from the bet stood. They were smarter. They gave up in time, lucky them, right? Those representatives now wore expressions of immense relief. Thank heavens they hadn't joined the bet, otherwise they'd be just as ruined as Manhwarecap. Manhwarecap was completely crushed. The Meow family had ordered 100 rune weapons, originally a $100 billion deal. But now with the tenfold price hike, they'd have to pay $1 trillion. Even for an ancient martial family, the kind of financial blow would be devastating. As for the smaller families, some had already handed over everything, deposits, martial techniques, pills, even heirlooms, as collateral. Now, Manhwarecap had no idea how to face them. But then, as Yi Fan mentioned the families who had withdrawn, a desperate spark lit up in Manhwarecap's eyes. Wait, you almost fooled me. He scrambled to his feet, his voice hoarse. I counted, the number of rune weapons here only covers our orders. What about theirs? If you haven't produced enough for them, you still lose. Ha! Yi Fan, you're still too green. He frantically recounted the weapons in front of him. Yes, the numbers didn't add up. You're overthinking it. Yi Fan smiled faintly and nodded at Song Yang, who clapped his hands. Immediately, another group of bodyguards wheeled out 7 or 8 more carts of rune weapons, delivering them to the families who had backed out. The young master has declared, Song Yang announced, since you chose to withdraw from the bet, your orders are fully paid. No further payment is required, consider them free of charge. What? Free? Pfft. At those words and at the sight of the additional carts of weapons, Manhwarecap finally couldn't take it anymore. A mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. Yi Fan, you bastard. You're toying with me. Not just killing him, but destroying his soul. I'll bet with you, if you lose, you pay 10 times the price. Every rune weapon costs 10 billion. Meanwhile, those who backed out of the bet or opposed Yi Fan got their weapons for free. The contrast was absolutely staggering. A single weapon cost 10 billion. 10 weapons meant 100 billion, equivalent to the entire fortune of a mid-tier family in the mundane world. And for ancient martial families, many orders were for hundreds of weapons, meaning losses in the trillions. By comparison, wouldn't the families who followed Manhwarecap now despise him? Manhwarecap opened his eyes and glanced around. The families beside him were all red-eyed with fury. Especially those who had put down deposits of over 100 billion, some had even mortgaged their family treasures because they lacked liquid funds. Now, with no way to pay the remaining balance, their deposits were as good as gone. Manhwarecap, you've ruined us. Damn you. Pay us back. How the hell am I supposed to explain this to the family? His allies could no longer stay seated. Their auras flared, fists clenched, they looked ready to tear Manhwarecap apart on the spot. Seeing this, Manhwarecap felt like his head was about to explode. It's over. Completely over. The plan, as per Alliance leader Chiu Quan's orders, was to rally the ancient martial families, force Yi Fan to surrender the Tycoon base, and establish the ancient martial minor alliance's dominance, countering the Nangong family's coalition to control the entire martial world. But now? Total disaster. To avoid facing his furious allies, Manhwarecap's eyes rolled back and he collapsed, playing dead. Meanwhile, the families who got their rune weapons for free were ecstatic. Incredible. Thank you, young Master Yi. You're a legend. Holy hell. I almost fell for it. This is like picking up 100 billion for free. My wife's gonna worship me when I get back. They roared with laughter, pounding their chests in joy, a stark contrast to the despair of Miao Renfeng's allies. Line up, everyone. Collect your rune weapons based on your order quantities. Song Yang and Guo Li directed their subordinates to distribute the weapons to the exempted families. Yi Fan, meanwhile, turned to the hundreds of family representatives who had bet against him. Our wager is settled. Per the agreement, you have 1 hour to pay the remaining tenfold balance. If you can't, then kindly leave. He gestured dismissively. I should thank you for your generous donations. With these funds, the Tiankue base will thrive. Thud. Thud. A few representatives nearly coughed up blood in rage. This bastard. He was mocking them. All that cash, those treasures, those secret manuals and elixirs, they were his. When had he ever agreed to donate them? And it was all because of that idiot Miao Renfeng who insisted on betting against Yi Fan. Now, most families had exhausted their liquidity after paying the 5-fold deposit. They couldn't scrape together the rest, meaning their deposits and mortgage treasures were gone forever, handed to Yi Fan for nothing. Only a few dozen families barely managed to pay the balance, taking away a few hundred weapons, but at 10 times the price, their hearts bled with every transaction. Their stares at Yi Fan could have burned holes through steel. Yi Fan smirked. Seems the rest of you can't pay up. Don't glare at me, you signed the bet. If you gamble, be ready to lose. His gaze flicked to the unconscious Miao Renfeng and his lips curled. Of course, if Patriarch Miao honors his earlier promise to eat what that dog left over there, I might consider a 20% discount. Good behavior could earn 40% off. Thump. Miao Renfeng's heart nearly stopped. This little. Yi Fan was ruthless. Offering discounts now? That would reignite hope in these families and redirect their hatred straight at him. Wait, young Master Yi, you mean it? Brothers, what are you waiting for? Grab that dog's crap and shove it down his throat. A 40% discount was irresistible. 10 weapons would save them 40 billion. For a major order of 100, that was 400 billion. Some families previously short on funds could now scrape together the balance. With these weapons, their clan's power would soar, granting them greater influence in the martial world, more resources, more territory, and eventually more money. Whoosh! In an instant, hundreds of representatives lunged at Miao Renfeng, pinning him down. No one cared if he was actually unconscious. One pried his jaws open with a dagger. Another held his nose shut. Someone else scooped up the dog's waist with a plastic bag and crammed it into Miao Renfeng's mouth. Dignity? Gone. You bastards, I'm your patriarch. We're from the same clan. How dare you? Miao Renfeng thrashed and screamed, but no one listened. Who the hell are you calling patriarch? I disown you. He's still resisting. Beat him harder. Bang. Thud. Crack. After force-feeding him, they pummeled him, each strike laced with personal grudges. Even as a martial emperor, Miao Renfeng stood no chance against this mob. Within seconds, he was wheezing, barely conscious. Yi Fan tisked, feigning concern. Now, no need for violence. Patriarch Miao didn't mean to lose you all a few trillion, right? He was just a pawn. Forgive him. Your families will understand. Don't kill him, maybe he'll compensate you later? Every word was fuel on the fire, twisting the knife deeper. Gasping for air, Miao Renfeng weakly raised a finger at Yi Fan, cursing inwardly. Damn you to hell, just shut up. If you kept your mouth shut, no one would think you're mute. If you hadn't spoken, those allied families might not have been so furious. But Yi Fan kept mediating like a drumbeat, practically pouring fuel on the fire. His whole demeanor screamed, See? You're all idiots. It's Miao Renfeng, that moron, leading you bunch of fools into doing something even dumber. If you don't beat this idiot to death now, you'll regret it for the rest of your lives. With this kind of instigation, the allied families went berserk. In less than a minute, they pummeled Miao Renfeng to death. Huh? Is the Miao family head not breathing? Holy shit, did we go too far? After calming down, one of the family representatives checked Miao Renfeng's pulse, only to find he was dead. Panic set in. After all, the Miao family was a core member of the ancient martial arts minor alliance, with significant influence in the martial world. Killing Miao Renfeng like this was bound to cause trouble. While the representatives were still in shock, Yi Fan took a deliberate step back, holding up his phone, already recording, and loudly declared, Everyone, bear witness. I was trying to stop the fight the whole time. I told you not to kill the Miao family head. This has nothing to do with me. I've got video proof. Watching Yifan's shameless act, the allied family representatives were speechless. Who said you killed Miao Renfeng? Was this really necessary? Nearby, Chun Yao and Ji Ningxuan twitched at Yifan's antics. Pretend I don't know this bastard. With the inheritance from the Tiankue base, Yifan's strength had already reached the martial saint realm. Add to that his hidden cards and powerful backers. Even if he had killed Miao Renfeng, who would dare say a word? Sigh, this scoundrel is so wicked, but I can't help loving him. Ji Ningxuan gazed at Yifan, a faint smile playing on her lips as she recalled the intimate moments they'd shared in the car. How nostalgic. After we return to Shangjing, the next time we meet, everything will be different, won't it? Yifan had promised to find a way for them, but if he couldn't figure it out before next month, she would have to marry Emperor Ji Yuchen. No matter how strong Yifan is, could he really kill Ji Yuchen? Meanwhile, after securing his alibi, Yifan turned to the family representatives with a reassuring smile. Actually, there's no need to worry. Miao Renfeng coughed up blood and passed out on his own. Who knows how he really died, right? With this nudge, the representatives froze for a second, then immediately caught on. Right. Young Master Yi is absolutely correct. The Miao family head died from his own stupidity. This has nothing to do with us. Exactly. Even if the Miao family's ancestors come knocking, we'll stick to this story. The law doesn't punish the masses. Relax, we're fine. Sighing in relief, they then turned eager eyes toward the pile of runic weapons. Young Master Yi, about what you promised earlier, we fought pretty hard just now. Yifan smirked. Of course I'll honor my word. Patriarch Gu, was it? Elder Qi, check the Gu family's order. Give them a 40% discount, just double the deposit and they can take their weapons. Ah, thank you, young Master Yi. The Gu family owes you a debt. Patriarch Gu bowed repeatedly before happily paying and collecting his order. Next were the Qi, Yin, and Si families. Yifan's retinas displayed a flood of intel, compiled from the Jinwu Division, the Tianji Pavilion, and Han Yoyue's network. As his gaze swept over the representatives, their full dossiers appeared before him. Within moments, he'd sorted the 100-odd families into tiers, 40%, 30%, or 20% discounts, based on their loyalty to the ancient martial arts minor alliance. The 40% group were those most likely to defect. The higher-tiered discounts went to families still closely tied to the alliance. Once the distribution was done, a dozen or so families remained untouched. Just as Yifan was about to leave, their leader, Patriarch Wu Hao, spoke up. Young Master Yi, what about us? We fought too, even harder than the Gu family. Why don't we get a 40% discount? Yifan smiled faintly. These families were core members of the alliance. No chance of them breaking away. Did they really think he'd give them a discount? Still, he had to play the part. He reopened his phone's recording. Oh? Really? I must have missed it. So, you're saying you're the ones who killed Miao Renfeng? Wah? The question left them stunned. First, he told them to claim Miao Renfeng died from his own rage. Now he wanted them to admit they'd killed him? If they did, the Miao family's ancestors would hunt them down. But with billions in orders at stake, a 30% discount would save them a fortune. Torn, they hesitated until Wu Hao tried to explain. Young Master Yi, we did attack him, but we didn't kill. Yifan cut him off. Got it. You did kill him, but you can't say it outright since he was your alliance's deputy leader. How about this? To avoid suspicion, I'll give you 30% off. Wu Hao and the others were baffled. What kind of logic was this? They never admitted to killing Miao Renfeng. Now Yifan was offering a discount, while framing them for murder. Was he just smearing them on purpose? Yifan, that's not what I meant. Patriarch Miaohe. Wu Hao was so frustrated he could tear his hair out. If this incident were pinned on him, the Wu family's return to the ancient martial world would be met with disdain. After all, no faction would welcome a traitor who dared attack their alliance leader. Patriarch Wu, spare us the excuses. Denial only confirms guilt. Right, everyone? Yifan smirked, turning to the representatives of the discount families. These families had already reaped massive benefits, some securing 60% or even 70% off tangible gains they couldn't ignore. The rest, though their discounts were smaller, had participated in the assault on manhwarecap. Terrified of bearing responsibility, they were more than happy to let the Wu family take the fall. No objections here. None at all. I can testify Patriarch Miao was beaten to death by Patriarch Wu and his men. Am I right, brothers? Absolutely. We all saw it. The discount families and the exempted clans echoed in unison, pointing fingers at Wu Hao's group. With 100 mouths, Wu Hao couldn't possibly explain himself now. The remaining representatives were seething with regret. If only we'd kept our mouths shut earlier. Gentlemen, any second thoughts? Unhappy with the 30% discount? Yifan's smirk widened as he fanned the flames. If you're not buying, I'll revoke the offer. Damn it. Wu Hao and the others were trapped. Refusing to buy meant forfeiting their 5-fold deposit. But purchasing would cement their guilt in Miao Renfeng's death, a stain that would haunt them in the ancient martial world. Fine. We'll buy. Gritting their teeth, they relented, though it felt like swallowing glass. If they were already smeared with mud, they might as well salvage some discount. But this so-called bargain was a cruel joke. They'd already paid 5 times the deposit and now owed double the original price. What a scam. The bitter irony? They'd been swindled by Yifan, yet had to thank him for it. Where's the justice? Under the supervision of Qi Yuan, Qi Jiao, and Guili, Wu Hao's group grudgingly settled the remaining payment. Qi Yuan was in awe. Does this young master have 8 brains? In a single day, Yifan had outmaneuvered these ancient martial families, raking in more profit than a decade of business. The Tiankue base will thrive under his leadership. His years of loyalty to the base hadn't been in vain. But then his gaze fell on Qi Jiao, who kept stealing glances at Yifan, her eyes brimming with admiration. Ever since she jumped into the lake, vowing to save the old master, Qi Yuan knew his daughter's heart was lost to Yifan. Yet, surrounded by dazzling, accomplished women, how could his ordinary daughter compete? Perhaps this father should lend a hand. A plan took shape: get Yifan drunk tonight and let nature take its course. With so many beauties around, one more wouldn't hurt, right? Once the rune weapons were distributed and payments collected, Yifan addressed the crowd. While our guests are here, let me announce Tiankue Base's new rules for rune weapon sales. 1. All purchasing families must prepay, no delivery dates guaranteed. 2. Buyers must complete a mission from Tiankue's task list to claim their weapons. 3. Any family acquiring our weapons is forbidden to oppose Tiankue Base or me, Yifan. Violators face total sanctions. The crowd erupted. What kind of tyrannical terms are these? This isn't business, it's robbery. Worse than robbery. It's slavery. Unacceptable. We protest. Yifan remained unmoved. Your protests are irrelevant. But for those who cooperate, I have good news. Starting tomorrow, Tiankue Base upgrades its production to rune spirit weapons, double the power, with chi feedback for the wielder. He brandished a prototype from Songyang. A golden glow erupted as the blade stirred the surrounding chi, channeling streams of energy back into Yifan. Gasps filled the air. Holy hell. This thing's a game changer. My old rune weapon feels like trash now. Yifan's playing us again, and I'm hooked. I didn't want to submit, but his offers are too damn good. Wu Hao was so furious he spat out a mouthful of blood. Yifan had played his cards masterfully. Was he just clearing out inventory earlier? No, he was clearing it out at a premium price. 100 billion for an ordinary runic weapon, and now Yifan casually unveiled runic spirit weapons with power 10 times greater than the standard ones. He was deliberately taunting them. Young Master Yi, my Lu family wishes to reserve 10 spirit weapons. Do we pay over there? I'll transfer the funds immediately. Among the crowd, the quick-witted representatives of various families had already sprung into action. Yifan smirked faintly. Patriarch Lu, weren't you the one who just accused me of imposing unfair terms? Now you don't think so anymore? No. Not at all. Absolutely not. Patriarch Lu shook his head like a rattle drum. Young Master Yi is clearly doing us a great favor. No issue with prepayment? None whatsoever. And no objections to completing missions assigned by the Tiankue base? Not a single one. In fact, I can't wait to start. Please assign us a task right away. And no hostility toward the Tiankue base, correct? Absolutely none. Patriarch Lu wasn't the only one nodding eagerly. After weighing the stakes, most of the other family representatives swiftly joined the payment queue. Duh. Even an idiot knew what runic spirit weapons meant. Ordinary runic weapons were already game changers, but spirit weapons, 10 times more powerful with the ability to feed back energy to their wielders, were practically legendary, akin to the weapons of immortals. Securing a spirit weapon now meant gaining a decisive advantage in the future along with greater influence. With supernatural disasters growing ever more frequent, no one knew what the world would become. The only certainty was the need to strengthen themselves fast. Weren't these bastards just crying poverty? Damn it. How are they suddenly pulling out hundreds of billions now? Unbelievable, grumbled one of Wu Hao's allies, watching the family scramble with bitter frustration. Humph. Treacherous scum. All my effort wasted. Wu Hao glared at the representatives, his heart seething with resentment. After painstakingly rallying so many families, his grand scheme had backfired spectacularly. Instead of undermining Yi Fan, he'd inadvertently herded them all into Yi Fan's camp. With just a batch of runic weapons and spirit weapons, Yi Fan had effortlessly won them over. Sigh. The martial world had once assumed Yi Fan's influence was limited to the mundane realm. But now, his monstrous capabilities had proven just as overwhelming in the ancient martial arts domain. Soon, no one in the martial world would be able to suppress him. Let's go. Wu Hao exhaled sharply, signaling his core faction to leave. His followers hesitated. Patriarch Wu, are we just walking away? This is humiliating. Losing the bet to Yi Fan was bad enough. Then they'd been extorted for vast sums of money and resources. And now? Yi Fan had crushed them publicly, pinned the murder of Miao Renfeng on them, and twisted the knife with psychological torment. How could they swallow this rage? Wu Hao scoffed. Stay then. Keep embarrassing yourselves? Make the mockery worse? What's the alternative? Attack him? Don't forget, the martial alliance's arbiters are here. So is Dean Chun of the Zhenwu division and even the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi. Even if you could take Yi Fan on, which of these powerhouses would you dare provoke? Move. Clutching his aching chest, Wu Hao vanished in a flash of movement. Yi Fan had been watching the entire time. Safe travels, Patriarch Wu. Harmony brings prosperity, thanks for your patronage. Oh, and one more thing. By sheer coincidence, Nangong Aoyue of the Nangong family happens to be my wife. So, gentlemen, do her a favor, show some courtesy. Consider it investing in goodwill. Leave yourselves an exit strategy. Because if my wife faces any unpleasantness, well, your names might just appear on the Tiankue base's mission roster. Think carefully. A blatant threat. Cough. Wu Hao stumbled mid-step, his mind reeling. What ruthless tactics. Yi Fan wasn't even hiding his scheme, Nangong Aoyue was under his protection. Cross her and you'd face the collective might of every family hungry for spirit weapons. With the Tiankue base now capable of producing runic spirit weapons, its allure was irresistible. Sooner or later, factions would line up to carry out its missions. One family's pursuit was manageable. But 2? 3? 10? The thought alone was terrifying. This was a masterstroke, an overt stratagem with no counter. As Wu Hao retreated, his mind raced. Was allying with the Chiu family to form the minor martial coalition a mistake? The Nangong-led alliance was the orthodox faction, and now with Nangong Aoyue as Yi Fan's woman. I must warn our clan. If we ever clash with her, we must tread carefully, if only to keep our options open. The moment Yi Fan revealed his ties to Nangong Aoyue, every martial family representative grasped his message. This was an open declaration of guardianship. Nangong's current weakness didn't matter. No one touches what's mine. Most shared Wu Hao's conclusion. Leave room for retreat. However, spirit weapons were exorbitantly priced. Some families, especially newer, cash-strapped ones, struggled to afford them. So Yi Fan unveiled his final play. For families short on funds, the Tiankue base will introduce a merit point system. Complete missions, earn points, and redeem them for spirit weapons. Understood. Boom. The remaining hesitant factions erupted into excitement. Earning weapons through missions? A steal. Young Master Yi, you're a legend. Assign us tasks now. Yeah. When's the mission board going live? Watching the fervor, Qinyu smiled approvingly, genuinely impressed. This young Master Yi, his mind operates on another level. The merit system is sheer leverage, using it to mobilize the entire martial world's strength? Brilliant. Once this gains momentum, targeting anyone won't be his fight alone. The whole martial community will act for him. Absolutely masterful. As for when the exact rankings will be released, you can ask my chief steward, Mr. Gwelly. Better yet, let's all add each other as friends and create a group. It'll make communication much easier in the future. Hey, easier communication? More like making it more convenient for Yi Fan to rally people when he needed them later. Sounds good. Young Master Gua, I'm the head of the Gu family, let me scan your QR code. I'm the Lu family's patriarch. Just like that, the crisis of the siege at Tiankue base was effortlessly defused. In mere moments, all the family representatives who had come to pressure Yi Fan had become his subordinates, ready to be wielded as tools. Given the effectiveness of the rune weapons, it was easy to imagine that whenever Yi Fan needed backup, he could instantly summon hundreds of ancient martial arts experts to act together. With such overwhelming force, who in the entire mortal world could possibly stand against him? Qin finally nodded in satisfaction. The young master is gradually maturing. Perhaps I won't even need to worry when he storms the capital. Yi Fan, I have to go. With the crisis at Tiankue base resolved, Ji Ningxuan prepared to take her leave. Her eyes slightly red, she looked at Yi Fan and said, I'll be getting married next month. You. She didn't finish her sentence, but the implication was clear. Have you figured out what to do? Otherwise, the woman he loved would truly marry another man. And that man was none other than the great Xia Emperor, someone Yi Fan, despite his strength and capability, couldn't easily kill even if he wanted to. Don't worry. I'll find a way. Yi Fan gazed at her intently, though inwardly he smiled faintly. A month? That should be enough time. Most of the enemies of his second brother, Yi Lingjun, and third brother, Yi Lingyu, had already been dealt with. The only ones left were the foes of his eldest brother in the northwest. At this rate, eliminating all the enemies of his 7 brothers and severing every last limb of Prince Jin's power wouldn't take more than a month. Once Prince Jin was reduced to a lone, powerless figure, it would be time for Yi Fan to storm the capital and turn it upside down. By then, when he married Princess Chu Lanwei and snatched Ji Ningxuan away, what could the imperial family even do about it? After seeing off Ji Ningxuan and Chen Yao, Yi Fan had just finished briefing Guo Li on the follow-up matters at Tiankue base when his phone rang. It was Shen Mange. Honey, the evening concert preparations are about to start. Can you come now? If you're going to perform with me, we might need to rehearse a bit and those annoying flies. Over the phone, Shen Mange vented her frustrations. Apparently, several popular male celebrities were still pestering her, insisting on sharing the stage with her. Ever since she announced her engagement to Yi Fan, Shen Mange had faced widespread blacklisting by entertainment companies, leaving her with almost no acting roles. This concert was, in a way, her desperate attempt to prove her worth. Yet, behind the scenes, forces were still scheming against her, and some were even trying to ride her coattails for their own fame. Got it. Send me the address, I'll be right there. Meanwhile, Qiu Quan, who had sent Miao Renfeng and the family representatives to stir up trouble at Tiankue base in Guangshan, was on the verge of exploding when he received the news. What? You spent 500 billion on 50 rune weapons? Are you kidding me? Rune weapons are supposed to be 1 billion each, that should only add up to 50 billion. How the hell did you manage to spend 500 billion? Qiu Quan nearly teleported through the phone line to strangle his subordinates. After years of painstakingly building up my wealth, you idiots just squander it like this? How long do you think it'll last? And wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Tiankue base possibly produce so many rune weapons? You bought hundreds of them? I sent you there to pressure Yi Fan, not to empty my treasury. Patriarch, here's what happened. Patriarch Miao led everyone into a bet with Yi Fan, and then... After hearing the full report, Qiu Quan was utterly dumbfounded. You've got to be kidding me. So, in the end, you were all played for fools, swindled out of trillions in assets, and some families even lost billions, no, hundreds of billions, in deposits for nothing? Just handed it all to Yi Fan for free. What the hell were you thinking, using your heads as nutcrackers? He roared into the phone, and Miao Renfeng, that moron. Was his brain kicked in by a donkey? Why didn't he call me? Miao Renfeng had been the strategist of their small martial alliance, the mastermind behind many of their plans. Qiu Quan had originally intended to lead this operation himself but was delayed by other matters, so he sent Miao Renfeng in his place. Patriarch Miao, he was beaten to death by Patriarch Wu and the others. The subordinate, unsure how to describe the chaotic scene, could only relay the most striking detail burned into his memory. As a result, Qiu Quan misinterpreted it. Wu Hao must be a traitor. They killed Miao Renfeng for their own gain. Bastards! Do they have a death wish? The moment he heard Miao Renfeng was dead, Qiu Quan's heart sank. His opinion of Wu Hao and the others instantly plummeted. It seems some in the alliance can no longer be trusted. Poor Wu Hao, caught in the crossfire, had no idea Qiu Quan had already blacklisted him. Hanging up, Qiu Quan banged his head against the wall in frustration. My money gone. Damn you, Yi Fan. Give it back. Arg. Years of painstaking accumulation wiped out in a single stroke. Patriarch, the ancient martial Yi family's birthday celebration is in a few days. According to earlier intel, their patriarch has been searching for some kind of bloodline, so much so that he's wiped out all Yi family branches except the Yunqing Yi family. Why not stir the pot a little? A sly assistant, seeing his master's distress, stepped forward with a devious suggestion. Right? The Yi family patriarch's power far surpasses even a martial saint. He might even be at the immortal realm. If we drop a hint that Yi Fan is the bloodline he's looking for, there's no way Yi Fan survives. Realizing the opportunity, Qiu Quan sprang into action. No time to waste. Prepare lavish gifts immediately. I'll contact second master Yi Zhong of the Yi family and have him arrange an audience. Indeed, the Yi Zhong Qiu Quan referred to as none other than Yi Fan's granduncle, the same man who had fought him in Huadu, lost 3,000 crimson threads, and was bound to him by a soul contract. Unaware of this hidden connection, Qiu Quan was charging headfirst into disaster. Second Master Yi, I am Qiu Quan, the head of the ancient martial Qiu family. I have something to report to you regarding Yi Fan's bloodline. Isn't the Yi family's ancestor always searching for the Yi bloodline successor? I have evidence that Yi Fan might very well be the heir. In the ancient martial Yi family, Yi Zhong had been in a foul mood for days. Ever since his trip to Huadu, the extraordinary treasure within his body, the 3,000 crimson threads, had been forcibly taken by Yi Fan. Even the divine fragment left by the evil deity had slipped through his fingers. Worst of all, Yi Zhong had been bound to Yi Fan by a soul contract, tying their lives together. It was unbearable. After leaving Huadu, Yi Zhong had tried every possible method to break the soul contract, burning himself, drowning himself, even stabbing himself, all in an attempt to sever the connection with Yi Fan. Yet, no matter what he did, the soul contract remained deeply etched in his mind, growing even more entrenched. Every time he thought of Yi Fan, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel in submission. His heart had gradually surrendered entirely, treating Yi Fan as his master, serving and protecting him with utmost care. Through various sources, Yi Zhong had learned that if Yi Fan died, he would die too. Just yesterday, when Yi Fan was nearly killed by the soul-locking wood, Yi Zhong almost collapsed on the spot, his heart feeling as if countless blades were stabbing and twisting inside it. What did you say? Yi Fan might be the bloodline the Yi ancestor is looking for. Hearing Qiu Quan's call, Yi Zhong's hair stood on end. This was already the third group trying to approach the Yi ancestor and expose Yi Fan's identity. The first had been spies arranged by Prince Jin, and the second had been envoys from the Holy Envoy organization, all attempting to use Yi Zhong's position as steward to report Yi Fan's information to the Yi ancestor. Since Yi Zhong's fate was now deeply tied to Yi Fan's, he had immediately annihilated those people, reducing them to ashes without hesitation. If the Yi ancestor learned of Yi Fan's bloodline, he would undoubtedly kill Yi Fan and seize the 9 Dragon Yang vein. And if Yi Fan died, Yi Zhong would die too. Exactly. You have no idea Yi Fan has been thriving in the secular world lately. He's destroyed the Zhao, Li, and Wang families, even humiliated Grand Tutor Zhang. Prince Jin has suffered heavy losses at his hands. And Yi Fan's strength has already reached the martial emperor level. If he weren't the chosen heir of the 9 Dragon Yang vein, how could he gain such power in such a short time? I can provide more details in person. Would you like to meet? Qiu Quan, sensing Yi Zhong's interest, was overjoyed. If the Yi ancestor intervened, Yi Fan would surely die. Damn it. You swindled me out of so much money, you went against the ancient martial minor alliance. Humph. Once you're dead, I'll seize the Tian Kue base and use its influence to deal with the Nangong family. What could go wrong? Fine. Have you told anyone else about Yi Fan's bloodline? Yi Zhong probed cautiously, deeply troubled. He felt that news of Yi Fan's 9 Dragon Yang vein was becoming impossible to suppress. Qiu Quan scoffed inwardly. With Yi Fan's monstrous talent and abilities, did this even need to be said? Probably the whole world knows except you. But outwardly, he feigned sincerity. Absolutely not. This is exclusive information and I'm reporting it to you first. I'll come to your residence right away. No. Time is of the essence. Meet me at 100 Flowers Valley instead. Huh? All right then. 100 Flowers Valley it is. Qiu Quan agreed, though puzzled as to why Yi Zhong wouldn't invite him home. 20 minutes later at 100 Flowers Valley. When Qiu Quan and his assistant arrived, Yi Zhong was already there, clad in gray robes, his expression grave. Second Master Yi, apologies for keeping you waiting. Before Qiu Quan could finish his greeting, Yi Zhong cut him off. Are you certain you haven't told anyone else? Absolutely. Good. Then you can die now. With a cold snort, Yizhong unleashed a crushing wave of martial energy bearing down on Chiu Quan and his assistant like a collapsing mountain. Wah, second master Yi, what are you doing? Chiu Quan panicked, desperately channeling his own martial energy to resist. He couldn't comprehend why Yizhong would attack him when he had come to deliver crucial information. Killing you. Without hesitation, Yizhong intensified his assault. Boom. Chiu Quan's assistant, unable to withstand the pressure, exploded on the spot. Splurt. Chiu Quan himself was sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth as he staggered back. Second Master Yi, have you lost your mind? At least tell me why I'm dying. This made no sense. By all logic, he had brought the Yi family invaluable news. They should be thanking him. Simple. I have already submitted to Yi Fan. Any information about him will be silenced. What? Chiu Quan's heart turned to ice, his mind flooded with disbelief. The Yi family's steward, Second Master Yi, submitted to Yi Fan. What kind of madness is this? And here he was, foolishly trying to report Yi Fan to his own subordinate? This was suicide. Regret consumed Chiu Quan, but escape was impossible. Boom. Boom. Yizhong, a martial saint, made quick work of them. Soon, 100 Flowers Valley was silent once more, devoid of all life except Yizhong. Humph. Trying to harm my master is the same as killing me. Did you really think I'd allow it? That same day, another piece of news spread through the ancient martial world. The Chiu family had been targeted by a mysterious enemy. All 18 of its core disciples were slaughtered, reason unknown. This, of course, was also Yizhong's doing. Fearing leaks, he had decided to eliminate all of Chiu Quan's key disciples. After all, they were no saints either. Guang City. Yi Fan received a call from Shinmange and drove straight to the Guang City Provincial Stadium, a massive venue capable of holding 100,000 people. As he entered the backstage area, he saw several men being shoved out of the dressing room, bouquets in hand. Li Feng, Lin Xian. I've told you I'm not interested. I don't need you as guest performers. Shinmange's voice rang out from inside. This little vixen has quite the temper. I like that. Same here. Makes her more fun to conquer. But if we can't persuade her before the concert tonight, we'll have to use family pressure. Listening to their conversation, Yi Fan understood these were the pretty boys Shinmange had mentioned, the ones harassing her. With a cold smirk, he stepped forward and snatched a bouquet of roses from one of the men in white suits. Buddy, this isn't how you chase women. Less talk, more action, just kiss her and she'll submit. Huh? Who the hell are you? Why'd you take my flowers? Li Feng, the man in white, glared at him. I'm also one of Shinmange's suitors. The group scrutinized Yi Fan, then burst into mocking laughter. You? You didn't even bring flowers. What kind of half-assed courtship is this? Look at what we brought, diamond necklaces, rings, even rare imports. Simps. That was the only word Yi Fan had for them. Simps always end up with nothing. I'll take these flowers, you won't need them. Watch and learn how it's done. With a devilish grin, Yi Fan strode toward the dressing room. Pfft. Who does this guy think he is? He'll be thrown out in 10 seconds. Yeah. Does he have 4 eyes or 2 mouths? No way a nobody like him can steal my goddess. You? If you can last even a minute in there without getting thrown out, I'll streak naked from here. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Among the 4 pretty boys, one was slightly more composed. Watching Yi Fan's retreating figure as he entered, he muttered, "Don't you guys think he looks familiar? Like someone really impressive? Chen Si, are your eyes failing you? Guys like him are a dime a dozen. How could he compare to our noble status? Just some country bumpkin, trash at best. Acting all high and mighty in front of us. Come on, let's go see. I want to find out whether Shinmange will throw him out with an ashtray or her shoe." The 4 pretty boys muttered among themselves, quickening their pace as they followed and appeared at the doorway. Meanwhile, Yi Fan strode confidently into the dressing room, a bouquet of flowers in his arms. Didn't I make myself clear? I'm not interested in any of you. Have you no shame? Shinmange snapped without turning around, hearing footsteps behind her. If you keep this up, I'll call security to throw you out. Before she could finish, a strong arm wrapped around her slender waist, lifting her onto the vanity. Pressed against the wall in a dominating embrace, she was suddenly engulfed by the rugged, masculine scent of the man leaning in, his lips capturing hers in a searing kiss. Was she being kissed against her will? Shinmange had been about to scream for help, but the moment she recognized the man before her, her eyes lit up with joy. It was Yi Fan, her husband. Instantly, her demeanor softened. She wrapped her arms around his neck, melting into the kiss with tender reciprocation. Last night, she had been fully prepared to give herself to him, but due to a minor physical issue, they hadn't taken the final step. Still, she had already decided after tonight's concert she would find a way to improve her constitution. She would become Yi Fan's woman. At the Yi family funeral, she had publicly vowed to carry on their lineage. It was a promise, a sacred oath, and she intended to keep it. Now here she was, a superstar, the nation's goddess, pinned against the wall by Yi Fan, kissing him passionately, her expression one of blissful surrender. If the men of Daxia saw their beloved goddess being defiled like this, their hearts would surely shatter. So, even goddesses could succumb to mortal desires. But the ones truly heartbroken were the four pretty boys witnessing this scene. They had come expecting to see Yi Fan humiliated, even placing bets on how quickly he'd be kicked out. Instead, they were met with this obscene display. Holy shit! This bastard actually went for it. Damn. The internet says there's a 3-step rule for chasing women: kiss her, slap her if she refuses, then kiss her again. Why isn't it working on him? You animal. Let her go, she's mine. Though their pursuit of Shinmange had ulterior motives, the four did genuinely adore her. Seeing their goddess ravished by a man they despised drove them mad with fury. Grabbing chairs, they charged forward. Mange, don't be afraid. We'll protect you. No one can bully you. Their hearts twisted in agony like they'd swallowed flies. They were ready to beat Yi Fan to a pulp. Breaking the kiss, Shinmange's lips glistened. The warmth in her eyes as she gazed at Yi Fan vanished the moment she turned to the intruders, replaced by icy disdain. Stop. Who asked for your protection? Kissing my own husband is none of your business. What, do you have a peeping fetish? Get out. Her voice was sharp, her confidence bolstered by Yi Fan's presence. Ha! Husband. The four pretty boys gaped, jaws nearly hitting the floor. They followed Shinmange's every move. How had they missed this? Had one kiss really conquered her? Mange, are you being blackmailed? Li Feng ventured cautiously. If you can't speak freely, just blink. We'll save you, no one can harm you in broad daylight. Shinmange and Yi Fan exchanged exasperated glances. Were these idiots living under a rock? Yi Fan's face might not be universally recognized, but any halfway influential family should know him by now. The Yi family's foolish young master was no longer a fool, he had regained his former genius. Backed by the imperial family, the Yi clan had re-established the Grand Preceptor's residence, signaling their resurgence. Unless they had a death wish, no sane person would provoke Yi Fan at this point. Blackmailed, my ass. My wife just told you I'm her husband. Are you deaf or blind? Yi Fan's voice turned frosty. This is your first and last warning. Stay away from my wife. No duets, no collaborations, she doesn't need you. I'm asking nicely this time. Leave. Next time, my fists won't be so polite. A surge of killing intent rolled off him, dropping the room's temperature by several degrees. Yi Fan had come today to swat these flies permanently. But since Shinmange still had a career to maintain, he'd preferred to handle things peacefully. Unfortunately, these fools weren't taking the hint. Brothers, it's obvious. This bastard's forcing Mange to play along. We can't let him get away with this. Let's take him down for against one. How hard can it be? Li Feng raised his chair, ready to strike. Yi Fan sighed. Why are some people so stubborn? In a blur, he moved faster than they could react. For precise punches landed on their noses. Crack! Crack! The sickening crunch of cartilage echoed as blood gushed down their faces. Ah! My nose! Damn it! Fuck! My face is ruined. How am I supposed to perform now? Who the hell are you? Three of them howled in outrage, but Chen Si, clutching his nose, paled in realization. He's Yi Fan, the Yi family's former fool. No, the prodigy young Master Yi. He's not stupid anymore. Shit, we messed with the wrong guy. Li Feng, we gotta go now. Behind the Chen family's knowledge of Yi Fan, the Chen family knew more about Yi Fan than most. They were aware that the current Yi Fan was no longer the fool he once was. Not only had he regained his prodigious talent from 5 years ago, but he had clearly grown even stronger. Recalling the events at the Yi family's funeral where Shinmange and Yi Fan's 7 sisters-in-law had publicly announced their marriages to him, everything now made sense. Shinmange was indeed Yi Fan's wife, and Yi Fan was her husband. Given the Yi family's current momentum, provoking Yi Fan would be nothing short of suicide. However, the other 3 pretty boys, though they understood Chen Si's warning, merely scoffed. So what if he's Yi Fan? All he can do is fight. Even if the Yi family holds influence in the martial and military worlds, what does that matter? This is the entertainment industry. The Li Chen, Qian, and Lin families, we rule here. One of them, Li Feng, sneered, we control the biggest promotional resources and film projects in the industry. If Yi Fan dares to cross us, we'll blacklist Shinmange. Let's see how she handles that. Hearing this, Shinmange tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve. Fan, maybe we should let it go. Li Feng isn't wrong. Their families own the largest film studios. If we anger them, my career will suffer. This was precisely why Shen Mange had tolerated their harassment. She couldn't afford to offend the four families, lest they sabotage her career. After announcing her marriage to Yu Fan, she had already faced backlash from supporters of the Gene Prince, making her path in the industry difficult. If these four families joined forces to blacklist her, her stardom would be over. Let it go? If I back down when someone threatens my woman, what kind of man would I be? Yi Fan released Shen Mange's hand, cracked his knuckles, and glared at the four men. The entertainment industry? Yi Fan couldn't care less. These so-called industry elites thought they were untouchable, but in the face of real power, they were nothing. Li Feng paled. What are you doing? Think carefully, my family is handling the sound and promotion for Shen Mange's concert tonight. If you lay a hand on me, I'll make sure her show never happens. Shen Si, however, quickly retreated and bowed to Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, my apologies. I was impulsive. I'll leave immediately and not trouble you further. Without hesitation, he fled the room. Coward. Li Feng spat. We control the entertainment industry. What can Yi Fan do? Besides, the Gene Prince has already allied with powerful figures. How long can Yi Fan last? At this, Yi Fan smirked. So, the Gene Prince's reach extended even here? If these three were connected to the Gene Prince, Yi Fan had no reason to hold back. Bam! 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 Yi Fan grabbed the three men and slammed them to the ground. Ah! Oof! Ugh! Though they had some martial arts training, these pretty boys had never endured such brutality. They howled in pain, their faces and arms bloodied. It would take months for them to recover enough to perform again. Yi Fan, you're insane. Li Feng snarled. Just wait, I'll call off all the sound technicians and event planners. Let's see how you handle the concert then. Lin Xin chimed in, and our family's security team will withdraw too. If any accidents happen, good luck dealing with the fallout. Another added, Yi Fan, either kill us now or kneel and beg. Call us daddy, and maybe we'll let the concert go smoothly. Their stupidity was astounding. Even after Chen Si had spelled out Yu Fan's identity, they still refused to back down. Did they have water in their brains? Even with the Gene Prince's backing, he wasn't here to save them now. Yu Fan raised his fist again, but Shen Mange stopped him. Fan, please don't. If you keep hitting them, the concert might really be ruined. This was her first major concert, and she didn't want to disappoint her fans. Fine, Yi Fan said softly, then turned to Li Feng. So, what if you control the sound technicians? Do you really think we can't manage without you? He made calls to Song Yang, Qi Yuan, and Old Pang of the Tianji Pavilion, mobilizing their networks to arrange replacements for sound and security. Security was easy, Tianji Pavilion members could handle it. But top-tier sound technicians were harder to find for these non-entertainment factions. Within a minute, Li Feng's phone rang. He answered, smirking, and put it on speaker. Young Master Li, we've been asked to arrange top sound technicians for Miss Shen's concert. Could you assist? Li Feng gloated. See, Yi Fan? Even your connections lead back to me. Unless you kneel and beg, my technicians won't lift a finger. Lin Xin added, every elite sound technician in the country works under Li Feng. No matter who you ask, it all comes back to him. Ring after ring, Li Feng received over a dozen calls from high-ranking officials and industry heavyweights, all pleading on Yi Fan's behalf. Normally, he wouldn't dare refuse them. But with the Gene Prince's backing, Li Feng stood firm. His only condition? Yu Fan had to kneel. Yi Fan's allies Old Pang, Song Yang, even the Yi family reported the same, no cooperation. The situation was dire. Yi Fan's gaze hardened as he reassessed Li Feng's influence. He glanced at Shen Mange. This concert meant everything to her, not for fame, but for her love of performing. Would he really have to kneel? Mange, Yi Fan asked, is there no one in the industry who can intimidate them? Shen Mange sighed. Their families are too powerful. Almost no one can challenge them. But there's one person they wouldn't dare offend. Who? Yi Fan frowned slightly. As long as there was still someone in Great Xia who could make Li Feng and the others bow their heads, things would be manageable. Old Master Li Mo, the godfather of the entertainment industry. The four heavenly kings, the veteran four great actresses, and countless other entertainment giants, they were all brought up by him. He controls endless entertainment resources, has produced countless films, and no one in the entire industry dares to disrespect him. Sigh. The only problem is, though I'm familiar with Old Master Li Mo, our relationship isn't close enough for me to ask him for help. As Shen Mange spoke of Old Master Li Mo, a hint of admiration flickered in her eyes. Humph. Yi Fan, aren't you so tough? Come on, I'm right here waiting. Let's see who you can actually call. Shinmange is right, I have to respect old Master Li Mo's reputation. But the question is, can you even get him to step in? Who do you think you are? Do you really think the Yi family's name alone will make old Master Li Mo comply? Keep dreaming. Seeing that none of the people Yi Fan had called had made a difference, Li Feng couldn't help but gloat. Beside him, Lin Xin and the young master of the Qian family smirked, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Damn it! This Yi Fan actually dared to disfigure me? Just wait, I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy later. The world isn't just about brute force, it's about connections and influence. Did you really think your fists could solve everything? Well, look at you now completely cornered. Yi Fan, I suggest you kneel and apologize while you still can. The concert starts in 2 hours. Don't say we didn't give you a chance. Xian Xiao wiped the blood from his lips and sneered. If you don't kneel now, we won't accept it even if you beg later. Dream on. My man would never kneel to trash like you. At worst, I just won't hold the concert. Shinmange wrapped her arm around Yi Fan's and said gently, Husband, it's fine. If we can't resolve this, I'll just cancel the concert. I won't let my man suffer such humiliation. Shinmange was truly considerate and understanding. A prodigy like Yi Fan, the young marshal of the Grand Preceptor's estate, a man of unparalleled talent, he absolutely could not be threatened or coerced by these lowlifes. Fine. Shinmange, you'd better think carefully. If Yi Fan doesn't kneel today, he'll never get another chance. The 4 young kings' families won't just refuse to support your concerts, we'll blacklist you from the entire entertainment industry. From then on, you'll be frozen out with no way forward. Li Feng, convinced he had Yi Fan and Shinmange by the throat, grew increasingly smug, completely forgetting the pain of his earlier beating. Sigh. Though Shinmange felt a pang of sorrow when forced to choose between her career and Yi Fan's dignity, she chose the latter. If I get blacklisted, so be it. I'll just go home, focus on giving Yi Fan a few chubby babies, and help the Yi family flourish. Seeing Shinmange's reluctant expression and Li Feng's arrogance, Yi Fan smiled faintly. Mange, don't worry. I think old Master Li Mo would be more than willing to help me with this. Last night, Yi Fan and Ji Ningxuan had saved old Master Li Mo's life from young Master Yang. Asking for such a small favor shouldn't be a problem, right? Ha! Yi Fan's words left Shinmange stunned. Husband, you know old Master Li Mo? When did you meet him? On the other side, Li Feng, Lin Xin, and Qian Xiao's faces twitched. Yi Fan actually knows old Master Li Mo? If he really managed to get old Master Li Mo to intervene, the 4 young kings' families wouldn't dare utter a single word of protest. After all, above the 4 young kings were the 4 heavenly kings and the 4 great actresses, all of whom belonged to Global Entertainment, the company under old Master Li Mo's name. They controlled 70% of Great Xia's entertainment resources. No one dared to cross them. Yeah, we met last night. Just ran into him at a barbecue stall, chatted briefly, and then he left. Yi Fan truthfully recounted the events of the previous night. Phew. So that's it. Li Feng, Lin Xin, and the others let out a collective sigh of relief. Met at a barbecue stall? What a joke. They figured Yi Fan had merely bumped into old Master Li Mo, maybe snapped a photo together, and now claimed they were acquainted? Yi Fan, you're shameless. Meeting old Master Li Mo at a barbecue stall counts as knowing him? By that logic, since I've seen the US president on TV, does that mean I know him too? Should I call him my big brother? Ha ha. This is hilarious. Li Feng burst into laughter after realizing the truth. You really think old Master Li Mo would stand up for you based on that? How naive. Exactly. Even our fathers who've been in the industry for decades haven't been invited to old Master Li Mo's private dinners. And you think he'd back you? Keep dreaming. Here, I've got his number. Why don't you call and ask if he even remembers a nobody like you? Li Feng, Lin Xin, and the others laughed uproariously, completely forgetting that Yi Fan wasn't some ordinary person. He was the young master of the Yi family, a figure even old Master Li Mo wouldn't easily disregard. Not to mention, Yi Fan had saved old Master Li Mo's life the night before. The 3 young masters mocked Yi Fan relentlessly, tearing him apart with their ridicule. No need to call, I'm already here. A deep, authoritative voice rang out at the entrance as old Master Li Mo strode in, accompanied by Chen Si. I'll vouch for young Master Yi and Shinmange. Does anyone object? Old Master Li Mo first bowed slightly to Yi Fan, then glared at Li Feng and the others, his sharp gaze sending a jolt of fear through them. Wah! Old Master Li Mo is backing Yi Fan and Shinmange? What the hell? Why's he even here? The 3 young men were stunned, their faces a mix of shock and confusion. Their eyes eventually landed on Chen Si. Chen Si's lips twitched. Don't look at me like that. Li Xiao, I did this for your own good. I was trying to save you. I ran into old Master Li Mo outside and told him about the situation, so I brought him in. Li Feng, Lin Xian, and the others nearly spat blood. Thanks a lot, you traitor. How's this saving us? This is a straight-up betrayal. But they couldn't wrap their heads around it. If Yi Fan had only met old Master Li Mo last night, why would the old man go to such lengths to defend him? Old Master Li, are you mistaken? What about Yi Fan could possibly make you intervene like this? Li Feng asked nervously. Could there be some misunderstanding? Humph. You insolent brats. Who the hell do you think you are? Since when do you have the right to question my decisions? Li Mo glared coldly at Li Feng and the others. Last night, young Master Yi saved my life. Now, tell me, is he worthy or not? Hiss! Upon hearing Li Mo's words, Li Feng, Lin Xian, and the others were instantly dumbfounded. Damn it! So, last night, Yi Fan had actually saved Li Mo's life? Yet, Yi Fan hadn't mentioned this crucial detail earlier. Son of a... Yi Fan had only said he met Li Mo at a barbecue stall. So Lin Xian and Li Feng had assumed it was just a chance encounter. Turns out they had been far too naive. Yi Fan, you tricked us. You never said you saved old Master Li. Lin Xian glared at Yi Fan furiously, grinding his teeth in anger. With such a deep debt of gratitude between Yi Fan and Li Mo, there was no doubt Li Mo would stand firmly by Yi Fan and Shin Mange's side. Now, the three of them were being roasted alive. Backing down? But they had already made bold threats. Retreating now would be a humiliating slap in the face. But standing up to Li Mo? They wouldn't dare even if they had 100 guts. Their eyes shifted to Chun Si, who stood beside Li Mo. At this moment, they envied him to death. Did this guy have the ability to see the future? He had already withdrawn beforehand, avoiding this awkward mess entirely. Regret gnawed at them. Chun Si had warned them, but they hadn't listened. Who could they blame now? Yi Fan glanced at Lin Xian indifferently. Why should I tell you? Besides, none of you bothered to ask. Then, he bowed slightly to old Master Li Mo. Today's matter. I leave it to you. Li Mo waved his hand. No need for formalities, young Master Yi. Even without last night's incident, I owe the third young master of the Yi family a tremendous debt. Alas, I still made some mistakes in handling the task he entrusted to me. As he spoke, Li Mo cast a deep look at Yi Fan. That single glance sent a jolt through Yi Fan's heart. So, third brother really had ties with Li Mo? It seemed what young Master Yang had mentioned was true. Before the incident, third brother must have met with Li Mo and entrusted him with something. But judging by Li Mo's reaction, something must have gone wrong. Looks like we'll need to have a serious talk later. Li Mo also knew this wasn't the place for a lengthy discussion. He turned a frosty gaze toward Li Feng and Lin Xian. Now, does anyone else have objections? And no, none at all, old Master Li. We have no objections. Li Feng, Lin Xian, and young Master Qian shook their heads like rattles, not daring to utter a single word of defiance. Li Mo was the undisputed emperor of the entertainment industry. A single sneeze from him could make the entire industry tremble. The combined influence of their so-called, for young masters' families was nothing compared to Li Mo's. How could they, mere juniors, dare to defy him? Are you still planning to withdraw the security personnel? No, I swear. Not a single person will be pulled out. What about the sound technicians? Still taking them away? Absolutely not. They'll give their all to ensure the concert goes flawlessly. Like scolded children, Li Feng, Lin Xian, and young Master Qian stood stiffly, listening to Li Mo's reprimands with fear. All traces of their earlier arrogance gone. Slap, slap, slap. Though no one had physically struck them, it felt as though invisible hands were ruthlessly smacking their faces, over and over. Humiliation, barefaced, stinging humiliation. The three of them were seething with frustration, yet they didn't dare show even a hint of displeasure. Heh, young Master Li, young Master Lin. Didn't you say earlier that I'd have to kneel and beg before you'd lend mange your sound technicians? Yi Fan chose this moment to twist the knife, driving his words straight into their weakest spot. Li Feng and Lin Xian nearly coughed up blood. Brother, must you rub salt in the wound? What? You dared demand my savior kneel and beg? Li Mo's face darkened with fury. You insolent wretches. Do you even want to keep working in this industry? Call your fathers. Tell them to get their asses over here. I demand an explanation today. Forcing my benefactor to kneel is no different than forcing me to kneel. Who gave you the audacity? Oh God! Li Feng's face turned as bitter as a gourd. Li Mo's framing of the matter was terrifying. In the entertainment world, anyone who could make Li Mo bow was already a legend. But forcing him to kneel? That was outright suicidal. If their fathers found out about this, they'd probably skin them alive or worse. No one dared offend Li Mo. Young Master Yi, we kneel before you. We were blind. We were fools. We wronged you. Forgive us. Without hesitation, Li Feng, Lin Xian, and young Master Qian dropped to their knees, their arrogance utterly deflated. Defeated. Completely and thoroughly defeated. Yifan's methods and connections were beyond their reach. Why keep fighting a losing battle? Shin Mange, standing nearby, watched this dramatic turn of events in stunned silence. Just moments ago, these four pretty boys had been arrogantly certain they had Yifan and her cornered. Yet now, three of them were kneeling before him. Young Master Yi, we swear, we won't sabotage Mange's concert tonight, and we'll never harass Shin Mange again. They kowtowed repeatedly, making desperate promises. Better to swallow their pride now than let this escalate. If their families got involved, a mere kneel and apology wouldn't be enough to save them. If only you'd realized this sooner. Yifan sighed, then nodded at Li Mo. These clowns were nothing but petty troublemakers in the mundane world, hardly worth his attention. Reading Yifan's expression, Li Mo made his decision. Humph, I don't trust your promises. So swallow these. With a sinister smirk, Li Mo pulled out a handful of pills and, before they could react, forced them into Li Feng, Lin Xian, and the others' mouths. To ensure they went down, he even helpfully patted their chests. Only after confirming they'd swallowed everything did he smile in satisfaction. Good. Wait. Old Master Li. What the hell did you just make us eat? Their instincts screamed that whatever Li Mo had given them couldn't be good. What was he planning? Did he just poison us? Oh, it's nothing much. Just a poison concocted from red toadstool venom and some king cobra venom. You have 8 hours to take the antidote. If even a single note is off during Manji's concert tonight, or if there's the slightest security lapse, don't even think about getting that antidote. Li Mo smiled faintly, as if discussing something utterly mundane. Meanwhile, Li Feng, Lin Xian, and the others were completely stunned. What? Poison? A mix of red toadstool and king cobra venom? Holy hell, that's deadly. Ah! After a few seconds of processing, the three of them frantically clawed at their throats, trying to force the poison back out. But the poison Li Mo had prepared dissolved instantly upon ingestion, already seeping into their stomachs. There was no way to expel it now. Don't waste your effort. Aside from young Master Yi, no one in this world can cure my poison. If I were you, I'd hurry and warn your subordinates to be extra careful, because your lives are literally in the hands of those sound technicians and security personnel. Don't say I didn't warn you. Li Mo's devious smirk shattered Li Feng, Lin Xian, and young Master Qian's composure completely. Damn ruthless. So much for their previous impression of Li Mo as a kind and gentle old man. The man before them now bore no resemblance to that image whatsoever. Then again, it made sense. How could Li Mo have maintained his position as the godfather of the entertainment industry for so long without some underhanded tactics? Yes, sir. Without another second's delay, Li Feng, Lin Xian, and the others scrambled out of the dressing room as if their pants were on fire. Before they'd even gone far, they were already barking orders into their phones. All sound engineers, get your asses here for a meeting now. Anyone who dares skip it, I'll slaughter their whole damn family. What? You're taking a shit? I don't care if you're mid-wipe, Get over here immediately. Every single security guard, report to me at once. And tell the butler to triple, no, quintuple, no. Make it 10 times the usual security force within the hour. If there's even the tiniest screw-up at tonight's concert, I'll make sure you all pay with your lives. Young Master Chen, meanwhile, was busy issuing his own frantic commands. Mobilize every last member of the Chen family to gather intel on tonight's concert. That includes Prince Jin's people. If there's even a hint of suspicious activity, report it to me immediately. He had already decided, even if Prince Jin himself tried to sabotage Shun Man Ji's concert tonight, he wouldn't hesitate to betray him. Every second counts when your life's on the line. Screw everyone else. My survival comes first. The three young masters, now in full panic mode, threw every resource they had into ensuring Shun Man Ji's concert went off without a hitch. They were more invested in this than they'd ever been in their own events. Given their family's considerable influence in the entertainment industry, their sudden frenzy sent shockwaves through the scene. No one had a clue what was going on. Back in the dressing room, with Li Feng, Lin Xian, and young Master Chen gone, the concert's biggest hurdles had been cleared. Shin Man Gu finally let out a sigh of relief. Master Li, thank you. She bowed deeply to Li Mo. Even though his help had ultimately been due to Yifan's influence, gratitude was still in order. Li Mo waved a hand dismissively, smiling warmly. No need for formalities with this old man Mangu. He paused, then continued with a hint of regret. To be honest, I wasn't fully aware of the challenges you faced with this concert, and due to certain circumstances, I wasn't able to offer much support earlier. I hope you won't hold it against me. As he spoke, he returned her bow with one of his own. Though unspoken, both Yifan and Shinman Gu understood the subtext. Despite Li Mo's untouchable status in the entertainment world, even he had to tread carefully when it came to figures like Prince Jin and the powers backing him. When Shinman Gu had announced her marriage to Yifan, Prince Jin and his allies had immediately moved to suppress her. At the time, Li Mo had no close ties to Shinman Gu, so it was only natural he wouldn't risk antagonizing Prince Jin by openly supporting her. The fact that he hadn't joined in the blacklisting was already a sign of goodwill. Not at all. Master Li, you're too kind. Given the situation back then, the fact that you didn't side against me was more than I could have asked for. In fact, some of your companies even offered me gigs during my toughest times. I'll always be grateful for that. Hearing her response, Yifan nodded subtly in approval. This mirrored the situation with Gu Feng and others in the Xuanwu domain. When the Yi family had been in crisis, they couldn't openly assist, but their discreet support, like purchasing medical supplies from Su Ishua's family, had spoken volumes. Similarly, Li Mo's companies sending work Shinman Ji's way during her suppression had been a quiet but meaningful gesture. Straightening his glasses, Li Mo pulled out a list from his pocket. Mango, since I couldn't do much for your concert before, I've gathered all my available students to come and support you. Take a look. If there's anyone else you'd like added, just say the word. I can call them right away. He checked his watch. Everyone on this list is already en route. With 3 hours left before the concert, they'll make it in time. Wah? Shun Man Gu took the list in trembling hands, her heart pounding. She had originally invited guest performers for her concert, but most artists, bound by their agency's fear of backlash from Prince Jin's faction, had declined. Only a handful had agreed, and none were A-listers. But this list, Lu Tianhua, Zhang Yu, Guocheng, 3 of the 4 heavenly kings, Hong Kong legends Zhou Run and Zhou Qi, Sun Zi, Yang Dami, Li Chun, all 4 of the 4 great actresses. Her eyes nearly popped out of her skull. Any one of these names alone could headline a major event with appearance fees in the millions, and that was if they were available. Yet here they were, not just one, but all of them, the 4 heavenly kings, the 4 great actresses, gathered for her concert? Even the Spring Festival Gala couldn't pull off a lineup like this. Was she dreaming? But then again, this was Li Mo, the man who'd single-handedly reshaped the entertainment industry. If anyone could make this happen, it was him. Belief aside, It feels like a dream. Shin Mange believed it, yet seeing 40 or 50 A-list celebrities gathered for her concert still felt surreal. Was this her solo concert or an all-star extravaganza? Uncle Lee, are they really all coming? Shin Mange scanned the list in disbelief. Take Yang Damei, for instance. After Eternal Love, her schedule was packed to the minute, every second worth gold. Could she really spare the time? Of course. Actually, hundreds more wanted to join after I posted about it on social media. But most weren't up to par, so I turned them down. No point embarrassing themselves. The sheer audacity of that remark. Beside them, Yi Fan nearly face-bombed. Liemo, you outrageous old man. Just then, the door swung open. Master, I'm here. A stunning, curvaceous woman stepped in, big, doll-like eyes framed by long lashes, porcelain skin, and a figure that strained against her neckline. None other than the reigning screen queen, Yang Damei herself. Big in every sense, indeed. Damei? You actually came. Shin Mange gasped, rushing forward to embrace her. Yang Damei mock-punched her shoulder. Honestly, Mange, your debut concert, and you didn't even tell me? No matter how busy I am, I'd never miss supporting you. I only found out through Master's post today. Well, I didn't want to trouble you. As they chatted, Liemo interjected. Damei, I've been thinking. Mange's potential extends far beyond this. Before I kick the bucket, I'd like to take on one last protege. Forge another global superstar. A fitting final chapter, don't you think? What? Both women spun toward him, stunned. Master, you closed your doors a decade ago. Yang Damei blurted. Why now? At over 70, Liemo had retired from mentorship, no exceptions even for elites or nobles. Yet here he was reopening those doors? Chuckling, Liemo shrugged. Turns out the door wasn't latched properly. Might as well shut it properly this time. He turned to Shin Mange. So, my girl, how'd you feel about humoring an old man? Shin Mange's eyes sparkled. She could have floated to the ceiling. Liemo's modesty aside, this was monumental. The godfather of entertainment, ending his decade-long retirement, taking her as his youngest disciple meant countless industry titans, kings, queens, legends, would now treat her as family. Add in Liemo's empire of resources? Only a fool would hesitate. Still, she glanced at Yi Fan for confirmation. He nodded. Go ahead. Don't waste this gift. Meanwhile, Yang Damei connected the dots. Liemo's social media blast. The star-studded backup. This wasn't spur of the moment. He'd orchestrated everything to launch Shin Mange's career into orbit. Liemo's final protege debuts with full industry backing. From day one, she'd stand at the summit. Envy flickered, but no resentment. Truthfully, Yang Damei coveted Shin Mange's other asset even more, her husband. That prodigious Yi family genius. The man rumored to be quite the treasure. Fate works in odd ways, she mused. Going from sister-in-law to wife? Who wouldn't be jealous? Congrats, master. Yang Damei beamed, pinching Shin Mange's cheeks. From now on, you're my baby shimmy. Now I'll get glam, have your team slot me in for a song or two. If time's tight, just Eternal Love will do. After she left, Shin Mange dropped into a formal bow. Shifu, your pupil greets you. Liemo handed Yi Fan his phone. Young Master Yi, mind capturing this? Historic moments deserve documentation and a social media post. Seconds later, Liemo's update went live. Retired a decade, but the door creaked open. One last disciple, one proper closure. Dear colleagues, treat her kindly. Accompanied by their photo, the post would trigger an industry earthquake. Opponents who'd sidelined Shin Mange, their schemes just collapsed. With Liemo's endorsement and half of showbiz rallying behind her, her ascendancy was unstoppable. Mange, prep for the show, Liemo said, then nodded at Yi Fan. Mission accomplished. Her concert was now guaranteed perfection. Post-tonight, her stardom would eclipse past heights. Now it was time to address that matter. A month ago, the third young Master Ye's request had weighed on Liemo's conscience. Helping Shin Mange? Partly gratitude for Yi Fan saving his life, but also atonement. After all, Shin Mange was the third young master's betrothed. On the stadium rooftop, Li Emo locked the door. Then, thud, he dropped to his knees before Yi Fan. Young master, forgive this old fool. I fear I've made an unforgivable mistake. What the? Yi Fan froze. Even if third brother had asked something of Li Emo, why kneel to me? Old Li, what's the meaning of this? Get up, you've already helped me immensely. I can't accept your kneeling. Yi Fan quickly reached out to help Li Emo up from the ground. Whatever you have to say, let's talk standing up. There's no hurry. Li Emo rose to his feet, his face filled with guilt. Young Master Yi, a few months ago I was once kidnapped, and it was the third young master of the Yi family who saved me. I already owed him a debt of gratitude. Then, a month ago, before his accident, he came to me and entrusted me with a key. He said there was a highly important safety deposit box in a bank and asked me to keep it for him. He told me that if he didn't come to retrieve the key within a week, I was to open the box and deliver its contents to the Yi family. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat at Li Emo's words. Was it a fragment of the Immortal Palace map? Did third brother foresee his own demise? As he spoke, Li Emo carefully retrieved an ancient-looking key from a leather pouch hidden close to his body and respectfully handed it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan took the key, puzzled. Old Li, since the key is still here, why don't we just go to the bank, open the box, and retrieve the item? What exactly did you do wrong? Li Emo sighed in frustration. I was too late. On the day the third young master died, I had to travel abroad. I didn't return until 3 days later. As soon as I heard the news, I rushed to the bank in Guangxing to retrieve the item. But what? Yi Fan's heart clenched. Had the king of Jin's men already taken the map fragment? Yet, based on the information Yi Fan had gathered, the assassins who killed third brother hadn't obtained the fragment. If they had, the king of Jin would surely have boasted about it. But, when I arrived in Guangxing, I learned that the Zhongmin Bank headquarters had been completely destroyed in a fire the day before. The entire building, 18 floors above ground and 5 below, was reduced to ashes. The item the third young master left behind. It's gone. A fire? Such a coincidence? The entire bank had burned to the ground just before Li Emo could retrieve the item. And so thoroughly? Zhongmin Bank was a major financial institution in the Great Xia Empire, with top-tier security and fire prevention measures. Even if a fire broke out, it should have been contained and extinguished quickly. This was no accident, it was a deliberate act. What's more, there wasn't a single mention of such a massive fire online. That was utterly abnormal. If the entire headquarters had burned down, countless depositors would have lost their valuables. Wouldn't they have raised an uproar? The eerie silence could only mean one thing. This was a targeted operation to destroy third brother's deposit box. Seeing the shifting expressions on Yi Fan's face, Li Emo continued, You're absolutely right, young Master Yi. I used all my connections and resources to investigate, and I found that none of the other depositors lost anything. Only the third young master's belongings vanished. I failed his trust. Li Emo sighed heavily. I don't even know what was in that box, but losing it is an unforgivable sin. If only I'd returned a day earlier. For the past month, I haven't slept well. I've exhausted every lead, but the official conclusion remains the same. The fire was an accident caused by an electrical short circuit. No one will be held accountable. As Li Emo spoke, Yi Fan's mind raced, piecing together the truth. The fire was undeniably arson, but the fact that the news was suppressed so thoroughly meant the perpetrator had immense influence. Since the king of Jin's faction hadn't revealed any information about third brother's death, it suggested that if they were behind this, someone had acted without the king's knowledge. Cross-referencing all the intelligence he had, Yi Fan narrowed down the culprit. The big fish hidden in the vermilion bird domain, the one Director Chun had mentioned. The fire at Zhongmin Bank was likely his doing. With the vermilion bird domain's military exercises about to begin, this was the perfect opportunity to enter the region and eliminate the last person responsible for third brother's death. Old Li, since it's still early, why don't you accompany me to the fire site? Yifan smirked. Maybe we'll find some clues. Deep down, Yifan knew it was nearly impossible to uncover anything after so much time. Whoever had stolen the deposit box would have erased all traces. But since the key was still in Limo's possession, they would undoubtedly be monitoring him and the fire site. Yifan's plan was simple. Stir the pot and see what surfaces. By making a show of investigating, he could force his enemies to reveal themselves. Ah well, all right. Limo was puzzled. He had already sent people to scour the site multiple times without success. Could Yifan really find something new? As they left the stadium, Yifan called Songyang and asked him to forge a replica of the key. They met halfway to retrieve it. Limo frowned. Young Master Yi, why make a copy? Fishing. Yifan smiled mysteriously. The former site of Zhongmin Bank's Guangxing headquarters was now a flattened wasteland. The center scorched into a massive crater. The perimeter was cordoned off with steel barriers and police tape, patrolled by a team of security guards. The moment Yifan and Limo approached, several guards blocked their path. Stay back. This area is under official investigation. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted. Heck, they even have uniformed personnel guarding the place. Their influence runs deep. I'm Yifan of the Imperial Martial Division, Heaven's Mandate Young Marshal. Do I qualify to take a look? Without wasting words, Yifan tossed his insignia to the lead guard. The man's face paled as he recognized Yifan's name and face. Why, young Master Yi? Please go ahead. Though their superiors had ordered them to secure the area, a lowly guard captain had no authority to stop someone of Yifan's rank. With a faint smile, Yifan stepped past the barricade and called out loudly to Limo. Old Li, you're certain the key was lost here, right? Let's search carefully. Ha! Limo blinked, then immediately caught on. Yifan was putting on a show for whoever was watching. Yes, when I came here earlier to inquire, I must have dropped the key. It's crucial. The only way to open the safety deposit box. He deliberately raised his voice, ensuring every eavesdropper heard him. Outside, most of the security team on patrol appeared completely normal. However, two thin, sharp-faced men among them immediately perked up upon overhearing Limo and Yifan's conversation, nearly gasping aloud in excitement. The key? Isn't the boss desperately searching for that key? That key is crucial to the higher-ups. So, it was Yifan and Limo who lost it here? Talk about stumbling upon a treasure while searching for a needle in a haystack. Captain, we've got stomachaches, gotta hit the restroom, they reported before slipping into a side alley. Quickly dialing an encrypted phone, they whispered, Patriarch, Yifan and that old fox Limo just showed up at the scene. We heard them say the safe's key was lost here. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What? So it was Limo? We'd heard the Yang family dug up some intel but weren't sure. No wonder that old man's been obsessively visiting this fire site. Humph. Understood. I'll personally lead a team to search for the key immediately. If we find it, you'll be credited as the top contributors. On the other end, the two men's employer was convinced he'd struck gold. He knew all too well that the higher-up they served was a supreme authority in the southern Vermilion bird domain, backed by none other than the gene prince of the capital. Winning that magnate's favor could elevate his family to unimaginable heights. Little did he know this was all part of Yifan's strategy, a deliberate ploy to flush out the shadowy figures behind the scenes. Yet, the provocation had to be measured. The fragmented map of the celestial palace inside the safe was far too critical to the Yi family. Yifan couldn't risk it falling into outsiders' hands. At the fire site, Yifan and Limo continued their charade, chatting while pretending to search the ground. Then Yifan discreetly tossed a forged key into the dirt. Young Master Yi, what's next? Limo asked, his gaze now brimming with admiration. Though both were scions of the Yi family, Yifan's cunning outshone even his third brothers. If the other Yi heirs had half his shrewdness, their clan might never have faced near annihilation. We leave? If we stay, how will they get their chance? Yifan smirked, raising his voice. What a shame is still no luck. It's getting late. Let's return tomorrow with more hands to help. As they departed, the two skinny guards returned from their call. Hearing the key remained unfound, they grinned. Their path to glory had just widened. Once in the car, Yifan phoned Song Yang and Guili. Old Gua, Patriarch Song, mobilize enough covert operatives to surveil the area. Stay hidden. We're playing the long game to catch the big fish. Yi Fan was determined to uncover the mastermind behind the Zhongmin Bank fire. This trail might lead to the hidden power in the Vermilion Bird domain. Identifying them could ultimately secure the Celestial Palace map fragments. Understood. Meanwhile, Shinmanja's concert was just 30 minutes from opening. Every A-lister on Li Mo's list, the 4 Heavenly Kings, 4 leading actresses, and 5 Golden Flowers had arrived, coordinating last-minute acts with Shinmanja's team. Each star was allotted only 2 minutes, turning the concert into an impromptu galaxy of talent. Fans who'd bought tickets for Shinmanja were in for a serendipitous extravaganza. Upon returning to the stadium's backstage, Yi Fan and Li Mo were met by Lin Xian, drenched in sweat and near tears. "Young Master Yi, thank heavens you're back. I'd be a dead man otherwise." Gasping, Lin Xian continued, "Something's off. My security team spotted dozens of suspicious martial experts infiltrating the venue. They're neither Gene Prince's men nor from ancient martial families. If they cause trouble, my people won't stand a chance. If this concert goes south, elderly, spare my life." Terrified, Lin Xian trembled. The cobra venom Li Mo had planted in him and his men was a death sentence if anything went awry. Nearby, Li Feng was perched on the sound engineer's shoulders, forcing them to rehearse the night's tracks 100 times at knife point, while young Master Qian personally adjusted the lights overhead, leaving no room for error. Li Mo glanced at Yi Fan, who narrowed his eyes in thought. With Pan Shi and the 10 great martial emperors dead, the Tiankue base seized, and Gene Prince's southwest stronghold crippled, it was unlikely the prince would strike here. Ancient martial clans, preoccupied with the Tiankue point system and the activated Divine Gate, wouldn't mobilize this quickly either. That left one conclusion. The Divine Gate's activation had provoked its rival factions. Their vassal families were making a move, testing Yi Fan's defenses at the concert. "Not your fault," Yi Fan said coolly. "Take me out there. Brief me thoroughly." Lin Xian nodded. "Intel suggests around 100 infiltrators, 3 at Martial Emperor level, 10 Martial Venerables, the rest Martial Masters or lower. Their exact plan is unclear, but they'll likely target Miss Shinmanja on stage. Here's their seating chart, though it's unconfirmed." Lin Xian's efficiency impressed Yi Fan. Scanning the chart, Yi Fan memorized the enemy positions before ascending a scaffold. From this vantage, his martial saint-level aura surged outward, locking onto every infiltrator's location and energy signature. He devised the perfect countermeasure, Heaven's Wrath Lightning. This area of effect skill could strike all 100 simultaneously. Amid the concert's booming music, the audience would mistake it for special effects, while the martial artists below were electrocuted into unconsciousness or worse. As Yi Fan's oppressive aura pinned the hidden foes, one whispered in panic, "Elder, why do I feel like a viper's watching us? How do I know? Damn it, I feel like a venomous snake is watching me too. The problem is, I can't even tell where it's coming from. This is bad." The leader, an old man in a Zhongshan suit, swept his wary gaze across the surroundings, trying to pinpoint the source of the chilling dread creeping down his spine. Yet the serpent's cold malice seemed to permeate every corner, impossible to trace. "Then what do we do? Elder, should we abort the mission?" These men belonged to a vassal family under the Bloodfiend sect, a sworn enemy of the Divine Gate. With the Divine Gate's resurgence, the Bloodfiend higher-ups had caught wind of it but weren't certain if Yi Fan was involved. So, they decided to stir chaos at the concert to test him. "Abort? You want to die?" The Bloodfiend elders gave a direct order. "If we return empty-handed, you'll all be turned into pools of blood." The Zhongshan-suited elder, Guyin, was the leader of these peripheral families. At the martial emperor level, Guyin stood at the pinnacle of the mundane world. But he knew his strength was nothing against the Bloodfiend sect's overwhelming might. "We've infiltrated over 100 men. Even if we can't kill Yi Fan or Shinmanja, we can at least cause them trouble." Guyin smirked coldly. "I'm sure the Gene Prince of Shangjing would love to see that. Who knows? You might even earn a reward from him." "Understood. With nearly 100,000 spectators here, we can act freely, but Yi Fan won't dare use force recklessly." Convinced by Gu Yin's reasoning, his subordinates nodded. "Elder Gu is right. The Gene Prince has been trying to suppress the 7 sister-in-law families under Yi Fan. Why aren't his men here today?" "No idea. Just focus on our task." They had no way of knowing that the Gene Prince's core forces in the southwest had already been crushed. Pan Shi was dead. The 10 great martial emperors had either been subdued or slaughtered by Yi Fan. Even the most secretive military base had been obliterated. Only one hidden player remained in the Vermilion Bird domain, and they weren't foolish enough to act now. Standing atop the aerial platform, Fan extended his keen senses, mapping out the concert's dynamics. Aside from the blood-fiend operatives, another group of mysterious experts lurked in the shadows, their allegiances unclear. But Fan had already decided, once the fight began, he'd unleash his absolute domain to suppress everyone's power, then call down heaven's wrath, lightning shocking every suspicious individual unconscious without hesitation. The concert officially began. Instead of the planned host, old man Lee Mo took the stage. "Hello everyone, I'm Lee Mo." Boom. The crowd erupted. Anyone familiar with the entertainment industry knew Lee Mo's reputation, the godfather of showbiz, a figure capable of shaping the entire industry. His mere presence carried weight. Was this Shin Mange's next big leap? Today, I'm here to announce something. This old man is halfway into the grave, but Shin Mange's talent is too extraordinary to ignore. So, I've decided to take her as my youngest disciple. For the next 3 years, Global Entertainment will dedicate all its resources to promoting her. Ah! The audience screamed in excitement. Their idol had just secured a golden ticket to stardom. Livestream viewers flooded the chat with 666. To support Shin Mange, I've invited some of her senior brothers and sisters. Please welcome Andy Lau, Yang Dami, Lee Chun. With each name, another A-list celebrity stepped on stage. The crowd's frenzy grew with every appearance. Holy crap! The 4 heavenly kings sharing a stage? For Shin Mange. And the 4 great actresses, the 5 golden flowers. This is insane. Damn. These tickets should have cost 10,000 yuan. I only paid 300, what a steal. Before the concert even started, the atmosphere had peaked. Meanwhile, in the Jin Prince's residence in Shangjing, the prince watched the live stream with a darkened expression. Humph. That old fool Lee Mo has finally thrown his lot in with Fan. Disgusting. Your Highness, an advisor said, with Lee Mo backing her, suppressing Shin Mange in the entertainment industry is impossible now. We've been losing ground to Fan at every turn. We must regain face at least by taking down one of those 7 sister-in-laws. The Jin Prince nodded grimly. I know. Fan has full control over Tianan province. Suishua's pharmaceutical empire is thriving. Xing Rulin's jewelry business now holds the exclusive distribution rights for General Songpa in China. Even Guangxing has fallen to him. The 3rd, 6th, and 7th sister-in-laws are untouchable now. The advisor pulled up a tablet. But the other 4 remain. Eldest sister Yu Linglong is heading to the Vermilion Bird domain for military drills with foreign elites participating. Those foreign forces are here to crush our nation's best. If they accidentally cripple or kill her, it's not our fault. All we need to do is manipulate the matchups. Pit her against Britain's Dark Knights or Japan's elite. Do you think she'll walk away unscathed? The Jin Prince's eyes gleamed. A solid plan. Order Mr. Wei in the Vermilion Bird domain to handle it discreetly. He's our last piece there, don't expose him. And keep this from Assistant Chi. I still suspect he leaked intel during the base's destruction. Understood. The advisor, a minor figure named Xiao Zhang, recently promoted after Pan Shi's death, continued, Your Highness, in the northwest, 5th sister Lu Yue's family is ripe for targeting. The Lu clan manages the Northern Sky Dragon Army's supplies. Control them and we choke the army's logistics. Without the Yi family army's support, Yi Fan's strength is rootless. Xiao Zhang's strategy struck at Yi Fan's weakest points, impressing the prince. Excellent analysis. From now on, you'll act as Pan Shi's interim replacement. Handle the Northwest operation, but strike only when success is guaranteed. On screen, the concert reached new heights as the 4 heavenly kings performed alongside Shin Mange. During her duet of Love's Nurture with Yang Dami, the fans went wild. The jubilant atmosphere only deepened the Jin Prince's fury. With a swipe of his hand, he smashed the TV to pieces. Damn it, Elder, should we do it? I never expected Shin Mange to invite so many celebrities today. Even Demi is here, she's my favorite. If we take action, do you think she'll get mad? Most of the crowd was cheering, the atmosphere electric. But among the masses, the vassal families under the Blood Fiend sect were scrutinizing the stage with burning intensity, waiting for the right moment to strike. They had been ready to move several times, but the presence of 2 martial emperors guarding the stage had kept them at bay. Thwack! The leader, Guin, smacked the subordinate upside the head. Are you out of your damn mind? What's more important today, huh? If you loved me so much, why not use your family's connections to meet her? Or just knock her out and kidnap her? It's not that simple, another martial expert chimed in. The entertainment industry might seem like just glitz and glamour, but every A-list star has powerful backers. Demi stayed unscathed all these years, she's definitely got someone strong behind her. Anyway, hurry up. One of the martial emperors just left the stage. This is our chance, move now. Meanwhile, on stage, Gong Changjie and Shin Mange stepped up and launched into a thunderous performance of The Battle Comes. The explosive music roared through the venue, setting the entire crowd ablaze with energy. Come on. The battle comes, the ace goes wild, conquering the cosmos, ruling the world. Gong Changjie's raspy, powerful voice seemed to tear through the heavens, piercing the universe itself. Now attack. Down below, the blood fiend vassal families surged forward, martial energy flaring as they charged toward the stage. But the moment they moved, an eerie force enveloped the entire venue. The very atmosphere shifted and every martial artist among them froze mid-action. Some who had already leaped suddenly felt like deflated balloons collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. What the hell? Elder, I can't feel my martial energy anymore. This is insane. My martial lord level strength just dropped to the control realm, 2 whole tiers gone. What's happening? Panic spread through the blood fiend forces hidden in the crowd. Even Guyin and his fellow martial emperors were stunned. My martial emperor powers been suppressed below grandmaster level? Shit. Something's wrong, there's a master here. Retreat. Guyin, as the mission leader, instantly made the call to pull back and preserve their strength. But before they could move, a boom, boom. Thick arcs of lightning, each as wide as an arm, rained down from the stadium's ceiling, striking precisely at the blood fiend operatives hidden among the spectators. ZZZZT. The crackling electricity seared through flesh, sending the martial artists into violent convulsions before they collapsed, foaming at the mouth. 1, 2, 3, 10. Every single blood fiend infiltrator was hit. Not one escaped. Within seconds, security personnel from the Lin family, Shin family, and the Celestial Strategy Pavilion, pre-briefed with their targets' locations, swiftly dragged the unconscious bodies away. Though electrocuted, the martial artists remained fully conscious, their bodies paralyzed but minds horrifyingly clear. What the hell? We just got struck by lightning. And these security guys appeared instantly? How? It was obvious now, they'd been exposed the moment they entered. This was a trap. And now they were all caught. But did these bastards have to drag them out like trash? Their heads bounced mercilessly against the steps, thud, 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 like sacks of meat. It felt like their skulls were splitting open. Damn it. They wanted to scream, but their bodies wouldn't obey. Despite over 100 martial artists being taken down, their numbers were a drop in the ocean of 100,000 spectators. No one even noticed. The dazzling lightning display, ionizing the air with sparks, was mistaken for a special effect. Holy shit. These visuals are insane, it looks so real. I swear I felt the electricity, my hair's standing on end. I want to touch it. How'd they pull this off? On stage, Gong Changjie's roaring vocals and Shin Mange's ethereal voice drowned out the brief disturbance. The concert raged on. Backstage, in a conference room, Yi Fan stood before the captured blood fiend martial artists. Yu Chong, overseeing the operation, had the 100+ prisoners under heavy guard. What's the meaning of this? Why are you holding us? The blood fiend members, now awake but still powerless, tried to bluff, hoping their cover wasn't blown. Yi Fan smirked, stepping up to Guyin. With a glance, he accessed the Celestial Strategy Pavilion and Imperial Martial Division's databases, pulling up Guyin's full profile. Patriarch Gu, I didn't expect a man of your age to be a fan of my wife's music. Do you enjoy concerts that much? On paper, Guyin was clean, just a martial family patriarch dabbling in antiques. But Yi Fan had overheard their earlier whispers about the blood fiend elders. He knew exactly who they were, enemies of the Divine Gate. Keeping them alive served one purpose: to extract intel on the blood fiend sect's ties to the Holy Envoy organization behind Zhou Ming. Well, is it a crime to have hobbies, young Master Yi? Why arrest us? Are martial artists banned from concerts now? Guyin played dumb, still unsure if Yi Fan had orchestrated this. Whoosh. Without hesitation, Yi Fan summoned the blazing ember flame, engulfing Guyin in an instant. The man vanished into ash. Let's not waste time. I have questions. Will you cooperate? Yi Fan smiled, scanning the remaining prisoners. Though his expression was calm, the others trembled in terror. This guy is a demon. Is this the future leader of the Divine Gate? The blood fiend sect is doomed. Yes. We'll talk. We'll tell you everything. They nodded frantically, desperate to avoid sharing Guyin's fate. Speak up. Whoever provides the most useful information gets a chance to live. These were families under the blood fiend sect, the mortal enemies of the Divine Gate. Yi Fan had no intention of being polite to them. According to records from the Tiankue base, the Blood Fiend sect had unsealed 19 arrays that imprisoned evil spirits, deliberately releasing them and causing the deaths of at least 8 million innocent people, all of whom became nourishment for the revived malevolent entities. And now these despicable scum were planning to cause trouble at Shinmanji's concert? From the fragments of conversation Yi Fan had overheard, even if they didn't directly attack Shinmanji, they intended to slaughter a large number of ordinary spectators to create chaos and disrupt the event, all to achieve their goals. To these people, human lives were no more valuable than livestock. Since they held no regard for others' lives, Yi Fan saw no reason to spare theirs. I'll talk. We didn't want to come, we were forced by the Blood Fiend sect. They ordered us to attack Shinmanji at the concert to provoke you into action so they could assess your strength. According to their intelligence, they suspect you're the son of the Divine Gate's leader. If confirmed, they won't let you live. Another gray-robed old man, a martial emperor and likely the deputy commander of this operation, was so terrified after witnessing Gu Yin being incinerated into nothingness that he immediately spilled everything he knew. Also, though none of us have ever seen the true face of the Blood Envoys, I've heard that several elite families in the Northwest have Blood Envoys secretly embedded within them. They can fully merge with the bodies of martial arts family heads, perfectly impersonating them. The most suspicious ones are the Xiong, One, and a few other families. Though this gray-robed elder wasn't a core member of the Blood Fiend sect, he held a high position among the affiliated families, so the information he provided was largely unknown even to Yi Fan. Despite having access to 3 major intelligence networks, the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, the Martial Suppression Division, and Hanyou's intelligence network, Yi Fan had never obtained such detailed intel on the Blood Fiend sect. Young Master Yi, how is my performance? I'm not bragging, but no one here knows more than I do. You promised that whoever provided the most useful information would be spared. The gray-robed elder, Long Deqiang, looked at Yi Fan with a fawning expression, a hint of smugness in his eyes. With Gu Yin dead as the deputy commander, he naturally knew the most. Before Yi Fan could respond, the other 100 or so family experts glared at Long Deqiang with murderous fury. Long Deqiang, you shameless old bastard. You spilled everything and sold us all out just to save your own skin. What about us? You traitor. If I ever get my hands on you, I'll tear you apart. We agreed before the operation that if caught, we'd stay silent and stand together, yet you turned coward the moment things went south. Long Deqiang was a member of the ancient martial Long family. Though the Long family wasn't particularly prominent among martial clans, they still held considerable power in the secular world. After aligning with the Blood Fiend sect in recent years, they had grown stronger under its influence, even securing Long Deqiang the position of deputy commander in this operation. Had the mission gone smoothly, Long Deqiang might have even been promoted to a core disciple of the Blood Fiend sect. But now, with everyone captured, Long Deqiang had no intention of dying here. Having painstakingly cultivated his strength to the martial emperor level, he still harbored ambitions of breaking through to the martial saint realm and perhaps even ascending to immortality if he could obtain a path to immortality. Token and be chosen by an immortal master. So, even if it meant betraying his comrades, his family, and the Blood Fiend sect, Long Deqiang would do anything to survive. Does anyone else have more to add? Yi Fan glanced coldly at the assembled family representatives. In the brief moments prior, he had already reviewed intelligence dossiers from the Martial Suppression Division, the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, and Hanyou's network. Not a single one of these scoundrels was innocent. Some had assaulted dozens of young women, others had massacred entire families to plunder their treasures, and a few had even colluded with Eastern invaders to betray the Great Xia's interests. By the Martial Suppression Division's standards, every last one of them deserved death. After reading these reports, Yi Fan had no intention of sparing any of them. Long Deqiang had already revealed everything, leaving the others with nothing to add. Yi Fan nodded to Yu Chang, who immediately released the restraints on Long Deqiang, restoring his mobility, though not his martial power. Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you. Long Deqiang bowed repeatedly, though inwardly he seethed with hatred. Just you wait, Yi Fan. Once I escape today, I'll return and slaughter your entire family. I'll repay this humiliation 100-fold. But his glee was short-lived. Within seconds, the Celestial Secrets Pavilion operatives had also freed the other family experts, even restoring a fraction of their martial power, enough to reach the initial stages of martial cultivation. Though their strength was now only at the transformation realm, Long Deqiang, who had been completely stripped of his power, was utterly defenseless. Having betrayed his comrades to save himself, Long Deqiang was now at their mercy. Long Deqiang, you bastard. Brothers, let's tear him apart. If we're going to die, he's not walking out alive. Kill him. As the enraged martial artists charged, Long Deqiang screamed in despair, Young Master Yi, you tricked me. This isn't sparing my life, you're throwing me to the wolves. Elder Lang, don't blame me. I kept my word, you're free. But if they want revenge, that's none of my business. Yi Fan smirked, sealing Long Deqiang's fate. Long Deqiang tried to flee behind Yi Fan, but the vengeful martial artists dragged him back, pinned him to the ground, and unleashed their fury. Bam! 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 Amidst Long Deqiang's agonized shrieks, which soon faded, his body was torn apart limb by limb. His eyes were gouged out and soon, nothing remained but tattered robes and scattered body parts. Dispose of them all. With a flick of his wrist, Yi Fan unleashed the blazing ember flame, engulfing the hall in an inferno. Moments later, the room was silent, only the faint scent of burnt residue lingered in the air. Just then, Yang Dami, her chest heaving, hurried over. Young Master Yi, the concert is almost over. Manji wants you to join her for the final encore. Understood. Yi Fan nodded, his mind drifting to the piano piece stored in his dragon-patterned ring, the 9 Chapters of Destiny. According to the ring's records, this was an immortal melody capable of shaking the souls of all living things. He had never had the chance to play it before, perhaps tonight was the time. Young Master Yi, all the other makeup artists are busy. How about I give you a quick touch-up? Since you're going on stage and performing with your junior sister for the first time, you'd want to make a good impression, right? Yang Dami blinked her large, expressive eyes as she spoke to Yi Fan. Yi Fan glanced at Yang Dami, her Kardashian-sized eyes weren't the only striking feature. Her generous décolletage and snowy décolletage were rather distracting. All right then. Spending time with a beauty like her? Yi Fan certainly had no objections. After Yi Fan and Yang Dami left, Yu Chang watched their retreating figures, his facial muscles twitching violently. One of the Tianji Pavilion bodyguards beside him asked cautiously, Minister Yu, should we send more men to secretly protect the pavilion master? Yu Chang smacked the man's head. Protect him? Do you think the pavilion master needs your protection? Humph. Stay sharper right now, the farther we stay away, the better. Got it? Turn a blind eye, shut your ears, unless you want to explain certain things to the pavilion master's wife later. Ha! The subordinate took a few seconds to process Yu Chang's meaning before exclaiming in realization. 666. The pavilion master's damn charisma strikes again. With so many celebrities present tonight, all the dressing rooms were packed with people removing makeup or changing outfits. Yang Dami led Yi Fan down the hallway but suddenly stopped at a lounge entrance. Yi Fan, following closely behind, nearly crashed into her. At that moment, Yang Dami was wearing an off-shoulder, low-cut chiffon blouse paired with a body-hugging miniskirt. Her curves were nothing short of breathtaking. Just as Yi Fan was about to collide with her, he quickly grabbed her shoulders to steady himself. Sorry about that. Pfft. What's on your mind, young Master Yi? Daydreaming? Yang Dami turned her head with a radiant smile, her slender waist swaying slightly. The ripe, alluring charm she exuded was almost palpable. Before Yi Fan could respond, Yang Dami's pupils suddenly dilated in shock as she stared at her shoulder. Right where Yi Fan had touched her, a surge of warmth rushed into her body, rapidly transforming into martial energy and elevating her cultivation. Yang Dami's family had some martial arts background, and though they had poured resources into her training, her mediocre talent had kept her stagnant at the peak of the control realm for years. But now, with just that brief contact, she had shattered the control realm's barrier and ascended to the master realm. Yang Dami's jaw nearly dropped. Could Yi Fan's touch really possess such magic? Just a brush of his hand had propelled her to a breakthrough? She shot him an intense look, her mind reeling. Was this the earth-shattering secret behind the Yi family's so-called idiot genius? No wonder his junior sister defied all conventions and publicly announced her marriage to him despite his 7 sisters-in-law. They must have discovered his secret too. Still, she couldn't be certain yet. She needed to test it again. If Yi Fan truly held such an incredible power, she couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. Just thinking about how to play the piece later, Yi Fan replied with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. Inside the lounge, Yi Fan sat in a chair as Yang Dami began applying his makeup. Eyebrow grooming, hairstyling, foundation. Yang Dami worked meticulously. When she leaned over to adjust his hair from behind, her ample curves pressed lightly against his back. And when she applied foundation in front of him, whether intentionally or not, she frequently bent forward, ensuring her assets were impossible to ignore. By the time the makeup session neared its end, Yang Dami was boldly patting his cheeks, skin-to-skin contact that once again sent that familiar warmth coursing through her. Confirmed. Yi Fan did possess this extraordinary constitution. Her heart swelled with excitement. If mere physical contact could enhance her cultivation, this was like cheating at martial arts. She had to get closer to his junior sister. More opportunities for contact meant faster progress. And if she rose to power, her father's standing in the family would naturally improve. While Yang Dami was lost in her scheming, Yi Fan frowned slightly. Initially, he'd found her quite likable. But her flirtatious remarks at the door had put him off, and now her overly hands-on approach during the makeup session left him even more uncomfortable. Was she always this forward? Not his type. We're done, right? Thanks. Yi Fan stood abruptly, ready to leave. Pretty and alluring as she was, he had no interest in women who threw themselves at him. Yang Dami sensed the sudden chill in his demeanor. All finished. Young Master Yi, did I do something to upset you? Her heart pounded nervously. She didn't want to leave a bad impression. You're overthinking it. With that, he strode out, leaving her bewildered. Dami, young Master Lu has asked you out 10 times now. Will you finally consider dinner with him? Her manager stepped in just as Yi Fan exited. No. How many times must I say it? No more blind dates with those so-called young masters. In all your years with me, have you ever seen me dine alone with a man? Or film an intimate scene? Yang Dami snapped, frustration bubbling up. What did I do wrong? Why did he suddenly distance himself? Dami, you're 25, it's time to think about settling down. Surely one of those heirs is decent. The manager's nagging fell on deaf ears. Yang Dami's gaze had already drifted after Yi Fan. If I were to choose a man, it'd have to be someone like him. Sigh. First impressions matter, and mine today was a flop. Will there even be another chance? Unbeknownst to her, Yi Fan's sharp ears had caught every word of their conversation. Did I misjudge her? Is she actually reserved in daily life and only so bold around me? So, she was deliberately flaunting herself for my sake? Even my senior sister has fallen for my charm? Yi Fan shook his head. No point dwelling on it. Right now, I need to focus on performing the 9 chapters of Destiny with Mange later. Little did he know, however, that this very performance would unveil a secret so monumental it would rewrite human history, a truth buried for millennia behind the notes of a single melody. At the age of 5, when Yi Fan received the magical dragon pattern ring, this piece of music was already in his mind. According to the description inside the dragon pattern ring, this piece could shake all living things. Yi Fan had always wanted to try it, but the explanation regarding that piece stated that only after Yi Fan's strength had broken through the martial saint realm could he play it. Otherwise, he would suffer a backlash. So for all these years, although Yi Fan knew that magical piece, he had never dared to play it easily. Yi Fan was also very curious about what was so magical about this piece that he had to reach the martial saint realm to play it. Yi Fan arrived at the backstage of the concert where Shin Mang was preparing for the final performance. Seeing Yi Fan come over, Shin Mang quickly greeted him, "Hubby?" Shin Mang gently wrapped her arm around Yi Fan's and said, "For the last performance, I want all our fans to witness our relationship. Would you mind?" At the funeral of the Yi family, Shin Mang and her sister-in-law announced their marriage to Yi Fan, largely out of pity for him and a desire to protect him. At that time, Shin Mang still thought that marrying Yi Fan was a step down for her, a compromise. Yi Fan had gotten a good deal. But as events unfolded, especially in recent days, after genuinely spending time with Yi Fan, Shin Mang gradually realized that based on Yi Fan's currently displayed monstrous talent and potential, it was not her who was sacrificing. Rather, it was Yi Fan who was at a disadvantage. She simply did not deserve Yi Fan. Shin Mang suddenly felt a bit scared, afraid of losing Yi Fan. Compared to Yi Fan, aside from her alluring body, she felt too ordinary in every other aspect. Of course I don't mind. You are my wife, so it's only natural to announce our relationship. Yi Fan gently embraced Shin Mang, kissing her on the forehead. It was indeed time to announce it again. On one hand, it would keep people like Li Feng in the entertainment industry away from Shin Mang. On the other hand, it served as a warning to those who still had designs on the Shin family, making them consider whether they could withstand Yi Fan's wrath if they troubled the Shin family again. A month ago, it was Shin Mang protecting Yi Fan and the Yi family. But from now on, it was time for Yi Fan to protect Shin Mang and the Shin family. At that time, those sisters who guarded Yi Fan and the family powers supporting the Yi family should be rewarded. Have you decided what to perform for the last program? Yi Fan glanced at Shin Mang, noticing that the second-to-last act was already concluding. The next performance was Shin Mang and Yi Fan's. No. Xiao Fan, what song will you sing? As long as I get to sing with you, I'm very happy. Shinmang said with a tender expression, but she felt a bit helpless inside. Today, teacher Lee Mo had indeed gathered almost the entire entertainment industry to support the event, achieving the desired effect of creating a buzz. However, another issue arose. Shinmang's own brilliance was overshadowed. Although Shinmang was already a top-tier star in the Great Xia and had released many hit songs, she could hardly stand up against those senior peers who had debuted for years. I won't sing, I will play a piano piece and you can dance freely. Huh? But Fangirl, we didn't arrange anything. Just dancing casually like this, won't it be inappropriate? Shinmang was a bit surprised. Yi Fan could play the piano? She hadn't seen him play in all these years. Could he really play well? Trust me. With Lu Tianhua finishing his song, the host began announcing the next act. Next, please welcome today's protagonist, Miss Shinmang, back on stage. Time did not allow Shinmang to think any further, and she could only gather her emotions and follow Yi Fan onto the stage. Hello everyone, I am Shinmang. The one standing beside me is my husband, Yi Fan. For the last performance, I will perform with him. After stepping onto the stage, Shinmang briefly introduced Yi Fan. Although the announcement of the seven sisters marrying Yi Fan at the Yi family funeral had caused quite a stir, due to the news being tightly controlled, many people were still unaware of the details. As a result, when the audience of 100,000 heard Shinmang's introduction, an uproar ensued. What the hell? A good cabbage has been plucked by a pig. Ah! My goddess has already been taken. How infuriating. Who is that Yi Fan? I have to get my goddess back. You don't even know, that's the demon young master of the Yi family who once was said to be a fool but seems to have awakened recently. The royal family has even supported the Yi family in establishing the Taisher mansion. His future is limitless. Would you dare to snatch a woman from Yu Xiao? Amidst the uproar, Yi Fan took the microphone and said solemnly, they say music can communicate with spirits. Next, I will perform a piano piece called Tianming Jiao Zhang. You will follow my music and enter an extraordinary realm. Especially for those who practice martial arts, please seize this opportunity. Although everyone had understood Yi Fan's identity by now, it was clear they still didn't believe him. Bah! That fool from the Yi family who barely woke up under the treatment of Thunder God Doctor now thinks he can play a piano piece and lead us into some extraordinary realm? Is he a deity? Big talk. Is Yi Fan finally going to embarrass himself? I want to see how he plans to use music to take us into an extraordinary realm. How boring. I thought the last act would feature some big star, but instead we get this disgusting guy. I'm leaving, don't let the last performance ruin my good mood today. At least a third of the audience, feeling disappointed, began to leave their seats, planning to exit the venue. With a slight smirk, Yi Fan ignored these people and walked to the piano, closing his eyes to feel the strange music score in his mind. Then his fingers began to press down on the keys. It wasn't a normal key press one by one, instead, he pressed down on 18 keys simultaneously. At the moment his fingers pressed down, Yi Fan seemed to understand why the dragon pattern ring stated that one must reach the martial saint realm to play this piece. Pressing 18 keys at once is something no ordinary person can do, no matter how fast they are. Only those above the martial saint realm can achieve such precision within the smallest fraction of a moment, ensuring that the music doesn't deviate significantly. And Yi Fan not only reached the martial saint realm but also had the assistance of his teleportation ability, allowing him to minimize any discrepancies in the music. Ding! The 18 tones blended together, producing a sound that was entirely unlike anything the audience had ever heard before. One pitch seemed to encompass everything, embodying the myriad of human voices. The previously boisterous audience seemed to be stirred by the air. But as this note suddenly rang out, it felt as if an invisible feather lightly swept through the air, like an immortal suddenly extending a hand to touch the venue. In an instant, the place fell silent, the air became gentle, and everyone, affected by this note, felt an unusual resonance deep within their souls, as if they were connected to the music Yi Fan was playing in countless intricate ways. Those who had already stood up found their bodies frozen in midair. Some were half-squatting, while others had lifted their feet but abruptly halted, turning their heads in strange poses to look at Yi Fan on stage. Could a single note possess such magical power? Those who were previously noisy and mocking found themselves unwilling to leave, they wanted to continue listening. They felt an urge deep within them, a burning desire to know what the next note would be. That soul-stirring impact made everyone feel as if their souls were beginning to drift away from their bodies, preparing for a grand baptism of the soul. Thud. The second note resounded beneath Yi Fan's fingers, another chord of 18 keys pressed simultaneously. The soul-stirring resonance left the 100,000-strong audience in utter silence, their spirits seemingly drawn into an ethereal realm by the melody. A dewdrop, glistening under the morning sun, slid from a leaf's tip and plinked into a winding mountain stream. A child's cry echoed by the water while seeds broke through the soil in the forest, their tenacity palpable. A gentle breeze carried the scent of life itself. No words were spoken, yet the piano's rhythm, dancing beneath Yi Fan's wrists, intertwined with every soul present, painting a vivid world of vitality in their minds. A dewdrop, born of the void, gathers on a leaf's edge. The origin of all things. Yi Fan had promised to transport them to a wondrous realm through his music, and he had delivered. The audience bathed in the spiritual awakening, sensing something profound yet elusive. The mandate of heaven, the Tao's natural flow. For a fleeting moment, they glimpsed a truth beyond words. On stage, Shinmange, initially unsure how to dance, was instantly swept into the melody's trance. Her body moved instinctively, swaying like a tender blossom unfurling. Wreathed in stage mist, she became a lotus bud, her every motion embodying life's genesis. She danced for the crowd, yet also for herself, every step effortless, every gesture transcendent. A path, hazy yet undeniable, seemed to unfold before her. Among the crowd, martial artists like Yu Chang, Li Mo, and Yi Fan's mates felt their inner energy surge, cycling in unprecedented patterns, their power soaring. Such a boon for cultivators. This is a divine opportunity. Warriors and ordinary folk alike felt their souls elevated. Above the Guangxing Stadium, flocks of birds, millions strong, circled in unison, their cries a harmonious tribute. Nearby, beasts bowed toward Yi Fan's direction, whimpering reverence. The creatures pay homage. His music moved not just humanity but all living things. Elsewhere in Guangxin, Qi Jiao, mid-mission, caught a distant strain of the melody. Her eyes flashed. "My king, have you finally awakened? I've waited 10,000 years. We all await your return." Atop the snow-capped Kunlun peaks, an elder with a horsetail whisk materialized on a cliff, gazing solemnly toward Huaxia. So it begins. The wait of ages is over. Across the ancient martial world, hidden masters of the four holy lands and even the celestial domains beyond sensed the music's call. A legend sealed for millennia was stirring. The celestial overture. The winds of fate shift. After 10,000 years, shall the king return? Back in the stadium, Yi Fan's fingers flew 18 keys, then 36, 72, until 81 keys thundered at once. Heaven's mandate, 9 chapters unfolded, from prologue to hidden dragon, blossom culminating in return to dust. Each chapter painted vast, interconnected worlds, 9, yet infinite, reflecting life's myriad forms. A soul-deep resonance left the audience transformed. Yet as the later chapters' power intensified, most ordinary listeners slipped into a dazed hibernation, minds overwhelmed. By chapter 6, even Yu Chang, a martial emperor, faltered. When the final note faded, only Yi Fan remained conscious. The 81-key crescendo drained his spirit, but the rewards were immense. His cultivation leapt 2 tiers to martial saint level 3, his psyche ascending to new heights. More startlingly, fragmented visions surfaced. A life-spanning epics. A vast immortal empire. A ruler of countless realms commanding 36 peerless empresses. Armies clashing in cataclysmic wars. Were these delusions or buried memories? Yi Fan's identity blurred. My mother was of the divine gate, my father a Yi clansman. So why these visions? Who am I? Before he could grasp the fragments, the music ended, leaving only exhaustion. Answers would have to wait. As the last note lingered, Shinmange's dance culminated in a breathtaking pose, a phoenix and dragon entwined, before she collapsed gracefully into Yi Fan's arms. Silence. 10 seconds passed before the crowd erupted in thunderous applause, their fervor near lifting the stadium's roof. Holy! Did I just see gods? What was that world? Yi Fan's a deity. My soul's been scoured, I need to visit my mom tonight. I'm buying my dad a drink. I understand art now. Young Master Yi, I apologize. This performance dwarfs the 4 kings and 4 flowers, it's transcendent. The ovation lasted 10 minutes. Amid the adulation, Yi Fan noticed faint threads, gray, yellow, red streaming from the crowd into him. His dantian's golden strand thickened. Their energy strengthens mine? This is psychic energy. A unique force only perceptible after reaching the martial saint realm. Yi Fan was still puzzled when Chen Yao's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Turning his head toward the edge of the stage, Yi Fan noticed that Chen Yu and Shadow had appeared at the side of the stage without him realizing. Along with them were several other elite captains from the Zhenwu division. A surge of gratitude welled up in Yi Fan's heart. Earlier, he had entered a peculiar state completely immersed in the melody of heaven's decree in 9 movements, leaving his awareness of the outside world severely diminished. It seemed Dinshin had discreetly led the Zhenwu division to guard him. This Dinshin, left to me by my mother, truly cares deeply for me. Every person generates obsessions, desires, and emotional fluctuations which in turn produce psychic energy fluctuations. Those who have ascended beyond the martial saint realm can absorb this energy to enhance their cultivation. Absorbing psychic energy accelerates cultivation several times over compared to normal training. However, the drawback is that along with the energy you also absorb the karma, rage, and negative causality of others. If you fail to balance these forces, backlash can tear you apart, condemning you to eternal ruin. Listening to Chen Yao's explanation, Yi Fan felt a wave of clarity. So that's how it is? The golden threads within Yi Fan's body had appeared only after Shinmage kissed him, likely connected to the immortal path guide. Now, the psychic energy he absorbed thickened those threads, suggesting a link between psychic energy and cultivation methods from the higher immortal realms. However, the specifics remained unknown even to Chen Yao. Yi Fan would have to wait until he reunited with Shinmage, obtained the immortal path guide, and perhaps found answers during the immortal disciples selection assembly. My dear fans, thank you all for coming today. The concert ends here. My husband, Mr. Yi Fan, and I sincerely appreciate your support. Shinmage, having also emerged from that extraordinary state, took Yi Fan's hand as they bowed deeply to the audience. Boom! The entire stadium, 100,000 spectators, rose to their feet and bowed in unison. Shinmage, we love you. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness. Bravo! The atmosphere reached another fever pitch, the crowd erupting in frenzy. The event was live-streamed on a short video platform. While earlier segments featuring multiple celebrities had peaked at 30 million concurrent viewers, Yi Fan's final performance of Heaven's Decree in 9 movements shattered records with 300 million live viewers. So many that the servers briefly crashed before emergency backups stabilized the broadcast. The livestream chat exploded. Legendary! The national goddess has officially ascended. Genius! Especially that foolish young Master Yi, how did he compose such an awe-inspiring piece? Backstage, stars like Yang Damei and Liu Tianhua watched Yi Fan and Shinmage with burning admiration. Our junior sister has found quite the man. With this composition as her foundation, she'll surpass us all. Truly. Young Master Yi is remarkable. Yang Damei's gaze lingered on Yi Fan, her body tingling with warmth at the memory of their physical contact. How can I make him stop disliking me? As the concert concluded and the crowd dispersed, Yi Fan and Shinmage retreated backstage. Elderly, please gather all the celebrity guests. I must express my gratitude for today. Yi Fan was a man of clear principles. Though these stars had come at Elderly Mo's behest to support Shinmage, her public declaration of marriage to Yi Fan meant their assistance also signaled alignment with the Yi family and opposition to the Jin Prince of Shangjing. Understood. Minutes later, dozens of A-list celebrities assembled in a spacious backstage conference room. Initially, many had questioned Elderly Mo's acceptance of Shinmage as a disciple, let alone her marriage to the foolish Yi Heir. To them, the Yi family were mere martial brutes, until Heaven's Decree in 9 movements humbled them all. Several composers itched to discuss techniques with Yi Fan, but Li Mo held them back. He knew this was no ordinary music, it had stirred the souls of all living beings and elevated the cultivation of martial artists present. His disciples' inquiries would be meaningless. Senior brothers and sisters, thank you for lending your prestige to Mange's concert. As a token of appreciation, I've prepared gifts, please don't refuse them. With that, Yi Fan appended a large sack onto the conference table, scattering an array of unassuming items, small porcelain vials and worn booklets. The celebrities, many from affluent families, exchanged skeptical glances. Young Master Yi, gifts really aren't necessary. We didn't come for rewards. Money, jewels, we lack none of these. We simply wish our junior sister success. Your thoughtfulness is enough. Speakers like Zhou Luan, Wang Hong, and Lin Ling voiced polite dismissals. To them, these trinkets were worthless, their wealth could buy anything. Had Li Mo not insisted, they'd have left already. Frankly, I won't be taking any of young Master Yi's gifts, Su Gao whispered to Mao Yi. Mao Yi agreed. The Yi family is still rebuilding. Accepting anything would be exploitative. Their stance mirrored the majority's. Yi Fan smiled faintly. The gifts stand. Whether you accept them is your choice. The white vials contain martial spirit pills guaranteed to elevate one beyond the martial venerable realm. I've prepared 11, matching the number of quasi-grandmasters here. The green vials hold chi condensation pills aiding breakthroughs to the Grandmaster level. These are plentiful, take extras for family if needed. These booklets are my handwritten copies of supreme martial techniques classified as SSS tier in the mortal world. Select what suits you. For guidance, consult me or mange. There are also beauty-enhancing pills, antidotes, trivialities, really. Take them if you wish. He paused. These are mere tokens. If uninterested, no offense taken. I'll arrange your departures. Sputter. The room collectively choked. Holy hell. Mere tokens? A single chi condensation pill sold for 500 million on the black market, while martial spirit pills exceeded 1 billion if one could even find them. As for SSS tier manuals, they were jealously guarded by top martial clans, never circulating publicly. Yet Yifan had dumped a treasure hoard onto the table like scrap paper. Leave now? Only an idiot would walk away. Young Master Yi, are you really giving these to us? Su Gao couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the array of elixirs on the table, his gaze practically glowing with greed. As the most talented martial artist in the Su family, Su Gao had already reached the control realm at a young age. If he could break through to the Grandmaster realm, the Su family would solidify their standing in Su City. But despite spending vast sums to acquire chi-refining pills through every possible channel, the black market supply was scarce. Any that surfaced were instantly snapped up by the super-elite families, and if a lesser clan somehow won an auction, those powerful clans wouldn't hesitate to steal it outright. As for top-tier alchemists, the Su family wasn't even on their radar. 3 years had passed, yet Su Gao remained stuck at the control realm. The Su family had even offered $1 billion for a single chi-refining pill, but no one would sell. In the mundane world, these pills were priceless treasures. Families who had them would never part with them unless they were so wealthy they could treat them like candy. And as it happened, Yifan was exactly that kind of obscenely wealthy individual. Not only was he a master alchemist who had stockpiled elixirs for years, but he had also sheared the ancient martial wind family of their resources. Combined with the imperial court's rewards to the Grand Tutor's estate, Yifan had no shortage of pills or herbs. What others treated as rare treasures, chi-refining pills, even spirit warrior pills, were as common as watermelons or peaches to him. So when Yifan casually brought out these elixirs, the celebrities and elites present nearly misunderstood. Of course, Yifan replied with a faint smile, having clearly heard Su Gao's earlier words. What's wrong, senior brother Su? Did I hear you say you don't want these gifts? Should I prepare something else next time? No. Young Master Yi, you're too generous. Su Gao forced an awkward laugh. These gifts are priceless, how could I refuse? I must have been kicked in the head by a donkey earlier. That nonsense I spouted doesn't count. So, could I take one chi-refining pill? He was already eyeing a porcelain vial on the table, his earlier pride forgotten. Nearby, Maui stepped forward. Young Master Yi, may I take a spirit warrior pill for my father? Yifan nodded without a word while Li Mo, standing beside him, snorted. You brats. Now you're not worried about being shameless? Realized you misjudged him? Anyone still planning to leave? The celebrities exchanged embarrassed glances. Who could have guessed that Yifan's casually offered gifts would be so extraordinary? These were items their families might never obtain in a lifetime. Yet just for supporting his wife at her concert, Yifan had rewarded them with heaven-defying treasures. If converted to appearance fees, each of them had earned over $1 billion today, making this the most expensive celebrity gig in Daxia's entertainment history. Under Li Mo and Shin Mange's coordination, every star received elixirs, martial techniques, or cultivation manuals suited to them, their faces alight with excitement. Young Master Yi, rest assured, in the entertainment world, if little sister Mange ever needs anything, I, Lu Tianhua, will support her unconditionally. The Heavenly King was the first to pledge allegiance. The others quickly followed, promising Shin Mange first pick of roles, resources, and opportunities. Watching her senior colleagues' enthusiasm, Shin Mange knew her path in showbiz would now be smooth sailing. She glanced at Yifan, a small smile curling her lips. Marrying him might be the best decision I've ever made. Last night's activities had been interrupted by backlash from the Immortal Path Guide. Today, she had to seize the chance to complete what they'd started. Especially since she'd noticed the way senior sister Yang Damei looked at Yifan, her gaze practically dripping with desire. That troublemaker had probably caught her eye too. Sigh. But this wasn't something Shin Mange could control. Anyone who interacted with Yifan would feel that strange, irresistible warmth. And with his handsome, sunlit charm and masculine allure, even men might struggle to resist. After bidding farewell to the stars, Yi Fan retrieved a small box and respectfully handed it to Li Mo. Elderly, this is specially for you. Inside are spirit warrior pills, cheer-refining pills, and cultivation manuals. Even if you don't need them now, you can save them for later. Li Mo's intervention at the concert had amplified its impact to unprecedented levels, paving the way for Yi Fan and Shen Mange while giving skeptics a legitimate glimpse into the Yi family's power. Thank you, young Master Yi. Li Mo accepted it with a sigh, guilt gnawing at him for failing to fulfill third young Master Yi's earlier request. I wonder how his stone to test the waters plan is progressing. Meanwhile, at the ruins of Zhangmin Bank. After Yi Fan and Li Mo departed, Dong Yunjiang, patriarch of Dong family in Guang City, mobilized all his clan's guards to comb the rubble. Paranoid about mishaps, he even summoned a squad of military-trained enforcers from the Vermilion Bird domain, armed to the teeth, sealing the area in layers of security. His lieutenant hesitated. Patriarch, isn't this too conspicuous? Both the Jade King and that Vermilion Bird domain magnate warned us. Yi Fan has nearly wiped out the Jade King's forces in Guang City. Shouldn't we lay low? If we're exposed, it's fine, but if that magnate, the Jade King's last piece in the domain, is compromised, decades of planning will collapse. Dong Yunjiang waved him off. What's there to fear? The Chao Han and other idiot families brought their doom upon themselves. Besides, with Shen Mange's concert and all the chaos there, Yi Fan won't spare a thought for us. We've cleared a 3-kilometer radius. Not a word of this will leak. This is the key to third young Master Yi's mysterious box, something even the Jade King and that magnate covet. If we find it, it'll be an unparalleled merit. And selfishly speaking, having the key gives us leverage, no? Unlike the Chao Han, Qin, and Yang families openly aligned with the Jade King, the Dong family operated in the shadows, supplying the Vermilion Bird domain's military under the guise of logistics. Found it. A guard captain rushed over, clutching a fang-shaped key dug from the debris. It matches the description. Dong Yunjiang's eyelids twitched as he compared it to the reference image on his phone. It really is the key. Damn. We actually found it? Thud. In the next instant, Dong Yunjiang drew his blade and stabbed it through the captain's heart. Ha! Dong Yunjiang's sudden action startled his assistant. Master, shouldn't we reward the person who found the key? Before searching for the key, Dong Yunjiang had promised a reward of 100 million. Along with top-tier elixirs and martial arts techniques, to whoever found it. Yet now, despite the security team leader having just located the key, Dong Yunjiang had killed him without hesitation. Stop hesitating. Hurry up and act. Everyone in this area who heard what was just said, all 30 of them, must die. Now. As Dong Yunjiang barked orders, his body moved like lightning, darting through the crowd of Dong family bodyguards. His blade surged with violent martial energy, cutting down the guards before they could react. The assistant finally understood. The master was covering up the secret. The key had been found, but judging by Dong Yunjiang's actions, he had no intention of handing it over to the big shot from Vermilion Bird Domain or Prince Jean. Was he keeping it as leverage? After all, the fragments of the Celestial Palace map held by the 7 sons of the Yi family were tied to a mysterious ruin. If one were lucky enough to enter, even obtaining a fraction of its treasures could grant dominance over the world. Perhaps even a path to immortality. Faced with such temptation, no one's morality could withstand the test. The thought of Dong Yunjiang's ruthlessness sent a chill down the assistant's spine. If the master could kill these bodyguards today, what about later? When faced with even greater secrets and benefits, would he also kill him? Everyone, keep searching. Anyone who dares slack off. This is your fate. Test my blade if you dare. Dong Yunjiang wiped his sword on a guard's clothes and roared at the remaining bodyguards in the area. Though they had been silenced for knowing too much, Dong Yunjiang blamed their deaths on their lack of effort in searching for the key. You stay here and oversee the search. No leaks. After barking the order at his longtime assistant, Dong Yunjiang pocketed the key and, escorted by elite guards, swiftly left the scene. Such an important key had to be secured in the Dong family's secret vault. Once he was 2 kilometers away, Dong Yunjiang issued another command to the heavy artillery unit stationed in the second perimeter. Fire at will. Leave no survivors. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. This key was far too crucial, and retrieving it had already been a high-risk operation. Whether to deceive Mr. Wei or to keep his possession of the key a secret, none of the hundreds of people at the scene could be allowed to live. Yes, sir. Boom. Boom. The next moment, explosions erupted in a 1-kilometer radius around the ruins of Zhongmin Bank. Under such concentrated firepower, no one below the martial sovereign realm could escape. Most of the guards were only at the control realm, and even Dong Yunjiang's assistant, a martial master, stood no chance. Dong Yunjiang, you monster! After dodging 3 shells, the assistant lost a leg and could no longer evade the relentless bombardment. In his final moments, he roared in despair and frantically sent an email from his phone. You made the first move, Dong Yunjiang. Don't blame me for retaliating. If I die, you won't escape unscathed. Having served Dong Yunjiang for years, the assistant knew his master was meticulous, leaving no evidence behind. Even the identity of the Vermilion Bird Domain's big shot remained hidden, as Dong Yunjiang always communicated with him privately. But the assistant had pieced together enough clues over the years to narrow down the possibilities. Now that Dong Yunjiang had turned on him, the assistant had nothing left to lose. He sent the email directly to the Yi Corporation's inbox. If he was going to die, he'd make sure Yi Fan avenged him. As the explosions echoed behind him, Dong Yunjiang felt a sliver of relief. This should be enough. Eliminating a few hundred people in a firestorm was a minor matter. Mr. Wei wouldn't question it, and no one would trace it back to him. What he didn't know was that this was all part of Yi Fan's plan, a ploy to smoke out the truth. Yi Fan had wanted to see who was connected to the Zhongmin Bank fire. Who was the big fish in Vermilion Bird Domain? With the military drills approaching, Yi Fan needed to expose the traitor before they could collude with foreign forces. If the younger generation of Great Xia's martial elites were ambushed, the nation's future would be at stake. Bastard! For a fake key, Dong Yunjiang slaughtered hundreds without hesitation. How ruthless! 3 kilometers away, Song Yang and Gua Li observed Dong Yunjiang's retreat through binoculars. Humph! He probably thinks he's being subtle. Gua Li sneered before barking into his radio. Teams 1, 2, and 8 move out. Stay hidden. Disguised as civilians, operatives from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and Yi family's death squads fanned out, monitoring Dong Yunjiang from all angles. The fish has taken the bait. The First Lady's concert is over. Time to report to the boss. Gua Li dialed Yi Fan's number. Boss, it was the Dong family of Guang City. They tore the place apart. Dong Yunjiang must have gotten the key. He then carpet-bombed the ruins, wiping out everyone. There was a pause before Yi Fan replied calmly. Keep watching, but don't engage. Let the situation develop. A small fry like the Dong family isn't our target. The big shot in Vermilion Bird Domain is. Dong Yunjiang had taken the bait too eagerly, making such a spectacle of himself. If the Vermilion Bird Domain's mastermind caught wind of this, he'd be furious. Yi Fan had already dismantled Prince Jin's entire network in Guang City. Now, with Dong Yunjiang, another sleeper agent, flaunting his actions so brazenly, it was practically an invitation. Come and get me. Killing Dong Yunjiang wouldn't change much, but pulling him up would drag out the roots. Even the slightest clue on him would lead Yi Fan straight to the mastermind in Vermilion Bird Domain. What? Dong Yunjiang got the key to the box. In a quiet courtyard within the Vermilion Bird Domain's camp, a shrewd man in a long robe narrowed his eyes at his secretary standing by the door. And Li Mo just happened to drop it at the scene? Yes. The secretary nodded urgently. Dong Yunjiang's surveillance team overheard the conversation between Yi Fan and Li Mo. They mentioned the key was lost in the ruins of Zhongmin Bank. Dong Yunjiang immediately sent men to search the area. The site is now under heavy fire, and no one survived except his own men. Based on their findings, they must have retrieved the key. Bang! The robed man slammed his brush onto the desk, his voice laced with fury. Idiot! A complete imbecile! Is he a pig? This man was none other than Wei Hang, the big fish secretly planted in the Vermilion Bird Domain by Prince Jin. Wei Hang was a veteran who had once fought alongside Ho Tianji in the southern campaigns, and was one of the founding figures of the Vermilion Bird domain. Renowned for his strategic brilliance, he rarely appeared in public, serving more as a behind-the-scenes advisor. Yet his influence surpassed even the four war kings like Wu Shihao. Some would argue he stood on equal footing with Hou Tianji himself. Having fought side by side for years, Hou Tianji trusted Wei Hang implicitly. When he left the Vermilion Bird domain, he handed full command over to Wei Hang. Wei Hang had hidden his true intentions flawlessly. No one in the Vermilion Bird domain suspected a thing. In fact, given that he was 10 years younger than Hou Tianji, many within the domain had begun pushing for Wei Hang to succeed as the next leader. Wei Hang's anger subsided as quickly as it had flared. Calmly, he straightened the papers on his desk. Is Dong Yunjiang's brain filled with mud? Since when did such convenient coincidences exist in this world? The moment they obtained the box from the Yi family's third young master, Li Mo just happened to drop the key at the ruins. With Yi Fan accompanying him, anyone with half a brain could see something was off. Sir Wei, what should we do now? The secretary watched him nervously. Wei Hang had pledged allegiance to Prince Jin, and with all of the prince's forces in Guangxing wiped out, Wei Hang was his last hope. If anything were to happen to Hou Tianji, Wei Hang would be the only viable candidate to take over the Vermilion Bird domain. With Prince Jin's backing, his ascension would be inevitable. Once Wei Hang controlled the Vermilion Bird domain's million-strong army, Prince Jin would regain his leverage. But now they couldn't afford to let Dong Yunjiang's blunder expose Wei Hang. We do nothing. A cold smile curled on Wei Hang's lips as he regained his composure. I've been studying that so-called fool of the Yi family. He's anything but stupid. That little bastard is playing a grand game. And this move? It's a test, a probe. If we stay silent, he'll be left groping in the dark. As the Vermilion Bird domain's chief strategist, Wei Hang was no brute like Wu Shihao or Pan Shi, men who relied on brawn over brains. But, Sir Wei, Dong Yunjiang has ties to us. If he falls into Yi Fan's hands, won't we be implicated? The secretary's face was etched with worry. Wei Hang chuckled. Implicated? You? Or me? Yes. Dong Yunjiang works for us. But have you ever contacted him directly? No. Exactly. Neither have I. Wei Hang's voice turned icy. All he knows is that a Sir Wei, from the Vermilion Bird domain, occasionally gives him orders. But don't forget, Deputy Commander Wei Zhuang is also addressed as Sir Wei. The secretary's eyes widened in realization. Ah, so you mean mislead Yi Fan? Plant false leads? A decoy? Wei Hang waved a dismissive hand. Call it what you will. This scheme was set in motion 10 years ago. Back then, 2 candidates were vying for deputy commander. I pushed for Wei Zhuang's appointment, and now it's finally paying off. His gaze drifted to the moonless night outside, the air thick with foreboding, as if a storm loomed on the horizon. The Vermilion Bird domain had a Sir Wei, one whose rank couldn't be too low, who had interacted with Dong Yunjiang, and whose connection to him could be framed as incriminating. Deputy Commander Wei Zhuang fit the bill perfectly. Prince Jin's covert orders had always been relayed through Wei Zhuang's subordinates, though Wei Zhuang himself often didn't grasp their deeper purpose. Dong Yunjiang had always believed he was the Sir Wei, giving the commands. To ensure no slip-ups, Wei Hang had even implanted a mental imprint in Wei Zhuang's mind a decade ago, embedding false memories and thought patterns as an extra safeguard. But if we do nothing, how do we steer Yi Fan where we want him? Wei Hang smirked. We feed him clues, just enough for him to uncover, but not too easily. If someone close to Dong Yunjiang were to defect and leak certain details, well, that would simplify things. A haze of truth and lies. No matter how brilliant Yi Fan is, when all the evidence points one way, he'll have no choice but to believe it. A cold glint flashed in Wei Hang's eyes. Once this military exercise ends, the Vermilion Bird domain's new generation will be purged, the ranks reshuffled. And if something unfortunate befalls Hou Tianji, I'll rightfully assume command. Then it won't be Yi Fan calling the shots anymore. The secretary nodded. Understood. I'll make the arrangements. One more thing. Dong Yunjiang mobilized Wei Zhuang's troops without authorization. Make sure Wei Zhuang finds out. He'll confront Dong Yunjiang. With both men in the same room and a traitor's testimony, Wei Zhuang wouldn't be able to talk his way out of it, even with 8 mouths. Yi Fan had laid a trap to flush out his enemies. But Wei Hang had set a trap within a trap and then another. Even the mental imprint was just an added failsafe. All they needed was a defector from Dong Yunjiang's inner circle to subtly expose the ties between him and Sir Wei, framing Wei Zhuang in the process. The rest would fall into place. However, neither Wei Hang nor his secretary anticipated one thing. They wouldn't need to plant a traitor at all. Thanks to Dong Yunjiang's cruelty, one of his own aides, before dying, had already sent an email to the Yi Corporation's public inbox. Previously, with Yi Fan in his foolish state and Su Jian and Su Dong dead, Yi Changfeng had entrusted the Yi Corporation's management to Xia Hao, Guo Li, and Wang Fuguei. Now, with Guo Li and Wang Fuguei assisting Yi Fan elsewhere, only Xia Hao remained in charge. As Xia Hao prepared to leave work, he habitually checked the company inbox and spotted a bizarre email, filled with disjointed photos, transaction locations, and coded messages. At first glance, it made no sense. Dismissing it as spam, he nearly deleted it, until his eyes caught a critical name near the end. An assassination plot against Yi Fan? Holy hell! This is a warning. Without hesitation, Xia Hao dialed Yi Fan's number. Young Master Yi, the Yi Group has received an email regarding Dong Yunjiang of Guangqing. It's been forwarded to you. In Guangqing, Yi Fan, who had just left the stadium, received a call from Xia Hao. He quickly skimmed the email and frowned. Was this sent by Wu Xiaoyan, Dong Yunjiang's chief assistant? The email's content was chaotic, but its message was clear. It explicitly stated that Dong Yunjiang was a sleeper agent planted in Guangqing by Prince Jin. Moreover, within the Vermilion Bird domain, there was another high-ranking figure who communicated directly with Dong Yunjiang. This individual harbored grand ambitions to seize control of the entire Vermilion Bird domain. However, Wu Xiaoyan had never directly interacted with this mysterious figure. He speculated that Mr. Wei might be a codename, or it could genuinely refer to Wei Zhuang, the deputy commander of the Vermilion Bird domain. Wu Xiaoyan even listed several potential suspects. 1. Wei Zhuang, deputy commander of the Vermilion Bird domain, was the most suspicious, as Wu Xiaoyan had frequently liaised with his secretary. 2. Su Wandao, one of the 4 war kings who often associated closely with Dong Yunjiang. 3. Guo Li, a long-retired elder of the Vermilion Bird domain whose recent behavior seemed unusually calm. 4. Wei Hang, the Vermilion Bird domain's strategist, though Wu Xiaoyan admitted this suspicion was solely based on his surname with no concrete evidence. After all, Wei Hang had played a pivotal role in establishing the Vermilion Bird domain and was its de facto second-in-command, standing shoulder to shoulder with Hou Tianji. Given his immense prestige, it seemed unlikely he would defect to Prince Jin. What a coincidence! Yi Fan had been investigating the big fish within the Vermilion Bird domain, and now Wu Xiaoyan had conveniently sent this email to the Yi Group's inbox. Too convenient. Yi Fan's facial muscles twitched slightly. He wasn't entirely convinced of the email's authenticity. Was someone deliberately muddying the waters? Feeding me a mix of truth and lies to misdirect my investigation while the real mastermind remained hidden, unlisted among these suspects? Just as Yi Fan was about to call Guo Li, his phone rang. Guo Li was calling first. Perfect timing. I have a question for you. Does Dong Yunjiang have an assistant named Wu Xiaoyan? Indeed. According to intel from the Song family and Han Yue, Wu Xiaoyan is Dong Yunjiang's most trusted aide. He was among those sent to the ruins of Zhongmin Bank today to retrieve the key, but only Dong Yunjiang returned. Later, Dong ordered the site to be firebombed. Wu Xiaoyan was likely silenced. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Wu Xiaoyan was eliminated. If true, the email's credibility increased. Aides who worked closely with powerful figures often left themselves an escape route, knowing they handled too many dirty secrets. If Dong Yunjiang had ordered Wu Xiaoyan's death, it made sense that Wu would retaliate by exposing Dong's schemes posthumously. Everything fits. Understood. What did you call to tell me, Old Gua? We've received word that one of Dong Yunjiang's bodyguard captains has defected, providing solid intel. Dong Yunjiang is colluding with Wei Zhuang, the deputy commander of the Vermilion Bird domain, to secretly serve Prince Jin and seize control of the region. Hey, another defector? How amusing. Yi Fan had intended to startle the snake, but before he could even act, the snake was biting itself to death. First Wu Zhaoyan, now Dong Yunjiang's bodyguard captain, both exposing Dong's collusion with Wei Zhuang? Isn't this all too rushed? What's your take? Yi Fan asked Guoli with a faint smile. It's too coincidental. You set this up to lure out the big fish, yet before the bait was even cast, the fish jumped into the boat. That's not natural. I'm 80% certain Wei Zhuang isn't the real mastermind you're after. As the appointed chief of the Fan Alliance, Guoli was no fool. His analysis was sharp. Yi Fan didn't voice his opinion. Keep monitoring Guangqing. I'll pay Dong Yunjiang a visit. An invisible hand seemed to be manipulating his investigation. If someone wanted him to believe Wei Zhuang was the hidden mastermind, he'd play along, capturing Wei while netting a few smaller players wouldn't hurt. Boil the frog slowly. Even if the true mastermind never surfaced, he'd be left isolated. Guangqing, Dong residence. Dong Yunjiang hurried into his compound, surrounded by bodyguards. After ensuring he wasn't followed, he entered his study, input a code on the bookshelf, and descended into a hidden basement. The key to that mysterious box is finally in hand. If he could steal the box from his mysterious benefactor and unlock it with the key, the map to the celestial palace inside would elevate his power to new heights. After years of servitude, I might finally break free. Ha! In the basement, Dong Yunjiang exhaled in relief and examined the tiger-tooth-shaped key under the light. At the ruins, he hadn't noticed anything amiss, but now this key should be finely crafted and weighty, yet this one is riddled with rough edges and light as a feather. Almost like plastic? A sinking feeling gripped him. He applied slight pressure. Crack. The key snapped in two. Plastic. What the? Dong Yunjiang froze. How? He'd massacred hundreds to cover his tracks, even mobilized camouflaged soldiers provided by Deputy Commander Wei Zhuang, only to retrieve a fake? I've been played. From the moment Yi Fan and Li Mo entered the ruins, it had all been a setup, a trap to see which family would take the bait. Which means every move I made was under Yi Fan's surveillance. Damn it. I should have listened to Wu Zhaoyan. Cold sweat drenched Dong Yunjiang's clothes. A chilling gaze seemed to bore into him. Could Yi Fan have found me already? His eyes darted around the basement, then locked onto a figure seated at the left table. His pupils contracted in terror. His lips trembled, his fingers shook, and his voice failed him. Why you? Is the key's material not to your liking, Patriarch Dong? I should have had them make it from steel. The young man turned, revealing the smirking face of Yi Fan. How did you get in here? Dong Yunjiang's entire body stiffened in terror, his hair standing on end. He whipped his head around to glance at the door behind him, still securely shut, with no signs of forced entry. This was the underground vault on the third floor of the Dong family estate. To enter, one had to bypass multiple reinforced doors, each secured with complex passcodes. Dong Yunjiang had meticulously checked for any followers after passing through each gate. As a martial sovereign, he was absolutely certain no one had tailed him. Yet, here Yi Fan stood, right in front of him. There was only one explanation. Yi Fan had already been inside the vault waiting for him. But how? How had he bypassed the passcodes and security? That's irrelevant. Yi Fan smirked coldly, rising to his feet and fixing Dong Yunjiang with a piercing gaze. You've hidden well, Patriarch Dong. I've nearly wiped out all of Prince Jin's agents in Guangxin, yet somehow missed a small fry like you. I can't decide if you're clever or just stupid. Had you stayed quiet, I might have overlooked you entirely and focused only on the big fish in the vermilion bird domain. Dong Yunjiang's face twisted in bitter regret, but it was too late. Talk. Who's the high-ranking contact in the vermilion bird domain you report to? Yi Fan's voice was icy. If you cooperate, your family's assets might be spared. If not, don't blame me for what comes next. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Yi Fan's eyes. Prince Jin had orchestrated the massacre of the Yi family and in Guangxing the assassination of his third brother. As one of Prince Jin's loyalists, Dong Yunjiang was undoubtedly complicit. If Dong Yunjiang confessed, only he would die. If he resisted, the entire Dong family would be erased. Dong Yunjiang was on the verge of tears. Young Master Yi. I really don't know. I only know the contact is called Mr. Wei, but I've never met him face to face. There are several Wei figures in the vermilion bird domain, strategist Wei Hang, Deputy Commander Wei Zhuang, and a few other high-ranking officials. If I had to guess, it's Wei Zhuang. Yes, he must be Mr. Wei. He's the one who gave me all my orders. He babbled frantically, but young Master Yi, you have to believe me. I had nothing to do with your third brother's death. I wasn't involved at all. Now he understood the key had been bait and he had taken it, walking straight into a trap. He was nothing more than a disposable pawn. Though Yi Fan's true target was the big fish in the vermilion bird domain, Dong Yunjiang had never met Mr. Wei in person. He had no real information to offer. Panicked, he decided to name someone at random Wei Zhuang. Humph! Yi Fan snorted. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, seizing Dong Yunjiang's head. Activating the 7 stars soul-searching technique, he forcibly scoured Dong Yunjiang's memories. The results matched Dong Yunjiang's claims and those of his subordinate, Wu Zhaoyun. The only person Dong Yunjiang had direct contact with was Wei Zhuang's secretary, though he'd also had covert dealings with another war king, Su Wandao. No wonder Wu Zhaoyun had suspected Su Wandao. But the trail ended here. All evidence pointed to Wei Zhuang as Dong Yunjiang's superior. Just as Yi Fan was pondering this, a voice crackled from Dong Yunjiang's radio. Patriarch, Deputy Commander Wei Zhuang has arrived at the estate. He's demanding to see you immediately. Dong Yunjiang, released by Yi Fan, clutched at this lifeline. Young Master Yi, you can't kill me now. If Wei Zhuang doesn't find me here, do you think you'll leave the Dong estate alive? No matter how strong you are, you can't face the Vermilion Bird Domain's army alone. The arrival of Wei Zhuang filled Dong Yunjiang with relief. If Wei Zhuang was here, it aligned with his earlier claims. With the blame shifted, he might just survive. Yi Fan's lips curled. Are you lecturing me? I could kill you now, threats be damned, but you're right. This isn't the place. A plan formed in his mind. The key had been employed to flush out his enemies, but Wei Zhuang's sudden appearance felt too convenient. Something didn't add up. If someone wanted him to kill Dong Yunjiang and Wei Zhuang, then he'd make it a spectacle. He'd kill them openly. He'd kill them with fury. He'd use them as bait for an even greater scheme. Grabbing Dong Yunjiang, Yi Fan's aura surged as he vanished, reappearing at the entrance of the Dong estate. At the Dong estate gates, Wei Zhuang, deputy commander of the Vermilion Bird Domain, stood with his elite guard, his expression dark. Dong Yunjiang has gone too far. Today we take him in, no excuses. He had sensed a trap. First, the fire at Zhengmin Bank, his men had been involved. Now, this reckless bombardment of the ruins. If Ho Tianji investigated, Wei Zhuang's position would be at risk. With Yi Fan's arrival in Guangxing stirring chaos, the higher-ups had ordered everyone to lay low. Understood. His guards drew their blades, ready to strike. But when Dong Yunjiang appeared at the gates, Wei Zhuang froze because Yi Fan stood beside him. This was bad. A sense of foreboding gripped Wei Zhuang. He never should have come. Wei Zhuang, I've confessed everything. Dong Yunjiang shrieked. You orchestrated the assassination of young Master Ye's third brother. The box from the Yi family is in your hands. Surrender it now and beg for mercy, maybe he'll grant you a quick death. Wei Zhuang and his men were stunned. What the hell? When had he ever been involved in the Yi family's affairs? Dong Yunjiang, have you lost your mind? What box? What nonsense are you spouting? Thud. Before Wei Zhuang could react, Yi Fan's blade pierced Dong Yunjiang's chest, then detonated with a burst of energy. Boom. Dong Yunjiang's body exploded into gory fragments, his face still frozen in shock. What the? Yi Fan? Are you insane? You just killed him in front of me. Wei Zhuang nearly leapt out of his skin. With Dong Yunjiang dead, the accusations would stick. There was no way to refute them now. Indeed. Let it be known I, Yi Fan, killed Dong Yunjiang. Yi Fan dusted his hands off, then locked eyes with Wei Zhuang. Deputy Commander Wei, you heard his confession. You're the mastermind behind my third brother's murder, the final big fish in the Vermilion Bird Domain. Today you die. In an instant, Yi Fan's blade flashed, a torrent of martial energy surging toward Wei Zhuang. No hesitation. No mercy. This guy really doesn't hold back. Holy shit. Young Master Yi, wait. I didn't do anything. Although Wei Zhuang had barely reached the emperor level in martial prowess, he was utterly powerless against the overwhelming pressure of Yi Fan's saint-level cultivation. Roaring in panic, he stumbled backward. His personal guards, summoning every ounce of their strength, desperately intercepted Yi Fan's attack. Yi Fan hadn't intended to kill Wei Zhuang outright. After dozens of guards were sent flying, Wei Zhuang narrowly avoided the fatal strike, hiding behind his remaining bodyguards as he bellowed furiously, Yi Fan! On what grounds are you trying to kill me? The fact that you murdered my third brother. Is that reason enough? Yi Fan's icy gaze locked onto Wei Zhuang, his mind already sentencing the man to death. There was no direct evidence proving Wei Zhuang was the infamous Mr. Wei, involved in the assassination plot. But Dong Yunjiang was a subordinate of Prince Jin, and Wei Zhuang had been in close contact with him, even issuing orders through his secretary. That alone proved Wei Zhuang was complicit, his ties to Prince Jin undeniable. And Prince Jin? He was the sworn enemy Yi Fan vowed to annihilate, down to the last bone. Anyone aiding that monster deserved death. Wei Zhuang jumped up in indignation, slapping his hands together. Young Master Yi, when did I ever kill the third young master of the Yi family? I don't even know anything about his death. You can't just take Dong Yunjiang's word for it and execute me. That's unjust. Besides, I'm the deputy commander of the Vermilion Bird Domain, an official of Great Xia. What right do you have to kill me? Even if you're the deputy commander of the Black Tortoise Domain, we're equals at best. He was trying to intimidate Yi Fan with his rank. He thought his position as deputy commander would shield him. But he'd forgotten Wu Shihao, one of the 4 war kings of the Vermilion Bird Domain, had still been slaughtered by Yi Fan without hesitation. Heh, as deputy commanders, we are equals. But what if you add young marshal of the Grand Preceptor's estate to my titles? That grants me authority over all military affairs in Great Xia. Does that qualify me? Or how about future chief of the Imperial Martial Bureau, sworn to protect the empire, with the power to execute even royalty? Is that enough authority? Clang, clang. Yi Fan pulled out several pitch-black tokens from his robes and tossed them at Wei Zhuang's feet. Staring at the cold, weighty insignias, Wei Zhuang's face paled. He realized his mistake, a fatal one. He'd only considered Yi Fan's rank as deputy commander, forgetting the myriad other titles that each eclipsed his own. Wei Zhuang choked on his words. Invoking status had been a blunder. Even so, you can't execute me based solely on Dong Yunjiang's testimony. At least investigate properly first. Yi Fan smirked. Dong Yunjiang is dead. Why don't you ask him yourself? Ask my ass. The man's already a corpse. This was deliberate. Yi Fan was toying with him. Then, with a glance at Song Yang and Guoli approaching in the distance, Yi Fan's grin turned sinister. But you're right, Deputy Commander Wei. Killing you over Dong Yunjiang's word alone would be hard to justify. Exactly. Wei Zhuang exhaled in relief, sensing a reprieve. I only came to question Dong Yunjiang about why he mobilized my troops without authorization. That bastard caused chaos today. Of course he'd spout nonsense before dying. Young Master Yi, you must investigate thoroughly. If I'm truly implicated, I'll deliver my own head to you. Wei Zhuang was confident. 15 years ago, he'd pledged loyalty to Prince Jin. But the prince had meticulously kept him clean. No involvement in dirty work. His record was spotless. When the Yi family's third young master was assassinated a month prior, Prince Jin had even excluded Wei Zhuang, sending Wei Hang instead. No matter how deep Yi Fan dug, he'd find no link. Just as Wei Zhuang thought he was safe, Yi Fan spoke again. However, you did raise another valid point. In Great Xia, assaulting an imperial official is a capital offense, and I am the deputy commander of the Black Tortoise Domain, young marshal of the Grand Preceptor's estate, and future chief of the Imperial Martial Bureau. So if you were to attack me and I accidentally killed you in self-defense, well, that'd be perfectly legal, wouldn't it? Yes, that's the play. I'm a genius. Yi Fan's voice boomed deliberately, his eyes flicking to Song Yang behind Wei Zhuang. Wei Zhuang gaped. Young Master Yi, you're joking. Why the hell would I attack you? I came for Dong Yunjiang. Since he's dead, I'll just leave. Today was cursed. Every move had backfired. He needed to escape now. Clang. As he sheathed his blade, an arm shot out from behind him, accompanied by a surge of martial energy. Whoosh! His saber tore free, hurtling toward Yi Fan's chest. Shick! Yi Fan barely dodged, but the blade still grazed his shoulder, staining his robes crimson. Wah! Wei Zhuang stared, dumbstruck, at his empty hand, then at Yi Fan's injury. What kind of sick joke is this? His weapon had flown out and wounded a saint-level fighter? As an emperor-level cultivator? Impossible. Then he spotted Song Yang waving cheerfully. Oops, my hand slipped. My bad, Deputy Commander. Before the words faded, Song Yang had already teleported to Yi Fan's side, shouting, "Protect young Master Yi. Shield the young Marshal." Bullshit, hands slipped. Wei Zhuang finally understood. This was a setup. And they weren't even trying to hide it. "See, Deputy Commander? You just said you wouldn't attack me." Yi Fan cracked his knuckles, grinning like a devil. Time for some self-defense. Hee. That infuriating smirk made Wei Zhuang's legs buckle. If Yi Fan got his hands on him, there'd be no mercy. Everyone, fight your way out at all costs. Wei Zhuang had brought a considerable number of elite fighters with him on this trip. Upon sensing that something was amiss, Wei Zhuang gave the order and his men immediately prepared to charge forward, channeling their martial energy. Absolute domain. With a soft shout, Yi Fan activated the inherited technique from the divine fragment, enveloping the entire area within his absolute domain. In an instant, Wei Zhuang and his men found their martial energy suppressed by several levels. Some could barely lift their 100-pound battle blades, their movements sluggish and strained. "Deputy Commander, what's happening? Why can't I use my full strength? Damn it, why are my legs going weak?" While the others were bewildered, Wei Zhuang's face twisted in terror. He retreated behind his bodyguards, shouting, "Yi Fan, you can't kill me. If you do, how will you explain it to Elder Ho of the Vermilion Bird Domain? This is wanton slaughter of the innocent." Yi Fan smirked. "Deputy Commander Wei, do you even believe your own words? As for Elder Ho, well, I already killed Wu Shihao and he didn't hold it against me. In fact, he invited me to the military drill hosted by the Vermilion Bird Domain. What's one more dead man?" Boom, boom, boom. Yi Fan strode toward Wei Zhuang. His bodyguards tried to block the way, but before they could even touch Yi Fan's clothes, they were sent flying by an overwhelming surge of energy. Crack! With a single devastating punch, Yi Fan shattered Wei Zhuang's left shoulder. "Next, I'm going to break your right shoulder. Get ready." Gah! Wei Zhuang nearly exploded with rage. Was Yi Fan deliberately toying with him? He was actually announcing his moves in advance. The worst part? Even with the warning, Wei Zhuang's weakened state left him powerless to dodge. Thud! 3 punches later, Wei Zhuang collapsed to the ground. Yi Fan planted his foot on Wei Zhuang's face and turned to the stunned bodyguards. "What are you all standing around for? Such a dashing pose, shouldn't you be taking pictures? Posting on social media? Ha!" Wei Zhuang, a high-ranking deputy commander of the Vermilion Bird Domain, had always been an untouchable figure of authority. Never in his life had he suffered such humiliation. Furious but immobilized, he could only scream, "Yi Fan, you'll die a horrible death." Some of the bodyguards still tried to rush Yi Fan. Whoosh! 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 A barrage of crossbow bolts rained down from outside the Dong family compound, severely injuring most of them. The remaining guards, seeing Wei Zhuang's state, hesitantly snapped a few photos, some even uploaded them online or sent them to their superiors. A few even recorded videos. Yi Fan, reveling in his dominance, stomped Wei Zhuang's head into the ground again and again. "You were part of the ambush that killed my third brother, weren't you? Where the hell is the case? Talk. If you don't, I'll make sure you suffer worse than death." As he roared, Yi Fan seemed to deliberately angle himself toward the cameras, flashing a menacing, wrathful expression. Meanwhile, at the Vermilion Bird Domain's military camp, in the quarters of strategist Wei Hang, the man stared at the photos and videos flooding his phone, his face dark with fury. Humph. This Yi Fan is too arrogant. He's treating Wei Zhuang like trash. Though Wei Hang had set Wei Zhuang up as a scapegoat, Yi Fan's brutal execution of Dong Yunjiang and savage beating of Wei Zhuang felt like a deliberate provocation. Was Yi Fan sending a message? Had he figured something out? Wei Hang reviewed every detail of the plan, confirming there were no flaws. Dong Yunjiang had even implicated Wei Zhuang with his dying breath. Yi Fan had no reason to doubt it. "For now, I should be safe. Send word, how are the preparations for the military drill? I heard Ho Tianji intends to invite Yi Fan." Wei Hang's jaw twitched. Yi Fan was the deputy commander of the Black Tortoise Domain. What business did he have meddling in the Vermilion Bird Domain's affairs? Wei Hang couldn't shake the feeling that Yi Fan's participation was aimed directly at him. "Yes," a subordinate replied, "but I've taken precautions. Aside from our own forces, external registration slots are already full. Tomorrow is the final day for sign-ups. If we can block Yi Fan from registering, we'll avoid major complications." "Good. Don't let your guard down. Yuling Long will also attend the drill." As the divine war maiden of Great Xia, her symbolic influence is immense. She's on the kill list. And since she's Yi Fan's wife, she deserves special attention. Understood? Yi Fan must not be allowed to participate or he'll turn the entire event into chaos. Go ahead, kill all you want, Yi Fan. Your arrogance won't last. Once I fully control the vermilion bird domain and weather the storm, your death will follow. Back at the Dong family compound. Kill! 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 Without hesitation, Yi Fan beat Wei Zhuang to the brink of death, leaving him with only a flicker of life. He then barked orders to Guo Li and Wang Fugui outside. Deploy 100 bulldozers, raze the Dong family estate to the ground. Since the big fish had delivered itself to his doorstep, Yi Fan would use slaughter as his strategy. Rumble. As the bulldozers roared into action, the Dong family compound was reduced to rubble in moments. Yi Fan turned to the barely breathing Wei Zhuang and sneered. Deputy Commander Wei, you'll die without ever understanding why I struck. Your mistake? Taking sides. As a military officer of Great Xia, your duty was to protect the nation. Had you not colluded with Prince Jin, I might have spared you. In his heart, Yi Fan had already concluded that Wei Zhuang wasn't the true mastermind in the vermilion bird domain. Still, before delivering the final blow, Yi Fan used the 7 stars soul-extinguishing hand, gripping Wei Zhuang's skull to forcibly extract his memories and confirm his suspicions. Scattered fragments revealed that Wei Zhuang had indeed conspired with Prince Jin. However, no memories linked him to Third Brother's assassination, the Zhengmin Bank incident, or the missing case. So Wei Zhuang really isn't the big fish? If he were, he would have been directly involved in Third Brother's murder and would have pursued the case relentlessly. Yet there was no trace of such involvement in his mind. A mental seal? Just as Yi Fan was about to finish Wei Zhuang off, he detected a mental seal, a psychic barrier concealing hidden secrets. For others, breaking it would be nearly impossible. But Yi Fan, armed with divine fragments and the purge effect of the evil-slaying array, shattered it effortlessly. ZZET. The moment the seal broke, Yi Fan accessed the suppressed memories and froze in shock. Wei Zhuang's mind contained images of the 5 Venoms child, Old Mo, and the heads of the Chao and Han families, key figures at Third Brother's assassination site. There were also memories of orchestrating the Zhengmin Bank fire. Most damning of all, Wei Zhuang had hidden the case. It had already been smuggled out of Guangqing and delivered to the Blood Demon tribe in the southern Barbarian Sea. Everything lined up. Wei Zhuang had masterminded it all? Was he truly the hidden power in the vermilion bird domain? For the first time, doubt clouded Yi Fan's mind. Had all his deductions been wrong? The 7 stars soul-extinguishing hand, this was a unique technique Yi Fan had learned from the dragon pattern ring. He had used it many times before, and it had never failed him. All the evidence he had extracted from Wei Zhuang's mind pointed to one conclusion. Wei Zhuang was the big fish, the mastermind secretly planted in the vermilion bird domain by Prince Jin to orchestrate a major scheme. Yet, something about this didn't sit right with Yi Fan. It was too smooth. Way too smooth. When he had investigated Dong Yunjiang, Dong's subordinate had conveniently betrayed him. Then, when he turned his attention to Wei Zhuang had coincidentally delivered himself right to Yi Fan's doorstep. The evidence was airtight, so blatant it might as well have been announced with a megaphone, "I'm the big fish. I'm the big fish." If Wei Zhuang really was the mastermind, was he really the stupid? How could someone like that thrive in the cutthroat world of the vermilion bird domain? Yi Fan meticulously reviewed every detail until a critical inconsistency struck him. 2 of Dong Yunjiang's inner circle had betrayed him. One was Dong's secretary, Wu Zhaoyun. The other was his chief bodyguard. Both had defected, but here was the catch. Wu Zhaoyun had already been silenced by Dong Yunjiang, while the bodyguard had vanished after passing along his intel. Comparing the two, Wu Zhaoyun's information seemed far more credible. The bodyguard's testimony had been definitive, outright naming Wei Zhuang as the mastermind. But Wu Zhaoyun's analysis had been more measured. While Wei Zhuang was the prime suspect, Su Wandao, one of the 4 war kings, was equally suspicious. Then there were the retired Elder Guli and the vermilion bird domain's strategist Wei Hang. The moment this realization clicked, Yi Fan's path became clear. Whether Wei Zhuang was truly the mastermind or not, he was still a vile criminal. Killing him was no loss. As for Su Wandao? According to Ho Tianji's earlier intel, he was no saint either. In that case, Yi Fan would simply cut his way through them all. Kill Dong Yunjiang. Kill Wei Zhuang. And if that wasn't enough, move on to Su Wandao next. Deputy commanders, war kings, none of them mattered. In Yi Fan's eyes, they were all just future corpses. If stirring the pot wasn't enough, he'd shatter it. Boom. Boom. Within moments, the bulldozer squad led by Guo Li and Wang Fugue had flattened the Dong family compound. Yi Fan released Wei Zhuang's head and deliberately raised his voice. What? You're saying Su Wandao, one of the 4 war kings, was also involved in my third brother's assassination? And others in the Vermilion Bird domain? Good. Rest assured, none of them will escape. Wei Zhuang nearly exploded with rage upon hearing this. What the hell? When did I ever say Su Wandao was involved? He knew nothing about any assassination plot. And Su Wandao was the most influential of the 4 war kings, commanding the Vermilion Bird domain's elite cavalry. Accusing him was like poking a hornet's nest. Ugh, grh? Wei Zhuang struggled to protest, but his body was already broken beyond recognition, limbs shattered, face slashed to ribbons, teeth gone, life flickering weakly. Even if he could speak, Yi Fan had sealed his meridians, reducing his defiance to muffled grunts. This was deliberate. Yi Fan was using Wei Zhuang as bait to lure out the next target. If Wei Zhuang truly was the mastermind, then this was just mopping up the remnants. If not, then Yi Fan would boil the frog slowly, whittling away the mastermind's forces until they had no choice but to reveal themselves. Either way, Hou Tianji and even the imperial family would be pleased. Hou Tianji was a staunch loyalist. If the Vermilion Bird domain fell entirely under his control, it meant the imperial family would gain a firmer grip on its million-strong army. You all heard him. Yi Fan declared, sweeping his gaze over Wei Zhuang's remaining guards, conveniently spared to spread the news. Wei Zhuang confessed. Su Wandao, one of the 4 war kings, was part of the plot to kill my third brother. Now, I'm going to avenge him. Anyone who stands in my way will regret it. Thunk. His blade pierced Wei Zhuang's chest in one clean thrust. The guards, as expected, immediately relayed every word to their superiors. What? Has Yi Fan lost his mind? He's like a rabid dog biting at anything that moves. In the Vermilion Bird command tent, Wei Hang nearly tore the report to shreds. Dong Yunjiang's death had already been a heavy blow. He was Prince Jin's key logistics supplier, and his family's decade-long supply network was now in ruins. And Wei Zhuang? Sacrificing a deputy commander of the Vermilion Bird domain was a last resort, but necessary to protect Wei Hang's own position. He had assumed Yi Fan would stop after uncovering Wei Zhuang's mental seals and the truth they held. A few quiet days in Guang City, and once the military drills ended, this nightmare would be over. But now? After killing Dong Yunjiang and Wei Zhuang, this lunatic was coming for Su Wandao, the strongest of the 4 war kings. Was he trying to tear the heavens apart? Sir, what do we do? Should we intervene? The reports say Yi Fan isn't stopping at Su Wandao, he's even targeting Elder Gully. If this continues, our decade of groundwork in the Vermilion Bird domain will be obliterated. Wei Hang's aide was frantic. The latest update was even worse. Yi Fan had burned Wei Zhuang's body on the spot and was now leading his bulldozer brigade straight for Su Wandao's camp. At this rate, even if Wei Hang stayed hidden, his entire operation would collapse. Intervene? How? Wei Hang rubbed his temples. If we act the moment Yi Fan moves against Su Wandao, won't that just confirm we're the ones pulling the strings? Use your head. He exhaled sharply. I'm starting to think Yi Fan's strategy is to cast a wide net, swinging blindly to see what he hits. The more chaotic it gets, the calmer we must stay. Sir, I understand patience, but if we let Su Wandao die, Hou Tianji will seize control of his cavalry. We'd be losing an arm. How do we recover from that? The Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry. The Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry was the renowned, undefeated army of the Great Xia. Back in the days of conquering the southern wastelands, they had once charged 800 li in a lightning strike. With just 10,000 elite soldiers, they shattered an enemy defense line of 100,000 men, stormed the enemy's royal court, and became legendary in a single battle, earning a reputation on par with the dragon riders of the Heavenly Dragon Army. Such a formidable force was King Jin's most prized trump card. It absolutely could not fall into the hands of Hou Tianji, let alone Yi Fan. Yi Fan wants Su Wandao dead, but not everyone shares that sentiment. For instance, Su Wandao has a stubborn disciple, Jiang Xiuming. His 8,000 elite troops are stationed near Guangxing. Jiang Xiuming is Su Wandao's most fanatically loyal follower. What do you think he'll do if he finds out Yi Fan is trying to kill his mentor? Wei Hang smirked faintly and placed a chess piece on the board. In an instant, the white pieces, which had been on the verge of defeat, staged a dramatic comeback. His assistant's eyes lit up. I understand now, strategist. I'll handle it immediately. No matter how powerful Yi Fan was, a single man could never stand against 8,000 well-trained vermilion bird iron cavalry. Whether Yi Fan killed Su Wandao or not, once his stubborn disciple Jiang Xiuming clashed with him, it would inevitably become a fight to the death. If Yi Fan hadn't killed Su Wandao yet, Jiang Xiuming's interference would make it impossible for him to do so, thus achieving the goal of saving Su Wandao. But if Yi Fan had already killed Su Wandao, Jiang Xiuming would never let it go. He would hunt Yi Fan down without mercy. Trading Su Wandao's life for Yi Fan's? That didn't seem like a bad deal. Guangxing outside the Dong family estate. Yi Fan waved his hand, reducing Wei Zhuang to ashes. Then, with a commanding gesture, he led 100 bulldozers in a grand procession toward the Vermilion Bird Barracks, deliberately making a spectacle of it, as if daring the world to take notice. The sheer scale of the operation quickly drew attention. Someone pulled out their phone and began live-streaming, broadcasting the scene across the internet. In the capital, King Jin received the news immediately. Damn it! What is Yi Fan up to now? Can't he just stay quiet for once? King Jin had already been asleep when his assistant, Xiao Zhang, dragged him out of bed. Rubbing his eyes, he was met with the sight of Yi Fan's overwhelming display of force. We just received word. Dong Yunjiang of Guangxing has been completely wiped out by Yi Fan. Deputy Commander Wei Zhuang of the Vermilion Bird Domain has been executed. As Xiao Zhang delivered the report, his face twitched uncontrollably. It was agonizing. As part of Pan Shi's inner circle, Xiao Zhang knew just how much effort King Jin had invested over decades to cultivate these high-ranking officials, only for Yi Fan to slaughter them like mad. What was left of King Jin's influence in Guangxing now? Could the Vermilion Bird Domain still be relied upon? The southwest base was already destroyed. The allied families in hiding had all been exterminated. What the hell? When did this happen? Why wasn't I informed? King Jin snatched the tablet, his jaw nearly dropping at the news. A fake key was enough to lure Dong Yunjiang into a trap, and that led Wei Zhuang to act? A treasure chest supposedly containing the Yi family's map fragments? How do I not know any of this? His expression darkened. How could something this critical have been kept from him? After all, one of the main reasons King Jin had orchestrated the Yi family massacre was to obtain the fragments of the Celestial Palace map, something his backers would stop at nothing to acquire. Yet, more than a month after the Yi family's destruction, not a single clue had surfaced. And now, rumors suggested that the fragment belonging to the second young master of the Yi family had already fallen into Yi Fan's hands in Huadu. Damn it! Was even strategist Wei no longer trustworthy? All of this happened in the last 10 minutes. Xiao Zhang quickly projected the footage onto a screen. Deputy Commander Wei Zhuang's involvement must have been strategist Wei's doing, likely a ploy to deceive Yi Fan. As for the chest, I suggest Your Highness refrain from questioning it for now. The priority is how to respond to Yi Fan's next move. Yi Fan is currently heading to kill Su Wandao, one of the 4 war kings of the Vermilion Bird Domain. He commands the Iron Cavalry. If Su Wandao falls, we'll be in serious trouble. Your Highness must decide. Do we save him or not? King Jin slammed his fist onto the table, shattering it. Save him? Of course I want to. But how? If we intervene now, it means openly declaring war against Yi Fan, and possibly even Ho Tianji. But the timing wasn't right. Wei Hang had warned that they needed to wait until after the military exercises, when they could purge the younger generation of officers, before they'd have even a 60% chance of success. Sigh. Xiao Zhang had already analyzed the situation thoroughly. At this point, all we can do is hope Su Wandao's stubborn disciple can hold Yi Fan off, and that Su Wandao himself has a plan. Vermilion Bird Barracks. When War King Su Wandao received word that Yi Fan was coming to kill him, he showed no surprise, only calm. So he's finally here? Sooner than I expected. His subordinates were baffled. War King, shouldn't we prepare? We should mobilize the 36 flying generals of the Iron Cavalry. Even if Yi Fan is strong, this is our territory. We can still fight. But Su Wandao showed no intention of resisting. In fact, he looked relieved. What was going on? No. Su Wandao straightened his Zhongshan suit and issued his final orders with a smile. First, all Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry are to stand down immediately. No one moves without my direct command. Second, no matter what happens to me tonight, it is my own choice. No one is to take any action that jeopardizes the interests of Great Xia. If I am no longer here, whoever holds the War King's token shall command you. Third, you will personally deliver this letter to Jiang Xiuming outside the city. He must follow its instructions without question. With his 3 commands given, Su Wandao strode toward the gates with serene resolve. As for Yi Fan, I will face him alone. His subordinate clutched the letter, realization dawning. The War King was walking willingly to his death. To him, death seemed like a release, as if Yi Fan wasn't coming to kill him, but to free him? Obey only the War King's token? Who would he entrust it to? The Vermilion Bird domain was about to undergo a cataclysmic shift. Yi Fan marches into the Vermilion camp with 100 bulldozers. With 100 bulldozers in tow, Yi Fan advanced into the Vermilion camp in a grand display of force. Such a massive movement naturally caught the attention of Ho Tianji, the Vermilion camp's commander. Elder Ho, isn't this Yi Fan getting too arrogant? Does he really think the Vermilion camp is his backyard? First, he kills Commander Wei Zhuang, and now he wants to wreak havoc in our camp. What is he trying to achieve? Inside Ho Tianji's quarters, his adjutant seethed with anger. Should we send men to intercept him? Though Yi Fan was the young master of the Yi family and the old master Yi commanded immense respect, his brazen actions in the Vermilion domain were a blatant insult to their authority. Ho Tianji frowned deeply. Just days ago, Wu Shihao had privately mobilized troops to support the Chen family in their attack on Yi Fan. Ho Tianji had only learned of it through Chen Yao's warning and rushed to intervene, narrowly averting disaster. Moreover, it was only after Wu Shihao was subdued by Yi Fan that Ho Tianji sensed a crack forming in the long-standing stalemate within the Vermilion domain. Ho Tianji had already noticed that Prince Jin had planted numerous agents in the Vermilion domain. The 4 war kings each served different factions, and Ho Tianji increasingly felt like a figurehead. Even his closest comrade, Wei Hang, seemed different somehow, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Now Yi Fan had killed Wei Zhuang, widening the crack further. And now he was targeting Su Wandao, commander of the Vermilion Iron Cavalry. Yi Fan must have his reasons. For both the Vermilion domain and the Imperial Court, this was no bad thing. Intercept him? Of course we will. This is still the Vermilion domain's territory. But the timing must be carefully considered. One thing is certain, young Master Yi must not come to any harm. After a brief pause, Ho Tianji smiled faintly. Come, let's head outside the camp to meet a key figure. Who? Jiang Xiuming. Meanwhile, inside the Vermilion camp, with Guili, Wang Fugue, Yu Chang, Song Yang, and 100 bulldozers in tow, Yi Fan had already penetrated deep into the Vermilion camp. Yet, to everyone's surprise, not a single soul stood in their way. Even outside Su Wandao's headquarters, there were no guards. Yi Fan's forces advanced unopposed until the bulldozers surrounded Su Wandao's residence. The eerie silence unsettled even the slow-witted Wang Fugue. Brother, this isn't right. We're here to cause trouble, so why is no one stopping us? Has Su Wandao's entire army vanished, or did we not make enough noise? Yi Fan and Guili shared the same suspicion. This is indeed strange, Yi Fan muttered, scanning the surroundings for any sign of an ambush. Why had Su Wandao left his defenses wide open? Had he fled, knowing he was outmatched? If so, Yi Fan's grand plan would amount to punching thin air. Just then, an elderly man in a traditional Zhongshan suit stepped out from a nearby courtyard, straightening his clothes as he walked toward them. It was Su Wandao himself. I ordered all Vermilion Iron Cavalry to withdraw from this area, he declared calmly. Young Master Yi, you may kill me without fear of retaliation. As he approached, Su Wandao held out a ledger and a command token. This ledger contains the names of Prince Jin's key operatives within the Iron Cavalry. The token grants command over all 300,000 troops. Upon my death, they will obey only the holder of the Vermilion token. Yi Fan and his men were stunned. Su Wandao wasn't resisting, he was offering his life and control of the Vermilion Iron Cavalry? With 300,000 elite troops at his command, Yi Fan could dominate the southern provinces unchallenged. After verifying the token's authenticity and cross-referencing the ledger with intelligence from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion and the Imperial Martial Bureau, Yi Fan frowned. Young Master Yi, you may strike now. I will not resist. And those bulldozers should begin their work or raze this camp completely. The bigger the spectacle, the better. Su Wandao closed his eyes, awaiting death with serene resolve. Yi Fan was at a loss. He had come to kill Su Wandao based on Wu Zhaoyun's intel, suspecting collusion with Prince Jin. But now Su Wandao had handed over the evidence himself. Commander Su, Yi Fan said slowly, killing you is easy, but I need to know why you're so eager to die. Otherwise, I'd feel like I'm the one being played. Su Wandao met his gaze. Very well. I was indeed coerced into serving Prince Jin years ago. At first, I avoided outright atrocities, but his demands grew darker. He forced me and those under me to act against my conscience. I've long wished for death, but I held on, waiting for the right moment to ensure the Iron Cavalry wouldn't fall into Prince Jin's hands. Today, that moment has come. With the Yi family's Dragon Cavalry and our Vermilion Iron Cavalry united, these 300,000 soldiers will be spared the horrors of war. That is my final wish. Yi Fan understood now. Su Wandao saw death as liberation. Any last requests? Yi Fan asked quietly. Su Wandao's voice grew distant. None. My family perished 20 years ago, a toxin leak and a fire took them all. My wife once wrote to me of our twin daughters, how they moved in perfect sync, but I never even saw their faces. Twin girls? Could they share a psychic connection, mirroring each other's movements? And years ago, died in a toxin leak before their village was burned to the ground? Yi Fan's mind instantly flashed to the holy maidens of the Gu sect, Dia and Xiaoya. Weren't those two girls psychically linked? Years ago, everyone in their village had died, and precisely because they were orphaned, they were taken in by their master, Xiao Taijin. Could this really be such a coincidence? Dia and Xiaoya held deep affection for Yi Fan. If Su Wandao truly was their father, then killing him would leave Yi Fan with an unbearable guilt when facing the sisters in the future. Commander Su, have you considered that your daughters might still be alive? Yi Fan reminded him. But Su Wandao shook his head. Impossible. Over the years, I've mobilized every resource to investigate the incident thoroughly. There were no survivors. How could my daughters still be alive? Su Wandao grew impatient. Young Master Yi, do it. Killing me would be my liberation. If you hesitate, just hold up your blade, I'll throw myself onto it. Since you intend to wreak havoc in the Vermilion Bird domain, consider this my final act of assistance. If you ever remember this old man, a stick of incense at my grave would be more than enough. Su Wandao had already resolved to die. Moreover, with Yi Fan's grand entrance into the Vermilion Bird camp, countless factions were watching closely. If Yi Fan didn't make a scene, it would be hard to justify his actions. Yet, despite his uncertainty, Yi Fan sensed traces of Dia and Xiaoya's aura on Su Wandao, an 80% match. Killing Su Wandao wasn't an option, at least not before confirming his relationship with the sisters. But the stage was set, the show had to go on. How to proceed? Yi Fan glanced at Su Wandao, then remembered the paper puppets in his possession, corpse puppet cutouts. He'd once used them to deceive Zhuang Chao and Zhou Ming at the Ren family estate in Huadu. Why not use them again? I'll do it myself. With a sinister smirk, Yi Fan struck like lightning, his fist slamming into Su Wandao with overwhelming force, smashing him deep into the ground. Boom. Boom. The shockwave carved a massive crater, swallowing Su Wandao's figure. Old Gua, bring the bulldozers, level the entire camp. As Yi Fan barked the order, a red paper flickered briefly before Gua Li's eyes. Gua Li, having grown up with Yi Fan as his strategist, instantly grasped the meaning behind the gesture. All bulldozer units, full speed ahead. Raise everything to the ground. Rumble. 100 bulldozers roared forward, churning up thick dust as they crushed Su Wandao's Iron Cavalry camp beneath their treads. Crack. Crack. Hundreds of meters away, hidden in the woods atop small hills, several groups of black-clad figures snapped frantic photos of the scene. Damn. This Yi Fan is ruthless, he's really going to kill Su Wandao. What's infuriating is why Su Wandao isn't resisting at all. Resist? Are you blind? Yi Fan's already at the Martial Saint realm. How could Su Wandao fight back? But did you catch that detail earlier? Su Wandao handed something to Yi Fan. Did you see what it was? No, the angle was too tricky. Su Wandao seemed to be deliberately blocking the view. Quick, report this back. We need to keep watching. Su Wandao's disciple, Jiang Xiuming, arrived with his men half an hour ago. Why hasn't he made a move yet? Jiang Xiuming's intervention. Jiang Xiuming, Su Wandao's adopted disciple, was an orphan the commander had taken in during a battlefield campaign. Having lost his own family, Su Wandao had raised Jiang Xiuming as a son. So when Jiang Xiuming learned the Yifan was heading to the Vermilion Bird Camp to kill Su Wandao, he immediately mobilized his elite force of 8,000 soldiers and rushed to the scene. All units, advance in formation. Martial masters, step forward, follow me in the charge. Though his troops were elite, averaging at the Palm Realm, Jiang Xiuming still found them too slow. Midway, he summoned an additional 100 battle-hardened martial masters and 1,000 seasoned veterans, leading them at full speed toward Su Wandao's quarters. If Yifan dares harm a single hair on my master's head, this place will be his grave. Unlike ordinary martial artists, Jiang Xiuming's troops were trained in killing formations. Their combined strength multiplied their lethality. But as they arrived, Su Wandao's adjutant intercepted Jiang Xiuming, holding a handwritten letter. What are you doing here? Why aren't you with the commander? How is he? Has that bastard Yifan already made his move? Jiang Xiuming's heart sank as he demanded answers. The adjutant's expression was grim. Young Master Jiang, the commander chose to face Yifan alone. From the look in his eyes, he seemed intent on dying. I wanted to summon the 36 flying generals, but he refused and issued a strict order. No one in the Iron Cavalry is to act without permission. Knowing you'd disobey, he left this letter. He said if you defy his wishes, he'll sever ties with you in death and die with regrets. Jiang Xiuming tore open the letter, then his fury erupted. What? Master orders me to obey Yifan unconditionally from now on? And 2. The letter contained 3 key points. 1. Su Wandao had chosen death as his liberation. 2. Jiang Xiuming was forbidden from seeking revenge or dividing the Iron Cavalry. 3. A list of Prince Jin's spies within the Iron Cavalry. Su Wandao commanded Jiang Xiuming to eliminate them all tonight, clearing the path for Yifan's takeover. Has my teacher lost his mind? Damn it! Jiang Xiuming crumpled the letter in his hand furiously, about to throw it away. But then he remembered the names written on it and clenched the paper tightly instead. What's wrong with my teacher? When did he side with Prince Jin? Was he forced to commit all those atrocities under duress? Has it really come to this, death as the only way out? No, it's you. You snake. You betrayed him, didn't you? You framed him. Jiang Xiuming snarled, glaring at his deputy. Guards, tie him up. His men rushed forward without hesitation, binding the deputy on the spot. Everyone, keep moving. Double time. Even if my teacher gave the order, so what? Even if he made mistakes, it's not Yifan's place to execute him. Charge. Jiang Xiuming was stubborn to the core. Even if his teacher had erred, he would only accept the truth from Su Wandao's own lips. Young Master Jiang, don't act rashly. The commander must have his reasons for this arrangement. If you charge in recklessly, he won't rest in peace even in death. The deputy struggled, trying to reason with him. But Jiang Xiuming was notoriously obstinate. If he could be swayed so easily, he wouldn't be Jiang Xiuming. Gag him. Not even the heavens can stop me today. So what if Yifan is a martial saint? With 8,000 soldiers, I'll wear him down if nothing else. If we can't take him with us, we'll tear him apart and slaughter every last one of his men. Jiang Xiuming refused to yield. Why? Just because Yifan was the young marshal of the Grand Preceptor's estate? The future chief of the Imperial Martial Division? Did his teacher have to die the moment Yifan arrived? In the mind of a stubborn man, there was no reasoning, only absolute conviction. Only his teacher could command him. As the 1,000-strong elite force prepared to advance, the deputy was frantic, but his gagged mouth could only produce muffled groans. Just then, a figure materialized in front of the troops. An old man who spoke calmly. Jiang Xiuming, do you think this old man can stop you? The smiling elder was none other than Ho Tianji, commander of the Vermilion Bird Domain. Earlier, Ho Tianji had mentioned needing to intercept someone. That someone was Jiang Xiuming. If Yifan moved against Su Wandao, Jiang Xiuming would undoubtedly intervene. Ho Tianji's role was to minimize the trouble for Yifan. Elder Ho, you! Jiang Xiuming froze in awkward disbelief. Vermilion Bird Barracks, battlefield. Hundreds of bulldozers kicked up swirling dust as they rumbled toward the barracks, leveling everything in their path. Among them, 4 machines operated by Guoli, Songyang Yuchang, and others lagged slightly behind. As the bulldozers passed the massive crater left by Yifan's fist, Song Yang leaped from his cab into the pit. Concealed by the dust, he dragged out a limp, barely alive figure and stuffed him into the vehicle before driving onward. Once the bulldozers had moved away, Yi Fan let out a thunderous roar. With a flick of his wrist, he yanked Su Wandao from the pit and began slamming him into the ground like a club. Boom! Boom! Like an artist at work, Yi Fan hammered Su Wandao into the earth, leaving a row of craters in moments. The violent shockwaves and deafening impacts seemed designed to announce the spectacle to the world. Sigh. Su Wandao is done for. Jiang Xiuming still hasn't arrived. By the time he gets here, it'll be too late. What if he doesn't come? What then? How should I know? All I know is, once Su Wandao dies, the Vermilion Bird Legion will be in chaos. In the center of the barren square, Yi Fan continued his brutal assault until, finally, he paused as if exhausted. Su Wandao, you killed my third brother. Now it's time for vengeance. A surge of flames erupted from his palm, engulfing Su Wandao's limp body. Sizzle. The inferno instantly incinerated one of Su Wandao's arms. At that very moment, a figure came charging toward the barracks. Stop! You monster! Let my teacher go. I'll kill you. It's Jiang Xiuming, Su Wandao's bull-headed disciple. Why is he only arriving now? Huh? Why is he alone? Where are his 8,000 troops? What good is he by himself? Just another fool rushing to his death. The hidden observers were baffled, until another familiar silhouette appeared behind Jiang Xiuming. Ho Tianji. Damn it, that old fox is back, halfway in the grave. Yet he's been stirring up trouble non-stop lately. First, he handled Wu Shihao's faction, and now he's meddling in the Vermilion Bird Legion's affairs? I get it now. Ho Tianji deliberately let Yi Fan into the barracks, and he must have stopped Jiang Xiuming's forces. This was all his scheme. He waited until Su Wandao was dead before letting Jiang Xiuming show up, and then he appears himself. What a plot. Quick, report this. Things are about to get messy. On the battlefield, despite Jiang Xiuming's furious shouts, Yi Fan didn't pause. Whoosh! The flames flickered once, and Su Wandao's body turned to ash, vanishing without a trace. Jiang Xiuming dropped to his knees, clawing at the dirt, but found nothing. You animal! You killed him! I'll destroy you! He swung his blade at Yi Fan's head with all his might. Yi Fan smirked. Ah, you must be Su Wandao's prize student. I've been waiting. You took your sweet time. Doesn't seem like you cared much about saving him. A casual wave of his hand deflected Jiang Xiuming's strike. Fuming, Jiang Xiuming stomped the ground and shot Ho Tianji a venomous glare, his mind in turmoil. You think I wanted to be late? It was all Ho Tianji. The old man held me back, rambling about consequences, delayed me for 10 whole minutes. Then he forbade me from bringing my troops, swore he'd ensure justice. Now my teacher is dead. What justice is there? Justice my ass. Jiang Xiuming was now convinced Ho Tianji and Yi Fan were in this together. Ah, I'll kill you. Jiang Xiuming stared at the ashes on the ground. Yi Fan had actually used the crimson flame to burn his mentor alive right before his eyes, reducing him to dust. Damn it! The worst part was that his mentor, for some unfathomable reason, had forbidden him from seeking revenge. Instead, he had ordered Jiang Xiuming to eliminate all the forces the Prince of Jin had secretly planted in the Vermilion Bird Iron Camp, just to clear the path for Yi Fan. Many of the names on that list were Jiang Xiuming's sworn brothers. Had they really defected to the Prince of Jin? A storm of grief and fury raged in Jiang Xiuming's heart, pushing him to the brink of collapse. As soldiers of Great Xia, why couldn't they just serve loyally? Why did they have to meddle in petty factions? What good did that do for the empire? His first attack had failed, so Jiang Xiuming channeled his martial energy once more and lunged at Yi Fan. With a casual flick of his hand, Yi Fan sent Jiang Xiuming flying, sending him crashing face-first into the dirt. Don't waste your effort. You're no match for me. Don't force me to kill you. Bang! 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 Stubborn to the core, Jiang Xiuming charged again and again, over a dozen times, until his mouth was bleeding and his body battered. but no amount of rage could bridge the gap in their strength. Frustration gnawed at him like madness. Spotting Hou Tianji standing calmly nearby, Jiang Xiuming snarled in frustration, "Elder Hou, didn't you promise to stand by me? You saw it yourself. Yi Fan just killed Su Wandao, one of the 4 war kings of the Vermilion Bird. Aren't you going to do something?" Thoroughly humiliated and outmatched, Jiang Xiuming had no choice but to turn to Hou Tianji for help. Hou Tianji smiled faintly. "I saw it, but young Master Yi must have his reasons. And your mentor, he must have had his own. Let the dust settle first. I'll give you an answer in due time." Jiang Xiuming clenched his teeth, barely restraining the urge to bite the old man. This damned fossil. Always so infuriatingly calm. He already knew why his mentor had chosen death. Coercion from the Prince of Jin. Logically, Jiang Xiuming understood. Even if it hadn't been Yi Fan today, if it had been some Yang Fan or Li Fan, his mentor would have used the opportunity to die anyway. But emotionally, he couldn't accept it. Fighting head-on was hopeless. But letting Yi Fan off the hook? Not a chance. If I can't beat you openly, I'll just have to kill you in the shadows. I may be stuck at the peak of the martial sovereign realm, but assassination is still an option. Humph. From today onward, I'll dedicate my life to hunting you down, making sure you never sleep peacefully again. Yi Fan, just you wait. I will kill you to avenge my mentor. You'd better not close your eyes at night." With a cold snarl, Jiang Xiuming staggered to his feet and stormed out of the camp. "Young Master Jiang, don't act rashly. Think of Great Xia. With Commander Su gone, you mustn't do anything reckless." Hou Tianji called after him. Once Jiang Xiuming was gone, only Hou Tianji and Yi Fan remained. "Elder Hou, thank you." Yi Fan bowed slightly. He now understood why tonight's operation had gone so smoothly, without a single act of resistance. First, Su Wandao had willingly chosen death, dismantling all defenses. Second, Hou Tianji had deliberately turned a blind eye. His presence alongside Jiang Xiuming confirmed that the 8,000 soldiers under Jiang's command had been intercepted by the elder. Hou Tianji waved a hand. "No need for thanks, young Master Yi. I had no choice but to use you to break the deadlock. Without this desperate move, the entire Vermilion Bird domain would have slipped from our grasp. Now that Su Wandao and Wu Shihao are dead, the stalemate is finally broken. Though, the command token for the 300,000 Vermilion Bird cavalry is still missing. Taking full control won't be easy." Yi Fan smiled faintly and produced a token, handing it to Hou Tianji. "Elder Hou, is this what you're looking for?" Hou Tianji took it, his expression shifting as he examined the dark, intricate patterns. "This? How do you have Su Wandao's Vermilion Bird cavalry token? Unless..." His face darkened as a possibility struck him. Had Su Wandao handed the entire army over to Yi Fan? Yi Fan nodded. Yes, Su Wandao confessed everything. He was forced to side with the Prince of Jin, but he'd been waiting for a chance to secure a future for his men. "He gave me the token and will issue orders for the cavalry to follow my command." Pausing, he added, "However, I'm already the deputy commander of the Black Tortoise domain, and I have the Heavenly Dragon Army behind me. It's best if this token is returned to you." Hou Tianji sighed bitterly. "I'd love to take it, but the Vermilion Bird cavalry operates independently. They obey only Su Wandao. Since he's already made arrangements, forcibly taking the token might cause unrest. You should keep it for now. We'll arrange a formal transfer later." What a mess. Hou Tianji had assumed that after Su Wandao's death, the cavalry would fall under his control. Instead, Su had entrusted all 300,000 troops to Yi Fan. This would elevate the Yi family's influence to new heights. Still, better Yi Fan than the Prince of Jin. Yi Fan didn't argue. He pocketed the token and glanced in the direction Jiang Xiuming had left. A smooth transfer would require dealing with Jiang first. But Yi Fan still had a trump card. Su Wandao wasn't truly dead. Yi Fan had swapped him with a puppet corpse and hidden him in a bulldozer. What would Jiang Xiuming's reaction be if he discovered his mentor was still alive? Meanwhile, Jiang Xiuming trudged away, grief and fury warring in his chest. On the way back, he reread his mentor's final letter. My death has nothing to do with Yi Fan. I chose this. Death is my release. Do not seek revenge for me. For the sake of Great Xia, you must maintain the Vermilion Bird Cavalry's stability. The command token has been given to Yi Fan. Eliminate the Prince of Jin's infiltrators tonight, then announce my final orders. Damn it! Why did it have to be like this? To Jiang Xiuming, his mentor had been like a father, a man of unwavering integrity, always putting the nation first. How had he gotten entangled with the Prince of Jin? For Great Xia, stubborn as he was, Jiang Xiuming knew his mentor was right. If the Prince of Jin's spies weren't purged, the Vermilion Bird Cavalry would tear itself apart. Yi Fan, I'll never let you off the hook. But I'm doing this for Great Xia, not for you. I'll endure this humiliation for 2 more hours. Once I've dealt with this mess, I'm coming for your head. Reunited with his 8,000 soldiers, Jiang Xiuming ordered Su Wandao's adjutant to be ungagged and handed him the list. Chief Qi, summon everyone on this list to my headquarters immediately. We're going to kill Yi Fan and avenge my mentor. Qi's eyes widened briefly before a knowing smile spread across his face. Commander Su hadn't misjudged his disciple after all. What? Su Wandao is dead. At the residence of Wei Hang, the strategist of the Vermilion Bird camp, the teacup in his hand trembled upon hearing the news, spilling water across the floor. What was Jiang Xiuming doing? Where were his 8,000 troops? Didn't I order you to notify him in advance? Wei Hang's face darkened. In his calculations, Su Wandao was indeed meant to die, but not so easily. At the very least, Jiang Xiuming and Yi Fan should have clashed first, leaving both sides weakened before Su Wandao's death. Ideally, both Su Wandao and Jiang Xiuming would perish together. Su's death would quell Yi Fan's rage, while Jiang's stubborn nature made him a liability. With him gone, the Vermilion Bird Cavalry could be fully controlled by Wei Hang's faction, preventing any chaos under Jiang's command. The message was delivered, and Jiang Xiuming did lead his forces to intervene. But Old Master Ho, the Vermilion Bird commander, intervened. He stopped Jiang's 8,000 troops on the way, allowing only Jiang himself to face Yi Fan. Then, he witnessed Su Wandao's execution firsthand. Slap! Wei Hang smacked his forehead in frustration as his subordinate delivered the report. Damn it! I accounted for Yi Fan, Jiang Xiuming, and the rest, but I overlooked that old fox. Ugh! Regret twisted his expression. Within the Vermilion Bird domain, Ho Tianji's prestige was unmatched. While others might fail to restrain Jiang Xiuming, Ho's intervention was guaranteed to be effective, at least in halting Jiang's military forces. But what use was Jiang Xiuming going alone without his troops? Wait, hadn't Ho Tianji been devoted to Buddhist prayers lately? Why is he suddenly so active? When Wu Shihao's men moved against Yi Fan, Ho was there too, taking control of Wu's forces afterward. And now, Wei Hang quickly pieced it together. Due to internal divisions within the Vermilion Bird domain, Ho Tianji had been sidelined until now. Strategist, do you think Old Ho has already caught wind of something and is making countermoves? The secretary asked nervously. Wei Hang frowned, pondering for a few seconds before shaking his head. Whether he's aware or not no longer matters. If Ho Tianji appeared tonight, the Vermilion Bird Cavalry is about to see another shift. Relay my orders. All our operatives embedded within the cavalry are to go silent immediately. No one is to act recklessly. Among the Vermilion Bird domain's 4 war kings, Wu Shihao had already fallen, with most of his forces now under Ho Tianji's control. Another faction had always been under Ho's absolute command. If Ho also seized part of the Vermilion Bird cavalry, the balance of power would tilt decisively against Wei Hang. By the way, what is Jiang Xiuming doing now? With his mentor slain before his eyes, that stubborn fool would never let it slide. Latest intel suggests Jiang Xiuming has allied with Su Wandao's deputy, rallying a group of officers to seek vengeance against Yi Fan. The secretary replied hesitantly, but the list of those summoned seems suspicious. Wei Hang's eyebrow twitched. How so? 30 captains and 10 colonels have been notified, but every single one is a mole planted by you, strategist. I suspect something's amiss. What? Wei Hang exploded, leaping from his chair. Why didn't you say so sooner? There's no suspicion. This is a trap. Immediately order them back to their units. They must not attend any vengeance assembly. Hurry. If we delay, they'll be wiped out in one stroke. Mother of... Wei Hang felt like bashing his head against a wall. A revenge plot against Yi Fan? Logically, Jiang Xiuming should have gathered all of Su Wandao's loyalists. So why summon only Wei Hang's key operatives? This wasn't revenge. It was a purge. Those colonels and captains were the backbone of Wei Hang's influence within the Vermilion Bird Cavalry. If they were eliminated, his foundation would crumble. A foreboding dread settled in Wei Hang's heart. That old bastard Su Wandao, even in death he's playing me. Jiang Xiuming's camp. Nearly all the officers on the summoned list had arrived at Jiang Xiuming's headquarters. The crowd stared at Jiang, seated at the head of the room. A middle-aged man at the front couldn't contain his impatience. Commander Jiang, give the order. That bastard Yi Fan publicly executed our leader. How can the 300,000-strong Vermilion Bird Cavalry tolerate this disgrace? We must avenge the leader. Just say the word, and tonight, we'll raise Guangxing and tear Yi Fan limb from limb. Commander Jiang, you were the leader's only disciple. We'll follow your command. Since everyone present was secretly aligned with Wei Hang, they were all eager for Yi Fan's death. But a few sharp-eyed officers scanned the room and sensed something off. Commander Jiang, something's wrong. If this is for the leader's vengeance, why aren't the representatives from his 3 direct legions here? The observation sent a ripple of unease through the crowd. None of Su Wandao's true loyalists had shown up. Commander Jiang, what's the meaning of this? What are you planning? The wary officers rose, attempting to leave, but their limbs suddenly weakened. Their martial energy refused to circulate. Horrified, they turned to Jiang Xiuming. His expression was icy. My purpose is simple. To fulfill my teacher's final order, your deaths. Men execute them. Leave none alive. At his command, elite warriors stormed in Jiang's personal guard. Thud, thud. Without hesitation, blades pierced hearts. Every officer on the list was slaughtered where they stood. You, Su Wandao, you ruthless old fox. With their dying breaths, the officers glared at Jiang Xiuming, realizing too late that Su had orchestrated this trap from beyond the grave. And Jiang, the stubborn zealot, had executed it flawlessly under the guise of revenge. Burn the bodies. Deputy Qi, stabilize the remaining forces. Jiang ordered coldly, gazing into the night. My teacher's death will not go unavenged, but that's no longer your concern. With the purge complete, the Vermilion Bird Cavalry was now secure. Now it was time to hunt Yi Fan. You lot, come with me to Guangxing. We kill Yi Fan. Meanwhile, on the road to Guangxing, Yi Fan, carrying the unconscious Su Wandao, was already en route. With the Vermilion Bird Domain's affairs largely settled, his mood was buoyant. Tonight, I'll retrieve the Celestial Path Guide from Shin Mange. Keeping it inside her any longer would only harm her. Anticipation thrummed through him. Surely nothing else can go wrong now? The Vermilion Bird Camp, military strategist Wei Hang's residence. The secretary had dialed over a dozen calls in a row, but every single one ended in a busy tone. What's going on? No one's picking up. Wei Hang's heart sank to the depths. His instincts told him it was over. Yes, it's bizarre. Even if those people aren't answering, their assistants should. Let me try again. The secretary was about to redial when an intelligence officer burst in. Strategist, we've just received top-secret intel. Dozens of bodies were transported out of Jiang Xiuming's camp and burned. Our informant confirmed several of them were. It's over. Truly over. Wei Hang didn't need to hear the rest. It was obvious today's so-called revenge plan had been nothing but a purge. Before his death, Su Wandao must have given Jiang Xiuming a final order to use his own death as a pretext to eliminate all of Wei Hang's men. Damn it. And here he was, thinking of ways to save Su Wandao. Back when Prince Jean had tried to recruit Su Wandao, Wei Hang had warned him Su Wandao couldn't be swayed by force. But the prince hadn't listened. Now, the entire Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry was out of control. Strategist this. The secretary slumped in defeat. After Dong Yunjiang's exposure of the Mr. Wei conspiracy, they had managed to pin the blame on Wei Zhuang, avoiding Wei Hang's exposure. They had even felt relieved. But now Yi Fan had killed Dong Yunjiang, executed Su Wandao, and before dying, Su Wandao had orchestrated a final gambit ordering his disciple Jiang Xiuming to wipe out all of Prince Jin's operatives. With the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry in chaos, how could they possibly explain this to the prince? But what terrified Wei Hang most was another question. Had Su Wandao truly been killed by Yi Fan, or had he chosen to die? And who now held the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry's command token? If that token had fallen into Yi Fan's hands, the situation would become far more dangerous. Previously, Yi Fan's involvement in the military exercise had been as an individual. But if he now controlled the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry backed by an entire army, Wei Hang's covert operations with foreign forces would face catastrophic risks. Headache. A massive headache. Report everything to Prince Jean, starting from Dong Yunjiang's case. Sigh. We're in deep trouble now. After years of meticulous planning, victory had seemed certain. Yet now Wei Hang felt nothing but overwhelming helplessness. Though he had avoided exposure as Mr. Wei, his core forces were being dismantled piece by piece. 2 of his elite war kings had already fallen. Now he barely controlled a fraction of the remaining one. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Had Yi Fan already uncovered his identity? Was Yi Fan deliberately keeping him in the dark, slowly eroding his power like a frog boiled in warm water? Would the military exercise plan even proceed as intended? Sigh. Ding-ling. In the capital, Prince Jean, who hadn't slept a wink, finally received Wei Hang's call. Your Highness, disaster has struck the Vermilion Bird domain. Dong Yunjiang, Wei Zhuang, Wu Shihao, Su Wanao all dead. Just moments ago, all our key operatives within the Vermilion Bird Iron Cavalry were purged. Bang! The prince collapsed into his chair. Wei Hang, what the hell have you done? Years of planning ruined. You. I could strangle you right now. His fists slammed against the desk in fury, barely restraining the urge to scream. But with the southern secret base destroyed, its forces annihilated, and the Tiankue base now under Yi Fan's control, Wei Hang was the prince's last remaining asset. So, with immense effort, Prince Jean swallowed his rage. Years ago, he had secretly hollowed out mountains to build a hidden base, partly to prevent Wei Hang from monopolizing power. My apologies, Your Highness. Wei Hang, once arrogant, now spoke meekly. In recent years, as his plans progressed smoothly, he had even considered breaking away from the prince. But now, with all their contingencies shattered by Yi Fan, Wei Hang was utterly demoralized. A grim realization settled in. The military exercise would likely fail. And if it did, he'd have to flee. Earlier, he had leaked intel via Wei Zhuang's mind-implanted message about the mysterious case belonging to the Yi family's third young master. He had indeed dispatched men to deliver it to the Southern Blufffiend sect, specifically to his sworn brother, Commander Nanba. From the very beginning, Wei Hang had been preparing an escape route. Apologies won't fix this. The prince forced calm into his voice. Focus on salvaging the military exercise. If necessary, postpone it until Yi Fan leaves Guang City. Prince Jean had been broken by Yi Fan. From nearly exterminating the Yi family to now watching Yi Fan's meteoric rise, he was outmatched at every turn. Wherever Yi Fan went, the prince's schemes crumbled and his men died in droves. Sigh. Yi Fan had fooled them all. Guang City, Yi Fan hands Su Wandao to Guili. Pluck a few of his hairs. Then get samples from Yamada Keiko, Daya, and Shaya for a DNA test. Guili froze, then understood. Boss, you think Commander Su is related to the saintesses Daya and Shaya? Yi Fan nodded. About 70% chance. Get it done tonight, I want results by morning. Let's give the commander a pleasant surprise. Otherwise, that stubborn Jiang Xiuming will be a real headache. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Xiuming was already leading troops in pursuit. Shen family estate. When Yi Fan returned, Shen Mange was still awake in her villa's living room. Done with work, hubby? Her eyes shimmered with affection, voice dripping with sweetness. Today's concert had been fraught with crises. Without Yi Fan, she wouldn't have known what to do. And then legendary entertainment mogul Li Mo had taken her as his youngest disciple, rallying A-list celebrities to her side. In the entertainment world, Shen Mange was now the undisputed future queen. All thanks to Yi Fan. Thank you, husband. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her lips to his. Yi Fan kissed her back, then smirked. Oh? How will you thank me? Blushing, she whispered, however you want. Then how about with your body? Laughing, he swept her up and carried her toward the bedroom. Ah, you're so bad.